As a young man, Shi Yu found himself transported to another world. Destined to be a genius beast tamer, he instead became a lowly worker due to an unexpected incident that left him burdened with a pet loan. Shi Yu jolted awake, gasping for fresh air, his chest heaving. Confusion and bewilderment filled his mind as he looked around and realized he was in a strange, single dormitory. This was not a hospital, and his body was unharmed. Puzzled, his eyes landed on the mirror by the bed. Reflected was a handsome teenager of about 17 or 18, clearly not the 20-something he remembered being. In his shock, Shi Yu noticed 3 books on the bedside table. When he read the titles, he couldn't help but chuckle. Beginner's Guide to Beast Care, Postnatal Care for Pet Beasts were understandable, but what on earth was Guide to Evaluating Beast-Eared Maidens of Different Species? Just as he reached to flip open the 3rd book, a sharp headache struck him, and a torrent of unfamiliar memories flooded his mind. Images of Icefield City, a pet breeding base, an intern pet breeder, and beast tamers flashed through his thoughts. It took him a good 10 minutes to piece the information together. He realized he had crossed into a world called Blue Star, where beast taming was the norm. In this peculiar world, not only could plants and animals evolve into powerful supernatural beings, but even mountains, rivers, and snow could awaken with intelligence. In ancient times, weak humans could only survive by relying on these powerful creatures as guardian deities, living in tribes. It wasn't until humans developed beast-taming abilities that they began to rise. Beast tamers opened a separate space in their minds through meditation to capture and nurture extraordinary creatures. These creatures grew remarkably fast in the beast space, easily breaking through racial limitations to evolve. As the beast-taming system improved, humans established a glorious civilization of beast tamers, controlling the most resource-rich areas of the planet. However, Shi Yu's situation was far from promising. He wasn't born into a family of beast tamers, nor did he have a dragon lady protector or a spirit companion. Instead, he was just an unremarkable intern at the Icefield City pet breeding base, tasked with feeding, cleaning, and maintaining the hygiene of pet beast cubs, a true bottom-rung worker. What amused Shi Yu, despite the frustration, was that the original owner of this body had planned to take on a pet loan to become a beast tamer. He had just finished paying off his house and car loans before crossing over, only to find himself in debt again. Yet, Shi Yu was not without advantages. He had successfully opened a beast space and awakened the telepathic beast taming ability. While this skill didn't directly enhance combat, it was essential for the beast tamer profession. Shi Yu rubbed his throbbing temples and walked over to check the day's work schedule. He had to feed the snow wolf pack alone in the morning and record the growth data of the green cottonworms in the afternoon. The thought of the fierce and aggressive nature of snow wolves made him a bit apprehensive. Fortunately, his telepathic beast-taming ability should allow him to communicate with these creatures effectively. Just as Shi Yu was about to familiarize himself with his telepathic skill, an unexpected change occurred. His vision suddenly blurred, and a black stone-like compendium appeared in his mind. It seemed he had awakened a second beast-taming ability. What just happened? Where did this compendium come from? In a moment of disorientation, a torrent of information flooded Shi Yu's mind. These images and texts made him feel dizzy for a moment. When he regained his composure, his expression froze because he instinctively understood part of the functions of the stone compendium that suddenly appeared in his mind. This function was so powerful, it was akin to a cheat code. The compendium was called the Skill Compendium. It could replicate the extraordinary abilities of supernatural creatures and record them. Even more astonishing, Shi Yu could freely teach the abilities recorded in the compendium to any supernatural creature, except humans. Shi Yu couldn't help but question, aren't supernatural creatures powerful precisely because they possess incredibly unique skills? Replicating and teaching. This sounds too unscientific. Could it be possible to even copy the abilities of mythical creatures and teach them to ordinary pets? The information from the compendium indicated that to successfully replicate the abilities of other supernatural creatures, 3 conditions had to be met. 1. Witness the ability being used firsthand. 2. Have physical contact with the creature. 3. Complete the observation and contact within 1 hour. These were the conditions for copying and recording skills. To teach these skills to other creatures, certain conditions also had to be satisfied. Depending on the skill level, teaching would consume a certain amount of the user's energy. Moreover, the creature being taught needed to have a certain affinity with the skill. Despite these restrictions, Shi Yu fell silent. Although he was not yet a beast tamer, he realized that this compendium, capable of copying, recording, and teaching skills, would drive any beast tamer crazy. In his mind, Shi Yu quickly outlined the 3 key factors affecting a beast tamer's strength. 1. The development of one's own beast taming talent and abilities. For example, a beast tamer with a flame enhancement talent might have varying levels of skill amplification depending on their development of the talent. 2. Skill manuals. Most pets can only awaken their innate species skills, which are crucial in evaluating a pet's species level. A pet's combat strength largely depends on the power of its skills. Typically, it's difficult for a pet to learn skills outside its species. Teaching a pet additional skills is as challenging as teaching a 7-year-old to fly an airplane. However, through special teaching methods, pets might learn other skills. These teaching methods are as precious as martial arts manuals and wuxia novels and can quickly enhance a pet's strength. If a beast tamer masters a powerful skill teaching method and successfully imparts it to their pet, the pet might even defeat opponents across species and levels. 3. Evolution methods. Most pets have the potential to evolve, but many evolution paths are hidden. A beast tamer who knows these methods can elevate their pet's species level, awakening stronger species skills. Among these, the first concerns a beast tamer's development of their abilities, while the second and third involve the accumulation of knowledge and experience. Shi Yu's skill compendium was almost like having access to numerous skill manuals. Skill compendium? Is this a system? Or my second beast taming talent? Rather than the abstract notion of a system, Shi Yu preferred to believe this was his second talent. But wasn't his beast taming talent supposed to be telepathy? Moreover, he had never heard of such an extraordinary beast taming talent, let alone someone possessing two talents simultaneously. Shi Yu's mind was awash with emotions, and countless possibilities flashed through his mind in an instant. However, if it were him, it seemed somewhat plausible. After all, as a transmigrator, he was no ordinary person. Shi Yu had the talent of telepathy, so why wouldn't he have another talent for replication? In any case, he needed to calm down no matter how he looked at it. This was a monumental stroke of luck. This seemed to be his golden finger as a transmigrator. From initial shock to eventual joy, Shi Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Ever since realizing he had transmigrated, he felt something was missing. Now, he finally felt at ease. The joy of being a transmigrator was indeed simple and unadorned. Suddenly, Shi Yu realized it was getting late. He quickly dressed and prepared to head out to complete his morning tasks, skipping breakfast in his haste. Of course, Shi Yu wasn't genuinely eager to work. He was impatient to verify whether the ability he had just awakened was real. With anticipation, Shi Yu soon left the dormitory. The Icefield City pet breeding base covered a vast area, including lakes, grasslands, forests, and snowy mountains, providing habitats for various types of pets. To care for such a diverse range of pets, the base employed a large workforce. Near the base was an extensive employee area. Additionally, the processing and transportation of various pet feeds were also conducted here. Inside the feed factory, a large number of caretakers were gathered due to their different task assignments, yet they rarely interacted. Shi Yu went straight to his target area to find the feed he needed to transport. When he got hold of the feed, he was astonished by its sheer size. No wonder not just anyone can become a beast tamer. These creatures eat better than humans, Shi Yu thought to himself, clutching two heavy cooler boxes as he exited the feed area. Inside the boxes, fresh beast meat was stacked in layers, with at least 7 or 8 different kinds, clearly a carefully balanced diet. The room was filled with such cooler boxes, all meant for the snow wolf pack's breakfast. Shi Yu? Are you going to feed the snow wolves? A colleague noticed the type of feed Shi Yu was carrying and stopped to tease him. Those guys aren't friendly, be careful. But I have to say, the medical room at our base is quite good. Don't listen to his nonsense. With the Wolf King around, there's no danger at all. Another colleague quickly countered, trying to reassure Shi Yu. Just kidding, the first person added. We're done with our work. Need a hand? Looking at the two, Shi Yu couldn't recall anything about them and could only respond with an awkward yet polite smile. Thanks, but no, I'm almost done too. The three didn't continue chatting and returned to their respective tasks. Watching them leave, Shi Yu was reminded of his previous personality, shaped by family circumstances preferring solitude and not being good at socializing. This had resulted in him not quickly making friends or integrating into the small groups in his new work environment, often keeping to himself. No wonder, despite being an intern like the others, he barely remembered anyone's name. Instead, he had a deep memory of the pet beasts' profiles at the base. Shi Yu shook his head and accepted the situation for now. I'll just keep it this way for now, he thought, though having a mind-reading ability with social anxiety is something else. The priority is to slowly get familiar with this world. Socializing can wait. After spending some time loading all the meat feed onto the truck, Shi Yu drove the transport vehicle alone to the snowy mountain area, the snow wolf's habitat. Upon reaching his destination, he quickly got out and began unloading the meat. In the distance, shadows flickered on the white mountain, and the silhouettes of dozens of giant wolves gradually appeared. Echoing through the valley were chilling howls. Oh woo! Oh woo! The snow-white giant wolves on the mountain approached Shi Yu, their speed shifting from fast to slow. Even at a slow pace, they exuded an overwhelming presence. Each giant wolf was about 2 meters long and nearly 1 meter tall, with a robust build that made it hard to believe they were just pups. Their bodies were covered in long white fur, with dense ice blue fur on their tails, backs, and limbs. As they came closer, the pack fixed their blue eyes on Shi Yu, baring their fangs and surrounded by a chilling aura. Shi Yu's mind immediately recalled detailed information about these pet beasts. Name: Snow Wolf. Attribute: Ice. Species level: Advanced Extraordinary. Species skills: Ice Fang, Ice Claw, Snow Veil, Frost Breath. Description: an extraordinary beast evolved from the snowy mountain regions, with frozen fangs and claws capable of tearing through steel, adept at hunting in snowy weather. At this moment, the giant wolves stared at Shi Yu with drooling mouths, their eyes gleaming with hunger. Oh woo! Oh woo! They really understand, Shi Yu thought. Although it was obvious that the wolves were hungry and eager to eat, Shi Yu could indeed understand what they meant. This ability to comprehend the wolves' intentions was both comforting and frustrating. Comforting because it felt like they were on the same wavelength. Frustrating because one of the lead wolves expressed a desire to taste him. Darn! What kind of job is this? Am I here to be a caretaker or a backup meal? Shi Yu grumbled to himself, trying to ignore the teasing thoughts, as he looked past the pack for his backup. Where's the Wolf King? Roar! A more commanding howl resonated, and the pack immediately parted to create a path. A much larger snow wolf approached, with a body length of over 3 meters and standing at least 1.6 or 1.7 meters tall. The leader of the snow wolf pack emerged slowly, his gaze piercing as he fixed his eyes on Shi Yu. The other snow wolves immediately became submissive, their eyes filled with reverence. These extraordinary creatures are highly social, and the alpha wolf's dominance is unmatched. Shi Yu observed that some alpha wolves could even awaken a special intimidation skill to lead their pack. This was not an innate ability of the snow wolves, but a high-level skill that could only be awakened under extremely rigorous conditions. Under the alpha's intimidation, the entire pack remained orderly, not daring to act rashly. Shi Yu realized that the reason they, the in-turn caretakers, could safely feed the wolves was not due to any telepathic connection, but solely because of the alpha's intimidating presence. This Snow Wolf King was the pet beast of a beastmaster at the breeding base, responsible for managing the pack. Shi Yu couldn't help but speculate whether this beastmaster was hiding somewhere, secretly observing and grading them. However, on second thought, given the master's prominent status within the base, this Wolf King was just one of his many pets, so he probably wouldn't bother personally checking on the interns. Shi Yu's expression turned peculiar as he suddenly wondered if this wolf might actually be his real grading instructor. The Snow Wolf King approached Shi Yu with a composed gait. Shi Yu's heart raced as he nervously observed the majestic giant wolf. The pressure it exuded was far beyond that of an ordinary snow wolf, and just a single glance made Shi Yu's heart pound. The alpha did not immediately start eating but instead, surrounded by a cold aura, continued to approach Shi Yu. It brushed lightly against Shi Yu's body, gently touching him with its head. It was then that Shi Yu understood it was marking him with its scent as a customary way to intimidate the other snow wolves during feeding. As Shi Yu felt the chill around him, his skill compendium suddenly activated. It turned out that the alpha had inadvertently emitted intimidation and made contact with him. This unexpected yet smooth encounter left Shi Yu somewhat bewildered. He had been contemplating how to replicate the snow wolf's skill, only to succeed so effortlessly, and with the alpha's high-level skill at that. The first page of the compendium opened, prominently featuring an image of the Snow Wolf King. Below was a detailed description. Skill: intimidation. Skill level: high. Description: a psychic skill that can be used to intimidate, deter, and lead, and can even cause creatures significantly weaker than oneself to faint. It is a symbol of having the qualities of a king. Status: no teaching subject available. At the moment the skill book updated, Shi Yu's heart raced. His gaze was fixed on the stone-like skill book that appeared in his mind, delighted to discover he had successfully copied the intimidation skill. According to the rules, as long as he found the right target, he could pass this skill on to other beasts. The intimidation skill was the powerful ability the Wolf King used to lead its pack. Shi Yu's mind raced with possibilities. If he could teach this skill to ordinary snow wolves, he could potentially mass-produce Wolf Kings. And if he could pass it on to beasts of other species, he might cultivate kings across different races. This is like a cheat code, Shi Yu thought with glee. But it's this kind of cheat that makes things exciting. He felt proud of his formidable talent in beast mastery. Returning to reality, Shi Yu noticed the Snow Wolf King looking at him with a puzzled expression. The Wolf King growled softly, furrowing its brow. Shi Yu immediately understood its concern. It suspected something was off with him. Let it suspect, Shi Yu thought. You'll never understand my joy. Having just gained an advantage over the Wolf King, he found the creature more agreeable than before. Your intimidation skill is indeed impressive, but it's mine now, Shi Yu mused silently. The Snow Wolf King, unaware that its skill had been copied, turned away contentedly after confirming Shi Yu was fine. Once the Wolf King had eaten its fill, the other snow wolves dared to gather around. Shi Yu noticed they were much more docile than before, likely due to the lingering scent of the Wolf King. This change made the subsequent feeding and research process much smoother. After distributing the food, Shi Yu was thrilled to discover that as his gaze swept over each snow wolf, the status of the skill book in his mind shifted from no target available for teaching to ready to teach. This meant he could indeed pass the intimidation skill to every snow wolf present. I can really create wolf kings manually, Shi Yu marveled. But he quickly calmed down, realizing that recklessly using this ability could have unforeseen consequences. Not only was he unsure of the physical toll, but helping the snow wolves at the breeding base learn the intimidation skill could undoubtedly cause major issues. Focusing back on the feeding task, Shi Yu was slightly disappointed he hadn't managed to copy any other skills from the snow wolves. After all, except for the Wolf King, which constantly displayed intimidation, the other snow wolves wouldn't use their skills while eating. However, Shi Yu didn't feel greedy. Acquiring a high-level psychic intimidation skill was already a significant gain. After completing the snow wolf group's feeding task, Shi Yu turned to other duties. Within the breeding base, he noticed a green-backed eagle soar overhead on its routine patrol. Despite the distance, when Shi Yu's gaze and intention locked onto the eagle, the intimidation skill status in his mind once again changed to ready to teach. It seems I can not only cultivate wolf kings but also bird kings, Shi Yu thought eagerly, but his reason ultimately overcame his impulse, and he chose to continue focusing on his work at hand. As an intern, Shi Yu was well aware of his situation. The toughest and most labor-intensive tasks often fell to them, and they mostly lacked technical complexity. This was unavoidable, as they were still in the learning phase. For interns to handle high-level tasks, like training beasts, they needed to have the ability to do so. Just like the wolf pack earlier, without a wolf king possessing the intimidation skill, managing and training them would be incredibly challenging. Training this group of snow wolves to become suitable for beast masters to rear and contract was the work of other official trainers. Shi Yu and the other interns could only handle some basic tasks. Of course, besides these daily duties, the official trainers would also periodically involve the interns in other work to give them opportunities to learn new knowledge. There's still 3 months left in the internship, so I should focus on learning, Shi Yu pondered. His predecessor had always dreamed of becoming a beast master and had prepared extensively for it. The profession of a beast trainer was his chosen stepping stone. Despite acquiring a golden opportunity, Shi Yu was keenly aware that his understanding of beast mastery was still limited. The little knowledge he had from memory wasn't enough to make a significant impact. For now, it was wise to steadily accumulate experience. This skill book was undoubtedly tailored for becoming a beast master. It would be a shame not to pursue it. However, apart from the teaching ability of the skill book, Shi Yu currently had no other credentials to become a beast master. Ultimately, Shi Yu decided to continue taking his job as a beast trainer seriously, using this opportunity to gain a deeper understanding of the skill book and how the world operated, preparing thoroughly for future growth. Standing at the entrance of the iron bamboo breeding base, Shi Yu contemplated his future plans. His gaze fell on a group of playful young pet beasts in the distance, among which was the iron-eating beast cub he had reserved. However, in order to claim this precious pet, he needed to complete his internship and obtain a breeder's certificate. Given Shi Yu's current financial situation, the iron bamboo breeding base offered him a special discount. As long as he successfully completed his internship and earned the breeder's certificate, he would qualify for a loan to bring the adorable iron-eating beast home. This opportunity was crucial for Shi Yu, leaving no room for error. Shi Yu closed his eyes, envisioning 2 possible future scenarios. If everything went smoothly, he would become an outstanding beast master with a thriving career. Yet, he was also acutely aware that the enormous expenses involved in raising a pet beast could lead to a long repayment period, potentially overwhelming him. Iron-eating beast, Shi Yu murmured, a smile appearing on his face. In this world, creatures once known as giant pandas had evolved into a medium extraordinary level pet beast called the iron-eating beast. Although its species level was not as high as the snow wolf, Shi Yu was still satisfied with his choice. He recalled the information he had just acquired about the iron-eating beast. It possessed a racial skill called hardening, which allowed it to strengthen its body by consuming metal minerals. While this skill was not highly ranked and suited only for close combat, combined with the beast's robust physical attributes, its overall strength was commendable. Shi Yu's thoughts drifted to the intimidate skill he had just replicated. He speculated that the iron-eating beast should be able to learn this skill with good compatibility. In his mind, he started to envision combining hardening and intimidate, along with a speed-enhancing perception skill, potentially transforming his iron-eating beast into a true panda king. This unique skill combination thrilled Shi Yu. He realized that staying at the pet beast breeding base not only allowed him to learn essential knowledge, but also enabled him to gather rare skills. He resolved to collect as many skills as possible to prepare for nurturing his future pet beast. A confident smile crept onto Shi Yu's lips. He believed that while other beast masters struggled to teach their pet beasts various skills, he would already be crafting a unique and powerful skill set for his own. This thought filled him with anticipation for the upcoming internship. Shi Yu snapped back to reality from his daydreams about the future, realizing that his morning tasks were far more demanding than just feeding the pack of snow wolves. A flurry of assignments kept him busy until nearly noon when he could finally catch his breath. After lunch and a brief rest, he and his fellow interns were assigned the same afternoon task: observing and recording the behavior and growth of the Qing worms. Shi Yu joined the team as they headed into the forest where the Qing worms resided. The dense foliage blocked out the sunlight, creating a dim environment. This was the domain of the Qing worms, and their numbers were staggering. In stark contrast to the mere 50 or so snow wolves at the base, there were thousands of Qing worms, making them seem as common as dirt. The Qing worms were pitifully weak. Unlike the snow wolves, which could awaken 4 racial skills during their growth phase, the Qing worms had only one skill, silk thread. Even when mastered, this skill was only as strong as steel wire and didn't even qualify as a low-level skill in the Beast Master's skill hierarchy. Squatting down, Shi Yu carefully observed these palm-sized creatures. Their green, fuzzy bodies and the 2 yellow antennae on their heads reminded him of swallowtail butterfly larvae from Earth. When he reached out to touch one, a startled Qing worm immediately sprayed silk thread, tangling his hand. With a gentle tug, the thread snapped, vividly illustrating why Qing worms were considered the weaklings of the pet beast world. As Shi Yu lamented the Qing worm's frailty, the stone-like compendium in his mind suddenly underwent a change. To his surprise, it revealed that the high-level psychic skill intimidation could actually be taught to Qing worms. This discovery subtly altered Shi Yu's perception of these creatures and deepened his appreciation for the wonders of the skill compendium. The moment a Qing worm slipped from his hand, the stone compendium flipped to the second page, adding an illustration of a Qing worm. The text beneath was brief and to the point. Skill: silk thread. Skill level: none. Description: a bug-type skill, potentially useful if mastered. Status: no current teaching subject. Shi Yu couldn't help but chuckle at the description, which mirrored his own thoughts. Although he had successfully recorded a second skill, the seemingly useless silk thread skill didn't particularly excite him. However, he quickly realized that this weak skill might be suitable for testing endurance and stamina. For the rest of the afternoon, Shi Yu balanced his task of observing and recording the Qing worms with secretly studying the skill compendium in his mind. His dual mission turned an otherwise ordinary afternoon into a deeply fulfilling one, laying the groundwork for his future research. The only valuable discovery was that the Qing worm, which had already learned the silk thread skill, could still teach it again. Shi Yu was astonished to find that even though the Qing worm had mastered the silk thread skill, it remained in a teachable state. After carefully studying the skill compendium, the feedback he received was enlightening. Repeated teaching of a skill could enhance its proficiency. This discovery thrilled Shi Yu, but he quickly calmed down. After all, in this environment, he didn't dare to experiment recklessly. The thought lingered in his mind throughout the afternoon. By evening, Shi Yu hurriedly finished his dinner and immediately returned to his dormitory. He eagerly took out a manual and began to pore over it. This wasn't a guidebook for evaluations. It was a detailed handbook documenting 51 species of pet beasts and their racial skills at the Icefield City Pet Beast Breeding Base. Shi Yu's eyes scanned each page rapidly, clearly searching for skills suitable for his iron-eating beast to learn. He understood that the skill compendium couldn't create skills out of thin air. New skills had to be recorded through his own efforts. However, once he successfully recorded a rare skill, the skill compendium would unleash unparalleled power. Recalling the Qing worm with its intimidation skill, Shi Yu couldn't help but feel proud. He regarded the skill compendium as his second Beastmaster talent and had a clear goal in mind: find ways to copy higher-level skills and collect them to prepare for nurturing his own pet beast once he became a Beastmaster. However, after thoroughly reviewing the manual, Shi Yu was disappointed to find that none of the 51 species at the breeding base possessed the sensory skills he needed. Most of the skills that the young pet beasts here might awaken were basic low-level skills, common and not worth copying. Nonetheless, Shi Yu still believed that the more skills recorded, the better, as it's always good to be prepared. But after copying the silk thread skill, he suddenly realized a crucial issue. Is there a limit to the number of skills the skill compendium can record? Until he figured this out, he decided not to waste precious pages lightly and to focus on targeting mid and high-level skills. Looking around, Shi Yu realized that the Icefield City Pet Beast Breeding Base not only had a large number of wild pet beasts, but also quite a few Beastmasters. The skills of these Beastmasters' pets could also be potential targets for copying, just like when he previously copied the intimidation skill from the Snow Wolf King. The likelihood of Beastmasters' pets mastering rare skills was much higher than that of the young pet beasts raised here. With this in mind, Shi Yu fell into deep thought. Moments later, a glint of inspiration flashed in his eyes, as if he had come up with a bold idea. The pet beast breeding base in Binyuan City was quiet as night fell. A figure slipped out of the dormitory building and hurried towards the infirmary. In this era dominated by pet beasts, fights among the wild ones within the breeding base were commonplace, and it was not unusual for caretakers to get injured. Consequently, almost all legitimate breeding bases were equipped with infirmaries. This one was particularly unique, treated both humans and beasts using a straightforward method, employing the healing abilities of pet beasts. As Shi Yu pushed open the infirmary door, he saw the on-duty doctor engrossed in paperwork. Hearing the noise, the female doctor looked up, her face expressionless, and asked, "What's the matter, doctor?" "I think I sprained my wrist," Shi Yu approached, extending his slightly swollen and trembling hand. "I'm worried it might affect my work tomorrow." The doctor glanced at Shi Yu's wrist and assessed his attire, immediately identifying him as a newly graduated intern caretaker. She was accustomed to such newcomers frequently getting into trouble. "I'll give you a quick treatment," she murmured. Suddenly, a cool breeze arose, making the curtains flutter gently. With a thought, a massive white-green diagram, shimmering with countless light points like a star map, appeared in midair, directed at Shi Yu. The diagram rippled like water, and a white dandelion, larger than a hand, floated out and gently landed on Shi Yu's hand. "It'll be fine soon," the doctor assured him as the dandelion began to emit a faint white light, enveloping Shi Yu's hand. Instantly, Shi Yu felt his injury healing. Although the sprain wasn't severe, it had been painful, but now the pain was completely gone. Shi Yu marveled silently, recalling how a previous intern had praised the infirmary's effectiveness. Its reputation was well-deserved. The existence of extraordinary creatures had significant benefits for humanity, particularly in fields like medicine. As the treatment concluded, the white dandelion rose slowly. Meanwhile, in Shi Yu's mind, the third page of a stone-edged compendium turned, revealing the image of a mid-ear plant-type pet beast known as white puff dandelion. The skill section displayed rapid healing, a mid-level skill described as a wood-type healing ability that accelerates the healing of ordinary injuries. The status section showed no current teaching target. Successfully replicating this rare healing ability was a significant achievement for Shi Yu, given its high value and versatility. He was delighted, albeit feeling a bit impulsive. His internship had 3 more months, and there would undoubtedly be more opportunities. "Is everything all right now?" the doctor asked after recalling her pet beast. "You were quite alarmed for nothing," White Puff Dandelion said. "It was just a minor injury." She had assumed from Shi Yu's earlier expressive demeanor that it was something serious. In truth, left untreated, Shi Yu would have almost healed naturally. Nonetheless, his prompt medical attention was commendable. She had seen too many beastmasters and pet beasts ignore minor injuries, leading to significant problems later. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Shi Yu quickly apologized. "Sorry, I really debated this small injury. I'll be more careful next time." "Thank you." He thought to himself that he should buy some snacks favored by plant-type pet beasts as a token of gratitude for taking up their time. Using healing abilities to treat injuries was the infirmary's hallmark. Even for minor wounds, the doctors preferred to use pet beasts, for a simple reason. Repeated treatments enhanced the pet beast's skill proficiency. Learning a skill didn't mean it could be used adeptly. It often required extensive practice to master. Thus, the skill compendium's function of increasing proficiency through repeated teaching was powerful, effectively accelerating the pet beast's training efficiency. Back at the dormitory, Shi Yu felt content. After a brief wash, he lay down, satisfied with his success in acquiring a rare healing skill. Before going to sleep, Shi Yu lay in bed, imagining himself as a beast tamer. He closed his eyes, envisioning the day when it would become a reality. Becoming a beast tamer would open up countless possibilities in his life, especially if he could pass the professional beast tamer examination. Apart from fulfilling some basic duties, life would become much more relaxed and enjoyable. The monthly salary from the Beast Tamer Association would signify a leap in social class. Shi Yu silently calculated in his mind. How long would it take to progress from an apprentice to a full-fledged beast tamer? With his skill manual, he should have a significant advantage in nurturing pet beasts. At around 18 years old, he was at the perfect age to become a beast tamer. With these thoughts, Shi Yu slowly drifted into sleep. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the curtains into the room. Shi Yu got up early to start his day. He made time to buy a thoughtfully prepared gift to thank the lady who had helped heal his injuries the day before. Adjusting his mindset and suppressing the urge to become a beast tamer immediately, Shi Yu began to slowly integrate into this new world. Time flew by, and 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. The internship was coming to an end, and Shi Yu was finally able to claim his own pet beast. During this time, he took full advantage of his job's convenience and successfully copied and recorded 2 skills. The first was the intermediate skill, supervision, from a high-level extraordinary wind-type bird pet beast, the greenbacked hawk. These hawks patrolled the skies at the breeding base. Supervision not only enhanced sight but also allowed for night vision, long-distance vision, and even the ability to see through ordinary illusions. In battle, an enemy's movements would seem slow to a creature with supervision. While it couldn't directly form an attack, this skill was versatile and had high potential. Pet beasts used for reconnaissance and patrols in various cities typically possess the supervision skill. Shi Yu thought that if his iron-eating beast could learn this skill, its combat awareness would significantly improve. Although it fell short of the sensory skills he dreamed of for ultimate enhancement of the five senses, it was a decent choice given the circumstances. The second skill was the advanced skill Absolute Sleep, from the high-level extraordinary pet beast the Sleep Demon. The Sleep Demon, a ghost-type pet beast, had only two racial skills: the Psychic Hypnosis Wave and Absolute Sleep. This particular sleep demon belonged to a caretaker and often used Hypnosis Wave to help pet beast cubs sleep peacefully, serving as a great support skill. Absolute Sleep was a self-use skill that allowed the user to enter a deep sleep state, rapidly restoring physical energy. Although few pet beasts could master this skill, Shi Yu believed that given the iron-eating beast's lazy nature, it should be able to learn it. He copied this skill with future training in mind. As a beast tamer, to help a pet beast grow quickly, extensive training was necessary. Training would deplete a pet beast's energy, requiring rest and recovery. Generally, beast tamers could accelerate recovery by recalling the pet beast to the beast space, but this would significantly drain the beast tamer. Wealthy individuals could purchase nutritional supplements, but Shi Yu had a different idea. If his pet beast could learn absolute sleep, it could restore its energy quickly on its own. This would save both money and effort, aligning perfectly with the iron-eating beast's love for sleep. Even if injured during training, with the previously copied rapid healing skill, the pet beast could self-heal, saving a lot on medical expenses. Shi Yu felt proud of his cleverness, insisting that his approach was purely for economic reasons and not because he wanted to be lazy. He was confident that his Yetobimit iron-eating beast would understand his intentions. Copying these two skills had taken a toll on Shi Yu. But why only two? Because the skill manual seemed to have a limit after recording 5 skills. This frustrated Shi Yu. Even though he had anticipated a limit, starting with only 5 felt inadequate. Thankfully, he hadn't rushed to copy any low-level skills, which would have been a waste. Currently, the skill manual's limit was 5 skills. Shi Yu speculated that to increase the number of pages, he might need to elevate his beast tamer level, similar to developing a special beast tamer talent. Enhancing a beast tamer's abilities was quite straightforward. Through meditation, they could continuously strengthen, modify, and expand their beast space. The sturdier the beast space, the higher the level of pet beasts they could contract, and the stronger the bond with the pet beasts. The better the environment inside the beast space, the faster the pet beast would grow. The larger the beast space, the more pet beasts a beast tamer could contract. Beast tamers could choose to develop their beast space selectively based on their role, as not every aspect needed to be perfected. As the beast space upgraded, any accompanying special beast tamer talents would also be enhanced accordingly. The 3-month internship flew by in the blink of an eye. In the dormitory of intern caretakers at the Icefield City's pet beast breeding base, most of the interns were busy packing their belongings. Shi Yu stood by the window, watching his peers gather in small groups to pack, a look of anticipation on his face. For him, the end of the internship meant he could finally pursue his own path. Reflecting on this period, Shi Yu had been particularly diligent and hardworking. While other interns played cards in their free time, he chose to be alone, which seemed antisocial but was actually quite intentional. He used this time to bond with the pet beasts, hone his telepathic abilities, and seize opportunities to secretly learn new skills. If it weren't for the skill guide's storage limit, he reckoned he could have copied dozens of skills by now. Shi Yu discovered that combining telepathy with the skill guide produced surprisingly effective results. He planned that in the future, when encountering powerful extraordinary creatures, he would use telepathy to get close to them and then use the skill guide to learn from theme-up perfect combination. After receiving his internship certificate, Shi Yu packed his bags and left the breeding base with a heart full of joy. Although he lost the convenient place to copy skills, the upcoming journey as a beast tamer filled him with excitement. He resolved to become a professional beast tamer within a year for a better life. Sunlight pierced through the thin clouds, shining on Shi Yu. He took one last look at the breeding base, feeling a tinge of reluctance. Although the base sold various pet beast cubs, the prices were exorbitant and beyond his current budget. Shi Yu's Icefield City is one of the country's over 100 secondary cities. It is developed but also has a high cost of living. He decided to return to his hometown of Pingqing District, which, though suburban, has a thriving beast taming industry and offers discounts to locals purchasing pet beasts. After completing the necessary paperwork and obtaining all the certificates, Shi Yu set off for Pingqing District. Although the beast tide a decade ago inflicted severe damage there, today's Pingqing has been revitalized. Tall city walls have risen, and the presence of the Beast Tamer Association and Beast Tamer Corps has brought new vitality to the area. Upon returning to Pingqing, Shi Yu did not go straight home but headed directly to the Iron Bamboo breeding base. This is one of Pingqing's 3 major breeding bases, located in the Iron Bamboo Forest in the back hills, specializing in raising iron-eating beasts. Although it is not as large as the official base in Icefield City, its favorable policies are more appealing to Shi Yu. The Iron Bamboo breeding base is a family-run operation, home to about 800 iron-eating beasts. As a unique domestic pet beast, the number of artificially bred iron-eating beasts in the country may not exceed 5,000, and they are even rarer internationally. Sure, you felt a surge of joy, eager for the Beast Tamer journey that lay ahead. After arriving near the hills of Pingching district by bus, Sure you prepared to hike up the mountain. The mountain had a well-maintained path, serving both as a breeding base and a tourist attraction during specific times. However, it was not a tourist day, and the surroundings were unusually quiet. Sure, you soon reached the gate of the iron bamboo breeding base. This was the only entrance, with the rest of the area sealed off. He glanced at the nearby pavilion and walked over. Inside, an elderly man with thinning hair, wrapped in a green coat, was engrossed in his newspaper. Noticing someone approaching, he adjusted his reading glasses and squinted to get a better look. Sure, you thought to himself, is this gatekeeper reliable? But he quickly reminded himself not to judge by appearances. For all he knew, this seemingly unreliable person could summon a dragon at will. Hello, Sure you raised his voice, fearing the elderly man might not hear him. I previously reserved a young iron-eating beast here and plan to complete the adoption procedures soon. I wanted to visit today for a preliminary look. Oh, the old man, despite his casual demeanor, was quite sharp. He immediately understood Shiryu's purpose. Hold on a moment. I'll notify the caretaker. With that, he picked up the phone on the desk and briefly explained the situation. Shiryu didn't have to wait long before a nearly 2-meter tall, black and white, plump figure with a short tail waddled towards him from inside the breeding area. Shiryu stared at the creature that resembled a standing giant panda and fell into deep thought. The peculiar figure opened the gate, approached Shiryu, and pointed to the badge on its chest. It read staff. Hello, it said in a low voice that was hard to identify as male or female, rubbing its paws together. Shiryu was at a loss for words, thinking, can't there be normal employees around here? Sensing Shiryu's confusion, the staff member explained, no need to be surprised. This is just a life-sized iron-eating beast costume. It's the fact that you're wearing a costume in this heat that's surprising. Who in their right mind wears a costume in this weather? Shiryu couldn't help but retort. I'm Lin Xiuzhu, a staff member here. I'm Shiryu, he replied. But doesn't wearing that make you hot? No choice, it's to better understand the mindset of the iron-eating beasts, Lin Xiuzhu explained. To raise them well, you need to fully understand them. It's a basic skill for a caretaker. Shiryu chuckled internally, thinking, yeah, right? Whatever you say. Whatever makes you happy. I recall from the records that you're also a graduate of the breeding program, Mr. Shiryu. No wonder you understand me, Lin Xiuzhu said, evidently familiar with the client's background. Yes, but I'm just a rookie at the moment. Far behind you, Senior Lin. Shiryu detected the female voice and guessed she was also a breeding program graduate, addressing her as senior in hopes of building rapport and gaining some perks. You're too kind. Anyone can try this method, Lin Xiuzhu said. Once you adopt your pet beast, I can offer you 2 costume sets at a discount. Shiryu was taken aback. A discount is still not free. Are you a business genius? I don't want them. He decided not to voice his thoughts yet, planning to decline after choosing a pet beast. He mused, it's one thing to bundle food sales, but selling cosplay outfits too? Lin Xiuzhu then led Shiryu into the nearby pavilion and began removing the costume. It was only then that Shiryu saw her true appearance. Lin Xiuzhu was a poised woman in her mid-20s, with delicate features and a tall, slender figure. Her long black hair slightly disheveled from wearing the costume. However, she didn't seem to mind and appeared quite at ease. Shiryu noticed that even Lin Xiuzhu's clothing under the costume matched the iron-eating beast theme. White shorts with black spots and a loose black and white hoodie with panda ears on the hood. He was tempted to ask, just how much do you love pandas? While secretly guessing if she might try to sell him a set of those clothes too. Let's get you registered first. Did you bring all the necessary documents? Lin Xiuzhu asked, exhaling deeply. Acquiring and adopting a pet beast from the breeding base involved a complex process, especially for someone like Shiryu, who was purchasing on loan. The base required all certification documents to be complete, which could be quite time-consuming. Fortunately, Shiryu had prepared all the necessary documents back in Bingyuan City, so he should be well prepared. I have everything, Shiryu confirmed. With Lin Xiuzhu's assistance, Shiryu completed the registration and verified all the relevant documents. After the verification, Lin Xiuzhu nodded and said, you should be able to collect your pet beast today. Today? Can I choose now? Shiryu was pleasantly surprised. Lin Xiuzhu shook her head and explained, the reservation deposit doesn't specify an individual. So, choosing which iron-eating beast cub is up to the beastmaster, as a connection between the two is important. She paused and continued, you came quite late. If you had arrived earlier, you might have had more options. As it stands, only 1 cub is left from this batch, and it has some issues with its physique and temperament. Shiryu was taken aback, thinking, what kind of situation is this? Is this plot twist making me the protagonist? The environment at the Iron Bamboo breeding base is vastly different from that of the Bingyuan City breeding base. Here, the landscape is dominated by rolling mountains covered in dense bamboo forests. As Shi Yu stepped into the base, he was surrounded by lush greenery, and the fresh scent of bamboo leaves filled the air. He couldn't help but marvel at the world's many wonders, where seemingly contradictory ecosystems coexist harmoniously. Upon closer inspection, these phenomena often originate from the unique powers of extraordinary creatures. In comparison, the environment at the Iron Bamboo breeding base appears much more normal. The fertile soil nurtures a thriving forest, where iron bamboo grows abundantly, and crystal-clear mountain springs babble, creating an ideal habitat for the iron-eating beasts. At this moment, Shi Yu was following the caretaker, Lin Xiuzhu, into the breeding area. Although there was only one cub left to choose from, he needed to see it for himself. After all, he couldn't afford to wait another year for the next batch of iron-eating beast cubs to mature. With this thought, Shi Yu sighed, reflecting on the challenges of life. Lin Xiuzhu explained that the Iron Bamboo breeding base housed not only cubs but also many adult iron-eating beasts. However, for a novice beast master like Shi Yu, his abilities were only sufficient to form a bond with a cub. The adult beasts were clearly beyond his current capabilities. As they walked, Shi Yu noticed numerous iron-eating beasts resting alone, all lazily asleep. Some were curled up in grassy nests, others hugged tree trunks, and a few lounged on branches, making the entire breeding area remarkably tranquil. Lin Xiuzhu explained as they walked, it's not their active season yet. Older iron-eating beasts are usually quiet around this time, while the younger ones are more lively. Before long, Shi Yu finally spotted a notably smaller iron-eating beast. It was less than a meter long, petite, and about a year old, just starting to live independently from its mother. Beastmasters typically reserve cubs of this age, as they are not too young to care for and can establish a good bonding relationship. Is it this one? Shi Yu's eyes lit up when he saw the little iron-eating beast, thinking that his 3-month wait was finally worth it. The cub had soft black and white fur, a short tail that gently swayed, making it particularly adorable. Noticing Shi Yu and Lin Xiuzhu's arrival, it looked at them with lively eyes framed by large black circles on its round cheeks. Yes, Lin Xiuzhu confirmed with a nod. It looks pretty normal to me, Shi Yu remarked. Just as he spoke, the cub turned its gaze away from them, not wanting to be disturbed. Suddenly, it dashed forward and slammed into a tree trunk, bouncing back and rolling several times before coming to a stop. Shi Yu couldn't help but add, well, maybe not the brightest. Lin Xiuzhu sighed, covering her forehead, and explained. This cub faced some issues at birth, and its development wasn't smooth, making it slightly weaker than other cubs. While its peers awaken their hardening abilities before turning one, this one hasn't yet. Usually, the earlier a pet of the same species awakens its abilities, the better its innate talent. A slow awakening indicates poorer talent, which is why this cub was left unchosen. She continued, due to these individual differences, its personality has also become different from other iron-eating beasts. Their behavior is quite similar to that of giant pandas, spending half their time eating and the rest mostly sleeping. Generally, iron-eating beasts are gentle and avoid showing their faces, rarely attacking others. This makes them suitable for novice beastmasters to train. But because of its unique experiences, this cub became impatient and started to change its habits, becoming unusually disciplined, even training itself to awaken its hardening ability faster. It's a rare ambitious, non-lazy iron-eating beast, though its talent is lacking. However, after evolving, iron-eating beasts are relatively intelligent compared to other pets. The headbutting is its method of building physical strength. After listening, Shi Yu summarized, so, this cub has particularly poor talent, but is very diligent and hardworking. With nothing else going for it except its ambition? He smiled as he spoke. Lin Xiuzhu responded with a hint of helplessness. Well, that's a bit exaggerated. But essentially, yes. But don't worry, it's just a late bloomer. If nurtured in the beast space, it can quickly catch up. Plus, such a disciplined iron-eating beast is quite rare. This kind of personality is generally a plus. Lin Xiuzhu thought to herself. This personality had its downsides, like irregular routines leading to increased appetite, but keeping up with the training intensity made nutritional supplements essential. She turned to Shi Yu and asked, so, have you decided to take it? Shi Yu nodded in confirmation. Yes, I want it, he explained. While a normal iron-eating beast is fine, I don't want a pet that's just docile and sleeps all the time. That's too lazy, and one of me is enough, he added. Talent isn't really important. I have the skill guide. As everyone knows, hard work combined with a little help is the key. Lin Xiuzhu looked at Shi Yu with some confusion. Aren't beastmasters usually very concerned about their pets' talents? This iron-eating beast cub was left over for that reason. Shi Yu smiled back. I prefer a pet that works hard, and I think we'll get along well. Plus, I've already prepared a training regimen for it. He then asked, so, are there any discounts? Lin Xiaozhu shook her head helplessly but explained, knowing Shi Yu's situation, this iron-eating beast sleeps less, so it needs more food. There's no discount on the price. We treat all iron-eating beasts equally. However, if you choose it, we can offer you an extra month's supply of iron bamboo. She further explained that the iron bamboo breeding base was not only a breeding ground for iron-eating beasts, but also produced one of their favorite foods, iron bamboo. This mutated bamboo was as hard as steel and was essential for cultivating the iron-eating beast's hardening ability, making it quite expensive. Considering the beast's large appetite, a month's supply of iron bamboo was indeed a nice bonus. After Shi Yu thanked her sincerely, Lin Xiaozhu approached the little iron-eating beast that had been dazed by the impact. She crouched down, smiled at it and said, 11. Finally a beast master has chosen you. Are you happy? The little iron-eating beast sat up silently, blinking at Shi Yu in the distance. Though it was delighted to be recognized by a beast master, it suddenly stood up, raised its arms and shouted, iron-eating beasts, never slaves. I can grow stronger on my own. With that, it turned to run away, planning to flee right in front of the staff. Iron-eating beasts, fearless. Who needs a beast master? However, it had barely taken a few steps before Lin Xiaozhu grabbed it by the neck and lifted it up. Shi Yu, who had the ability to communicate telepathically, thought, not bad, quite spirited. Lin Xiaozhu sighed and pinned the problematic iron-eating beast to the ground. Despite being a girl, her strength was surprisingly great, clearly marking her as a beast master. After forming a contract with a pet, the pet's power would enhance the beast master's mental strength and physical fitness. Lin Xiaozhu seriously told the iron-eating beast cub, listen, if you run away, you won't have any food. As a beast master's pet, your growth rate will be several times faster, and you'll quickly awaken the hardening ability you couldn't before. Plus, you'll have a more comfortable environment and a richer variety of food. It's much better than staying here. The iron-eating beast cub paused, looking at Shi Yu in confusion. Shi Yu was silent for a moment before saying, room and board included. He silently added in his mind, as long as I can afford it. The iron-eating beast cub let out another howl, its expression more bewildered and conflicted. Better environment and food than the breeding base? Saliva unwillingly dribbled from its mouth. Ultimately, the benefits a beast master could provide outweighed its determined will, and the iron-eating beast cub reluctantly nodded. It thought, can't resist? Iron-eating beasts never slaves, fearless, unless room and board are included. The young iron-eating beast's cleverness pleased Shi Yu greatly. He observed the little creature transition from initial resistance to quickly accepting reality, feeling secretly delighted. After all, under his guidance, it would have access to a better environment and a variety of delicacies. Once he became a powerful beast tamer, wouldn't he have everything he desired? But first, this iron-eating beast would need to help him achieve his dream of becoming a formidable beast tamer. Turning to Lin Xiaozhu, the caretaker holding the young beast, Shi Yu asked, can we establish the contract now? Only by forming a mental bond would they truly become a beast tamer and their pet, allowing the unique abilities of the beast taming system to manifest. Lin Xiaozhu nodded, replying, yes, we can. She released her hold on the beast, adding, you perform the contract and I'll supervise. She breathed a sigh of relief. The little one, named 11, finally had someone willing to adopt it. While many beast tamers had dismissed it for its perceived lack of talent, Lin Xiaozhu disagreed. The young beast's weak constitution wasn't a major issue. It could recover with some time in the beast space. In her view, its resilience and desire for recognition, developed after repeated rejection, were its true talents. Having grown up at the iron bamboo breeding base, Lin Xiaozhu knew every iron-eating beast well. She had planned to care for 11 herself if no one adopted it. But now, with Shi Yu willing to take it in, it seemed like a good outcome for both parties. Considering that Shi Yu was a victim of the beast tie disaster in Pingxing 10 years ago, Lin Xiaozhu decided to gift him a month's supply of pet food. Though she was young at the time, she understood the disaster's impact on ordinary people. Shi Yu's chance to buy an iron-eating beast was partly due to his status as a victim. Lin Xiaozhu silently wished Shi Yu and 11 a brighter future, having grown attached to the beasts she had cared for so long. Shi Yu crouched down and gently spoke to the nervous young beast. From today, I'm your beast tamer. Let's work hard together. You're called 11 here, right? I'm Shi Yu, which sounds similar to your name, so we must be destined for each other. How about I keep calling you 11, or maybe Shi Yu? With that, Shi Yu closed his eyes and began to meditate. He envisioned the beast space within his Mindo white world surrounded by a transparent barrier, resembling a cloudscape. As Shi Yu communicated with the beast space and initiated the capture contract, a gentle breeze stirred, lifting dust from the ground. Two transparent circular formations appeared before Shi Yu, encasing the young beast between them. The formations emitted countless faint light specks, enveloping the young beast. Relax, don't struggle, Lin Xiaozhu advised. She sensed that Shi Yu wasn't exerting full force in the contract, meaning the binding wasn't strong and could be easily disrupted. Shi Yu watched the little creature intently. Enveloped in the white light, the young beast named 11 looked tense but didn't resist. At that moment, the mental connection between Shi Yu and the beast reached a new level. The young iron-eating beast could clearly sense Shi Yu's emotions. As Shi Yu gazed at the little creature, his eyes were filled with affection. Having lived 2 lifetimes as a solitary soul, he understood that this iron-eating beast might become his lifelong companion. He silently resolved to nurture this cub with the same care as one would a child, hoping it would grow strong and healthy. With a sigh, Shi Yu thought, I haven't even found a wife yet, and I've already got a pet that's harder to raise than a kid. Despite his nonchalant exterior, it was this sincerity that gradually eased the cub's wariness, allowing it to accept the bond. It seemed to fully acknowledge Shi Yu as its chosen beastmaster. As the iron-eating beast accepted him, a white light suddenly enveloped its body. At the same time, the array connecting to the beast's space began to ripple. Under these ripples, the cub, wrapped in white light, gradually transformed into a glow and vanished from the outside world, entering the beast's space. Everything happened so quickly that before Shi Yu could react, he felt a warm current flow through his entire body. Initially, he felt a wave of fatigue, but it was quickly replaced by a sense of rejuvenation, as if he were more energized and stronger than before. While Shi Yu was still processing these sudden changes, Lin Xiuju's voice came from behind him. Congratulations on successfully forming a contract with the iron-eating beast. I suggest you let it get used to the beast space environment first. Try not to summon or recall it too frequently. If it adapts quickly, it should awaken its hardening ability within a week. All right, Shi Yu instinctively nodded in response, becoming aware of the changes in himself. With the successful contract of his first pet, he had not only become a true beastmaster but also immediately received feedback from the pet's power, enhancing his mental strength and physical condition. Although the iron-eating beast cub was still quite weak, the experience was novel and exciting for Shi Yu. What delighted Shi Yu the most, however, was the change in his skill index. The number of skills he could record had increased with the successful contract. What's up? Lin Xiuju noticed Shi Yu's unusual behavior and asked. Shi Yu quickly replied, nothing, just feeling a bit unaccustomed to the physical enhancements. Lin Xiuju chuckled and explained, it's normal to feel that way the first time. You'll get used to it. Now, let's proceed with the final paperwork. We'll give you a care manual, and you'll need to provide your address so we can regularly deliver fresh iron bamboo as agreed. Since it needs to stay fresh, it's not suitable for bulk storage. Once you run out, you're welcome to place another order, though it will be charged then. That's all fine, Shi Yu said. Actually, Sister Lin, I have a favor to ask. Oh, could I take a tour around here? I want to better understand the real living environment of iron-eating beasts to raise mine well. Of course, no problem. Lin Xiuju readily agreed. You can bring the iron-eating beast back anytime. After all, this is its home. But no freeloading on meals. I promise I won't, Shi Yu assured her quickly, then asked, by the way, can I touch the iron-eating beasts here? Generally, it's okay, Lin Xiuju explained. Since this is a tourist spot, the iron-eating beasts are quite docile. Plus, with your telepathy talent, you have even less to worry about. Great, Shi Yu thought excitedly, forming a plan. Instead of waiting a week, he decided to get the hardening ability for the iron-eating beast today, letting it see the prowess of its beastmaster. This was the first step in raising it, make it admire you, and teaching it becomes easier. Shi Yu's mind buzzed with more ideas. I wonder if the adult iron-eating beasts here have any rare skills beyond their racial abilities? No matter, I'll get the hardening ability first. 2 hours later, Shi Yu walked out of the iron bamboo breeding base, brimming with joy. A new skill had been added to the 6th page of his guidebook. Hardening. Skill level. Low tier. Description. A metal-based skill that can harden the body like an invisible armor, potentially boosting attack power. Status. No current teaching target. The process of copying the hardening skill went surprisingly smoothly. Shi Yu only needed to do something simple. Feed a wild iron-eating beast. Unlike the cubs that hadn't awakened the hardening ability, adult iron-eating beasts would first use the hardening skill to armor their teeth before gnawing on the steel-hard iron bamboo. This method significantly increased their eating efficiency, allowing them to crunch through a stalk with ease. Shi Yu handed over a piece of iron bamboo and gently stroked the creature's fur, acquiring the skill effortlessly. At least I won't need to come back for a month, Shi Yu thought with relief, feeling like he had finally become a true beast tamer. As he left the base, Shi Yu not only took with him the iron-eating beast cub numbered 11, but also carried a backpack full of premium bamboo shoots for 11's meals the next day. The mutated plants here were rich in nutrients, comparable to some meats. Given the iron-eating beast's unique digestive system, as long as the quality of bamboo was high, they didn't need to consume dozens of pounds a day like ordinary giant pandas to get enough nutrition. Despite this, iron bamboo was just the most basic food. Shi Yu knew there were surely more expensive upgrades available, but he might not be able to afford them at the moment. I need to make money, he resolved. As a beast tamer, my first task is to figure out how to earn money. I don't mind for myself, but 11 needs to grow strong quickly, and skills alone aren't enough. Nutrition must keep up. With these thoughts in mind, Shi Yu hurried home, eager to settle in with 11. Although Pingqing had many tall buildings, Shi Yu's old home was a spacious courtyard house. For a newly minted beast tamer like him, it was more suitable than a high-reseth open space was perfect for a training ground, saving him the trouble and expense of renting one. Upon returning home, Shi Yu dropped his luggage and found the house covered in dust. Deciding to clean up, he realized working alone was too slow. An idea struck him. Panda 11, my partner. It's my turn, summon. As soon as he spoke, a translucent circular array appeared before Shi Yu. From the ripples like water, iron-eating Beast 11 slowly crawled out. As an apprentice beast tamer, Shi Yu's space barrier and summoning array were nearly colorless and transparent. Freshly emerged from the beast space, 11 seemed a bit bewildered, as if just waking up. It quickly shook its body, fluffing its soft black and white fur, then turned to look at Shi Yu. 11 wagged its short tail gently and nuzzled against Shi Yu's leg, showing a natural affection. This mental connection was more intimate than blood ties, warming Shi Yu's heart. It seems much more obedient now. Shi Yu smiled with satisfaction, like a loving father. Come on, let me teach you the hardening ability. He decided to train 11 first, preferring to clean up by himself rather than tire out the adorable creature. Roar! 11 stood up, reacting to the word hardening. It extended its paw, and in the next moment, its black fur turned even darker and more rigid, glistening with a metallic sheen. The hardening ability. It turned out that after a brief rest in the beast space, 11 naturally awakened this ability. The space was cozy and warm, making hunger unnoticeable and improving sleep quality, leaving it alert and refreshed. The hardening skill, which had previously been elusive, was mastered after a nap. Shi Yu was dumbfounded, rubbing his eyes repeatedly to confirm the change in 11's paw. What? You learned it on your own? I was just about to teach you, and you've already awakened it? He was both amused and exasperated, recalling Lin Xiaoju's earlier prediction that it might take a week to awaken. He couldn't help but doubt her expertise. Though pleased with 11's progress, Shi Yu felt a tinge of disappointment, as he had hoped to see 11's admiring expression after mastering the skill. Well, let's clean the courtyard then, Shi Yu said reluctantly. Roar! 11 tilted its head, looking confused. Seeing this expression, Shi Yu shook his head. Never mind, cleaning can wait. An idea suddenly popped into Shi Yu's mind. He recalled that the skill atlas could not only teach new skills but also enhance the proficiency of skills already learned. This discovery thrilled him, as skill proficiency is crucial in nurturing pet beasts. Shi Yu opened the basic breeding manual for pandas given by Lin Xiaoju, and began to read it carefully. The manual detailed the 5 stages of skill proficiency: basic, familiar, proficient, perfect, and mastery, corresponding to beginner, competent, expert, flawless, and transcendent levels. His gaze fell on 11, thinking about how its newly acquired hardening ability was only at the beginner stage, allowing only partial hardening. According to the manual, it typically takes a month of diligent training to advance a low-level skill from beginner to competent. Shi Yu couldn't help but wonder if using the skill atlas for teaching once could equate to several days of training. However, he quickly remembered a potential issue: the use of the skill atlas for teaching would consume his energy. Shi Yu felt a bit frustrated with his earlier eagerness, worried that exhausting himself over a low-level skill would be problematic. After some consideration, Shi Yu decided to experiment with the lowest level skill in the skill atlas, silk thread, which was ungraded. Unfortunately, there was no compatibility between the panda and the silk thread skill, making teaching impossible. Just then, Shi Yu's attention was caught by a silkworm on the persimmon tree in the yard. The frail silkworm looked malnourished, unlike its well-fed counterparts at the pet beast base. Shi Yu had an idea and decided to use it as his test subject. Get it down, gently, Shi Yu instructed. Upon hearing the command, 11, though puzzled by the weak opponent, quickly climbed the tree and swiped down the branch holding the silkworm. The silkworm fell with the branch, utterly bewildered. Yay, I won! 11 exclaimed excitedly, feeling proud of its first victory. Well done. Shi Yu praised at the right moment, knowing how important timely encouragement is in nurturing pet beasts. Meanwhile, the poor silkworm was utterly confused, staring blankly at the peculiar duo of master and pet. The level of this green silkworm is roughly at the first stage. Shi Yu looked at the green silkworm, a hint of professional insight glinting in his eyes. Thanks to 3 months of internship experience, he had delved deeply into the study of such pet beasts, filling several notebooks with growth data. Upon closely observing the patterns on the green silkworm, Shi Yu noticed it had only one marking, indicating it had awakened just once. This meant it was still a rookie with very low combat power. For this reason, Shi Yu felt confident enough to approach it. In this world, the strength of pet beasts is measured in two dimensions: growth level and species level. Growth level represents overall strength, while species level reflects growth potential. The green silkworm before him was at the first stage of growth level, the awakening stage. This is the phase where most pet beasts begin to awaken their species skills. Every awakening enhances a pet beast's physical attributes and energy limits, and might even unlock new species skills. After 10 awakenings, a pet beast could potentially evolve into a truly extraordinary creature. Beast Tamers usually denote these 10 awakening stages with levels from 1 to 10. Shi Yu's iron-eating beast had already reached level 3, whereas this green silkworm remained at level 1. However, the number of awakenings isn't the only measure of strength. Among pet beasts of the same growth level, those with a higher species level are usually stronger unless a lower species pet beast has mastered a special skill. The advantage of green silkworms might lie in their rapid growth, given their short lifespan. However, this green silkworm was currently so weak that it couldn't control its own fate, making it a perfect subject for Shi Yu's experiments. Suddenly, the green silkworm was roughly thrown to the ground. Although it wasn't injured due to its light weight, the iron-eating beast's branch-breaking paw certainly frightened it. Once it regained its senses, the green silkworm widened its eyes in terror at the giant, Shi Yu, and the iron-eating beast that had leaped down from the tree. Instinctively, it wanted to flee, not even considering using its silk to resist. However, Shi Yu was quicker. He lunged forward and grabbed the fleeing green silkworm. At this point, the green silkworm finally began to fight back. Silk. A white thread sprayed from the green silkworm's mouth, instantly wrapping around Shi Yu's hand. But with ease, Shi Yu pulled the silk apart. His 3 months of internship had made him adept at handling such silk. Your silk is still too weak. Do you think you're Don Quixote the green silkworm? Shi Yu teased. The green silkworm looked at Shi Yu in fear, its small body trembling. Although it was an extraordinary creature, its intelligence was low, capable of only instinctual emotional responses. Nevertheless, Shi Yu's telepathy worked, making the green silkworm feel a slight threat, keeping it from acting rashly. Shi Yu stared at the green silkworm in his hand, summoning the skill manual in his mind, flipping to the second page. He selected the least useful skill among the 6, the silk skill, intending to teach it to this green silkworm. Even though the green silkworm was naturally capable of using silk, Shi Yu decided to give it a try. Teach? Shi Yu murmured softly, feeling a bit nervous as it was his first attempt at using the manual's teaching function. What happened next surprised Shi Yu. Instead of the green silkworm directly learning the skill, his hands began to glow. The light flowed like water from Shi Yu's hands to the green silkworm, eventually enveloping its entire body. When the light faded, Shi Yu felt a portion of his energy drained, leaving him feeling exhausted, hungry, and sleepy. However, the subsequent transformation instantly revitalized him. The green silkworm's body began to visibly develop right before his eyes. The green silkworm was undergoing its second awakening, with a second line slowly appearing on its body. Shi Yu quickly set it down to observe closely. The little eyes of the silkworm flickered with confusion. As the halo merged into its body, it felt a sudden surge in physical strength and energy capacity, as if it had instantly become a more powerful insect. In its hazy consciousness, the silkworm seemed to have experienced countless uses of its silk, and this sudden influx of experience made it more adept at controlling its silk. Although the silkworm's intelligence was limited and it couldn't comprehend what was happening, it instinctively sensed that it had grown stronger. Yet, at that moment, its only thought was to escape Shi Yu's clutches. The silkworm was oblivious to Shi Yu being its benefactor, and just wanted to find a safe place to enjoy the breeze. It wriggled its body again, attempting to flee, but was once more intercepted by Shi Yu. Chirp, the silkworm spat out white threads of silk, launching a second round of resistance. However, the silk was easily torn apart. Even though Shi Yu was feeling a bit weak, dealing with the silkworm was still well within his capabilities. In the silkworm's despairing gaze, Shi Yu subdued it once more. This time, the silkworm simply gave up struggling and curled up to the side. While engaging in this little battle of wits with the silkworm, Shi Yu was keenly observing the changes. He noticed that the silk strength had indeed improved, and its use had become more skillful. Judging by the marks on his hand, Shi Yu concluded that the silkworm's silk skill had advanced from a beginner level to a proficient level. This level of silk strength could now rival that of the high-quality silkworms nurtured with spiritual plants at the Bingyuan City breeding base. The improvement in the silkworm's silk skill proficiency was expected by Shi Yu, but its overall growth level was a surprise. Shi Yu speculated that the silkworm's deeper understanding of its innate skills might have driven its overall strength up, leading to this second awakening and transformation. Alternatively, during the teaching process, he might have inadvertently transferred a portion of his energy to the silkworm. Regardless, these changes left Shi Yu pleased with the skill book's effectiveness. However, when he opened the skill book, his expression changed abruptly. All the pages had dimmed, and a countdown of an 8-hour cooldown appeared below each skill status bar. Shi Yu was taken aback, not expecting the skill book to have a cooldown. Upon reflection, it seemed reasonable. Although the consumption from teaching the level-less silk skill was within his limits, it wasn't negligible. This cooldown appeared to be a protective mechanism to prevent him from overexerting himself with the skill book. An 8-hour cooldown meant he needed to have a meal and a good night's sleep to recover. Shi Yu realized that to fully utilize the skill book, he needed to improve his own stamina. If a level-less skill required an 8-hour recovery, low-tier skills might take 12 days. What about mid-tier, high-tier, or even super-tier skills? Suddenly, Shi Yu felt the skill book wasn't as wonderful as it seemed. The pets got to enjoy the benefits, while he bore the exhaustion. He began to ponder whether consuming high-nutrition foods could speed up his recovery. If feasible, preparing some nutritional supplements in advance might allow him to quickly replenish his state after teaching skills. After all, there were special nutritional products for pets, so there must be similar items for beast tamers. Shi Yu glanced at the nearby iron-eating beast, who seemed oblivious to what its tamer had just gone through. I brought back some bamboo shoots from the breeding base. Tonight, we'll have bamboo shoot stir-fry with white rice, Shi Yu said. Iron bamboo stalks are tough, but bamboo shoots are edible for humans and have higher nutritional value than common vegetables. I think I need to replenish myself well, so I can be in top shape to teach you the hardening skill tomorrow. Upon hearing bamboo shoots, the iron-eating beast's eyes lit up with excitement. But soon, it realized a serious issue. Roar! The iron-eating beast let out a wail. Weren't the bamboo shoots meant for me to eat? After the experiment, Shi Yu felt utterly exhausted, his stomach growling and eyes heavy. He had planned to tidy up the courtyard and his room, but his current state clearly wouldn't allow it. Forget it. I'll just make do for tonight and deal with it tomorrow, he thought to himself, glancing at the clock on the wall. It's getting late. I should start preparing dinner. Turning to 11, he said. 11, take a rest for a while. I'll call you when dinner's ready. The panda-like creature behind the tree shook its head vigorously, eyes gleaming with determination. It thought, rest? No way. I've just awakened my hardening ability. How can I waste time now? I'm already far behind other pandas of my age. I must train hard. I won't feel at ease eating dinner unless I've completed 2 hours of training. With telepathic abilities, Shi Yu immediately sensed 11's thoughts and was taken aback. Lin Xiuzhu, the caretaker, was right. This panda is indeed unusual. It wants to enjoy a good meal but feels uneasy eating without training first? That's just too disciplined. Shi Yu tried to persuade. There's no need to rush. Today is a special case. It's okay to take a good rest. However, the panda remained firm, shaking its head vigorously. Feeling helpless, Shi Yu relented. All right then, go ahead and practice your hardening ability in the yard. Roared 11 nodded in agreement, completely forgetting that Shi Yu also needed to eat its bamboo shoots. Its expression turned serious as it surveyed its surroundings, eyes settling on the courtyard wall. Seeing this, Shi Yu's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly intervened. Wait. First, practice maintaining and controlling your hardening ability. Try to quickly harden a specific part in the shortest time possible. Leave everything else for later. Shi Yu explained that the method for training the hardening ability was quite simple, with detailed instructions in the care manual given by Lin Xiuzhu. It mainly involved 4 aspects: duration, coverage, speed, and intensity of hardening. 11's earlier gaze indicated it wanted to train the intensity aspect, which typically required getting hit or breaking objects with its body. Worried about the potential damage to his home, Shi Yu quickly stopped the eager panda and suggested it start with less destructive techniques like maintaining and controlling the ability. 11 scratched its face and nodded in agreement. Shi Yu breathed a sigh of relief, though he felt a bit conflicted. While a self-disciplined pet was generally a good thing, why did he still feel so drained? After arranging things with the panda, Shi Yu turned to the Qing insect in the corner. He took out a bundle of wire and, using tools, crafted a simple cage, placing the insect inside. As he looked at the Qing insect, a money-making idea crossed Shi Yu's mind. The insect silk had a wide range of uses, from clothing and medicine to industrial applications. Although there were dedicated production facilities for insect silk, the highest quality silk often came from Qing insects raised by professional beast tamers. Shi Yu considered that since he could easily enhance the insect's skill proficiency, why not use this to earn some money? He could raise the panda while taking time to cultivate the Qing insect, improving its silk skill to a perfect level. In doing so, he could potentially sell the high-quality silk at a good price, alleviating his family's financial burden. The Qing insect in the cage seemed to sense something, lying down dejectedly. Shi Yu looked at it and thought to himself, sorry, it's just out of necessity. He couldn't help but think that if it were a more intelligent pet, it would probably jump at the chance to quickly improve its skills. As night fell, Shi Yu's plan began to take shape. After dinner, both Shi Yu and the iron-eating beast were exhausted. The frequent use of its hardening ability during training had drained 11's energy. After wolfing down its food, Its round body immediately flopped to the ground, falling into a deep sleep. Despite being in an unfamiliar environment, 11 slept soundly and peacefully. In its dreams, its lips curled into a rare smile, one not often seen when awake. Shi Yu watched the iron-eating beast sleep, a smile tugging at his lips. Even in its slumber, 11 smacked its lips, as if savoring the memory of its meal. Shi Yu mused. This unique personality, apart from its innate talent, might also stem from its unusual experiences. Despite being a glutton, it insists on completing its training before eating. Could it be because it's afraid of being abandoned again for not trying hard enough? As a beast tamer, Shi Yu seemed to sense 11's inner anxieties. To the iron-eating beast, not being chosen or recognized before was due to its poor performance. Silently, Shi Yu promised in his heart, "Don't worry, no matter what, I won't abandon you." He thought about how it's common for beast tamers to replace their beasts, especially as they grow and often swap lower-grade beasts for higher-grade ones. Shi Yu wasn't sure what level he would reach in the future, but he resolved never to abandon any contracted beast, even if their species rank was low. Worst case, he would risk everything to learn a couple of divine skills. A question suddenly crossed Shi Yu's mind. Does the iron-eating beast have a path to evolution? He honestly didn't know. Then, Shi Yu returned 11 to the beast's space, where it could rest and recover better. Afterward, Shi Yu lay down on his own bed, lost in thought. Suddenly, an idea popped into his mind. Why not leave it out here? I've never experienced using a giant panda as a pillow. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the curtains, filling the room with a warm glow. Outside, the sounds of birds and cicadas created a lively symphony. Shi Yu woke up naturally, groggily got up, and went through his morning routine in a mechanical manner before collapsing back onto the bed. Suddenly, he remembered he had something to do today and mumbled to himself, "Oh right, I need to head out later." At this point, he was feeling much better. He glanced at his skill index and saw that the 8th hour cooldown had reset, meaning he could use the skill teaching ability again. Today, he planned to try teaching the hardening skill, but considering that even non-level specific skills required an 8th hour recovery, the energy needed for lower tier skills must be even greater. To prepare, he decided to buy some nutritional supplements before using the skill. Reflecting on yesterday's research, Shi Yu realized that the cooldown time for the skill index wasn't entirely fixed but was related to his current physical state. By consuming supplements or getting deep rest, he could accelerate the cooldown. This discovery brought him relief, and he thought about always carrying a cup of Fantasy World goji berries and a box of vitality pills, which might even help him handle mid to high tier skills. Besides, once he became a beast master, his physical condition would gradually improve, and the difficulty of using the teaching skill might just be temporary. Still, I should pace myself, Shi Yu joked to himself. I don't want to rely on an iron-eating beast to wheel me into battle during a beast master competition. He communicated telepathically with his little iron-eating beast, 11. You can keep sleeping inside. I'll let you out after I finish shopping. With that, Shi Yu resisted the temptation to go back to sleep and decided to head out. As he walked into the yard, Shi Yu suddenly remembered something and looked up at the persimmon tree. On a branch of the left tree hung a bird cage, inside which the cicada had already woken up and was leisurely munching on leaves. The cage now contained a pile of persimmon leaves, with a few half-eaten ones scattered about. Shi Yu guessed that the cicada had used its silk to gather these leaves, given that its silk skill was at a proficient level. The cicada paid no attention to Shi Yu, staring blankly at the sky while eating its leaves. Shi Yu couldn't help but wonder at its odd behavior. While other cicadas were focused on growth and evolution, this one seemed content with eating the low-nutrient persimmon leaves, showing no ambition. If he hadn't taught it the silk skill using the skill index, this malnourished cicada might never have managed a second molt before the end of its lifespan. I should pick some common plants on my way back to improve its diet, Shi Yu thought. I can't afford those expensive spirit plants and exotic fruits, but there are always plenty of ordinary plants by the roadside. He hoped the cicada would hold on, as once it reached level 10, it would have the chance to cocoon and evolve. The more skilled it became with its silk, the higher the chances of a successful evolution, with more significant individual differences. As long as it stayed safely in the birdcage, this cicada might just defy the odds in the future. Walking through the streets of Pingxing, Shi Yu marveled at the significant changes. Aside from the towering buildings, the most noticeable difference was the people on the streets. Whether they were beast masters or not, almost everyone had a pet, which had become a trend in this world. In places where the beast master culture was more developed, the bond between people and their pets was even closer. Shi Yu saw a man riding a four-wheel cart, pulled by an ice-field dog which resembled a husky harnessed in front, energetically running. Wow, that's truly green transportation, natural and pollution-free, but a bit hard on the dog, he thought with amusement. Not far away, a girl was chasing after a mischievous gem cat, and the scene brought a smile to Shi Yu's face. If walking a dog is like riding a horse, then walking a cat is more like bullfighting. It's not so much that you walk the cat, but rather, it walks you. Shi Yu observed a person struggling to control their jewel cat on the street and couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Clearly, this owner wasn't a beast master and hadn't formed a contract with the jewel cat, treating it merely as a regular pet. The jewel cat, with its graceful form resembling a ragdoll cat from Earth, had a stunningly glossy coat. Although its combat abilities were slightly better than an azure silk bug, without evolution, it would remain just an ordinary pet. Shi Yu knew that possessing a rare cat's eye gem could grant the jewel cat different abilities, allowing it to evolve. The higher the quality of the gem, the stronger the power the jewel cat would gain. Shi Yu's attention quickly drifted away from the ordinary jewel cat. It showed no signs of evolution and was likely still in the basic nurturing stage. After all, cat's eye gems were more expensive than the jewel cats themselves. Over time, the price of these naturally scarce gems had skyrocketed, while the price of the breedable jewel cats continued to fall. While soaking in the atmosphere of Pingcheng, Shi Yu was on the lookout for a pharmacy. Eventually, he found himself at the Baikatang Grand Pharmacy, located 4 kilometers from his home. As he stepped inside, he noticed the glass cases filled with various boxed and bottled medicines, arranged similarly to those on Earth. The only difference might be that in this world, the pharmacy catered to both humans and beasts. "How can I help you today?" the young pharmacist at the counter asked warmly. Shi Yu noticed a sign on the wall, listing the types of medicinal materials the pharmacy purchased, including silk from azure silk bugs. "You buy silk here?" he asked curiously. "Yes," the pharmacist explained, "but we require high-grade silk spun by azure silk bugs that have been fed special medicinal materials. The silk must pass component testing before we purchase it. The specific types of medicinal materials are listed there for you to check." Shi Yu studied the list intently. He learned that the silk produced by azure silk bugs varied based on their diet. The pharmacy required silk with specific components and of high quality, equivalent to a proficiency level of mastery. If the silk reached a level of perfection, its price would be several times higher. Seeing the purchase prices, Shi Yu couldn't help but swallow hard. He calculated that if he could produce perfect quality silk from an azure silk bug, even after deducting the cost of food, he could support an iron eater. Opening a breeding farm could even lead to financial independence. "Are you a beast master? Looking to sell silk?" the young pharmacist asked casually, noticing Shi Yu's prolonged interest. Shi Yu snapped back to reality and pointed to a section, saying, "Not at the moment. I'll take 2 bottles of that medicine, please." The pharmacist looked puzzled, unsure why the customer had suddenly changed the topic. Shi Yu returned after buying the supplements. His backpack contained 2 bottles of Mingshun capsules and some highly nourishing foods, all prepared to help restore energy. Mingshun capsules are a common supplement made from parts of several plant-based extraordinary creatures. In this world, high-quality medicinal materials largely originate from such creatures, making their effects far superior to the ordinary plant extracts Shi Yu knew in his previous life. Upon arriving home, Shi Yu immediately summoned the iron-eating beast. The little creature appeared full of spirit, its round head swiveling constantly, eyes sparkling with excitement. It had clearly recovered from its earlier fatigue and seemed ready to dive into another round of training. Sensing the iron-eating beast's eagerness to train, Shi Yu raised an eyebrow. He advised, "Don't be in such a hurry to train. You need to balance work and rest, understand?" However, 11 shook its head in disagreement, believing that too much rest would delay its training schedule. Seeing the diligent iron-eating beast, Shi Yu decided to teach it the absolute sleep skill as soon as possible, so it could manage its post-training fatigue independently. For now, he planned to teach it the basic skill, hardening. 11. "Look here," Shi Yu called, capturing the iron-eating beast's attention as a white glow appeared on his right hand. He reached out to rub 11's head, transferring the glow from his hand to the little creature, which began to shimmer with a faint white light. This scene also caught the attention of the Qing meonworm in its cage. Under everyone's gaze, 11 accepted the skill proficiency boost, looking both bewildered and surprised. Meanwhile, Shi Yu felt a wave of weakness, as if he hadn't eaten for days. He quickly swallowed a Mingshun capsule, and within seconds, felt revitalized. 11. "Use hardening," Shi Yu instructed, watching the small iron-eating beast intently. 11's experience mirrored that of the Qing meonworm from the previous day, as if it had unconsciously used the hardening skill countless times, significantly improving its proficiency. With the command of the Beast Tamer, 11 tentatively activated its hardening ability. This time, a metallic sheen began at its claws and rapidly spread across its entire body. Within mere seconds, the small panda transformed into a fully armored creature, gleaming with a metallic luster. Judging by the intensity of the sheen, the degree of hardening seemed to have significantly improved. This sudden transformation not only left 11 astonished but also brought immense joy to Shi Yu. He immediately asked with concern, "Can you still move now?" 11 shook its head with difficulty, then withdrew from the hardened state. Its expression remained excited, yet it also showed confusion. How had it suddenly become so powerful? What exactly had Shi Yu done? Shi Yu fell into deep thought. He recalled the different proficiency levels of the hardening skill. The beginner level allowed partial hardening, while the proficient level enabled full body hardening, albeit with difficulty in movement. Nevertheless, this still represented a significant enhancement in the panda's hardening ability. After all, full body armor wasn't always necessary. Proficient level hardening could achieve multiple areas of partial hardening, providing both offensive and defensive benefits without sacrificing agility. Shi Yu realized that this teaching outcome mirrored the results he had achieved when instructing the Qing Mianchong caterpillar. Just by teaching a beginner-level skill, he could elevate the pet's proficiency to the proficient level. Although 11 hadn't reached the mastery-level full-body armor with free movement, the power of the skill manual was already evident. According to the basic cultivation guide provided by the Iron Bamboo Breeding Base, even with the assistance of a Beast Tamer, ample nutrition, and sufficient training time, an ordinary panda would need to train diligently for at least a month to raise its hardening ability to the proficient level. For wild pandas lacking resources, it might take a year of free-range living to reach this level. Shi Yu estimated that this enhancement had likely doubled 11's combat power. He looked expectantly at the small panda, waiting for an admiring gaze, and asked, "So, still eager to train? Impressed by my skills now?" However, while 11 was thrilled with its newfound abilities, it appeared puzzled by Shi Yu's question. It pondered why its hardening ability had improved so much without any effort on its part. What had the Beast Tamer done? This unearned proficiency left it feeling uneasy and unsettled. Seeing 11's reaction, Shi Yu was bewildered. "Should I take it back? This cost me a lot of energy." 11 immediately panicked, shaking its head vigorously. "Roar," its message was clear. "Don't take it back, it's fine as is." Although this proficiency came too suddenly and didn't align with its belief that effort equals reward, it resolved to make up for it through action. To punish itself for this unearned gain, it planned to undergo 24 hours of intense training, even foregoing sleep. Shi Yu was utterly dumbfounded. The panda's level of self-discipline completely exceeded his understanding. He couldn't help but remark, "I've never seen such a self-disciplined creature. Even after getting a boost, it still wants to earn it. If the authors of the novels I followed in my past life were half as disciplined as you, I'd never run out of books to read." Finally, Shi Yu advised with resignation, "Take it easy. 24 hours of intense training won't take you from beginner to proficient. It'll take you from beginner to buried." At noon, Shi Yu once again ate to his heart's content and casually opened the skill compendium. He frowned at the 24-hour cooldown display, realizing he would have to wait another day before the next round of skill teaching. After pondering for a moment, Shi Yu decided he needed to head out that afternoon. His gaze fell on 11, who was diligently training in the yard, and a smile naturally formed on his lips. This little panda's self-discipline was something he greatly admired. It seemed restless without training, and this positive attitude was one of the reasons Shi Yu liked it so much. He was secretly thankful he hadn't bonded with a lazy pet beast. Otherwise, he might not have been willing to invest so much effort in teaching skills. Despite the immense convenience brought by the skill compendium, Shi Yu knew he couldn't rely on it excessively. Basic training for pet beasts was equally important, as it not only strengthened the body but also honed the mind and willpower. However, since training was necessary, efficiency was key. Shi Yu decided to seek out some training equipment to enhance 11's training results. He stroked his chin, recalling the steep prices of pet beast training equipment, and began calculating how to find cost-effective training methods. After careful consideration, Shi Yu set out in the afternoon to search. Meanwhile, 11 focused on practicing the maintenance, expansion, and coverage of its hardening ability in the yard. Through relentless effort, its hardening skill had reached a proficient level, allowing it to maintain hardening for half a minute without being disrupted by moderate impacts. 11's main training goal now was to rapidly harden multiple parts simultaneously, which was crucial for combat. Once it mastered this technique, it could achieve both offense and defense. Although it couldn't currently train the intensity of hardening since the household items were too fragile to withstand the strain, 11's training volume remained substantial. This intense training also brought side effects. 11's appetite increased significantly, and its energy consumption in the beast space grew. Faced with this situation, Shi Yu began considering his next steps in cultivation. He realized that as a beast master, not only did he need to care for his pet beast and devise training plans, but he also had to continually enhance his own beast mastery abilities. Aside from innate talent, upgrading the beast space was an unavoidable task for every beast master. The strength, environment, and scale constituted the three main elements of the beast space, and a beast master could choose a strengthening route based on their circumstances. After weighing his options, Shi Yu decided to focus on improving the environmental quality of the beast space. After all, 11 was a pet beast nurtured by a formal breeding base, well-educated, and unlikely to resist a beast master. Moreover, Shi Yu had given it the freedom to choose when forming the contract, so there was no immediate need to worry about the restrictive attributes of the beast space. Furthermore, since he wasn't planning to contract a second pet beast at the moment, the scale of the beast space wasn't a priority. The urgent task was to create a comfortable growth environment for 11. With a high-quality beast space, absolute rest, and the support of the skill compendium, Shi Yu believed that as long as nutrition kept up, 11 would soon become a formidable force. Although food expenses might increase significantly, Shi Yu thought that if it meant 11 could grow quickly, it would all be worth it. The next day, Shi Yu sat in the yard with a thermos, deeply focused on meditating and working on enhancing the beast space environment. Not far away, 11 continued its diligent training of the hardening ability, displaying remarkable perseverance and focus. Occasionally, Shi Yu would open his eyes to check on the training progress of the little panda, meticulously noting every subtle change. This habit not only allowed him to enjoy the process of nurturing, but also made him more engaged in this new rhythm of life. In the birdcage up in the tree, the Qingmian worm also experienced a change in its diet. In addition to its usual persimmon leaves, today's menu included bamboo leaves, along with a cabbage leaf that Shi Yu casually tossed in after lunch. Days passed quietly, as Shi Yu and the little panda gradually adapted to this new lifestyle. Before they knew it, another fresh morning had arrived. Panda, roar. The excited cry of Shi shattered the morning calm. After a day of digestion and absorption, its hardening ability had reached a proficient level, resulting in a qualitative leap in its overall strength. Within the beast-taming space, Shi had completed its fourth awakening transformation, significantly enhancing its physical condition and internal energy, leaping to awakening level 4. Seeing Shi's progress filled Shi Yu with joy. As a beast tamer, he knew this meant he was one step closer to becoming a professional beast tamer. Great job. Today, I'll buy some delicious food. To celebrate, we'll add something special to your usual meal, Shi Yu said generously. Upon hearing this, Shi nodded enthusiastically, its eyes sparkling with anticipation. There's one more thing, Shi Yu continued. I think it's time to start focusing on training the hardening strength. However, you know the environment here isn't quite suitable for you to unleash your hardening ability destructively. Hearing this, Shi immediately showed a determined expression. It suggested with its gaze that they could use some tough equipment to strike it, which would not only train its hardening strength but might also yield better results. Shi expressed that it could endure the pain and was a brave panda. No way, I can't bring myself to hit you. Shi Yu shook his head, refusing, though secretly relieved he wouldn't have to do it himself. He didn't want to numb his own body by hitting this hardening creature. Just then, the doorbell rang. A few movers brought in a pile of high-strength alloy steel plates into Shi Yu's home. Seeing the floor covered in steel plates, Shi looked puzzled. Shi Yu explained, these are high-strength alloy steel plates. You can't smash the walls, but you can smash these. If you feel the force isn't enough, you can lay the steel plates on the ground, stack several layers, and then jump from the tree or rooftop to train using gravity. I call this the drop training method. You can also adjust the height you jump from to change the training intensity. Upon hearing this, Shi's eyes twinkled with excitement. It thought to itself, what a genius training method. How had it not thought of this? 11 gazed at its beast master, Shi Yu, with admiration. Such an intense and grueling training method could only be conceived by a genius. The little iron-eating beast felt both anticipation and worry about the upcoming hardening strength training. It knew that this kind of training would be physically taxing, and just imagining it brought a sense of pain. Although 11 was mentally prepared for injuries, understanding that avoiding them in training could lead to more severe wounds in battle, it was more concerned about how injuries might slow its training progress. If training efficiency were compromised, it would defeat the purpose. Seeing the contemplative look on the little iron-eating beast's face, Shi Yu's eyelid twitched slightly. Half-jokingly, he said, you've really thought this through. If you don't make it to the world's top 10 hardworking pets this year, I'll go smash the TV station. Then, Shi Yu reassured, don't worry, I've prepared a healing skill for you, so you can train with peace of mind. With that, he pulled up a new skill from his skill index. Skill, rapid healing. Skill level, intermediate. Description: a wood element healing ability that accelerates the recovery of ordinary injuries. Status: available for teaching. Shi Yu first swallowed 2 divine mind capsules, then, with a determined look, placed his glowing right hand on the little iron-eating beast's head and began a spiral massage. In fact, his skill index cooldown had reset the day before, and with 11 reaching level 4, his physical and mental attributes had improved. This gave Shi Yu the idea to try teaching an intermediate-level healing skill. As the glow gradually faded, the cooldown for the skill index reappeared, this time set to 48 hours. Shi Yu didn't mind, as long as it wasn't life-threatening. What pleased him was that the iron-eating beast seemed to have a good affinity for learning rapid healing. Seems like eating bamboo has given you a slight connection to the wood element, Shi Yu thought. Maybe this means the iron-eating beast has the potential to evolve towards a wood element direction, perhaps becoming a druid panda? From what Shi Yu knew, aside from the wood element, the iron-eating beast also had potential with lightning and fire abilities. In Pingxing, there were beast masters who successfully cultivated such skills in iron-eating beasts. Perhaps in the future, Shi Yu could explore this to expand his iron-eating beast skill set. After the teaching session, Shi Yu felt a wave of weakness. Even the divine mind capsules couldn't fully alleviate it. He decided that teaching the advanced skill, absolute sleep, would have to wait until he had trained his body for another month to avoid any mishaps. Shi Yu made a silent vow. One day, I'll develop the physique to take on an iron-eating beast barehanded. Meanwhile, as the skill index energy transformed its physique, the concept of rapid healing became clear in Eleven's mind. The remarkable effects of entry-level rapid healing instantly made Eleven aware of its potential. This scene reminded Eleven of a few days ago when its beast master did something that enabled it to learn a new ability. The little iron-eating beast looked at the weakened Shi Yu with bewilderment, its mind struggling to comprehend. Is this a healing ability? Eleven thought, suddenly realizing that this healing power felt almost too hot to handle, too unsettling. It understood that to live up to this ability, it had to start the falling training no matter what. Bang, bang, bang. Inside the room, Shi Yu lay peacefully. Outside, the sound of 11 colliding with alloy steel plates echoed continuously, along with the heart-wrenching cries of the Qingmian caterpillar in its cage. Witnessing 11's training methods left the Qingmian caterpillar deeply shocked, wondering, what kind of monsters are these people? Are they going to torment me like this too? In fact, it wasn't just the Qingmian caterpillar that was shocked. Shi Yu himself was a bit speechless. 11's acceptance of this training method was surprisingly high. Even though he had devised this training regimen, Shi Yu was now a bit scared. He couldn't help but ponder what kind of pet he would be raising in 10 years if he continued nurturing 11's personality like this. Shi Yu shook his head, deciding not to dwell on it. He realized that the dual training of hardening and rapid healing skills would definitely lead to an outrageous demand for nutritional food. He planned to rest for a bit before going out to purchase more supplies, as the food provided by the iron bamboo breeding base clearly wouldn't suffice for 11's monthly consumption. Too exhausted, Shi Yu drifted in and out of sleep, but the noise outside was too loud for him to fully rest. This led him into deep thought. Although he had been in this world for 3 months, lying in bed, Shi Yu still felt that something important was missing from his life. Being a beast master was indeed intriguing and fulfilling, but Shi Yu vaguely sensed that something essential was still absent from his life. The panda may be adorable, but Shi Yu's mind had already drifted elsewhere. His fingers instinctively searched his pocket, only to find it empty. 3 months without internet access had made him acutely aware of how essential a smartphone was. A vision popped into Shi Yu's mind. With just a few taps on a phone screen, training equipment, food, and medicine could be easily ordered online. In contrast, having to run errands for every purchase now was truly a hassle. This world wasn't technologically backward. It had all the modern devices like TVs, computers, and smartphones. However, Shi Yu, usually preoccupied with studying and internships, found little use for these gadgets and hadn't wanted to spend money on them. Despite still being short on cash now, Shi Yu silently vowed to himself that once he could afford it, he would equip himself with the best gear, especially a high-end smartphone capable of detecting pet energy levels. In reality, the technological level of this world was quite advanced, though not widely accessible. Not only had plants and animals evolved into extraordinary beings, but mechanical life forms had also emerged in recent years. In some countries, artificial intelligence had reached a remarkable level. Some beast tamers even chose mechanical life forms as their contracted pets, preferring to call themselves engineers. Shi Yu recalled what he knew about the beast tamer profession system. The term beast tamer was actually a broad term, and as history unfolded, different types of beast tamers acquired their own titles. Those who tamed dragons were called dragon tamers, those who communicated with the undead were known as spirit communicators, and those specializing in mechanical life forms were engineers. Though they all fundamentally belonged to the beast tamer category, these different titles created a complex hierarchy of professional disdain. In this hierarchy, spirit communicators were the least favored due to their dealings with the deceased. Engineers, on the other hand, due to their high entry requirements, often comprised high-intelligence individuals and maintained a distinct separation from ordinary beast tamers. Dragon tamers, with their powerful dragon pets, looked down on other branches with disdain. As for ordinary beast tamers like Shi Yu, they were the most common group, dealing with the more easily cultivated animal-type pets. Shi Yu found this childish professional disdain rather tedious. Despite being at the core of this disdain as an ordinary beast tamer, he wasn't bothered. Watching 11 train diligently, he thought, at this rate of training, it shouldn't be long before we can easily handle dragons. Shi Yu decided that once this round of training was over, he would take 11 to find a real opponent to properly test its strength. On July 7th, year 177 of the Alliance calendar, it had been 3.5 months since Shi Yu arrived in this world, and 4 days since he became a beast tamer. In these few short days, Shi Yu and his contracted pet beast, the iron-eating beast named 11, experienced a series of remarkable developments. On the first day, 11 awakened the hardening skill and won its first battle against the widely distributed Qingmian worm. On the second day, Shi Yu used the skill atlas to elevate 11's hardening skill from the beginner level to the proficient level. On the third day, 11 focused on daily training, continuously strengthening its hardening ability. By the fourth day, 11's growth level had jumped to level 4, and it learned the mid-level skill, high-speed healing, through the skill atlas. Shi Yu immediately began innovative fall training. This training method cleverly used steel plates as a training device and potential food source, killing two birds with one stone. If the steel plate remained intact, it indicated that 11's hardening intensity needed improvement. If damaged, it proved the training was effective. Shi Yu felt proud of his ingenuity. On the fifth and sixth days, Shi Yu had to rest and recover from the weakness caused by teaching high-speed healing. Meanwhile, 11's appetite surged, as frequent use of both skills was highly demanding, making it more reliant on the beast's space to quickly absorb nutrients from food. On the seventh day, Shi Yu was pleasantly surprised to discover that using the skill atlas not only caused weakness but also brought unexpected benefits. As long as nutrition kept up, each recovery period slightly enhanced his physique, as if he had undergone intense training. This realization changed Shi Yu's attitude toward frequent use of the skill atlas. That same day, Shi Yu used the skill atlas again to teach 11 the hardening skill. Although this session didn't elevate hardening to the master level, 11 became noticeably more adept at using it, quickly hardening multiple body parts simultaneously under various conditions without hindering its movement. This progress made 11 uneasy, prompting it to train harder, and for the first time, it left clear marks on alloy steel plates. On the eighth day, Shi Yu continued his recuperation. On the ninth day, he taught the hardening skill once more, and this time, 11's hardening skill finally reached the mastery level. Mastery level hardening allowed the iron-eating beast to move freely while fully hardened, making battle more fluid. As the skill improved, 11's growth level also increased to awakening level 5. The little iron-eating beast's unease grew stronger, and the marks it left during training became deeper. Shi Yu calculated that while it typically took a month of hard practice to reach proficiency in hardening, achieving mastery usually required a whole year. Yet, they had accomplished this in just a week, filling Shi Yu with confidence for the future. On the 10th day, Shi Yu rested again. He began contemplating the process of advancing the hardening skill from mastery to perfection. Perfect level hardening would allow the hardened material to flow like liquid within the iron-eating beast's body, concentrating on attack or defense areas as needed, greatly enhancing the efficiency of power use. Shi Yu speculated that reaching perfection might require more teaching sessions. He decided to experiment with the Qingmian worm first, as the cooldown period for teaching the silk skill was shorter. This decision marked the beginning of a new round of training for Shi Yu and 11, as their journey of growth continued. On the 11th day, Shi Yu took the birdcage down from the tree, inside which the silkworm lazily turned over and settled into a more comfortable position. This little creature had long grown accustomed to life in the cage, contentedly listening to the sound of 11 colliding with the steel plate and enjoying the food provided by Shi Yu. It was perfectly satisfied with this ideal living environment. Shi Yu once again conducted silk spinning lessons for the silkworm. After the session, the silkworm underwent its third awakening transformation, reaching awakening level 3. However, its silk spinning skill remained at a proficient level. On the 12th day, Shi Yu began the third round of skill teaching. As expected, the silkworm transformed again, advancing to awakening level 4. The rapid growth of this insect-type pet beast was truly astonishing. As the silkworm grew, its silk underwent a qualitative leap. By now, the strength of its silk could rival that of fishing line, and the silkworm could manipulate it as deftly as a human uses their limbs. For the silkworm, effortlessly tying a decorative knot was no longer a challenge, clearly indicating that its silk spinning skill had advanced from proficient to masterful. Having watched hundreds of episodes of Detective Conan, Shi Yu was well aware that silk of this caliber possessed considerable power. However, due to the silkworm's small size and limited strength, its silk's practical effect still fell short of that of an adult using fishing line. Nonetheless, the quality of the silkworm's silk was exceptional, far surpassing that of ordinary silkworms at the same level. Shi Yu calculated that as long as the silkworm could maintain its growth level, its chances of transforming into a butterfly were almost certain. At that point, not only could high-quality silk be sold, but precious crystal butterfly powder could also be collected. If the silk spinning skill reached a perfect level or even higher before cocooning, an even more miraculous phenomenon might occur during evolution, possibly triggering a special evolution. After 12 days of intensive training, Shi Yu had gained an initial understanding of the effects of the skill manual's teachings. He discovered that when a pet beast first learns a skill, it achieves an entry-level proficiency. The second teaching can elevate it to proficient level, and the fourth to master level. Shi Yu was determined to push forward and see how many teachings it would take to elevate the master-level silk to a perfect level. However, before continuing the training, Shi Yu realized they had been cooped up at home for too long. It was time for a practical test. By this time, 11, after a week of arduous fall training, had mastered master-level hardening and reached growth level 5, making its combat power quite formidable. Shi Yu opened the birdcage, and the silkworm obediently crawled inside, clearly viewing the cage as a safe haven. After resting for the morning, Shi Yu called over the young iron-eating beast from its training. 11. Let's pause the training this afternoon. Rest well and eat plenty because we're heading out for some real combat. Roar. 11 clutched the steel plate, tapping it excitedly, with eyes sparkling with anticipation. The young iron-eating beast was instantly filled with excitement, eager to show its skills. For a pet beast, the paths to growth are primarily through food, training, and combat. Shi Yu understood this well and decided to take his pet beast, 11, into a fair fight. As Shi Yu navigated the bustling streets of Pingqing, he pondered the key aspects of nurturing a pet beast. Adequate and nutritious food forms the foundation, sensible training hones innate abilities, and appropriate combat fosters the greatest growth. He calculated silently. At this stage, they were not yet ready for life and death battles, and there were no such venues in the city. Even if there were, Shi Yu wouldn't take the risk, preferring a more stable development approach. That afternoon, Shi Yu returned the small iron-eating beast to the beast space and headed out again. His goal was clear the city's battle arena, the only official venue where beast masters could engage in combat. As he walked, Shi Yu considered other options. Although the wilderness was an alternative, considering his and Eleven's current strength, he decided to put that idea aside for now. However, he knew that wilderness survival skills were crucial for becoming a professional beastmaster, as they were part of the evaluation process. Shi Yu recalled the periodic wilderness training activities organized by the Beastmaster Association. These activities were relatively controlled in terms of danger and were overseen by high-level beastmasters and rescue teams. Although they required a registration fee, acquiring rare materials or skills could make the investment worthwhile. After some time walking, Shi Yu arrived at the Yuyang Road branch of Pingqing's battle arena. As he pushed open the door, the scene inside captivated him. For reception desks were bustling with activity, but only one young female receptionist greeted him with a smile. Hello, welcome. The receptionist's voice brought Shi Yu back to reality. Shi Yu approached the desk and politely inquired, Hi, I'm interested in a battle, but it's my first time here. Could you give me a brief introduction? The receptionist patiently explained, We offer venues for battles below the extraordinary level. You can choose between a scheduled match or a random one. For a scheduled match, you need to find your own opponent, and we provide the venue, referee, and medical services. For a random match, you fill out some basic information, and we match you with an opponent. She continued, Random matches are divided into two groups, levels 1 to 6, and levels 7 to 10. We'll match your pet beast with a suitable opponent based on its level. Regardless of the mode, the usage fee for the arena is 100 yuan per person. Shi Yu listened attentively, already beginning to calculate the best battle mode for himself and 11. Shi Yu frowned as he looked at the fee structure for the battle arena, mentally calculating his finances. A single battle costs 100 yuan, which isn't cheap for a rookie beast master like him. That amount could sustain him for 3 days. However, he quickly understood the reasoning behind the cost. The expenses for venue maintenance, referee salaries, and medical support all add up. Without official support, the fees for such a professional arena would likely be even higher. As Shi Yu pondered, the receptionist added, We also offer the option of wager battles here. Opponents can place bets before the fight, with the loser covering the arena fees for both parties. In other words, the loser pays 200 yuan, while the winner uses the venue for free. Shi Yu's eyes lit up, and he made a quick decision. I'll choose a random wager battle, with the pet level capped at 6 or below. His little iron-eating beast was currently at level 5, having mastered advanced hardening skills and even boasting an unscientific rapid healing ability. Even if faced with a level 6 high-rank pet, they stood a fighting chance. To save money, he had to go for it, though if he lost, he'd have to accept it. He silently hoped. Let the opponent be strong, but not too strong. The receptionist nodded and handed him a form. Please fill out this form. Shi Yu took the form and carefully looked it over. He picked up a carbon pin and quickly filled in his details. Name, ID number, pet type, pet growth level. These were the main pieces of information. There were other options to check, like random battle and wager battle confirmation. Once completed, Shi Yu handed the form back. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he asked, Can we increase the stakes in these wager battles? If we're betting, why not make it big? I've heard Pokemon trainers can earn money from battles. Can't beast masters do the same? The receptionist politely replied, I'm sorry, that's beyond our services. Shi Yu sighed internally, realizing he'd lost another potential way to make money. The receptionist entered the information into the computer and explained, This is your card number. Please wait in the lobby. Once a suitable opponent is matched, your name and battle arena number will be displayed on the screen. All right, thank you. Shi Yu took the card and went to sit in the lobby, patiently waiting for the system to match him with an opponent. Meanwhile, a boy wearing a blue and white school uniform and glasses was also registering at the front desk. Name, Chungkai. Pet type, ice-armored beast. Pet level, Awakening Level 6. Battle Mode. Random Wager Battle. After completing his registration, Chun Kai was filled with anticipation. As a top student in his class, he felt that his classmates' skills didn't challenge him enough. In such an environment, he worried about his ability to grow into an excellent professional beast master. Therefore, he came to this battle arena, which has no age limits, only level restrictions, hoping to encounter some apprentice beast masters from the wider world for sparring and exchange. Despite this, Chun Kai remained confident in his abilities. As a top student, he believed it would be difficult for him to lose a match. In the bustling lobby of the battle arena, Shi Yu sat on a public bench, clutching his card number and keeping a close watch on the large screen mounted on the wall. The hall was teeming with people, and given that this battle arena had 4 halls, the matchmaking process was expected to be swift. Indeed, barely a minute after Shi Yu sat down, the machine began to call out numbers. ID 4399, Beast Tamer Shi Yu. Please proceed to Battle Arena 11. ID 4401, Beast Tamer Chun Kai. Please proceed to Battle Arena 11. Seeing his and his opponent's names flash on the screen, Shi Yu immediately stood up and briskly made his way toward Arena 11. Number 11. How auspicious. It seems like I'm on home turf this time, Shi Yu mused. But with my beast named 11 and the first arena I rented also being number 11. I hope this doesn't mean I'll be single for life. At Arena 11, a young man in a referee's uniform had just seen off the previous set of competitors and was waiting for the next match to begin. Holding the profiles of 2 low-ranked apprentice beast tamers, he thought, beasts below level 6, and the tamers are quite young, still in their most innocent phase. Looks like another rookie skirmish. Soon enough, Shi Yu and Chun Kai arrived at the entrance of the arena simultaneously. They exchanged a brief glance and silently entered the arena. It was an outdoor battle arena resembling a tennis court, surrounded by a grid-like energy barrier. The young referee approached them and introduced himself. Hello, I'm Baishur, the administrator and referee for Arena 11. You will have 1 hour of usage time. You can start whenever you're ready. I'm good to go anytime, Chun Kai said. Same here, Shi Yu nodded. The two moved to opposite sides of the arena, and referee Baishur took his place on the referee's stand, blowing the whistle. Both sides ready? Battle begin. With the command given, Shi Yu and Chun Kai simultaneously activated their Beast Tamer spaces. A fierce wind rose as countless points of light flickered in front of them, quickly forming into a large circular array. The center of the array rippled like water, and their beasts gradually emerged from within. From Chun Kai's side, a beast-like creature nearly a meter long emerged from the formation. Its body was covered in ice-blue scales, with short, sturdy limbs and a long tail swaying behind it. At this moment, it raised its cone-shaped head, and its small eyes gleamed with intelligence. Shi Yu looked at the pet beast, which resembled a pangolin, and immediately recalled its information. Name: Ice-armored beast. Attribute: Ice. Species level: Intermediate extraordinary. Species skills: Ice fracture claw, ice armor. He couldn't help but think that in a place like Icefield City, ice attribute pet beasts were quite common, making his iron-eating beast seem out of place. On Shi Yu's side, the one summoned was naturally the young iron-eating beast. Since it hadn't fully matured yet, its size was comparable to the ice-armored beast. Roar, upon being summoned, 11 immediately showed great interest in this unfamiliar opponent. Through telepathy, Shi Yu quickly reminded it, the opponent has similar abilities to yours, with the capability to cover its body in ice armor. Also, be cautious of its claws. Don't take hits without hardening. Meanwhile, Chun Kai didn't need to remind the ice-armored beast. As a signature pet beast of Pingxing, they had faced iron-eating beasts many times and were well acquainted with their characteristics. In terms of species level, both sides were evenly matched. However, in skill advantage, the ice-armored beast had the upper hand. The iron-eating beast hardening skill was mainly defensive, lacking special effects. In contrast, the ice-armored beast's ice armor and ice fracture claw could be used for both defense and attack, with the added frost power capable of freezing opponents. This realization boosted Chun Kai's confidence, and he began to envision a victory. 11. The opponent isn't weak, so focus and don't mess up. Shi Yu reminded again through telepathy, after all, it's 200 yuan. If you mess up, it'll come out of the meal budget. Upon hearing this, 11's eyes widened in alarm. What? Reduce? Reduce meals? The young iron-eating beast immediately glared fiercely at the ice-armored beast, its eyes burning with determination. For an iron-eating beast, unless it was about food, it was generally friendly. But now, for its meals, it decided to give it everything it had. Ayu, there seems to be a fight over there, and it hasn't even started yet. Outside the 11th battle arena, 2 young girls strolled along the path bordering the field. Through the mesh fence, their attention was suddenly drawn to the commotion inside, where summoned beasts were making their entrance. They simultaneously looked over and spotted an ice armor beast and an iron-eating beast taking the stage. Is that Chun Kai? The girl referred to as Yu exclaimed, pointing at a boy in a school uniform. Do you know someone here? Yes, it does look like someone from your school, Yu replied. Yeah, that's my classmate. He's really strong, Yu explained. Who's stronger, you or him? I can't compare. There are only a few in the entire grade who can match him, Yu answered immediately. His ice armor beast has reached level 6, and he's very skilled with its racial abilities like Ice Shatterclaw and Ice Armor. Wow, a top student too, her friend marveled. Do you know his opponent? Their beast is an iron-eating beast, just like yours. Yu shook her head. I don't know them, but based on my experience raising iron-eating beasts, that one probably hasn't reached level 6. It will likely lose unless it has mastered hardening at a proficient level. Otherwise, breaking through the ice armor will be tough. Iron-eating beasts are typically lazy. At this growth stage, hardening is usually at a beginner level. She sighed deeply. Only those who have contracted with an iron-eating beast understand how challenging it is to train one. If I had to choose again, I definitely wouldn't pick it just because it's cute. This pet is way too lazy. Chun Kai shared a similar assessment with the two spectators. He thought, at this growth stage, it's rare for an iron-eating beast to have honed its hardening ability to a proficient level. None of his classmates had achieved it. Even if it did, it might not withstand his ice armor beast since both its racial skills were at a proficient level too. While an adult iron-eating beast is generally stronger than an adult ice armor beast, that's a matter for adulthood. The iron-eating beast here was clearly still a cub. Ice armor beast, Ice Shatterclaw, Chun Kai commanded telepathically, and the battle was on the brink of erupting. The ice armor beast sprang into action, its ice blue body darting toward its opponent like an arrow. Frost gathered on its foreclaws, leaving a trail of white frost in its wake. In a flash, it leaped into the air, its fierce icy claws slashing towards the iron-eating beast with overwhelming momentum. Impressive burst, well-trained. As expected from a top school student, the referee, by sure, silently praised the ice armor beast's formidable strength. Harden, on the other side, Shi Yu calmly instructed. Though their hardening skill was at a proficient level, it was their first real battle, and neither Shi Yu nor 11 dared to let their guard down. Could hardening withstand the opponent's attack? Could a hardened strike penetrate the ice armor? These were uncertainties, and this combat was the perfect test of their abilities. Falling training was undoubtedly an excellent way to build resilience. Apart from the final impact, the entire fall tested 11's willpower. Knowing a severe collision was imminent, yet still having the courage to leap and skillfully use abilities midair had instilled an unyielding spirit in 11. Facing the ice armor beast's fierce claw, 11 exhibited extraordinary composure. It quickly activated hardening, a metallic sheen enveloping its entire body. Its black fur turned into a deep metallic black, while the white fur gleamed like silver. With a howl, 11 completed its full body armor in an instant. Crack! The ice armor beast's ice shatterclaw collided violently with the fully hardened 11. In an instant, the ice crystals on the ice armor beast's claws shattered as they hit something seemingly indestructible. Simultaneously, a piercing pain shot from its forepaw straight to its brain. Counterattack, Shi Yu decisively ordered. 11 looked at its opponent with surprise, astonished that the attack's power was less than its usual training intensity. Upon hearing Shi Yu's command, its eyes sharpened, and the bewilderment vanished. With a determined howl, 11 maintained its hardened state and swung its arm, delivering a full-force strike. This unexpected turn of events caught both Chun Kai and the ice armor beast off guard, their faces changing in shock. Ice armor, Chun Kai hurriedly commanded. The ice armor beast did not disappoint, quickly deploying ice armor, its ice blue scales becoming even more lustrous, radiating a chilling aura. Apart from having tougher scales, the energy it exudes can freeze opponents upon contact. This is the effect of the ice armor. However, when 11's paw struck the ice-armored beast heavily, everything changed. With a crisp crack, the ice armor shattered instantly, as if made of paper. The outermost layer, much like the frost from the previous icebreak claw, broke apart quickly. Following that, the ice frozen on the iron-eating beast also fractured wildly under the immense impact. With a bang, the ice-armored beast was sent flying like a cannonball. It traced an arc in the air, was flung back several meters, and rolled across the ground for several more meters before coming to a stop. After this round of confrontation, the scene fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was dumbfounded, staring at what had just happened as if time itself had paused. Chun Kai felt his heart skip a beat, his vision going dark. As the beastmaster of the ice-armored beast, he clearly sensed his pet had been knocked out cold with a single blow. This outcome was unacceptable to him. How could his meticulously nurtured perfect ice-armored beast lose just like that? Shi Yu also felt his heart racing. He realized that the practical performance of the mastered hardening was perhaps too powerful. He regretted motivating 11 with dinner instead of letting it perform normally. The battle ended too quickly, not at all the evenly matched contest he had hoped for. It seemed he needed to find stronger opponents to further test their strength. Referee Baishir was equally perplexed. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, his mouth agape, unable to believe what had just transpired. That seemingly innocent iron-eating beast cub possessed such terrifying strength, possibly exceeding that of an adult iron-eating beast. Is that mastered hardening? Baishir and the iron-eating beast master Zhuang Yu outside the barrier exclaimed in unison. They were astounded, never expecting a mere level 5 young iron-eating beast to have developed its hardening ability to such an extent. After a moment of silence, Zhuang Yu turned to the person beside her and said, "That top student of yours lost. Sorry, I mistook him for someone else. He's not my classmate." She continued her commentary. A level 5 iron-eating beast mastering hardening. That's outrageous. Its talent is too strong. Could it be a high-level beast master secretly training a new pet? Or perhaps it's a rich heir with access to top-tier nutrients and special training methods. Seeing the expression on Chen Kai's face, Zhuang Yu was even more convinced of how incredible Shi Yu and Eleven's performance was. She only hoped her top student classmate, who was always in the limelight at school, could withstand this immense pressure. At this moment, Chen Kai felt a tightness in his throat, as if he was about to cough up blood. He regretted coming to this place to find opponents. This iron-eating beast and its beast master were nothing like the opponents he had faced before. Losing the match was one thing, but not even having a chance to train was another. Being defeated in seconds like this, he couldn't help but curse inwardly. How on earth was this damn iron-eating beast trained? What drove Chen Kai to despair even more was that when he looked at the iron-eating beast, 11 flashed a bright smile, seemingly flaunting its victory. This expression felt like a sharp knife piercing Chen Kai's heart. He began to question life, thinking school might be more suitable for him. What kind of monsters were out here in the real world? 11, on the other hand, was the happiest. It showed a cheerful smile, as if saying, "Heh heh heh. Have you ever experienced the steel plate at 4 a.m.? At this moment, Shi Yu, Chen Kai, and the surrounding people each had their own thoughts and emotions. But undoubtedly, the most excited was 11 itself. It had successfully secured its dinner. In its view, keeping its dinner was the greatest victory, even more satisfying than winning the battle. After the battle ended, Shi Yu turned to the referee, Baishir. The referee seemed a bit distracted, and took a moment to realize he needed to announce the result. Shi Yu silently criticized the referee's lack of professionalism and felt anxious for the injured ice-armored beast. Finally snapping back to attention, Baishir quickly declared, "The ice-armored beast is unable to continue. The winner is Shi Yu." Upon hearing the announcement of his victory, Shi Yu immediately called 11 over. He enthusiastically ruffled 11's head as a gesture of encouragement. Despite rumors that head patting might stunt growth, Shi Yu couldn't resist the delightful sensation. 11 let out a soft yip, shook its head, and was then returned to the beast's base. On the other side, Chen Kai recalled his own pet, disbelief etched on his face. He approached Shi Yu, asking, "Are you a beast master from Pingqing? A student, or?" Clearly, he wanted to understand how he had lost so badly. Shi Yu replied with a smile, "Yes, I'm a beast master from Pingqing. I just graduated this year, but I studied in the city district of Bingyuan City." This revelation left both Chen Kai and the approaching referee, Baishir, momentarily stunned. As a suburb of Bingyuan City, Pingqing naturally had less educational resources compared to the city district. Outstanding students often sought to study in the city for better opportunities. Although Chen Kai excelled in Pingqing, there was still a gap compared to city students. Chen Kai finally understood why he lost so decisively, yet he still had doubts. He instinctively assumed that even in the city, Shi Yu must be among the top young beast masters. In fact, Chen Kai's assumption wasn't entirely unfounded. Shi Yu was indeed a top student, consistently ranking high in Bingyuan City's prestigious schools, excelling in various written assessments. His remarkable performance earned him the opportunity to study in the city and in turn at Bingyuan City's breeding base. Becoming an outstanding beastmaster is no easy feat. Just memorizing the species, appearance, and skills of tens of thousands of common pets is enough to overwhelm an average student, and that's just the basics. One must also learn how to deduce a pet's growth level from its appearance and understand different pets' weaknesses, habits, and dietary preferences. Whenever Shi Yu encountered a new pet, the relevant knowledge would automatically surface in his mind, showcasing his scholarly prowess. If not for financial constraints and other factors, Shi Yu's academic performance would have allowed him to pursue further studies instead of applying for graduation immediately after his internship. In this world, 18 is the age when most students enter society. Professional exams, such as the Beastmaster and Breeder certifications, are akin to another form of college entrance exams, requiring graduates to register independently. Passing these exams not only provides better job opportunities, but also serves as a ticket to higher education institutions. This is why Shi Yu values these professional certificates so highly. Without them, even supporting a pet could become a challenge. Shi Yu bid farewell to Bai Shi and Chun Kai, preparing to leave. Chun Kai nodded absent-mindedly, feeling something was amiss. Suddenly, he recalled, wait, I'm also a Suntobe graduate this year. Isn't there still a month until graduation? How did you graduate already? Referee Bai Shi explained, the graduation timeline you're referring to is for the combat specialization. Other specializations, like refereeing, medical, and breeding, have earlier graduation times due to internship arrangements. Chun Kai was taken aback, realizing Shi Yu might not be a combat specialization student. Watching Shi Yu's departing figure, he felt a mix of emotions. Bai Shi reminded him, Chun Kai, do you need to take the ice-armored beast to the medical room? Also, since this was a wagered battle, please make sure to pay the usage fee for both of you afterward. Chun Kai replied with a headache, I'll head to the medical room first. While the beast space can slow a pet's injury deterioration, unless a beastmaster has special medical talents, the recovery effect is generally slow. Having spent 200 yuan, Chun Kai naturally wanted to make good use of the medical facilities there. After leaving the battle arena, Shi Yu felt a bit bored. He realized he might have underestimated the power boost from mastering Harden. It seemed that unless he participated in battles within the 7th to 10th level group, finding an evenly matched opponent would be difficult. Before leaving, the staff at the battle arena reminded Shi Yu that Beast Tamers can only choose groups that correspond to their pet beast's growth levels and cannot challenge higher levels. Unless Shi Yu personally brings an opponent to rent a venue, but as a newcomer, he has no idea where to find suitable opponents. After thinking for a moment, Shi Yu decided to try his luck at the Beast Tamer Association. Since the battle ended sooner than expected, he felt there was no need to waste more time at the battle arena. After some effort, he arrived at the location of the Pingxing Beast Tamer Association, a large complex located in the center of the district, with a grand 13-story building at its core. Navigating the corridors with familiarity, Shi Yu quickly found his destination, the mission hall. This place not only receives and issues mission bounties, but also provides apprentice beast tamers with opportunities to hone various skills. These carefully selected missions, along with the quarterly wilderness training, are crucial in developing local apprentice beast tamers. After all, every city hopes to cultivate more and stronger professional beast tamers. Initially, Shi Yu hadn't planned to visit here, as the rewards for missions below the extraordinary level offered by the association were generally low. He figured it would be more practical to have his Iron Eater do some physical work instead. However, his focus had now shifted from earning money to finding suitable opponents for real combat practice. Even if he couldn't find an opponent, some tasks that could train 11th would be worthwhile. Considering 11th's physical and mental health, Shi Yu thought it was important not to keep it cooped up at home training all the time. Exposure to the outside world would be beneficial. Bringing 11th out for a battle this time, Shi Yu clearly sensed its happiness. Standing in front of the mission board, Shi Yu carefully browsed through various mission details. 1-star mission, capture stray cats. Mission description. Recently, an organized and large-scale group of stray cats has appeared in the area, engaging in theft. Shi Yu raised an eyebrow, amused at the thought of organized stray cats. But given the intelligence of some extraordinary creatures, it wasn't impossible. The targets of theft were seafood and cat food, which made Shi Yu feel a bit relieved. 1-star mission, battle sparring partner. Mission description. A wind-type pet beast with a growth level of 6 or above is needed as a sparring partner. The reward was decent, but unfortunately, 11th couldn't fly, so he had to pass on this one. Shi Yu continued to browse other missions. Escort missions in the wild, capturing live wind locusts, eradicating earth mice. There were hundreds of tasks listed, and he carefully studied each one. Among the myriad tasks available, there seemed to be few suited for Shi Yu and 11. Shi Yu browsed through them carefully, frowning slightly. Most of the tasks involved people wanting to hire beast tamers as temporary workers at low rates. For instance, the task, Capture Live Wind Locusts, was issued by a restaurant through the Beast Tamer Association. Wind locusts, which are both extraordinary creatures and agricultural pests, are also a popular delicacy. The restaurant was clearly trying to save money. Acquiring them through tasks was indeed more cost-effective than buying directly from farms. Although it might be slower, such tasks are clearly not urgent, but are aimed at ensuring a stable supply over time. Imagining the scene of capturing those flying wind locusts, Shi Yu couldn't help but shake his head. These little creatures, though not much stronger than caterpillars overall, were notably agile. Their racial skill, wind wings, granted them incredible speed. If not for 11's inability to fly, this task might have been quite appealing. Reflecting on the recent battle, even though the victory came easily, Shi Yu found himself pondering. The ice-armored beast's attacks were swift, and the inexperienced 11 could only instinctively harden its entire body for defense. However, there was another option: judging the opponent's attack position and using localized defense, which would greatly conserve energy. While mastering full-body hardening gave them the capability to fight, winning with minimal effort truly showcased a pet beast's battle prowess. Shi Yu mused that the next skill to consider could be supervision. Although pandas have impressive burst speed, Their reaction time and eyesight are well-known weaknesses. Shi Yu even thought that wearing sunglasses might give him better vision than 11. This racial flaw meant that 11 couldn't accurately judge the enemy's attack position in the recent battle, resorting to full-body hardening. But with supervision, it could better observe the enemy's movements in combat. Shi Yu's gaze then fell on another task: eliminating earth rats. Although these creatures weren't strong fighters, they reproduced quickly, existed in large numbers, and were adept at teamwork, often causing significant trouble for humans. They not only stole grain and damaged crops, but also used their earth-burrowing skills to destroy buildings. This task was a long-term one issued by several townships in Pingqing district, with beast tamers forming teams to go to the countryside almost daily to eliminate them. Shi Yu suddenly thought, isn't this like a real-life version of the whack-a-mole game? Spotting earth rats and taking them out before they burrow could be perfect for training 11's reaction time. Although the reward, based on the number of earth rats eliminated, wasn't as high as capturing wind locusts, Shi Yu figured this was because earth rats' bodies, resembling clumps of dirt, weren't desirable to eat. In contrast, the taste of wind locust was evidently more appealing. Training 11's reaction speed for a few days wouldn't be bad, Shi Yu thought. Let's put hardening training on hold. Mastery level is sufficient. Developing a pet beast requires a well-rounded approach. Having decided to take on the earth rat elimination task, Shi Yu grabbed his ID to register. While he was in line, he noticed a familiar figure ahead. That person seemed to sense something and instinctively turned around, meeting Shi Yu's smiling face. What a coincidence, Shi Yu greeted. Has your ice-armored beast recovered? It was none other than Chen Kai, the top student who Shi Yu and 11 had effortlessly defeated earlier. At this moment, Chen Kai's face turned sullen, and he reluctantly replied, yes, it's recovered. Are you here for tasks as well? Shi Yu inquired. Chen Kai nodded. Although the healing beast tamers at the battle arena had treated his ice-armored beast's injuries, the sting of defeat still lingered, growing more painful the more he thought about it. Determined to improve himself, Chen Kai decided to take on some tasks over the weekend at the mission center. Unlike Shi Yu, who was reluctant to spend money on a taxi, Chen Kai opted for a quicker way to get there. Are you here to take on tasks too? What kind of task are you planning to tackle? Chen Kai asked curiously, hoping to get some advice from an expert like Shi Yu. Shi Yu replied succinctly, exterminating molesno, wait, ground rats, by yourself? Chen Kai asked, surprised. Shi Yu nodded, not seeing the issue. Chen Kai explained, that task usually requires a team. Ground rats are cunning, and working together makes it easier to clear them out in large numbers. Want me to join you? I'm taking on that task too. Shi Yu was puzzled. What's with this guy? I'm not some pretty girl, and I just beat him earlier. Why is he so eager? Doesn't make much difference if it's one or two people. Shi Yu hesitated. Chen Kai enthusiastically suggested, I can call 2 more classmates. Someone to control, someone to draw aggro, and someone to deal damage. It'll be more efficient. Shi Yu couldn't help but quip, are you planning to raid a boss or something? However, after some thought, he realized that facing a large group of ground rats alone could indeed be challenging. Wanting to break out of his usual isolation, he agreed to Chen Kai's suggestion. All right, let's take on this task together. Shi Yu agreed. Chen Kai grinned, great. I'll get 2 classmates tonight and form a standard 4-person team. His enthusiasm stemmed from being impressed by Shi Yu's strength and wanting to learn more about how Shi Yu trained his pet beast. After all, Shi Yu's seemingly lazy panda had performed remarkably well, sparking curiosity. They agreed to meet at the same place the next morning, and Shi Yu didn't linger. On his way home, he stopped by the pharmacy to restock on supplements. You again? The young pharmacist remarked, his expression a bit odd. It was Shi Yu's 3rd visit in just half a month. Shi Yu explained, somewhat embarrassed, well, my pet beast training and battle load have been heavy. Plus, I've been frail since childhood, so… The young pharmacist nodded in understanding and sympathy, handing over the supplements. Shi Yu pondered whether he should start visiting a different pharmacy to avoid any misunderstandings in the future. Exhausted, Shi Yu returned home and immediately began preparing dinner for 11. As night fell, the small iron eater contentedly finished its meal of iron bamboo, while Shi Yu took 2 Ming-Shen capsules. Taking a deep breath, he got ready to start the evening's training session. 11, come here, Shi Yu called out. Having eaten its fill, 11 was eager to dive into an intense training session to celebrate today's victory. For it, a life filled with good food, focused training, gaining strength, and easy victories was perfect. The only thing that made the little iron eater uneasy was the moment Shi Yu used the skill manual. Once again, under 11's puzzled gaze, Shi Yu imparted the supervision skill to it. 11 felt a pang of frustration, wishing it could loudly proclaim that its strength was earned through hard work. Unfortunately, it was speechless at the moment. The skill I just taught you is supervision, Shi Yu explained. You can activate it by expending mental energy. Your vision should be significantly enhanced now, and your night vision will improve too. Hearing it had gained night vision, 11's expression became serious. It rubbed its eyes and eagerly ran outside, staring into the dark night sky, excitement written all over its face. Awesome! 11 cheered. Training at night just got easier. I'm going to make up for all the hard work I owe. Meanwhile, the skill manual's cooldown reset to 48 hours, and an exhausted Shi Yu collapsed onto his bed. He estimated he wouldn't recover his energy until the next morning, hoping that 11 would behave tonight and not smash any steel plates. If you have that much energy, save it for catching moles tomorrow, Shi Yu muttered to himself. In a luxurious neighborhood near the Pingxing Beastmaster Association, Cheng Kai was about to invite classmates to play whack-a-mole the next day when he received a private message. Zhuang Yu. I saw you at the battle arena this afternoon. Cheng Kai. What did you see? Zhuang Yu. I saw everything worth seeing. Cheng Kai's lips twitched, and the image of Zhuang Yu with her glasses came to mind, making him feel a rush of embarrassment. If she saw it, wouldn't the whole class of girls know about him being defeated by a passerby? Zhuang Yu. Do you know the Beast Master with the Iron Eater? Cheng Kai. Why are you interested in learning about Iron Eater care from him? Zhuang Yu. Something like that. He left too quickly yesterday for me to catch up. Cheng Kai. Well, you asked the right person. We're short 2 people for whack-a-mole. Want to join? Oh, and find another Beast Master with a pet that has control skills. We have enough firepower, no need for more. The next day, Shi Yu, yawning, arrived early at the Beastmaster Association's task hall, only to find Cheng Kai was already there. Didn't sleep well last night? Cheng Kai asked curiously. Shi Yu nodded in agreement. Although 11 had been well-behaved last night, the aftermath of teaching an intermediate skill was still quite taxing. However, he could manage this state, as it was reminiscent of his senior year in high school when he often felt the same. He believed some fresh air would soon revive him. Where are the people you found? Shi Yu asked. They're not here yet, but they should be arriving soon, Cheng Kai replied. Before long, the 2 girls Cheng Kai had invited showed up. One had a round face, wore glasses, and sported a single ponytail. The other had an oval face, short hair, and was quite tall. Both were dressed in simple sportswear. Shi Yu, this is my classmate, Zhuang Yu. And this is her friend, Yu Jingjing, a beastmaster from the experimental school, Cheng Kai introduced. Nice to meet you. Shi Yu nodded in greeting. Hello, master, the 2 girls said in unison. Shi Yu felt a bit awkward, finding the title a bit strange. Cheng Kai cleared his throat and quickly changed the subject. Both of them passed by the battle arena yesterday and saw us in action. Okay, let's introduce our situations. My pet is a level 6 ice-armored beast with proficient ice shatter claw and ice armor, Cheng Kai said. My pet is a level 6 iron eater with beginner level hardening, the round-faced girl, Zhuang Yu, continued. Upon hearing this, she glanced at Shi Yu, a hint of uncertainty flickering in her eyes. Her basic level hardening skill paled in comparison to Shi Yu's mastery. My pet beast is a level 6 thorn monster, skilled in the proficient level entangle ability, the tall girl, Yu Jingjing, said with a touch of pride in her voice. She explained briefly, the thorn monster is a plant type, wood element pet beast, resembling a thorn-covered vine. It can deftly manipulate the thorns it generates, and once it ensnares its prey, the result is often death or severe injury. Shi Yu then introduced, my pet beast is a level 5 iron-eating beast, with mastery in hardening. As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 fell into a stunned silence. The disparity in growth levels and skill proficiency was truly astonishing. This is just too unbelievable. Zhuang Yu couldn't help but exclaim, her eyes wide with amazement. Shi Yu thought to himself that if they witnessed 11's almost obsessive self-discipline and training, they would be even more shocked. He was already looking forward to seeing their reactions when they saw the iron-eating beast training non-stop around the clock. Cheng Kai interrupted their conversation. You all should hurry and register for the mission. We leave at 8 o'clock sharp. At exactly 8 in the morning, the 4 of them boarded a bus headed to Baishi Village. Baishi Village is part of Yuanan Town in Pingxing District, Bingyuan City, an economically underdeveloped village primarily reliant on agriculture, plagued for years by creatures like wind locusts and earth mice. Inside the bus, the 4 sat in the same row. During a lull in conversation, Cheng Kai couldn't help but ask, Shi Yu, I forgot to ask yesterday. You said you graduated, but aren't you a combat-oriented beast master? Not combat-oriented? Zhuang Yu and Yu Jingjing echoed in unison, as if hearing another shocking revelation. Their eyes were filled with confusion. How could a non-combat pet beast be so strong? Shi Yu calmly replied, No, I'm in the nurturing specialty. I'm better at breeding and raising pet beasts than battling. Fighting is too crude. Mastering nurturing is the real deal. Isn't it reasonable for a nurturing specialist to train a pet beast to master level hardening? After Shi Yu's explanation, the other 3 fell silent, evidently still processing this surprising information. After about an hour, the group of 4 arrived at Baishi Village. As soon as the bus stopped near the village committee, they were warmly greeted by the staff. Although the 4 were not professional beast tamers, Baishi village was eager for any help to eliminate the earth rats. Time was of the essence, so they headed straight to the hardest hit areas, the farmland and woods. Standing at the edge of the vast fields and dense forest, they were momentarily at a loss about where to start. In fact, some of the less intelligent and weaker earth rats had already been dealt with by the farmers using pesticides in their cats and dogs. Their task was to handle the more advanced and cunning earth rats. These rats were elusive, skilled at hiding, and had formidable combat abilities, making them quite challenging to tackle. Let's summon our pets first, suggested Shi Yu. In this complex environment, 11's supervision is our best bet to locate the earth rats. The others nodded in agreement. They quickly communicated with their respective beast spaces and summoned their pets. In front of Shi Yu and Zhuangyu appeared a giant panda. Chen Kai had his ice-armored beast beside him, and Yu Jingjing summoned a thorny vine. As soon as the pets appeared, Zhuang Yu's gaze was drawn to 11. She hadn't noticed it from a distance yesterday, but now up close, she saw that Shi Yu's giant panda was nearly perfect in development, with glossy fur and a robust physique. Wow, did you get your giant panda from the Taiju breeding base too? Zhuang Yu couldn't help but ask. Yes, Shi Yu nodded. All the giant pandas in Bingyuan City should be bred by the Taiju breeding base, including yours. Zhuang Yu's giant panda was noticeably larger and older than Shi Yu's, clearly not from the same batch of cubs. Perhaps because of this, they didn't seem familiar with each other. 11 merely glanced at the other panda before looking away. Meanwhile, Chen Kai's ice-armored beast watched 11 warily, as if it was about to melt from fear. Wait a minute. Zhuang Yu suddenly recalled something. You're not an apprentice at the Zhushi Martial Arts Hall, are you? Given Shi Yu's skills, it seemed the only logical explanation. No. Shi Yu shook his head. Zhuang Yu briefly explained the relationship between Zhushi Martial Arts Hall and the Taiju breeding base, as well as the Hall Master's achievements in breeding giant pandas. It was understandable for her to suspect Shi Yu was an apprentice there. Even if Shi Yu claimed to be a direct disciple, she might believe it. Although Shi Yu currently had no ties to the Zhushi Martial Arts Hall, he thought to himself that he would eventually seek guidance there. A mutual exchange of learning, perhaps? Really? I thought for sure you were a direct disciple of the Martial Arts Hall. Zhuang Yu laughed. Right now, the most powerful beast tamer in Pingqing is probably Master Lin, Chen Kai chimed in. I'm not sure if Master Lin is the strongest, Yu Jingjing added, but his daughter is said to be the youngest professional beast tamer in Pingqing. Zhuang Yu took over the conversation, sharing updates about Lin Xiuzhu, including her studies in breeding at one of the 9 major academies and her ongoing research into the evolution of giant pandas after returning to Pingqing. Just as the conversation was heating up, Shi Yu suddenly interrupted. Let's stop chatting. I found an earth rat. It turned out that while they were talking, 11, using its supervision, had already locked onto an earth rat. Following its gaze, Shi Yu spotted it in a corner of the farmland, a giant rat about 30 centimeters long with a body resembling earth and stone, quietly plucking red fruits. Over there, Shi Yu pointed to the target, and the group's attention immediately shifted to the upcoming action. Shi Yu pointed into the distance, and the others followed his gaze. There, a level 4 earth rat was foraging alone. It didn't seem very threatening, but the challenge was how to eliminate it before it could escape by burrowing into the ground. Chen Kai analyzed. Earth rats are highly alert and particularly sensitive to temperature. The body heat of the iron-eating beast and the ice-armored beast might draw its attention. Yu Jingjing suggested a strategy. I'll have the thorn monster disguise itself as a plant to approach the rat and try to entangle it. I'm not sure if the thorns can penetrate its earthy shell, so be ready to follow up. Everyone agreed to the plan. The thorn monster began its disguise, slowly crawling towards the target. It blended in so well with the surrounding plants that the earth rat was completely unaware of the impending danger. Meanwhile, 11 and the ice-armored beast were poised to strike. Only Zhuang Yu's iron-eating beast seemed clueless, still trying to spot the hidden prey. The thorn monster approached silently, suddenly unleashing its spiky vines towards the earth rat. However, the experienced level 4 earth rat sensed danger at the last moment and dropped its food to flee. It moved with incredible speed, successfully dodging the initial attack. The thorn monster abandoned its disguise, sprouting more thorns to chase the earth rat and attempting to restrict its movements. At the same time, 11 and the ice-armored beast charged forward at full speed. Chen Kai shouted, "Don't let it escape. Even if it goes underground, the ice-armored beast can catch up." However, the earth rat reached its pre-dug burrow just in time. As it was about to dive underground, 11 arrived with unmatched speed. With a mighty leap, its hardened paw slammed down at the burrow's entrance. Boom! A loud crash echoed as dust filled the air. 11's strike created a deep crater in the ground, destroying the burrow entrance. The earth rat froze, stunned by the sudden turn of events, and was promptly ensnared by the pursuing thorn monster. At that moment, everyone's attention shifted to the massive crater 11 had made. They stared in disbelief at the small iron-eating beast cub, all sharing the same thought. With it on their side, Could they take on a whole pack of earth rats? For ordinary people, these earth rats can be quite a nuisance. However, for beast tamers, even rookies like Shi Yu and his team, handling them is a breeze. Well-developed earth rats have a combat power comparable to wild dogs, making them particularly fierce. If an ordinary person were to encounter a wild dog, they might feel intimidated even if armed. Yet, for a young iron eater with enhanced vision and growing strength, these earth rats are practically asking for trouble. 11. The iron eater could knock out an earth rat with a single swipe of its massive paw. It was secretly relieved that these weren't bamboo rats, which could have posed a real threat. Although, even if they were bamboo rats, 11 might not be keen to eat them. In this world, iron eaters have evolved to prefer metal minerals over meat, which is quite an intriguing change. A strange thought crossed Shi Yu's mind. I wonder if there are any creatures like iron-scaled rats in this world? Just then, a thorn beast released an earth rat it had ensnared and immobilized. Jingjing remarked, "This one should count as Shi Yu's, right? Without your iron eater, this earth rat would have escaped long ago." She couldn't help but admit, I underestimated the earth rat's reflexes. Even a natural predator like the thorn beast couldn't catch it right away. We still have a long way to go in our training. Chen Kai and Zhuang Yu had no objections. The reward for eliminating an earth rat was only a few yuan. Something Shi Yu didn't care about, let alone these privileged students. Shi Yu calculated that even if he could clear out 100 earth rats in a day, considering 11's energy consumption and nutritional needs, it would barely break even. But his real goal here wasn't to make money. It was to train his enhanced vision. Let's split up as we discussed on the bus, Shi Yu suggested. All right, Chen Kai agreed. Let's meet back here at noon, Jingjing eagerly proposed. Let's see who can clear out more earth rats. Zhuang Yu glanced at her own lazy iron eater and fell into contemplation. If they were really going to compete, she might end up last. She couldn't help but wonder if her iron eater was indeed the same species as Shi Yu's. At that moment, her iron eater was already dozing off, while Shi Yu's 11 was alert and scanning the surroundings. With the plan in place, the four of them went their separate ways. Shi Yu instructed 11. The goal is 20 by noon. 11 put on a serious face, secretly aiming to catch 200. With its newfound sharp vision, it was eager to put it to the test. Shi Yu glanced at a nearby pit and warned, I don't care how many you catch, but don't damage the crops or fruit trees. Otherwise, not only will we not get paid, but we'll also have to compensate for the damage. We're not exactly loaded, so any cost will come out of your food budget. 11 looked at its hardened claws with a sense of grievance, feeling a bit hard done by. Shi Yu sighed in relief and said, Today, we're focusing on reaction time, not practicing your hardening skill. With your physical abilities, you can handle the earth rats without using skills, he added, but no matter how many you catch, all the rewards can be used for extra meals for you. Hearing this, 11's eyes lit up with excitement. 11 then raced through the fields with enthusiasm. The farmers tasked with guarding and patrolling the fields arrived later, tallying up the number of earth rats they had cleared. These giant rats were indeed troublesome. Those far from their burrows were easier to handle. With 11's burst speed, it could track their movements and knock them out quickly. However, those near their burrows managed to slip away despite 11's best efforts, frustrating it to the point of wishing Shi Yu could teach it the earth escape skill to catch them underground. Shi Yu said helplessly, Didn't you used to dislike skills that don't require effort? Now you see the value in learning more skills. He added, but copying earth escape is out of the question. There's a limit to the number of skills the skill guide can record, so each one needs to be chosen carefully. Haven't you noticed I'm already trying to find commercial opportunities with the silk spinning skill? If we add earth escape, we might as well start an underground city construction service. Time flew by, and soon it was noon. Shi Yu and 11 had caught 22 earth rats, averaging one every 5 minutes. Unfortunately, they didn't encounter any clusters, or the number could have been higher. Despite this, 11, still full of energy, continued to search the fields for more earth rats. Driven by the motto, no rest until the rats rest, it tirelessly pursued its rat-catching mission. The three others returned, dizzy with hunger, leaving only Shi Yu and 11 still trying to catch the earth rats. Seeing this, Chen Kai exclaimed, Wow, you're still at it? The trio gathered around Shi Yu, their attention drawn to 11, who was energetically active in the fields. It's been over 2 hours. How does this panda have so much energy? Chen Kai asked incredulously. Zhuang Yu had a particularly strange expression, as her panda had started napping after just a short activity period. Shi Yu paused for a moment before explaining, This is also a form of training. My panda, besides eating, loves to train. Compared to our usual training sessions, this is nothing. The three exchanged puzzled looks. Chen Kai stared blankly at Shi Yu, asking, Weren't you not feeling well this morning? How are you so energetic now? It's one thing for the panda, being a supernatural creature, not to get tired, but how are you still so full of energy? Standing under the sun for so long and not even breaking a sweat. Shi Yu casually pulled out a small bottle from his pocket and said, "Want one? It's a Ming-Shin capsule. Works wonders." Their minds were blown once again. Normal people rest when tired, but Shi Yu was using supplements to stay in shape. Chunkai couldn't help but imagine students in the city taking pills to stay up all night studying. He muttered to himself, "I think I know why I lost out to beast masters from the city. It's not just about talent, but how hard they're willing to work. Damn, I've completely lost." Zhuang Yu looked at 11, so different from her own panda, and asked, "How many have you guys caught?" Shi Yu replied, "How about you?" Yu Jingjing answered, 6. Chunkai said, 7. Zhuang Yu, feeling defeated, said, "My panda is too slow, just 2. At that moment, 11 returned, having caught the words panda and slow, and wasn't pleased. It let out a loud cry, seemingly protesting, "Don't lump all pandas together. Not every panda is the same." Following 11 was a local farmer who helped clear the field for Shi Yu and his team. The farmer chuckled and said, "Don't say that. This little panda is the most efficient pet I've ever seen. It caught 22 earth rats in just 2 hours. That's impressive. Such efficiency is something I've only seen in some bird pets, and seeing it in a panda is unbelievable." 22? The other 3 were dumbfounded. "Are you sure it's not 12, but 22? Zhuang Yu was stunned, as that was 11 times her count. Seeing their shocked faces, Shi Yu calmly said, "Let's just eat our lunch and rest. They've got an advantage, so there's no point in competing. Eating is more important." The village committee staff brought them boxed lunches. The 4 of them ate simply, with chilled mineral water to cool off. Zhuang Yu's panda, Chun Kai's ice-armored beast, and Yu Jingjing's thorny creature were all returned to their beast spaces to rest, but 11 remained outside. After wolfing down some bamboo shoots from Shi Yu's backpack, 11, not wanting to waste too much time, went off to train on its own. It felt its burst speed was still too slow, or it wouldn't have let so many earth rats escape. Driven by a sense of urgency, 11 started sprinting back and forth along the field paths. This scene left Chin Kai and the others dumbfounded. They looked at Shi Yu, puzzled. "Does your panda not need to rest?" Zhuang Yu was even more confused. "This doesn't make sense. Pandas aren't supposed to be like this. When I was picking at the breeding base, how did I not find a panda this lively?" Shi Yu remained calm. "Otherwise, how do you think it mastered advanced hardening?" The 3 were left speechless, having to admit Shi Yu had a point. Yet, they couldn't help but think to themselves, a beast master carrying supplements everywhere, and a panda practicing sprints at noon without restingiary, definitely not normal. It turns out that not only stupidity and laughter are contagious, but hard work can also spread among people. After lunch, Chen Kai, Zhuang Yu, and Yu Jingjing sat on a bench at the edge of the training field, taking a short break. Their eyes were drawn to the center of the field where a panda was still diligently training. Known for its laziness, this creature was surprisingly industrious, performing each move with focus and vigor. Chun Kai felt a bit restless and turned to his companions with a sheepish grin. "Look at that, even a naturally lazy panda is working so hard, not wasting a second. What right do we have to sit here and slack off?" His words resonated with the others, and the 3 of them straightened their backs, as if ready to jump back into training at any moment. Chun Kai continued, his voice filled with a hint of awe. "Now I understand why the success rate for Beast Master exams in the city is so high." He looked at Shi Yu with curiosity and admiration. "Are all the Beast Masters in your city this driven? And how did you train your pet to be so self-disciplined?" Shi Yu detected the amazement in Chen Kai's voice, and he felt a slight twitch in his face. He thought to himself, is the city's education really that much better than the suburbs? Looking around, he realized that he and 11 indeed stood out among the other Beast Masters. "It's not that exaggerated," Shi Yu tried to explain, but the words got stuck in his throat. He suddenly realized he might have inadvertently raised their expectations of city Beast Masters. It was a misunderstanding, a complete misunderstanding. Shi Yu sighed inwardly. He carried supplements out of necessity, as the cost of using his skill guide was too high. He didn't want to work so hard, but what choice did he have? As for 11, that was an accident. It came with its own hard-working trait, nothing to do with him. Reflecting on the time he chose 11, Shi Yu couldn't help but feel a bit nostalgic. 11 was one of the leftovers that he picked up. At the time, only Lin Xiuzhu and himself saw its potential. Lin Xiuzhu had extensive experience in breeding, while Shi Yu simply had the confidence of the skill guide, so he felt secure no matter what pet he chose. By a stroke of luck, Shi Yu and 11 formed this unusual combination. He wanted to tell the 3 before him that they really didn't need to emulate him. He and 11 were exceptions. Don't believe everything you see. It might lead you astray. But the words got stuck again. He couldn't explain it too clearly. He couldn't exactly discourage others from working hard. Chen Kai didn't notice Shi Yu's hesitation and said excitedly, "Exaggeration or not, it's good. That's how we make progress." "Enough said. From now on, I'm going to train my ice armor beast at this intensity." And for myself, I'll buy a box of Ming Shun capsules tomorrow and study through the night. I refuse to believe that with 2 arms and 2 legs, I can't do it too. He spoke with determination in his eyes. Chen Kai had tagged along with Shi Yu to see why he was so strong and find out the secret. Now that he was determined to try it himself. Zhuang Yu and Yu Jingjing exchanged glances. Though they said nothing, they too felt they might have been slacking a bit. They resolved inwardly. There was still plenty of time to work harder. Tomorrow, they would double their efforts. Shi Yu watched their reactions, feeling a mix of pride and helplessness. Really going to push yourselves like that? Well, good luck. Hard work and diligence aren't bad traits. He couldn't help but feel a bit proud that his good qualities were influencing others. Suddenly, Chen Kai remembered something and asked, Shi Yu, are you planning to take the professional beast master exam? Or are you aiming for the professional breeder exam, since you're in the breeding track? Shi Yu pondered the question. The professional beast master exam was the traditional route for beast master advancement, focusing on combat ability. The breeder exam tested nurturing and training skills, leading mostly to work in breeding facilities. More advanced breeders could work independently, assisting other beastmasters with pet care, or even branching into skill teaching and evolution planning. Logically, with his breeding background and the skill guide, sure you could make a fortune as a professional breeder, but his unique second talent was risky. He feared exposure might lead to being dissected for research. Even though the country was governed by law, there was a clear class divide between high-level beastmasters and ordinary people. The absence of a fair path like college entrance exams showed the monopoly in this world. Instances of underhanded tactics in public beastmaster battles were common, with faction competition and national rivalry posing significant dangers. Plus, high-intelligence extraordinary creatures eyed human territories covetously. He didn't want to lose his freedom. Shi Yu carefully considered his options. If he couldn't change the way he taught skills with the guide, he wouldn't teach others pets until he had strong self-defense capabilities, not even to slightly intelligent wild creatures. Unless it was a pet like Qing Mianchong, with almost no intelligence, which wouldn't pose a security risk after learning. In short, Shi Yu felt it was safer to take the professional beast master exam first to enhance his combat abilities. He thought about how exceptional beast masters could teach their pet skills outside their species, like the panda at Zhushi Martial Arts Hall, which mastered lightning and fire skills. Some rare wild pets with good talent could also learn skills outside their species, such as the wolf kings of the snow wolf tribe, who typically mastered intimidation skills. In the circle of advanced beast tamers, possessing personal skill-teaching secrets, even those that sound far-fetched, is not uncommon. However, Shi Yu's unique ability to impart skills to his beasts with just a touch is unheard of. What's even more astonishing is that he's a dual-talented transmigrant, making him, in some ways, a potential invasive species. Shi Yu understands deeply that in this world where the strong prey on the weak, power is everything. Although he specializes in nurturing beasts, his sights are already set on higher goals. I want to prepare for the professional beast tamer examination, Shi Yu said calmly, immediately capturing the attention of Chen Kai and his 2 companions. Chen Kai's eyes lit up as he began to calculate. Let me see. The next one? Or the one after that? Maybe we could take it together then. The professional beast tamer exam is held every January 1st, and it's already July. With less than 6 months until the next exam, Shi Yu's iron-eating beast is currently at awakening level 5, while Chen Kai's ice-armored beast is at level 6, both still far from the exam standard. The first round of the professional exam requires beasts to have at least transcendent level combat power, which is achieved after reaching awakening level 10. Advancing from level 5 or 6 to level 10 in 6 months is already challenging, let alone breaking through to transcendent level. Chen Kai instinctively assumed Shi Yu, like him, was aiming for the exam after next. However, Shi Yu's response was unexpected. If I don't pass the next exam, the one after that could be an option? His tone was serious, his gaze unwavering. Shi Yu knew that without a new source of income, his savings wouldn't sustain the cost of nurturing for another year and a half. Obtaining the professional certificate sooner would alleviate his financial burden. Chen Kai looked astonished. But isn't your iron-eating beast just at level 5? Reaching transcendent level in 6 months seems a bit of a stretch. Shi Yu smiled slightly. No worries. Reaching transcendent level might be tough, but hitting awakening level 10 shouldn't be a problem. As long as I keep enhancing its racial skills, its growth level will naturally transform. To Shi Yu, reaching level 10 within 6 months was not difficult, and breaking through to transcendent level seemed quite possible. Even if he couldn't reach transcendent level, his skills could secure him a special examination opportunity. You mean that special exam? The one where you challenge a higher level? Chen Kai suddenly understood, and the 2 girls with him looked surprised. They had heard of the special standard for talented beast tamers. If a beast in the awakening period could defeat a true transcendent level creature, demonstrating transcendent combat power, both the beast tamer and the beast would qualify for the subsequent professional exam. Shi Yu nodded in confirmation. Yes, that's the level up challenge. If I can't reach transcendent level, I'll go this route. A confident smile spread across his face, as if it were a mere formality. Chun Kai finally realized that for an iron-eating beast capable of mastering advanced racial skills at level 5, a level-up challenge was no big deal. Thinking of this, he regretted asking too much and silently vowed to train his ice-armored beast twice as hard. In the eyes of Chun Kai and his companions, Shi Yu remained a mysterious and formidable figure. They couldn't help but wonder if Shi Yu would indeed stand out in the next exam and successfully join the ranks of professional beast tamers. After taking a short break, the group, inspired by Shi, decided to continue capturing earth rats for their training. For the sake of their future, they had no choice but to trouble these small creatures. However, just as they were about to set off, the loudspeaker of the Baishi village committee suddenly blared, its powerful broadcast reaching even those like Shi Yu, who were far from the village center. The broadcast content caused their expressions to change dramatically. Attention all villagers, a yellow alert for a beast tide has been issued in the city. A significant number of fierce beasts have gathered outside the city walls, and the scale is likely to increase. All departments and individuals should prepare according to the defense guidelines. Damn! Chun Kai couldn't help but curse, while Zhuang Yu and Yu Jingjing looked bewildered and tense. The term beast tide was not unfamiliar to them. 10 years ago, Pingxing had to be rebuilt due to such an event. Although they were young at the time, such a significant incident was impossible not to know. As the four were still in a state of confusion, an uncle patrolling the fields came over to advise them. Kids, today is a special situation, you'd better head back? Shi Yu asked, Uncle, what was that broadcast about? The uncle shook his head. I'm not entirely sure. Maybe the animals on the snowy mountain are restless again. A yellow alert sounds serious, and if things get worse, we might have to evacuate. Despite this, the uncle did not appear overly worried. Shi Yu calmed down, realizing there was no need to panic just yet. Unlike 10 years ago, tall city walls now stood between Pingxing and the surrounding towns and the snowy mountain, with the Beast Master Association's troops stationed both inside and outside, forming the first line of defense against the beast tide. This alert was more of a reminder to the residents rather than an indication of actual danger. If there were a real threat of the city being breached, it wouldn't just be a yellow alert. Chun Kai suggested, why don't we go take a look? Zhuang Yu immediately objected. Take a look at what? The area inside and outside the city walls is probably under lockdown now. Going there would just cause trouble. Shi Yu agreed. Let's head back. Although it doesn't seem like anything major will happen, the atmosphere is tense right now. We'd only be causing trouble if we stayed here playing whack-a-mole. We can always come back for that. What's more important now is to go to the Beast Master Association and find out what's really going on with this beast tide alert. The others nodded in agreement, their interest in catching earth rats now faded. After quickly packing up, they headed back to Pingxing. Upon returning to the Beast Master Association in Pingxing, Bingyuan City, they inquired about the alert in Baishi village at the task hall's front desk. The staff shook their head and said, I'm not really sure about that, but it seems this isn't the first time this month. There were 2 blue alerts before, and now it's upgraded to yellow? This response left Shi Yu and the others even more perplexed, as it essentially provided no new information. Just as Chun Kai was about to ask further, someone called out his and Zhuang Yu's names from afar. The two looked in the direction of the voice and saw a middle-aged beast master with glasses, who appeared honest and kind-hearted, approaching them. Despite being in his 30s, his hair was already thinning, suggesting he was a strong beast master. Mr. Zhang, Chun Kai and Zhuang Yu said in unison, what brings you here? It turned out this was their school teacher. He explained, I happened to be nearby and saw your chat in the group, so I came to check it out. What a coincidence. Shi Yu thought to himself. These students are chatting in a group with their teacher? Normally, wouldn't students have their own private group? This arrangement makes it hard for them to talk freely. Noticing Shi Yu and Yu Jingjing, Mr. Zhang inquired, who are these two? Chun Kai introduced, they're my friends, beast masters from another school. Mr. Zhang nodded with a smile and then asked, you're curious about the beast tide alert, right? Chun Kai seized the opportunity. Yes, sir. Is the situation serious? Are we facing something like before? He knew his teacher was a professional beast master and likely had more inside information, so he eagerly asked. The noise in here is too much. Let's go outside to talk, suggested Mr. Zhang, his gaze sweeping over the bustling task hall. The group nodded in agreement and filed out. Although sure you didn't know Mr. Zhang, curiosity and caution compelled him to follow. He calculated silently, thinking that if danger did arise, he would need to escape to the city center with 11. After all, city center properties were notoriously expensive, while affordable rural and suburban homes were too close to the wild and posed significant risks. They strolled along the stone path surrounding the Beast Master Association. Mr. Zhang looked at the young group, speaking calmly, there's no need to worry too much. Things are very different now compared to 10 years ago. The protective measures around the snow mountain are excellent. Even if danger arises, the Beast Master Association can respond swiftly. If the Pingqing Association struggles, city Beast Masters will provide support. If they can't handle it, surrounding cities' troops will rush to assist. Currently, the creatures on this snow mountain don't pose a threat to Icefield City. Chun Kai frowned and asked, "So, are you saying a beast tide could appear again? But right now, it's just a small gathering of fierce beasts. Nothing like the massive upheaval 10 years ago?" Zhuang Yu interjected. "Why is that? Aren't those fierce beasts all ice-type creatures? They should prefer the snow mountain environment over the city." The books say that food and resource shortages, along with intense competition, are the main causes of beast tides. Shi Yu gazed thoughtfully at the distant snow mountain, but that shouldn't be the main reason for the snow mountain beast tide. Such causes usually lead to frequent and predictable events, not sudden ones like the one 10 years ago. Mr. Zhang looked at Shi Yu approvingly and nodded. Exactly. But the true cause remains unknown. The trigger for that beast tide is still a mystery. However, there is a theory within Icefield City. Do you know the history of Icefield City? The group shook their heads. Mr. Zhang continued, "It's not exactly history yet, as it's unproven and remains speculative. Archaeological findings suggest that 2,000 years ago, the area around Icefield City didn't have a snow mountain environment. It was the territory of a highly developed beast master tribe of the ancient nation. Then, an ice dragon flew from afar and settled in the surrounding mountains. This dragon was so powerful that its mere presence triggered a mini ice age, causing great suffering for the tribe. The tribe eventually decided to expel the dragon, forming a campaign and engaging in a prolonged battle with it. It's said that the snow mountain was formed during that time." Shi Yu asked curiously, "Who won?" Mr. Zhang replied, "It seems the Beast Master tribe did. There's an ice dragon relic on the mountain, and it's said the dragon's remains are sealed there by the Beast Masters of that time. Even now, dragon aura occasionally emanates from the relic, but after 2,000 years, even that dragon should be completely gone. One theory suggests that the sealed dragon became a spirit, influencing the fierce beasts on the snow mountain, its aura driving them to irrationally attack the city in revenge." Shi Yu and the others turned their gaze to the snow mountain again, imagining the terrifying scene of the dragon's specter. This was the first time they had heard of such a tale. Mr. Zhang pointed to a stone giant statue not far ahead and said, "See that? It's one of the ancient artifacts unearthed by archaeologists." The stone giant was supposedly the totem of that tribe. Unknowingly, they had arrived at a large park. At its center stood a stone giant statue, a type of elemental supernatural life form, akin to a pet beast. It was placed there to enhance the historical ambience of the Pingqing Association. Chun Kai looked at the statue in surprise, asking, "That tribe defeated the ice dragon with this thing? I thought it was just a regular decoration, not an ancient relic of Icefield City." Shi Yu and the others focused on the stone giant statue. Suddenly, Shi Yu felt his heart race and his mind buzz. His psychic sense seemed to activate involuntarily, and a strange voice echoed in his mind. "It's not like that. It's not like that." The unexpected voice made Shi Yu shudder. He glanced around, noticing that Mr. Zhang, Chun Kai, and the others appeared normal. Suppressing his shock, Shi Yu looked back at the statue, his face turning pale. He prayed silently that the voice wasn't coming from the statue. Was he going to become light too? The statue showed no signs of life, and psychic sense was supposed to only pick up on the thoughts of living beings. If the statue had an anomaly, how could it be openly displayed here? "It's not like that." Shi Yu could still hear the voice clearly. Shi Yu was certain he heard a voice. It felt exactly like when he used telepathy. He looked around warily, and his eyes eventually settled on a statue. This statue appeared utterly ordinary, as if it were carved by ancient people in the likeness of a stone giant, showing no signs of being an extraordinary life form. Frowning in thought, Shi Yu wondered if it might have come to life. He quickly dismissed this idea. If it had truly evolved into an extraordinary life form, it would have been discovered by other beast tamers long ago. After all, this was the Beast Tamer Association, bustling with people, including numerous high-level beast tamers, many of whom had telepathic abilities. A wild, extraordinary creature would have nowhere to hide, especially since this statue had been standing here for several years. Even after the voice disappeared, Shi Yu continued to examine the statue closely, unwilling to give up. Yet no matter how he scrutinized it, the result was the Samite was just an ordinary statue made of the most common stone. Normally, it was well known that telepathy couldn't communicate with inanimate objects. Unless, of course, there was a use of telepathy he was unaware of. Shi Yu's thoughts were interrupted by Mr. Zhang's voice. "Let's wrap it up here. I have some things to take care of, so I'll be off," Mr. Zhang said with a smile to the group. "Don't worry too much. The beast tide is nothing for you to concern yourselves with. Even if the legendary ice dragon were to revive, our beast tamers would be capable of handling it." Mr. Zhang's words reminded Shi Yu that in this world, dragons, once considered unreachable, had become tameable. Although rare, dragon tamers had become a profession. All right, thank you, Mr. Zhang, Chen Kai said respectfully, and Shi Yu followed with his thanks. As they bid farewell, Mr. Zhang left, leaving Shi Yu and the others to look at each other. Shall we go back to playing whack-a-mole? Chen Kai asked. No, let's leave it for another time. Shi Yu shook his head. I just remembered something I need to do. Is it urgent? We could grab a meal first. It's urgent. Shi Yu interrupted Chen Kai's suggestion and hurried off. Chen Kai and the others had wanted to invite Shi Yu for dinner, but seeing his urgency, they decided against it. In the end, they didn't even manage to get Shi Yu's contact information. Shi Yu hadn't bought a phone yet. Electronics here were 10 times more expensive than on Earth, and he couldn't afford them for now. If anyone wanted to find Shi Yu later, they'd have to leave a message at the Beast Tamer Association. The difference between this world and Earth was that here, it's easier to buy rare animals than common tech products. A panda's price is even less than a city apartment, but tech products are exorbitantly priced. After parting ways, Shi Yu headed straight to the Pingqing Library, hoping to find some information. Unfortunately, by evening, he hadn't found what he was looking for. However, the research gave Shi Yu a deeper understanding of this world. The history of this world is broadly divided into 3 eras: the mythical era, the totem era, and the beast-taming era. The mythical era was when the earliest mythical creatures ruled the planet. The totem era was when humans emerged and struggled to survive under the threat of powerful creatures. The beast-taming era is when humans began mastering the ability to tame beasts. The beast-taming era is further divided into ancient and modern times, with the turning point being the formation of an alliance by 7 human nations over 100 years ago. Although the historical divisions are straightforward, due to special reasons, there are many gaps in this world's history. For instance, the collective disappearance of the first mythical creatures remains an unsolved mystery. The events that happened 2,000 years ago in the Icefield City are also not fully understood by modern people. As he left the library, Shi Yu kept reminding himself, don't be curious, don't be curious, don't be curious. He forced himself not to think about these matters, as it was an old habit of his. In his past life, Shi Yu was an archaeologist who, by chance, came into contact with an unknown mythological system. Driven by curiosity, he switched careers to become a mythologist. From then on, he followed his teacher to various ruins and ancient sites, exploring this unknown mythological system. However, it was this curiosity that ultimately led to his demise. During an exploration, he was caught in a landslide and buried alive, subsequently finding himself in this world. Recalling his past self, obsessed with studying the history of an unknown mythological system, Shi Yu wished he could slap himself. Wouldn't it have been better to stay home, play games, and watch anime? Why did he have to venture into dangerous places for research? Now, having crossed into this even more perilous world, Shi Yu only wanted to live more comfortably within the bounds of safety. In this life, he intended to enjoy life to the fullest. Despite the fact that this world's history seemed to hold more mysteries and a more authentic mythological system, he, Shi Yu, was determined not to repeat the mistakes of his past life. In the grounds of the Pingqing Beastmaster Association, a stone giant statue stood solemnly under the moonlight. It was late, and the area was nearly deserted. Shi Yu stood before the statue, gazing up at the colossal figure, his mind echoing with questions from earlier that day. Was it you speaking? Shi Yu whispered. Were you contradicting the history that person spoke of? He recalled the history lesson given by teacher Zhang earlier, filled with unverified speculations. At that time, only he had heard the statue's rebuttal. Come on, big guy, say something. Shi Yu attempted to communicate with the statue using telepathy, but unlike earlier, the statue remained silent. If you don't speak, I'm leaving, Shi Yu threatened. But the statue stayed unmoved. Caught in this silence, Shi Yu began to doubt his own state of mind. He tried to remember the feeling he had that afternoon when he first looked at the statue. After hearing teacher Zhang's account, he was filled with curiosity about that speculative history. As he gazed at the statue, he secretly wished to know the true history. It seemed that at that moment, he had heard the statue's voice. Tell me, Shi Yu murmured, staring intently at the statue, images of himself visiting ancient sites, studying artifacts, and seeking historical truths flashing through his mind. Tell me, and I can reveal the true history. In that moment, Shi Yu's thoughts became clear. He genuinely wanted to bring this piece of history's truth to light. He no longer simply wished to hear the statue's voice. He longed to listen to the echoes of history. Shi Yu adjusted his mindset, trying to recapture the feeling from the afternoon. He recalled, it was like a roar in my mind. Suddenly, a loud noise exploded in his ears, sending shivers down his spine. This sound was not from his mind or spirit, but was a real sound echoing around him. Shi Yu looked up, his mouth agape, as if the sky had just trembled. Then, a cracking sound drew his attention back to the statue. This time, the statue indeed made a sound, not words, but the sound of splitting. Before Shi Yu's eyes, a fissure appeared from top to bottom on the statue. "Oh my god, something's happening," Shi Yu exclaimed, turning to flee, swearing to himself never to dabble in archaeology again. This field was too perilous, even more so than being a beast master. 11. Help me, Shi Yu called out to his companion in his mind as he ran. In July of year 177 of the Alliance calendar, a tense atmosphere enveloped the city of Bingyuan. The unusual activity of the ferocious beasts from the snowy mountains had put all the Beastmaster associations on high alert, especially the professional Beastmasters of the Pingqing Association, who were already in a state of readiness. The wounds from the beast tide 10 years ago were still fresh in Pingqing's memory, and the reconstruction had consumed a vast amount of Bingyuan's manpower and resources. This time, they vowed to defend the city walls at all costs, ensuring the beasts would not rampage through the city again. In the midst of this tense atmosphere, a thunderous boom suddenly erupted over Pingqing, shaking the skies. The massive shockwave alarmed everyone, nearly snapping the already taut nerves of the Beastmasters. "Is it a beast tide?" someone exclaimed. "How could there be no warning?" Many others hoped it was just an ordinary earthquake. The sound was so loud that even ordinary citizens heard it clearly. People poured out onto the streets, looking up in search of the source of the noise. However, aside from the earth-shattering boom, the sky showed no sign of disturbance. On the top floor of the Pingqing Beastmaster Association's headquarters, a middle-aged man in a gray suit gazed thoughtfully at the sky as if it were a shattered mirror. His tall, slender secretary rushed in, anxiously reporting, "President, the anomaly affected not just us, but other districts and associations in the city as well. Even regions beyond have sensed slight changes." The president spoke slowly. "I've only heard of such occurrences, but I can't be certain if it's what I suspect." He paused, however. "If it is, it might not necessarily be a bad thing." Meanwhile, the entire city of Bingyuan experienced varying degrees of tremor, with the anomaly even beginning to spread outward, reaching other places. The culprit behind all this was at home, feeling anxious while preparing dinner in an apron. Shi Yu added bamboo shoots to the iron-eating beast's bowl, advising, "Sure, eat more. This world is full of mysteries. You need to grow stronger to protect us." The little iron-eating beast, bewildered but pleased with Shi Yu's uncharacteristic generosity, let out a satisfied noise. Although it didn't understand what happened, it was happy. Shi Yu, still unclear about the situation outside, sensed complexity from snippets of conversation he overheard. "This is too much noise," he thought to himself. "Shi Yu, you really shouldn't have talked to that rock. Now there's trouble." To avoid further issues, Shi Yu decided to stay indoors, only venturing out for groceries and medicine. Just as he resolved to lay low, he heard a bird chirp from the persimmon tree in his yard. The green silkworm in the birdcage also let out a hungry cry. "You should eat more too," Shi Yu said, pouring leftover vegetable leaves into the green silkworm's food dish. "The fatter you get, the more silk you produce." The green silkworm happily devoured the food. Shi Yu thought, compared to Shi, the silkworm was much easier to please. After settling his pets, Shi Yu felt a wave of exhaustion. The aftereffects of teaching supervision the previous day hadn't worn off, and today's commotion drained him further. He decided to take a nap, hoping for a fresh start tomorrow. Once re-energized, he planned to continue training Shi in new skills to boost its combat abilities. Shi Yu quietly reviewed Shi's ability panel. Name: Iron-Eating Beast. Attribute: Metal. Species level: Intermediate Transcendent. Growth level: Awakening level 5. Skills: Mastery and Hardening, Basic High-Speed Healing, Basic Supervision. The panel satisfied Shi Yu. Among the 6 skills he had collected, Intimidation and Absolute Sleep remained untaught. Considering these high-level skills would require significant effort, Shi Yu planned to delay them for now. Instead, he decided to focus on enhancing the proficiency of the skills Shi had already mastered. The following day, Shi Yu devoted himself to rest and recovery. To maximize resources, he released the green silkworm from its cage and gave it a new task under its confused gaze. "Today, you'll be Shi's training partner. Complete it well, and you'll get extra food." In the yard, Shi Yu designated 2 areas, one for the green silkworm and the other for Shi. Through continuous practice, the green silkworm's silk skill had reached a level of mastery, allowing it to perform various tricks. For instance, Silk Ray, the green silkworm could gather silk into a finger-length strand and shoot it like an arrow, resembling a tiny dart. Though its current power couldn't even pierce the clothes Shi Yu bought from a street vendor, its speed was impressive. Under the green silkworm's control, the silk could swiftly travel from one end to the other. More impressively, with its mastery level, the green silkworm could launch successive silk rays, creating a dense barrage akin to a rain of arrows. Shi Yu meticulously designed this training plan with a clear objective in mind: to utilize the properties of the silken threads to enhance 11's supersight. Whether it's dodging tiny high-speed rays or accurately determining their landing points for precise, small-scale hardening, this is an excellent training method. Most importantly, this type of training is quiet and won't attract unnecessary attention. Crouching down, Shi Yu patiently communicated with the not-so-bright King Mianchong using telepathy. He gave various examples, trying to help King Mianchong understand the importance of the training. However, King Mianchong only blinked its large eyes in confusion, not fully grasping the concept. 11, on the other hand, listened intently, clearly intrigued by the training method. Roar! 11 exclaimed excitedly, suddenly reaching out to grab the still-dazed King Mianchong. It seemed to be saying, "How can you just laze around in a birdcage all day? The meaning of life is in training. Come join me." Chirp! King Mianchong let out an innocent cry, evidently bewildered by the sudden call to train. Shi Yu chuckled at the scene before getting up to head out for groceries. Before leaving, he reminded them, "Train well, I'll be back soon." On his way to the market, Shi Yu inquired about the events of the previous day. Although the specifics were unclear, it was said that the Pingqing Beastmaster Association had suspended many operations and was heavily guarded. Even the usual whack-a-mole tasks were halted. This news made Shi Yu anxious. He couldn't help but think of the statue he accidentally broke, feeling uneasy. Could they eventually trace it back to him? Although there were few witnesses, and surveillance cameras weren't common in this world, the presence of extraordinary powers made anything possible. Shi Yu decided against turning himself in for now, opting to act oblivious until he understood what had actually happened. Admitting guilt prematurely might cause unnecessary trouble. While Shi Yu dealt with life's mundane tasks, the presidents of Beastmaster associations from various districts of Icefield City gathered in Pingqing. In a secluded valley, 9 master-level beastmasters of varying ages gazed at a crack stretching across the sky, forming a portal to a secret realm or ancient ruins. Among the 10 present, one individual stood out. A young woman in her 20s with short, tea-colored hair and glasses, dressed in a white shirt and black skirt, draped with a knee-length white research coat. Her expression was calm and focused, contrasting with the others. "Dr. Lu, what are your thoughts?" the others asked respectfully. The young woman, known as Dr. Lulu, Kinjia pondered for a moment before speaking. "I attempted to decipher the Ice Dragon ruins, but unfortunately failed. We still lack sufficient information to uncover the true history of the ice field. This newly appeared ruin might offer more clues." She paused, then asked, "When the ruin appeared yesterday, were there any other anomalies in Pingqing?" The president of the Pingqing Beastmaster Association replied, "An ancient stone statue in our association's park collapsed." "The stone giant statue?" Lu Qingyi inquired further.
Yes.
Lu Qingyi's expression remained unchanged, but she had already formed a judgment in her mind. The emergence of this ruin wasn't a coincidence, but rather someone had stirred the echoes of history. She thought privately, "It seems another person with the special telepathic ability to hear the voice of history has appeared. Who could it be?" In Pingqing district, undercurrents were stirring. Shi Yu acted with caution, determined to proceed steadily. Initially, he planned to enhance Chongchong's silk spinning skills for early monetization, but considering life's unpredictability, he shifted his focus to boosting 11's combat prowess. After regaining his strength, Shi Yu once again used the skill manual on 11, teaching it super eyesight. This time, 11's super eyesight proficiency rose to a skilled level, and its mental strength increased as well. This improvement not only sharpened 11's vision and precision in movement, but also unexpectedly enhanced its ability to stay up late. Bathed in moonlight, Shi Yu rested his chin in his hand, watching the tireless training of 11. He couldn't help but ask, "How do you manage to keep going for so long?" Witnessing the little panda's diligence often sparked Shi Yu's own urge to meditate and enhance his beast-taming abilities. Unfortunately, he struggled to concentrate, his mind frequently wandering, more drawn to the thrill of exploring ruins. Nevertheless, he forced himself to stay grounded, aware of the dangers lurking in every corner of this world. As Shi Yu was deep in thought, 11 suddenly collapsed, overwhelmed by hunger and fatigue, falling into a deep sleep. Shi Yu shook his head helplessly. This was a common occurrence. He quickly fetched some spare bamboo shoots, carefully feeding the sleeping 11. Even in its dreams, 11 chewed and swallowed as if it possessed a natural talent. After eating, 11 was jubilant, wobbling as it attempted to resume training. Shi Yu hurriedly intervened, dragging it to the bathroom for a wash. After a strenuous effort, Shi Yu managed to force 11 back into the beast space to rest, before collapsing into bed himself, utterly exhausted. Time flew by, and a week passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Shi Yu taught 11 the skills of rapid healing and hardening. Now, 11 boasted skilled-level rapid healing and super eyesight, along with mastery-level hardening, an almost invincible setup. Shi Yu secretly wondered how many levels of opponents a 5th-level awakened 11 could defeat. However, given the scarcity of worthy adversaries, he decided to continue refining his skills. One day, Shi Yu went to the pharmacy as usual to buy supplements. The familiar young physician, unfazed, fetched the medication before Shi Yu could even speak. "Hey, take it easy. The doctor teased half-jokingly. Shi Yu accepted the supplements, quipping, I think I'm being pretty restrained. At least I haven't risked trying high-level skills. The young physician nodded in agreement, then mysteriously added, I heard the other day that a student from the south part of town just hauled away several boxes of supplements. That's taking it to another level. Hearing this, Shi Yu's hand trembled, thinking, could it be Chun Kai? The competition among students these days is intense. He sighed and then asked, by the way, why did the association impose a lockdown recently? Have they figured out the cause of that loud noise in the sky? The young physician chuckled, you've come to the right person. Although it's not officially announced yet, it seems Pingxing is about to take off. Shi Yu's curiosity was piqued. Oh, tell me more, he urged. As an apprentice beast tamer, the young physician was particularly attuned to such news. Rumors quietly spread through Pingxing, causing a stir. A young doctor, visibly excited, confided in Shi Yu. It might be the emergence of a secret realm. Shi Yu looked puzzled. A secret realm? What's that? The young doctor patiently explained. You can think of it as a separate space independent of our current one. For example, our beast taming spaces are also considered independent alternate spaces. Seeing Shi Yu still confused, the doctor elaborated, let me put it this way. The precursor to a secret realm is essentially a beast taming space. Shi Yu's interest was piqued, and he urged, go on, go on. He felt a sense of relief, as if the unease of the past week was finally eased. Judging by the doctor's enthusiastic tone, it seemed not to be a crisis, which allowed Shi Yu to relax a bit. He had been worried that he might have accidentally released some terrifying creature, like that Melba capable of tearing the sky apart. The young doctor continued, there's a theory that when a beast tamer dies, their beast taming space collapses with them. However, if a powerful beast tamer passes away, their space might remain and, under their will, form an independent secret realm, which can be considered a small world. He took a deep breath and continued, at this point, the secret realm no longer confines extraordinary creatures and becomes a fully independent space where any life form can enter. The environment inside, depending on how much the tamer developed it before their death, still supports the growth of certain pet beasts, although less so than when it was a beast taming space. Even so, it's still a treasure trove rich in energy, ideal for nurturing spiritual plants and pet beasts. Shi Yu pondered and asked, a beast taming space of a powerful beast tamer? An ancient one? Yes, it must be ancient. The doctor nodded in confirmation. In today's terms, that beast tamer would at least have legendary level strength. Seeing Shi Yu's confusion, the doctor added, apprentice, professional, master, legend. Legend is above master. The doctor eagerly painted a picture of the potential. If it truly is a secret realm, there must be many rare resources or pet beasts inside. Even if there's nothing, it's a place that can continuously produce high-value resources. With this thing appearing in Pingxing, we stand to benefit the most. If developed properly, the economy might thrive quickly. Shi Yu, however, thought of another possibility and asked worriedly, what if the pet beasts inside are very powerful and ferocious? The young doctor was taken aback, then reassured him, there's no news about that so far, but we certainly don't need to worry about such things. Even if there are, those big shots can handle it properly. Shi Yu left, feeling relieved. From what he had learned from the young doctor, the cracking of the statue didn't seem to be a bad thing. Yet, he still had doubts. How did chatting with an ancient statue summon a secret realm? What does this have to do with the truth of history? Or is there information in the secret realm related to the true history of the ice field? But no matter what, this matter seemed to be beyond his ability. Shi Yu silently apologized to the statue in his heart. Sorry, brother statue. Although I promised to reveal the truth of history, it seems I'm not able to approach that secret realm at all. Sorry, for causing you to crack. A week later, Shi Yu returned home and felt much more at ease watching 11 and the green silkworm training in the yard. He thought to himself, exploring the secret realm is out of the question. It sounds too dangerous. But, since I've promised, I can't break my word. If I have the strength in the future, and if there's still a chance, I'll deal with it then. Shi Yu looked up at the clear sky, a slight smile on his lips. Just as he was savoring this rare moment of peace, there was a sudden knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Open up, community service. Shi Yu's smile grew brighter, thinking, there is kindness in the world. They know I'm an orphan, and they're bringing warmth. However, the voice outside suddenly turned cold. Seems like no one's home. Prepare to breach. Shi Yu, 11, and the green silkworm froze on the spot, their faces filled with shock and confusion. Wait a minute. Just as Shi Yu was about to open the door, he suddenly paused, as if something had crossed his mind. Community outreach is one thing, but preparing for a breach operation? That seems a bit too warm-hearted. Images of 1,000 pandas stampeding flashed through Shi Yu's mind, accompanied by the phrase, overly warm-hearted. He immediately realized that it was likely his discussions about the stone statue had finally been discovered. Shi Yu had anticipated this outcome. If the secret realm's appearance had a significant impact, it would inevitably be investigated. Although there were no cameras in the park, in a world teeming with extraordinary powers, finding someone wasn't difficult. Abilities like aura detection, divination, and time reversal were quite normal for some extraordinary beings. I hate it. Shi Yu cursed his own overly curious nature. Despite his anxious mood, he decided to open the door. According to the young doctor, this incident might not be such a bad thing. Besides, he hadn't done anything illegal. If the evidence really pointed to him, he would just tell the truth. Taking a deep breath, Shi Yu opened the door, only to be taken aback by what he saw. Instead of the large group of officials he imagined, there was just one person. Even more surprising, it wasn't the cool and composed neighborhood committee lady he had pictured, but a young and attractive woman, probably in her 20s. However, Shi Yu's attention was quickly drawn to the creature beside her. It was a wind lion, poised as if ready to blow the door down. The wind lion resembled a lion-dog hybrid, standing nearly 2 meters tall with fluffy white fur and striking blue eyes. Its neck, limbs, body, and long tail were adorned with black cloud patterns, giving it a majestic appearance. Shi Yu quickly searched his memory for information about the wind lion. Name, wind lion. Attribute, wind. Species level. Skills. Due to his level, Shi Yu hadn't yet encountered higher-level extraordinary creatures, and in school, he'd only learned about those at the extraordinary level. As for the wind lion, he'd only seen pictures and knew little else. Based on the categories of extraordinary, leader, monarch, overlord, and myth, he guessed the wind lion was of the leader level. Roar, the wind lion bared its teeth, letting out a low growl, as if greeting Shi Yu. The young woman introduced herself. I'm Lu Qingyi, a PhD in archaeology from Gudu University and a member of the Donghuang Archaeological Association. She looked up at Shi Yu with a slight smile. I'd like to discuss something with you, and I hope you can cooperate. Hearing PhD in archaeology and Gudu University, Shi Yu felt a pang of regret. He sighed internally. What a great girl, but why choose such a dead-end field like archaeology? Shi Yu, unemployed, apprentice beastmaster. Please come in. Shi Yu introduced himself simply and stepped aside to let her in. By now, he was certain of her intentions. The only archaeological incident he'd been involved in since arriving in this world was the stone statue anomaly. Shi Yu opened the door, ready to face the interrogation he was about to receive. He led Dr. Lu into the yard, where the panda was obediently stacking steel plates, hiding behind a tree to observe. The silkworm had retreated into its birdcage, as if none of this concerned it. As Lu Qingyi and the wind lion entered the yard, their eyes were immediately drawn to the panda behind the tree and the silkworm in the birdcage. Then, they refocused on Shi Yu. Lu Qingyi got straight to the point. The statue at the Pingqing Beast Master Association shattered, and it's connected to you, right? I mean no harm, so there's no need to worry. I just want to know if you heard the voice from that statue. Shi Yu responded with a question. Was that statue a living thing? This question essentially confirmed her assumption. Lu Qingyi shook her head and explained, no, the statue was not alive. As you understand, telepathy typically only communicates with living beings. Shi Yu nodded. He had researched this topic before but found nothing new. Lu Qingyi continued, however, there are exceptions. Some inanimate objects that carry the faith, beliefs, will, and emotions of many beings, when weathered by time, can potentially give rise to a ling. A ling is an elusive concept, unrelated to life, spirit, mind, or soul. In archaeology, it's referred to as a trace of history. Only a very few with special telepathic talents have the chance to hear it. Therefore, beast masters with this telepathic gift are known in the archaeological world as those who can hear the sound of history. Shi Yu pondered and asked, so, I'm one of those with special talents? Lu Qingyi nodded in affirmation. Being able to hear the voice of history is an exceptional talent. Throughout history, there have been numerous breaks, with countless truths buried. And relics are our primary means of understanding history today. However, these preserved relics are often protected by extraordinary forces, making it very difficult to decipher or locate them. Standing in front of the statue, Shi Yu sensed the faint mysterious aura surrounding him. Lu Qingyi glanced at him, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes, and continued. Those who can listen to the echoes of history have a much easier time finding or deciphering key information about relics compared to ordinary people. This time, because you awakened the spirit of that statue, an ancient relic has surfaced, potentially unveiling the truth behind the history of the ice plains. Shi Yu furrowed his brow, an ominous feeling rising within him. After a moment of hesitation, he asked, so, the reason you sought me out is… Lu Qingyi gave a mysterious smile, looking directly into Shi Yu's eyes. Shi Yu, you have great talent. You're a born archaeologist. I want to invite you. No way. Shi Yu took a step back abruptly, interrupting loudly. Absolutely not. I will never do archaeological work again in this lifetime. He shook his head firmly. Wouldn't it be better to earn a little money, raise a giant panda, find a beautiful girlfriend and raise a cute cat with her, and live happily and comfortably in a safe city? Shi Yu took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. Sorry, I'm not interested in archaeology. I don't want to join any archaeological society or go to any archaeology university. Lu Qingyi listened, a puzzled expression on her face. Who said I wanted to invite you to join the archaeological society? Huh. It's not. Shi Yu was taken aback. Lu Qingyi shook her head, her tone becoming serious. With your talent, joining the archaeological society would be a waste. In the entire ancient country, including you, there are only 11 known individuals who can listen to the echoes of history. That's fewer than the number of legendary beast tamers, and fewer than the number of national guardian-level creatures. Do you know what that means? Shi Yu felt a pang of anxiety, instinctively swallowing hard. The invitation is from another organization, Lu Qingyi continued, and you don't have to rush to refuse. Men are creatures who often say one thing and mean another. Having this talent means you must like this field. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to hear the statue's voice. As she spoke, Lu Qingyi walked over to the birdcage, her gaze landing on the Qingmian worm. She softly said something that made Shi Yu feel a pang of discomfort. Shi Yu struggled internally, asking himself, Why? Even after crossing worlds, can't I escape archaeology? He looked at his Qingmian worm, silently complaining. Your strong intuition isn't that common, is it? How could you betray me like this? Shi Yu felt a strong sense of resistance, his brow furrowed in discomfort. The shadows of his past archaeological experiences instinctively made him want to refuse. However, Lu Qingyi's words piqued his interest. Only 11 people in the entire ancient Donghuang kingdom have the ability to hear the sounds of history? Shi Yu's eyes widened in surprise. It's rarer than a legendary beastmaster, even surpassing the totem guardians? He couldn't help but glance at the figure behind the tree, 11, and thought to himself, I never imagined the national treasure would be me. The number 11 also stirred his curiosity. It seems I have a special connection with 11. Shi Yu shook his head, clearing away these stray thoughts. He began to consider the possibilities. Given his rarity, could joining this organization offer substantial benefits? Since his abilities were already exposed and the invitation was sincere, it might be worth exploring. Where exactly are you inviting me to join? What are the benefits? Shi Yu asked cautiously. Lu Qingyi smiled warmly. The benefits are exceptional, even surpassing those of legendary beastmasters. As a formal member, your status would be above that of a legendary beastmaster. Want to explore ruins? You can apply for massive resources, or even have legendary beastmasters as your bodyguards. Shi Yu's mouth dropped slightly, stunned. The president of the Beastmaster Association in Bingyuan City was merely a top-level master, not yet reaching legendary status. Legendary beastmasters could control dominant-level creatures, and typically held significant positions in first-tier cities. This organization was incredibly powerful. He couldn't help but think that if his novice summoned realm held such value, the abilities of seasoned professionals must be even more impressive. Joining seemed promising. What obligations would I have if I joined? Shi Yu asked carefully. Almost none, Lu Qingyi explained. The organizational structure is simple, and everyone has a lot of freedom. Tasks are chosen freely without compulsion. She looked up at the sky and added, however, beastmasters with such talents rarely stay idle. Whenever new mythological relics are discovered, they rush in to assist or lead explorations. After all, no ordinary person would awaken such a unique ability. Shi Yu was taken aback. So relaxed? It meant that as long as he acted prudently, he wouldn't need to take risks even after joining. Conversely, if he wanted to take risks, he could apply for ample resources, bodyguards, and information. So, what's the name of this organization? Shi Yu inquired. The National Relic Strategic Investigation and Support Bureau, also known as the 11th Bureau, Lu Qingyi replied. You can think of us as the special forces of the archaeological world, dealing with significant relics. 11 again. Shi Yu was getting used to it. He pondered, weighing the pros and cons. Since they had approached him, and he had such a rare talent, it seemed difficult to avoid joining. In that case, I'll join, Shi Yu sighed, making his decision. As long as he acted wisely, he should be fine. Deep down, he admitted he still had a desire to return to his old pursuits. Dr. Lu, are you also a member of the 11th Bureau? Shi Yu asked. Yes, including you and me, there are now 11 members in the 11th Bureau, Lu Qingyi said with a satisfied smile. Welcome aboard. From today, you're a provisional member of the 11th Bureau. Provisional? Shi Yu suddenly felt he might have been tricked. The benefit seemed tailored for full members. Yes, provisional, Lu Qingyi clarified. Every new member must pass an assessment to become a full member. Shi Yu was about to reconsider, But Lu Qingyi's next words made him agree immediately. Lu Qingyi's words lit up Shi Yu's eyes. A starting fund of 10 million? That was far more enticing than any offer of a legendary Beast Tamer bodyguard. His mind was already racing with ideas on how to use the money, and his plans to nurture the Qingmian worm were instantly forgotten. No problem, consider it done. When can I expect the funds to be transferred? Shi Yu eagerly asked, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Tomorrow, Lu Qingyi replied calmly. Your documents and funds will be ready. She paused, then added, however, unless it's absolutely necessary, I advise you not to reveal your identity as a member of the 11th Bureau. Otherwise, foreign intelligence agents might make your life difficult. Shi Yu nodded in understanding. Lu Qingyi continued, currently, the 11th Bureau is the only group aware of your connection to the relics in Pingqing City. Until you become an official member, I will be your liaison with the organization. Don't worry, I'm not one to seek the spotlight, Shi Yu assured her. He knew well that as one of only 11 individuals nationwide with the crucial talent to unlock the secrets of relics, he could easily become a target. Moreover, he was still quite inexperienced. Lu Qingyi suddenly remembered the most important matter. I almost forgot to mention, your assessment task is to uncover the true history of Icefield City. There's no time limit, and once you succeed, you'll become an official member. I previously explored the Snow Mountain's Ice Dragon relic, but couldn't solve the mechanisms due to a lack of key information. This newly emerged Icefield relic, which appeared because of you, might be where you truly shine. She explained that even with the ability to hear the echoes of history, a specific opportunity is needed to perceive these traces. Lu Qingyi herself had failed, but Shi Yu had succeeded. After investigation, she understood that it might be because Shi Yu was a native of Icefield. It was reasonable for him to hear the voices. His desire to uncover the truth about Icefield was undoubtedly stronger than hers, making this assessment task practically tailored for him. You want me to investigate the true history of Icefield City? Shi Yu asked. Can I access the newly emerged secret realm? You can, Lu Qingyi confirmed. This secret realm is a special type relic, and even without using your 11th Bureau member status, you're likely to gain entry. How you proceed from there will be part of your assessment. Finally, Lu Qingyi said, as your sponsor, I'd like to offer you a personal gift. Wanting Shi Yu to quickly grow into a capable assistant, she decided to provide some advance payment. You don't need money for now. So, would you prefer a skill manual for the iron-eating beast, a special evolution method for the Qingmian worm, or a height-ear beast cub? Shi Yu stood in the pet breeding room, his gaze fixed on the baby iron eater and the silkworm. The iron eater was leisurely chewing on a piece of metal, while the silkworm was quietly curled up inside a birdcage. Lu Qingyi's eyes showed a hint of understanding, as she had already noticed these two pets and prepared gifts accordingly. That iron eater cub must be your initial pet, right? Lu Qingyi asked. And this silkworm, is it an extra pet you're raising? Shi Yu nodded in acknowledgement. Lu Qingyi continued her analysis. The iron eater is understandable. It's mentioned in your profile. But the silkworm seems to be a surprise find. Observing closely, she added, it looks like this silkworm hasn't formed a contract with you yet, and is still in the wild state, correct? Lu Qingyi explained that many beast masters with telepathic abilities like to raise wild pets, especially when they're limited by level and can't contract more pets. She speculated that Shi Yu might be aiming to nurture the silkworm into a wind crystal butterfly for future contracting. I must say, this silkworm has been bred quite well, Lu Qingyi praised. The level of its silk is likely not low, and its evolution should be successful. You truly are a graduate of the breeding specialty. Hearing that Lu Qingyi intended to give him a gift, Shi Yu fell into thought. He was already quite satisfied with the 10 million, and now she was offering more, making him a bit hesitant. But soon, he dismissed his reservations and decided to accept the gesture. An Iron Eater skill manual would be great, Shi Yu thought. Even though 11 doesn't lack skills, the more, the merrier. And having skills from a legitimate source makes using them stress-free. Shi Yu was also intrigued by the evolution method for the silkworm. He initially planned to release it, but now he felt it might be worth listening to. I've raised it for so long and haven't sold any silk yet. Such a loss. Shi Yu muttered to himself. If it can evolve into a decent species, it can continue to work for me. As for high-rank pet cubs, Shi Yu imagined some fantastical creatures like dragon girls, flower fairies, and mermaids. Do I have to choose just one? Shi Yu couldn't help but ask. Lu Qingyi was taken aback. You want them all? Shi Yu replied earnestly. I need to get stronger quickly to contribute to archaeology. Lu Qingyi scrutinized Shi Yu's expression, surprised at his audacity. She nodded. All right, consider it in advance on your salary. But the high-rank pet cubs will have to wait until you become an advanced beast master. Lu Qingyi explained that Shi Yu is currently just an apprentice beast master and could only contract one pet. Even when he becomes a junior beast master and can contract a second pet, the level of his beast space won't support the accelerated growth of a high-rank pet cub. Regarding the Iron Eater skill manual, Lu Qingyi mentioned, I heard that the Bamboo Rock Martial Arts Hall in Pingqing has 2 skills suitable for the Iron Eater. Tomorrow, I'll give you a letter of recommendation, so you can learn from the master there. Shi Yu was secretly delighted. This was already part of his plan. Although his original plan involved challenging the hall to learn the skills secretly. Now that he had a legitimate way to learn, he gladly accepted. Finally, Lu Qingyi asked, by the way, are you planning to evolve the silkworm into a wind crystal butterfly and then contract it? Shi Yu explained that he was simply interested in the silkworm due to its potential as one of the most versatile pets. In reality, he was drawn to the silkworm's silk for its versatility and market value. Lu Qingyi nodded thoughtfully, adding, indeed, the silkworm is one of the most versatile pets, and among the known evolution paths, it has the most potential evolutions. As a fully evolved pet beast, the Qingmian worm's initial evolutionary potential is truly astonishing. It can transform into dozens of species of moths and butterflies, making it an ideal subject for evolutionary research. Lu Qingyi explained to Shi, her voice tinged with excitement. Almost every evolutionary researcher starts with the Qingmian worm as their initial experiment subject. The reason is simple. It has a short breeding cycle, and the metamorphosis into a butterfly is like an exhilarating lottery. No one knows what will ultimately emerge, and this anticipation is irresistible. She paused before continuing. I know of 3 evolution paths at the commander level that you can choose from. If cultivated successfully, this Qingmian worm's potential could surpass that of a small iron-eating beast, making it a great choice for your second pet. Shi seemed to sense it was being talked about, wriggling uneasily. It looked at Lu Qingyi with a puzzled expression, as if to say, is that troublesome woman talking bad about me again? Meanwhile, the Qingmian worm remained adorably clueless, with no idea of the impending evolution. Lu Qingyi continued to detail the 3 evolutionary paths. First is the ice crystal butterfly, a low-tier commander level with wind and ice attributes. Its most powerful skill is blizzard, which is incredibly formidable. Next is the ghostly beauty butterfly, a mid-tier commander level with a dark attribute. It excels in curse-type skills and is unmatched in stealth and assassination. Lastly, there's the light goddess butterfly, a high-tier commander level with a light attribute. It can master a variety of light skills and is adept in illusions, making it the most powerful of the 3. She added, besides specific materials and food, for a successful evolution, the Qingmian worm's silk spinning proficiency should at least reach the proficient level before forming a cocoon, with the perfect level being even better. This can maximize the pet beast's potential. Seeing Shi deep in thought, Lu Qingyi smiled and said, however, achieving perfect level silk is indeed challenging, so don't push too hard. After all, the Qingmian worm's lifespan and innate abilities are limited, and reaching proficient level is already quite commendable. After Lu Qingyi explained the 3 evolutionary paths, she turned her gaze to Shi Yu, awaiting his decision. Shi Yu's expression became serious as he realized that this decision would directly impact the future of his Qingmian worm. The options were enticing: the ice crystal butterfly, the phantom beauty butterfly, and the bright goddess butterfly. Each one held the promise of a commander-level creature, far surpassing the growth potential of extraordinary-level creatures. Having a commander-level pet beast almost guaranteed a future as a professional beast tamer. However, Shi Yu didn't rush into a decision. His attention was captured by a critical piece of information. For the Qingmian worm to evolve into a commander-level creature, its silk proficiency only needed to reach the proficient level. This requirement was much lower than he had anticipated. Shi Yu's mind raced, and a bold idea emerged. What if we aim for a mastery-level silk proficiency? He asked, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Has there ever been a case where a Qingmian worm mastered its silk to such a level before evolving? Lu Qingyi frowned slightly, pondering before she replied, in theory, it's not impossible. You could seek out a secret realm or relic space suitable for the Qingmian worm's growth and invest substantial resources in its cultivation. Alternatively, you could wait until you've reached the legendary level yourself before nurturing the Qingmian worm. But with the latter method, she shook her head. I'm afraid this Qingmian worm might not live to see that day. She added, there are indeed successful cases domestically. One Qingmian worm evolved into a monarch-level ice phoenix moth. Are you interested in trying? Shi Yu chuckled. Just curious. Lu Qingyi's expression turned stern. Don't be too greedy. While higher silk proficiency does increase the potential after evolution, it also makes the process more difficult, raising the risk of failure during metamorphosis. This is why we don't pursue perfect proficiency. Unless you can guarantee that the evolutionary materials used can 100 awaken a powerful new racial skill in the Qingmian worm, and that this skill can 100 break the cocoon. But even top evolutionary planners can't make such guarantees. Shi Yu carefully considered Lu Qingyi's words. The silk level of the Qingmian worm, the quality of the cocoon, the difficulty of metamorphosis, and the potential after evolution were all correlated. Successfully breaking out of the cocoon required awakening a powerful new racial skill within. Awakening new skills depended on the materials provided before evolution. Suddenly, a daring idea flashed through Shi Yu's mind. What if he could teach the Qing Mian worm new skills through a skill atlas before it formed a cocoon? What would happen then? This could break the traditional evolutionary path constraints, allowing the pre-evolution skills to break the cocoon. As long as the skill level was high enough, it could reduce the risk of metamorphosis failure. At the same time, he could freely elevate the silk level to its peak, letting the highest quality cocoon nourish the Qing Mian worm. This idea filled Shi Yu with excitement. He initially thought that a commander-level creature was quite impressive, but now he was inspired to cultivate an entirely new evolutionary form. He could defy convention and evolve in a groundbreaking way. Learning new skills before evolution mastery level silk proficiency, carefully selected evolutionary materials? Shi Yu finally understood the allure of those researchers obsessed with discovering new evolutionary forms for the Qing Mian worm. The anticipation of the unknown was captivating. He nodded and said to Lu Qingyi, "I'll choose the bright goddess butterfly. Even if it doesn't evolve into that, choosing the rarest option can't be wrong." He intended to reference the material combinations of other evolutionary paths. Lu Qingyi raised an eyebrow. "Of course, you picked the most advanced one, but I did warn you. The difficulty of evolution increases with each choice. Make sure you're fully prepared before letting the Qing Mian worm attempt to evolve. Wasting rare evolutionary materials is one thing, but if the metamorphosis fails, your Qing Mian worm might end up trapped inside the cocoon." "Understood, I get it." Shi Yu nodded solemnly. Right then and there, Lu Qingyi provided Shi Yu with a detailed record of the evolution method, including the precise quantities and levels of materials. This method of nurturing a Qing Mian worm, often seen as a disgrace in the pet beast world, into a high-level commander-level creature was invaluable, enough to establish the prosperity of a Beast Tamer family. Yet, Lu Qingyi handed it over to Shi Yu without hesitation. This made Shi Yu even more convinced that the so-called Bureau 11 might really be formidable. The idea of having a legendary Beast Tamer as a bodyguard in the future didn't seem so far-fetched anymore. His eyes fell on the evolution blueprint handed to him by Lu Qingyi, and he began to study the evolution path of the Qing Mian worm closely. The name Goddess of Light Butterfly itself suggested something extraordinary. Shi Yu silently noted the key elements for evolution: a mastery-level silk skill and a whole bunch of rare materials. He couldn't help but frown, calculating the significant cost in his mind. An immature heart of light, mature sun petals, a luminous core, glow fungus, sunlight rock powder, and light-absorbing grass, each one sounded expensive. As these materials' prices flashed through his mind, he couldn't help but take a sharp breath. Would his 10 million be enough? Probably not by a long shot. The evolution method was also quite particular. The Qing Mian worm needed to reach level 9, then be fed light-absorbing grass soaked in a special mixture of sunlight rock powder and spring water. Once it reached level 10, it had to consume a series of rare materials within a day, then cocoon itself using the silk skill. The entire evolution process would take 30 days, and if successful, the Qing Mian worm would awaken the rainbow light skill within the cocoon and eventually emerge as the goddess of light butterfly. Shi Yu rubbed his temples and muttered to himself, "Little bug, perhaps we should research a more powerful evolution path ourselves. High-level leader, that's too low. If we're not confident by then, we'll use this as a backup plan." As Lu Qingyi rode away on the wind demon lion, leaving Shi Yu, the iron-eating beast, and the Qing Mian worm alone in the courtyard, Shi Yu watched her disappear into the distance with a sigh. He still had reservations about joining Bureau 11, but as Lu Qingyi had pointed out, if he truly rejected it in his heart, he wouldn't have resonated with that statue. "Forget it, no point in overthinking," Shi Yu said as he put away the evolution blueprint, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. "Anyway, I'll have money tomorrow, so I can splurge a bit today." He decided to buy a new phone. This idea had been lingering in his mind for a while, and now he could finally act on it. Shi Yu stood up, brushed off his clothes, and prepared to head out to choose the new phone he had long desired. Discovering the truth behind the statue's transformation, and with a substantial sum about to be credited to his account, Shi Yu couldn't help but feel overjoyed. That very day, he eagerly arrived at the headquarters of Century Group, ready to indulge himself a little. As the leading enterprise in the high-tech field of the Donghuang Ancient Kingdom, Century Group's iconic glass facade skyscraper stands out prominently in the city. Standing before the building, Shi Yu gazed up at this emblem of technological prowess, already contemplating which type of smartphone he should purchase. Entering the spacious and well-lit mobile sales hall, Shi Yu recalled his previous conversation with Lu Qingyi. He had asked whether the organization would provide him with a phone, but the answer was no. Lu Qingyi had informed him that he could use part of the initial 10 million yuan fund to buy one himself, as his current level wasn't high enough for a dedicated device. Though it's a bit disappointing, Shi Yu thought, spending 100,000 on a high-end smartphone is nothing compared to 10 million. As he looked around, a uniformed attendant approached with a smile, asking, "Welcome, sir. How may I assist you today?" "I'm here to choose a phone," Shi Yu said directly. May I know your basic requirements? The attendant inquired politely. Shi Yu succinctly listed his needs: internet connectivity, energy detection, and a pet beast encyclopedia function. Hearing this, the attendant promptly retrieved a phone with a silver-white casing from the counter and introduced it. How about this one? It's the latest model from Century Group, the M30 Encyclopedia phone. It includes information on 6,029 pet beasts and their skills, and can accurately detect energy fluctuation levels of extraordinary level and below pet beasts. It's priced at 99,998 yuan, and if you purchase it now, you'll receive a 1,000 yuan phone credit as a gift. Can I try it out? Shi Yu asked. Upon receiving a positive response, Shi Yu took the phone and quickly found the encyclopedia function. He aimed it at a black and orange striped, menacing-looking dog outside the hall, and the phone immediately displayed detailed information. Name: mechanical dog. Attribute: mechanical. Species level: intermediate extraordinary. Growth level: awakening level 10. Species skills: image storage, scent detection, electric bite, self-destruct. Description: an artificial mechanical life form used for guarding, tracking, and investigation. Shi Yu carefully reviewed the detailed information displayed on the phone's interface, particularly surprised by the self-destruct skill. He pondered the implications of replicating such a skill but quickly dismissed the idea, as it was unnecessary for 11 and Qing Mianchong. Impressed with the encyclopedia function, Shi Yu valued how it could help him quickly understand various pet beasts. Although he had a good grasp of extraordinary level creatures as an academic achiever, this phone would undoubtedly fill any gaps in his knowledge and aid his journey as a beast tamer. However, upon seeing the 99,998 yuan price tag, Shi Yu couldn't help but feel a twinge of pain. He regretted not waiting until the next day, as the promised 10 million from Lu Qingyi hadn't yet arrived. But since he was already there, he decided to go ahead and purchase the phone. I'll take one, Shi Yu told the attendant. The attendant's face lit up with a joyful smile, clearly pleased at the prospect of earning a bit more commission that evening. After completing the purchase, Shi Yu didn't head home immediately. Instead, he made his way to another renowned enterprise talent group. Unlike Century Group, which focused on high-tech products, Talent Group specialized in rare spiritual plants, minerals, pet beast food, and nutritional products. Shi Yu thought that since he had already spent so much, he might as well spend a bit more to buy something nice for 11. Although 11 had been eating iron bamboo for the past month, Shi Yu felt it was time to provide it with better food. In the end, Shi Yu chose to purchase some secondary resources, including iron heartwood. This ingredient is recommended as a high-grade food in the Iron Eater Cultivation Manual gifted by Lin Xiuzhu. It is more precious than iron bamboo. As the name suggests, iron heartwood is a type of wood that contains metallic minerals, making it a stuffed, spiritual plant. It is not only a part of the Iron Eater's diet, but also possesses metallic and wooden attributes that can effectively enhance the Iron Eater's hardening ability and vitality. Compared to iron bamboo, iron heartwood provides more abundant nutrients and is typically used as a staple only for extraordinary level Iron Eaters. However, given his Iron Eater's astonishing consumption capacity, Shi Yu wasn't worried about nutrient overload. After all, his Iron Eater's appetite is several times that of its peers. As for the green silkworm, Shi Yu decided not to invest extra resources in it. After all, this little creature grows quickly, and occasionally using the skill manual for teaching provides sufficient nutrition. Shi Yu thought it should eat the same food as the Iron Eater, as this is true bonding. Even 11 doesn't get such special treatment. After completing his purchases, Shi Yu considered looking for more advanced supplements. After all, he seemed to have developed resistance to the myojin capsules, and their level wasn't particularly high. With his financial situation about to improve, Shi Yu wanted to treat himself better, knowing that his well-being directly affected his pet's welfare. However, considering he still had myojin capsules at home, he decided to use up the existing stock before seeking new alternatives. After indulging himself, Shi Yu contentedly returned home. Everything was as usual, with 11 training the green silkworm. This time, in addition to his routine meditation, Shi Yu could leisurely lie in the courtyard and learn from his phone. While casually browsing, Shi Yu suddenly received a text notification from the Pingqing Beastmaster Association. This message, aimed at all apprentice beastmasters in Pingqing District, caught his attention. The Pingqing District relics have been opened, and beastmasters interested in exploring can sign up for the association's field combat training assessment. Those who pass will gain exploration rights, and all findings within the relics will belong to the individual. Has access been granted already? Shi Yu frowned, deep in thought, recalling what Lu Qingyi had mentioned earlier. Wasn't it said that these ruins and secret realms contained a wealth of treasures, and that whatever one found could be kept for themselves? He couldn't help but chuckle coldly, finally understanding why Lu had mentioned that even without the 11th Bureau's credentials, there was still a chance to enter. This wasn't a treasure hunt. It was more like recruiting cannon fodder. Whether there were treasures inside was still uncertain. Perhaps only ferocious beasts awaited them. Shi Yu keenly sensed that something was amiss. To gain entry, One had to pass a field training exercise organized by the association. It seemed that participants needed to possess some combat skills. Without them, the outcome was obvious: they would likely perish in the ruins. It was a massive trap. Just as Shi Yu was about to search for more information about the secret ruins, he heard a rumbling sound nearby. Turning his head, he saw 11 staggering toward him, looking at him with hopeful eyes, as if asking when it was time to eat. Meanwhile, the Qingmian worm lay limp in its cage, looking like it couldn't even muster the energy to spin a single thread of silk. Checking the time, Shi Yu was surprised to find it was already late. Usually, time seemed to crawl when he meditated, but just browsing his phone had made the hours fly by. He mused that if phones could evolve into mechanical life forms, they might awaken a time-manipulating ability, just like the cartoon character Shan Yu. Snapping back to reality, Shi Yu felt a pang of hunger and quickly set about preparing dinner. Soon, the three of them were enjoying their respective meals: 11 with its iron bamboo stalks, bamboo shoots, bamboo leaves, and ironwood; Shi Yu with his cabbage stir-fry and tomato egg soup, and the Qingmian worm with fresh leaves. As they ate, Shi Yu suddenly asked 11, interested in some field combat training? Ever since returning from the battle arena, he had been contemplating participating in such training. It seemed to be the only thing that could challenge 11. Although it was field combat, the safety was relatively assured, given it was organized by the Beastmaster Association for local trainee Beastmasters. Shi Yu was still hesitant about entering the ruins right away, as he was unaware of the conditions inside. However, participating in field combat training seemed harmless. It would allow them to further hone their combat skills and provide an opportunity to understand the connection between the training assessment and the secret ruins. Roar! 11 excitedly raised its arms, eyes gleaming with a fighting spirit, as if saying, "Charge! Charge! Charge!" Its eyes were bright with determination, indicating it was eager to participate. Training without showcasing results was meaningless. The ice-armored beast and the earth-moving rats couldn't make it demonstrate its full training results. The only creature that posed a challenge was the wind demon lion, but 11 was well aware that it wasn't a match. The wind demon lion was at least a commander-level creature, and the pressure it exerted was significant for a juvenile like 11. Shi Yu nodded and then looked at the Qingmian worm in its cage, saying, "You too? Squeak?" The Qingmian worm looked bewildered and innocent. Shi Yu explained, "As far as I know, the evaluation criteria in field combat training mainly depend on what creatures you defeat or what rare resources you collect. Fighting is 11's job, but gathering resources is where your silk can make things much easier." He smiled. "For instance, those plants growing on cliffs, I'd rather not climb to pick them. That's where you come in handy. Or for resources guarded by creature groups, stealing them would be more efficient than a frontal assault." Squeak! The Qingmian worm buried its head in its food, as if enjoying its last supper. The next day, Lu Qingyi visited again. She brought Shi Yu's credentials as a prospective member of the 11th Bureau and handed him the much-anticipated bank card with a 10 million deposit. In comparison, the recommendation letter from the Zhushi Martial Arts Hall seemed less significant. "With this ID, you can directly access most ruins," Lu Qingyi explained. "For example, you can use it to enter the Pingqing ruins. There's also the Ice Dragon ruins in the Snow Mountains, but I suggest waiting until you have professional strength before exploring the Snow Mountains. Otherwise, even with a thermal suit, your body won't withstand the cold." After listening, Shi Yu couldn't help but ask, "Are there bodyguards?" The ruins of the Ice Dragon on the Snowy Mountain are something you can apply to have a bodyguard for, but triggering the descent is not possible, Lu Qingyi explained with a slight smile, her eyes reflecting a hint of apology. "This particular ruin is quite special, so unfortunately, it's not allowed." Shi Yu's eyelids twitched slightly, clearly dissatisfied with this answer. He looked directly at Lu Qingyi, his tone tinged with urgency. "So what's really going on inside this ruin? Just tell me." The cracked statue is still waiting for its truth to be revealed, but if it's too dangerous, I'll have to postpone it. Lu Qingyi nodded gently, deciding to be candid. "It's fine to tell you in advance. The precursor to the secret realm space is the beast space of a beastmaster, which you already know, right?" Seeing Shi Yu nod, she continued, "Firstly, this ruined space is very unstable. Experiments show that only apprentice beastmasters can enter normally. If a beastmaster's level is too high, their beast space will conflict with the ruined space, causing a spatial repulsion." She paused for a moment before adding, "Of course, we could forcefully develop it, but that could easily lead to spatial collapse, which would be counterproductive. After all, the ruin itself is the most valuable." Shi Yu mused, "I guessed as much. Otherwise, the Pingqing Association wouldn't be preparing to open access to a large number of apprentice beastmasters for such an important ruin." Lu Qingyi nodded in agreement and continued, "Then, this ruin is a challenge-type ruin, likely modified by that beastmaster to train the new generation of beastmasters in their tribe. When a beastmaster enters, they arrive at a random, isolated environment where they can't meet others. Elemental creature avatars appear inside, and only by defeating them can one move to the next environment. Her tone became slightly dejected. It's a bit like a level challenge. Some beastmasters from the Pingqing Beast Army have already explored it, but their results, well, she shook her head. The apprentice beastmasters from Pingqing are still too weak. Even though no extraordinary creatures have appeared in the ruin yet, no one has managed to clear it completely. Apprentice beastmasters from bigger cities would likely uncover the ruin's secrets more quickly. Lu Qingyi explained the priority of exploring the ruin. Then Shi Yu asked the most pressing question: is it dangerous inside? According to those who came out, the elemental creatures aim primarily to defeat, not kill, but if the challenger is too weak, there is still danger, Lu Qingyi replied, then shifted the topic. Hang on, I'll give you a website and an invitation code. You can use your initial funds of 10 million to purchase cultivation resources there at a discounted price. She suggested, make good use of this ruin and the 10 million. Then spend some time training at Jusher Martial Arts Hall. I'm sure you'll soon become a professional level beastmaster. For now, don't focus on the Ice Dragon ruins, but prioritize investigating this one. Shi Yu frowned. It still sounds a bit dangerous. My iron-eating beast is only at level 5, and even the combat-experienced beastmasters in the army couldn't handle it. I'd be wasting my time going there. Lu Qingyi reassured him. If you're looking to uncover the historical truth of Binyuan City, you don't necessarily need to clear all the levels. Each isolated environment likely holds some clues, and your listening talent should be quite useful. This ruin appeared because of you. After all, but you should have at least basic self-defense skills. Learn 2 new skills with your iron-eating beast at Jusher Martial Arts Hall. Just one hardening skill is too limiting. All right, Shi Yu nodded, beginning to plan his next steps. He decided not to use his identity as a member of the 11th Bureau to enter directly, but to participate in the Beastmaster Association's training assessment instead, feeling more secure entering through this channel. He believed that the standards for passing this assessment should indicate safe survival within the ruin. If he couldn't meet the satisfactory standards of this assessment, there was no point in attempting the ruin. His life was more important. Shi Yu slowly laid out his plan, and then quickly realized something was amiss, thinking to himself, damn it, didn't I promise not to get involved with ruins in this life? Why am I feeling this sense of anticipation and excitement? After conducting a thorough investigation into Shi Yu's background, the National Relic Strategy Investigation and Support Bureau, commonly known as the 11th Bureau, decided to adopt a hands-off approach with this newcomer. Despite Shi Yu's promising talent and clean background, he was still very much a rookie. Even the least experienced member of the Bureau, Lu Qingyi, held a PhD from the ancient capital university, highlighting Shi Yu's low standing within the organization. Investigating the historical truths of Binyuan City on his own became a test for Shi Yu. Through this process, the 11th Bureau could also observe how his unique ability to listen to the sound of history manifested. Currently, Lu Qingyi is the most invested in Shi Yu's development. She has already spoken with the senior officials, as Shi Yu was her discovery, and once he becomes an official member, he should first serve as her assistant. I hope you can pass the professional evaluation in 6 months, Lu Qingyi silently wished as she left Shi Yu's house. As someone worldly and experienced, she naturally didn't want Shi Yu to wait for the subsequent evaluations. Those were the standard for ordinary trainee beastmasters like Chen Kai from Pingqing. She provided a substantial startup fund and helped Shi Yu secure learning opportunities at the Jusher Martial Arts School, all to ensure he could catch up in the next professional assessment. Becoming a professional beastmaster is the true gateway into this world. In this field, every step counts, and each stage of growth for a beastmaster should be seized without delay. Watching Lu Qingyi's departing figure, Shi Yu couldn't help but sigh. The benefactor has left, and now we must rely on our own efforts, he murmured, taking out his black 11th Bureau ID and looking at his handsome photo with a mix of emotions. The 11th Bureau is akin to the ultimate force and trump card of the Donghuang ancient nation when it comes to dealing with various relics, holding a very high status. In this world, many relics are associated with guardian totems and mythical creatures, containing a wealth of secrets. Deciphering these relics is a crucial pathway for beastmasters to access the mythical realm. As one of the most elite groups in the field of archaeology, it's not surprising that the 11th Bureau has legendary beastmasters as bodyguards. Shi Yu sighed again. Even though I've ended up in the archaeology field by chance, joining such a prestigious organization in just a few months, well done, Shi Yu. Even in a different world, you're still exceptional. He suddenly felt the ID was a bit of a hot potato. While it was convenient and allowed access to most relics, and even the ability to request bodyguards from the Beastmaster Association, it was like Pandora's box. Using it meant he was taking another risk. Better put it away for now, Shi Yu thought, carefully tucking the ID away. As noon approached, Shi Yu began preparing food for 11 and the others. Suddenly, a thunderous roar came from the courtyard, startling both the Qing Mian worm and Shi Yu. Damn, scared me, Shi Yu muttered. But through his mental connection with 11, he quickly understood the reason 11's growth level had increased again, reaching awakening level 6. Today was July 25th, 177, only a little over 20 days since the contract with 11 on July 4th, and it had already leveled up 3 times. This speed would make many beast masters green with envy. Although 11 ate a lot and had a rigorous training schedule, this growth rate was still extraordinary. Its rapid progress was primarily due to the skill manual's teaching. The enhancement of skill proficiency drives the pet's own growth, which is the real reason behind 11's swift advancement. Shi Yu walked out with an iron bowl, looking at 11, who was enthusiastically waving its hands, and estimated, "You're almost a meter tall now, aren't you?" The small iron eater nodded, not fully understanding. Its size had increased significantly since it was first brought back from the iron bamboo breeding base, but this was normal, as it was in its fastest growth phase. "Congratulations, let's eat first," Shi Yu said with a smile. He quickly prepared food for 11 and the Qingmian worm, then picked up his phone to check the status of his 2 pets. Name: Iron Eater. Growth level: Awakening level 6. Name: Qingmian worm. Growth level: Awakening level 4. One at level 6, the other at level 4, but they couldn't be regarded as ordinary pets of those levels, given their skill proficiency far exceeded others of the same level. Sure, you couldn't help but wonder what kind of results he could achieve in the field combat assessment organized by the Beastmaster Association with these 2 little guys. That afternoon, Shi Yu went to the Pingqing Beastmaster Association once again, this time in an open and legitimate manner. This time, Shi Yu arrived at the Beastmaster Association in Pingqing to sign up for the upcoming field combat assessment. However, when he reached the venue, the sight that greeted him made his scalp tingle. There was a sea of people, all seemingly there for the same assessment. The news of a secret realm appearing in Pingqing was no longer a secret. For most Beastmasters, a secret realm signifies opportunity and wealth. The association's announcement that any gains from the realm could be kept by the individual sparked a fire of hope among countless impoverished Beastmasters. For them, it was a chance to change their fate. Shi Yu quickly grasped the association's strategy to select potential Beastmasters through the field combat assessment and then send them into the relics for training. This way, Pingqing would soon see a surge of apprentice Beastmasters qualified to take on professional assessments. The mere news of the relic had already stirred unprecedented enthusiasm among Pingqing's apprentice Beastmasters. When it was Shi Yu's turn to register, the staff informed him that there were 3 locations for the field combat training, and assignments would be based on the Beastmaster's level. Shi Yu thought that given his level, he probably wouldn't be assigned to the hardest one. "Hello, your training assessment location is Tianmong Mountain," the receptionist said sweetly. "The training assessment will last for 3 days, starting at 9 a.m. on July 28th and ending on the 30th. Please ensure you arrive at the Tianmong Mountain training base by 9 a.m. on the 28th. Late arrivals will be considered as voluntary forfeits, and the registration fee will not be refunded. For more details, please check the information in the hall." After nodding in thanks, Shi Yu left. He calculated that the 10,000 yuan registration fee was actually quite reasonable. After all, each training location had been thoroughly checked for safety by senior Beastmasters, and there was a professional security team overseeing the entire process. To enrich the training experience, the association would also introduce a large number of rare local pet beasts for the apprentice Beastmasters to broaden their horizons. Additionally, the training sites were stocked with abundant rare resources that participants could freely collect and share with the association afterward. As long as one wasn't too unlucky, they could at least break even on the registration fee, and the skilled ones might even make a profit. Shi Yu's goal this time was simple: not to make a profit, but to avoid a loss. He then browsed through the training notes in the registration hall. There was nothing special, mainly reminders for participants to bring necessary items. After reading, Shi Yu went home. With 3 days left until the field combat training assessment, Shi Yu planned to go about his days as usual. He didn't want to cram in last-minute training, fearing it might affect his condition at the time. His main aim was to hone 11's combat skills to match its growth level and perhaps replicate some rare skills. He wasn't planning to make a big show. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so eager to sign up, but would instead use the 10 million to develop steadily over 6 months. The 3 days passed quickly. During this period, Shi Yu's life didn't change much. 11 and Qingmian continued their daily training, focusing on food. Shi Yu spent his time meditating and playing on his phone. The only notable thing was that he used the skill manual 3 more times, teaching 2 rounds of insect silk and 1 of hardening. Including a previous session, 11, having reached the proficient level of hardening, received 2 more skill manual teachings. Qingmian, on the other hand, learned insect silk twice more on top of its proficient level. Although these additional lessons weren't enough to elevate their skills to the perfect level, their daily training was just a drop in the bucket compared to the vast experience needed. This led Shi Yu to ponder a mathematical problem. If a pet beast had no foundation in a skill, the skill manual could raise it to the beginner level in 1 session, proficient in 2, and adept in 4. How many sessions would it take to reach the perfect level? 8 or 16? The question was too complex, so Shi Yu decided to stop thinking and wait to verify it himself. On the morning of the training, Shi Yu got up early and indulgently took a taxi. When he arrived at the street below the Tianmong Mountain training base, he found a large group of beast masters gathered at the entrance, most of them around 20 years old. Shi Yu. As soon as he arrived, he heard someone calling his name. Looking in the direction of the voice, he immediately saw a guy with dark circles under his eyes, resembling a panda. I knew you'd be here, said Chen Kai, a top student from the after-school tutoring class. I figured you wouldn't miss out on something like this. Shi Yu frowned at Chen Kai. Wait, what's with those dark circles? Did you really go home and start popping supplements like candy? Why are you here too? Shi Yu raised an eyebrow at Chen Kai, his voice tinged with surprise. Chen Kai quickly explained, it's not just me. Most of our class came. The teacher was quite encouraging. He added excitedly, you know, after we left that day, the statue in the park exploded that night. It was thrilling. Shi Yu awkwardly scratched his cheek, thinking that he definitely couldn't reveal he caused the explosion, nor that he accidentally discovered the secret realm ruins. By the way, Chen Kai changed the topic, gratefully saying, your training method really works. My ice armor beast has reached level 7. Reflecting on the week's hard work, he realized the potential he and his beast had. Shi Yu frowned, warning seriously, I advise you to take it easy. Your situation has spread to every pharmacy in Manping City. It's time to stop. He didn't want to be blamed for overburdening the nation's youth. Chen Kai nodded. I will. I'm keeping it in check. He looked up at the sky, silently resolving to shine in the upcoming training assessment. As they walked toward the training base together, Chen Kai explained, I heard each training site has 100 applicants per batch. Our teacher, Mr. Zhang, mentioned that only those ranking in the top 20 have a chance to enter the ruins. Honestly, I'm not too confident. 1 in 5. That's not too bad, Shi Yu reassured him. Don't worry, you're a top student. However, he thought to himself how competitive the environment had become. Chen Kai blushed, internally berating himself for not being a true top student. Having witnessed Shi Yu's skills, he knew he wasn't much compared to other beast tamers out there. Arriving at the training base, they saw over 50 apprentice beast tamers with backpacks chatting in small groups. In the distance, 5 beast tamers in green camouflage were discussing, seemingly the leaders of this training session. In Shi Yu's beast space, 11 was fast asleep, while the Qingmian worm in his backpack was awakened by the noise, poking its head out for air. Have those 2 girls arrived? Shi Yu looked around, asking about Zhuang Yu and Yu Jingjing. Chen Kai shook his head. Yu Jingjing wanted to come, but her parents talked her out of it. As for Zhuang Yu, her iron-eating beast struggles to catch a mouse, let alone participate in training. Just then, a voice called out from afar, Chen Kai, come over here. What are you doing there? Chen Kai quickly said to Shi Yu, my classmates, I'll head over there for a bit. See you later. Shi Yu nodded, watching Chen Kai leave, and continued to observe the surroundings, particularly the group of camouflaged beast tamers. He speculated about their identity. Were they hired security personnel or members of a military-like beast tamer corps? Shi Yu pondered that for ordinary people from humble backgrounds aspiring to become beast tamers, joining the Beast Tamer Corps of the Beast Tamer Association might be a good option. Once the new recruits passed all the necessary evaluations, they stepped through the gates of the training camp, embarking on their journey to become beast tamers. The officials provided them with young beasts, and soon a months-long intensive training program for both the beast tamers and their beasts began. During this period, the association covered all expenses to ensure that the trainees could focus without any worries. After completing the training, the graduates were assigned various tasks, such as guarding city walls or eliminating threats in the wild. This training model has its pros and cons. It offers opportunities to those who might otherwise struggle to become beast tamers, helping them fulfill their dreams. However, the cost is a loss of some personal freedom, as obedience to orders becomes a primary duty, and full ownership of the beasts does not entirely belong to them. Shi Yu's predecessor had once considered this path, but ultimately abandoned it due to the rigorous training demands. Beep. Everyone quiet. As Shi Yu glanced around, an authoritative middle-aged man with a square face blew a whistle from afar, immediately drawing the attention of all the apprentice beast tamers. Time's up, the man announced loudly. All present, maintain silence and line up to sign the safety liability forms. Listen as I explain the important details for this practice assessment. He introduced himself. I'm Zhou Wanshan, the chief supervisor of this Timong Mountain assessment. Alongside me, there are 4 other professional beast tamers and a team of security personnel overseeing your training. Zhou Wanshan succinctly explained the assessment process. After signing the safety liability forms, each of you will receive a guidebook. Tianmong Mountain is home to numerous fierce beasts and rare resources, with their types and corresponding points listed in the guidebook. Your task is to hunt these beasts and gather resources to earn points and improve your assessment ranking. He then described the safety measures. We will provide you with a tracking and rescue device. There are several safety points on the mountain staffed with security personnel. If you encounter danger and wish to withdraw from the assessment, you can call for help. Additionally, you can submit your spoils to the personnel at the safety points for record keeping. Zhou Wanshan concluded by emphasizing the assessment goal. Over the course of 3 days, accumulate as many points as possible. The top 20 Beast Tamers in the final ranking will gain access to the ruins. The other 4 professional instructors stood behind Zhou Wanshan, smiling as they observed the newcomers, reminiscing about their own first training experiences. They privately discussed, the average age is quite young. Some of them look a bit soft. Can they really handle this? Ah, I wish I could go back to being an apprentice. This ruin is such a trap, not allowing higher level ones to enter. Stop complaining, focus on our duties, and ensure no casualties occur during this training. Shi Yu quickly signed the safety liability form and received a watch-like tracking and rescue device along with a guidebook. After briefly familiarizing himself with the watch's functions, he focused on the guidebook. On the first page, Shi Yu saw the familiar earth rat. Hunting one would earn 20 points, seemingly the lowest value. As he continued flipping through the pages, he found other creatures like the red-crested snake, big mantis, man-eating grass, and thorn monster, whose hunting points were only slightly higher than the earth rat, yet their names sounded more dangerous. As he turned to the later pages, the beasts became increasingly formidable. A water attribute beast named Frenzied Python caught Shi Yu's attention. Name: Frenzied Python. Attribute: Water. Growth level: Awakening level 10. Species level: Intermediate Extraordinary. Species skills: Frenzy, Torrent Tail. Introduction: Resides in Greenwater Lake and Xiaomeng Lake on the map, 2 in number, extremely dangerous, not recommended for hunting. Points: 4,000. Shi Yu mused. Not recommended for hunting, yet you offer 4,000 points? That's equivalent to 200 earth rat. He understood that these were targets for beast tamers confident in their abilities. Shi Yu was intrigued by the frenzied python's frenzy skill, thinking that if he could master it to perfection, he might overcome the drawback of losing rationality. Continuing through the guidebook, Shi Yu was suddenly drawn to an unusual creature. Name: Electric Slime. Attribute: Thunder. Growth level: Awakening level 10. Species level: Intermediate Extraordinary. Species skills: Duplication, Discharge. Introduction: Resides in the magnetic mountain area on the map, 3 in number, extremely dangerous, not recommended for hunting. Points: 4,000. Slime. Shi Yu was surprised by the training base's creativity, as such creatures were not common in Donghuang. His interest was piqued by the slime's duplication skill. If he recalled correctly, this skill allowed for flexible control over body size, conserving energy and speeding up recovery in a reduced state. While in an enlarged state, it consumed energy to sacrifice speed for greater strength. Shi Yu immediately thought of his pet 11. This skill would be perfect for 11. The iron-eating beast's size is still too small. Even as an adult it only grows to about 2 meters. Facing those massive beasts that can easily reach tens of meters would be challenging. He envisioned a giant iron-eating beast tearing apart a dragon, followed by a small iron-eating beast cub being held in his hand. Excitedly, Shi Yu thought, this skill essentially gives a pet 3 forms. A minimized form for conserving energy and accelerating recovery, a normal form balancing power and speed, and a maximized form for extreme power enhancement. I want this duplication skill. Excitement flickered in Shi Yu's eyes. As an amorphous creature, Slime's unique malleability made it a rare species capable of mastering the duplication skill. Among other extraordinary creatures, this ability was exceedingly rare. Encountering a slime within the country was a rare opportunity Shi Yu was determined not to miss. An intriguing thought crossed his mind. If a monkey could learn to change its size, then perhaps a panda could master the duplication skill too. After all, duplication is a universal skill suitable for all pet beasts to learn. Adding it to the skill library would certainly be worthwhile. Just as Shi Yu was lost in the excitement of the duplication skill, the voice of Zhou Wanshan, the professional beastmaster in charge of the training, suddenly rang out, interrupting his thoughts. Listen up, everyone. Zhou Wanshan raised his voice. The training will officially begin in half an hour. In the meantime, you can visit the store next to the training base to stock up on essentials. But remember, once you enter Tianming Mountain, you won't be able to leave for 3 days unless there's an emergency. You only have 1 backpack, so it's up to your wisdom to manage your supplies wisely. Shi Yu had already prepared for his basic needs, but he estimated that his supplies might not last for 3 days. His backpack contained a sleeping bag and a toolworm, with the remaining space allocated for food and medicine. Once inside Tianming Mountain, he would need to find additional supplies himself. At that moment, a regretful thought crossed Shi Yu's mind. How great it would be if the beast space could store other items. Not having spatial equipment was indeed inconvenient. He couldn't help but wonder if such equipment existed in this world, and if it did, he would find a way to get it. Suddenly, Shi Yu thought of the secret realm relic in Pingqing. That relic seemed like a massive piece of spatial equipment, capable of even holding living creatures. He fell into deep thought, fantasizing about one day owning such a treasure. While Shi Yu was lost in his daydreams, Chen Kai appeared in front of him again. Want to team up? Want to team up? Chun Kai asked repeatedly. Our class plans to team up to hunt the wild python. My ice armor beast can handle control, and someone in our class has a lightning-type pet beast that can electrocute fish in the lake. Shi Yu asked, is teaming up allowed this time? How will the spoils be divided? Chun Kai replied, the examiners didn't explicitly forbid it, so it should be allowed. Aren't there rare resources around the python's lake? There should be enough to go around. Shi Yu shook his head, politely declining the invitation. No, you guys go ahead. I have other goals. He felt that following this group might be less efficient than acting alone and less flexible. Oh, all right then. Chun Kai, though hoping to team up with Shi Yu, had already promised his classmates to work together and reluctantly accepted Shi Yu's decision. There was no explicit rule at the training base regarding whether examinees could team up. But whether acting solo or in small teams, everyone was eyeing the few small bosses with growth levels above 9. Capturing one of them could secure a spot in the top 20. Shi Yu quickly went to the store to buy a pair of insulated gloves, then returned to continue reading the atlas. He had only looked at the beast section before, and now he started studying the resources section. Collecting resources also counted towards points, and the overall assessment model was similar to previous years. Besides the beasts and resources sections, the last 2 pages of the atlas included outdoor survival tips, as if asking, have you learned them? Time flew by, and half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. The training director gathered everyone again. The current time is 10 o'clock in the morning. Everyone set off immediately and feel free to choose any of the 4 entrances to the mountain, Zhou Wanshan announced. The area around Tianming Mountain is sealed off, with only these 4 entrances. The environment you encounter will vary depending on which entrance you choose. The Beastmasters present had all studied the map carefully and had their hunting targets in mind, with a rough idea of which entrance to choose. As soon as Zhou Wanshan finished speaking, the 100 apprentice Beastmasters dispersed like a tide. Simultaneously, numerous sparrow-sized mechanical birds took off from the training base and the safe zones within the mountain, starting to hover above Tianming Mountain. These mechanical birds belong to a mechanical race, a low-level extraordinary race with image storage and acceleration skills. They were artificial mechanical life forms specifically used for tracking, investigation, and surveillance. Once the mechanical birds took flight, the screens in the monitoring room of the training base and the safe zones began to display real-time footage of various parts of Tianming Mountain clearly. The beasts with higher growth levels became the focus of monitoring. This was done not only to ensure the safety of the trainees, but also to allow the examiners to observe the trainees' performance more directly. For the examiners, watching this process was one of the few enjoyable parts, much more interesting than simply waiting for the assessment results. At the foot of Tianming Mountain, about 20 apprentice beastmasters, including Shi Yu, gathered at the entrance to the magnetic area. They chose to enter Tianming Mountain from here, beginning their training journey. Chun Kai and his group approached from another direction, preparing to hunt the giant python. Meanwhile, Shi Yu stood at the entrance of Tianming Mountain, scanning his surroundings. This was the outermost part of the mountain range, clearly cleared of any traces of fierce beasts. Most beast tamers chose this area to summon their pet beasts for close protection. Shi Yu was no exception. He whispered, 11, come out. As soon as he spoke, a beam of light flashed, and the small iron-eating beast, 11, leaped out from the beast space. It curiously surveyed the area, seemingly searching for a challenger. Shi Yu chuckled and reassured it. I'll help you find one. He was confident in 11's abilities. The mountain was rich in rare spiritual plants, allowing 11 to snack along the way to maintain its energy. More importantly, the beasts here were mostly untamed wild creatures, potentially less formidable than those meticulously trained pet beasts. Though 11 was only at level 6, it boasted proficient supervision, rapid healing, and expert level hardening. Shi Yu thought to himself that as long as they didn't encounter a pack of beasts, they were unbeatable. RAR 11 cheerfully waved its little paws, sticking close to Shi Yu. Shi Yu added, keep an eye on the surroundings. With its keen sense of smell and enhanced vision, 11 was well equipped to detect any sudden dangers, ensuring their safety. Next was 11's training session. Shi Yu's ultimate destination was Magnetic Mountain, home to the electric slime. He quickly consulted the map and realized that to reach Magnetic Mountain, they first had to traverse through the boar woods. In the boar woods resided a fierce beast known as the long-spiked boar. This creature was immensely powerful, with a fierce appearance, sharp tusks, and a body covered in spikes akin to a porcupine. It was not only a mid-level extraordinary creature, but also famed for its delicious meat. The thought made Shi Yu swallow involuntarily. According to the map, the long-spiked boars in the boar woods averaged at level 6 of awakening, making them formidable opponents in this training session. They were not to be underestimated, with considerable combat prowess and high point value, just what Shi Yu was looking for. 11. Let's go hunt some boars. Shi Yu exclaimed excitedly. RAR 11 echoed, following Shi Yu towards the boar woods. As they navigated a forest path, Shi Yu and 11 arrived near the boar woods. Along the way, they encountered other creatures, but they were minor threats like earth rats, worth only a few dozen points. Shi Yu wasn't interested. Dragging along unnecessary burdens for a few points was too troublesome. As for creatures like the green caterpillar, which offered no points, Shi Yu didn't even spare them a glance. Upon reaching the edge of the boar woods, Shi Yu spotted a long-spiked boar foraging. He quickly observed and noted its characteristics. Name: long-spiked boar. Attribute: Earth. Species level: mid-level extraordinary. Species skill: petrifying tusks. Description: a mutated evolution of the wild boar, adept at charging with great force. Its tusks can petrify opponents upon contact. Snort, 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 snort. The boar noticed Shi Yu and 11, issuing a warning. Its spikes bristled as it warily scanned the area. Living in the wild, the long-spiked boar knew it could easily become prey and needed to remain vigilant. However, upon seeing the slender Shi Yu and the smaller iron-eating cub, 11, the boar paused. A flicker of surprise crossed its eyes, quickly turning into greed. Being omnivorous, the boar ate both plants and meat. At this moment, it felt the tables had turned, and it was the potential hunter. Saliva dripped from the long-spiked boar's mouth in anticipation. To it, a meal had just presented itself. The spiky wild boar eyed Shi Yu and 11 with a greedy glint. Drool dripped from its tusks, and its powerful legs restlessly pawed the ground, as if already imagining a feast. Suddenly, the boar launched a ferocious charge. It wasn't a sophisticated skill, just a sheer forceful collision. It first targeted the seemingly more threatening bear cub, 11, with tusks gleaming coldly as it charged straight at it. Shi Yu quickly sent a simple command to 11 through telepathy, then stepped back behind a tree to watch. This boar, nearly 2 meters long, was indeed a giant compared to the less than 1 meter to 11. Its charging speed was no less than the previous ice-armored beast, and its size suggested it was even more menacing. However, 11 was no longer the same as before. Standing on its hind legs, its black and white fur gently swayed in the breeze. 11's gaze became intensely focused, with a bright glimmer in its eyes. Mid-level skill: supervision. With the mastery of supervision, 11's visual ability was greatly enhanced. The whole world seemed to slow down in its eyes. The once fierce boar's charge now appeared slow and predictable to 11. As the boar was about to crash into it, 11 deftly sidestepped, easily evading the attack. The boar rushed past in confusion, momentarily losing track of its prey. Seizing the opportunity, 11 swiftly counterattacked. Its paw hardened instantly, striking the boar's side with force. A sharp crack was heard as the boar's spines broke. The immense impact reverberated through the boar's body, causing it to howl in pain. Under the dual impact of inertia and 11's attack, the massive boar was flipped onto the ground, rolling and unable to rise due to the pain. 11, finish it, Shi Yu ordered calmly. As an excellent beast tamer, he always taught his creatures to see things through to the end. 11 immediately dropped to all fours and charged at the boar with a special gait. Its sprint appeared even more ferocious than the boar's earlier attack. 11 hardened its head and rammed directly into the boar's skull. With a loud thud, the boar's eyes rolled back, and it was knocked out cold. Shi Yu opened his backpack and released a small green insect. Qingmian worm. Tie it up. Although reluctant, the Qingmian worm used its silk to securely bind the boar. And so, a spiky wild boar worth 350 points, and at a growth level of 7, was easily subdued. Shi Yu looked at the tightly bound boar, gaining a new appreciation for 11's strength. It seemed that only the few mini-bosses at growth level 10 could truly threaten 11 now. While 11 basked in the victory, Shi Yu was already planning the next training step. He picked up the end of the silk and tossed it to 11. Your favorite training session is here. Dragging the spoils, weighted marching. 11 paused, surprised that the boar could serve as a training tool. But it quickly grew excited, grabbing the silk and starting to drag the boar, eager for the challenges ahead. Let's move deeper. Confident in 11's ability after assessing the wild boar's combat power, Shi Yu led 11 into the boar forest, ready to traverse the area. In the control room, a staff member suddenly noticed something unusual and quickly zoomed in on a specific surveillance feed. Guys, someone's already making a move over here, he exclaimed excitedly. A trainee beast tamer just took down a spiky wild boar and entered the wild boar forest alone. Hearing this, the surrounding security personnel immediately gathered around. The overhead footage from a mechanical bird showed a young white iron-eating beast cub dragging the carcass of a spiky wild boar, closely following a young man. This daring duo ventured into the wild boar forest, marked as a dangerous zone on the map. That iron-eating beast looks like a cub. Its growth level shouldn't exceed 7. How could it defeat a spiky wild boar so easily? One security guard wondered. They noticed the iron-eating beast nonchalantly dragging its prey, showing no signs of having been in a tough fight. We didn't catch the whole process. We'll have to watch the replay tonight, said the staff member who first spotted the anomaly. With so many screens, I couldn't have noticed them right away. Keep a close eye on them, another security guard advised. Going into the wild boar forest alone is risky, but as long as they're smart enough to climb trees, the spiky wild boars won't be able to harm them. Shi Yu and his iron-eating beast, 11, quickly became the focus of the security team's attention. Under their watchful eyes, Shi Yu ventured deeper into the wild boar forest, quietly approaching a group of spiky wild boars gathered together. Hiding behind a distant tree, Shi Yu and 11 observed the 4 wild boars forging ahead, each with different expressions. Shi Yu pondered whether 11 could take on all 4, while the little iron-eating beast was eager to charge in. 11, want to give it a try? Shi Yu whispered. With your mastery level hardening, you can harden your whole body for battle. They shouldn't be able to hurt you. 11 responded with an enthusiastic noise, clearly excited by the 1vs4 challenge. All right, Qing Yinsheng and I will cheer you on from here. It's all up to you, Shi Yu encouraged. 11 seemed a bit disappointed, but still released its previous catch and boldly approached the group of spiky wild boars alone. The security personnel in the control room gasped at the sight. Whoa, how dare they? What happened? Others asked curiously. That trainee Beast Tamer with the little iron-eating beast, his beast, just charged at 4 spiky wild boars on its own. What? Did they get cocky after beating one? The security staff gathered around, puzzled. Even a level 10 pet beast would struggle to face 4 spiky wild boars alone. In the footage, 11 swaggered into the wild boar's detection range. The 4 boars immediately became alert, but upon seeing that 11 was just a small creature, their attitude turned dismissive. However, to everyone's surprise, 11 suddenly made a funny face and taunted them with a nyanya sound. Whoa! The security personnel exclaimed again. Enraged, the 4 spiky wild boars charged at 11 from all directions. Without hesitation, 11 hardened its entire body, transforming into a small giant gleaming with a metallic sheen. 11 sidestepped, sending the first approaching boar flying. The second boar crashed into 11's steel-like body, nearly shattering its tusks. Though 11 was pushed back slightly by the impact, it remained unscathed and, spurred on by its wild instincts, viciously tackled the boar, flipping it onto the ground. Seeing their companions defeat, the remaining 2 boars turned tail and ran. But 11 wasn't about to let them escape, chasing after one and causing it to squeal as it fled. The security personnel in the control room were stunned, exclaiming whoa for the 3rd time. They rubbed their eyes in disbelief, staring at the screen. Wait, are we seeing this right? One person stammered. An iron-eating beast cub, facing 4 spiky wild boars, took down 2 in just a couple of moves and scared the other 2 into retreating? It's like a wild boar slayer. Mastery level hardening? One security guard suddenly grew serious. Who is this test participant, anyway? Mastering such advanced skills at such a young age seems almost impossible, especially for a panda cub that appears to be only about 2 years old. As Shi Yu looked at 11 by his side, he couldn't help but ponder. Pandas are not typically known for their love of training. They usually rely on their strong physical attributes to defeat opponents rather than refined techniques. Even if trained from birth, reaching this level as a cub is simply extraordinary. At that moment, a conversation could be heard not far away. Sure. You. I think that's the name. Do you know him? Someone holding a list turned to a security guard nearby. I remember you trained at the Zhushi Martial Arts Hall. Is he one of yours? The security guard shook his head. I don't know him. Never heard of him. The group exchanged puzzled looks, bewildered by Shi Yu and his little panda. As they were still in confusion, the surveillance footage showed another surprising scene. 11 had already taken down 4 spiky wild boars, and soon after, a Qing Mian worm crawled out from Shi Yu's backpack, diligently spinning silk to tie up the fallen boars one by one. Isn't he just a trainee beast master? How does he have a second pet? Someone exclaimed. Maybe it's not contracted, just an extra pet he's raising, another speculated. But for a regular beast master, that's quite difficult. Training a pet to understand commands and be willing to fight without a contract is nearly impossible. Perhaps Shi Yu has a telepathy talent, which is why the Qing Mian worm listens to him. The security personnel continued to discuss, even betting on whether Shi Yu could make it into the top 3 of the assessment. However, a diligent colleague soon reminded them to not focus solely on Shi Yu, as other beastmasters also required their attention. Meanwhile, in the boar forest, Shi Yu was thrilled as he looked at the spiky wild boars tied up like a string. What a haul, 1750 points in the bag, he thought. Turns out, earning points isn't that hard. More than the points, Shi Yu was tempted by the idea of wild boar meat. He reminisced about the spicy stir-fried wild boar he had eaten at the dining hall of the breeding base in Bingyuan City and began to think about how to handle these spoils. By the way, can we eat the spoils of battle? Shi Yu asked, glancing at 11, who shook its head. Roar. 11 seemed to say, don't ask me, I just fight. I'm not interested in wild boar meat. Just then, 11's stomach growled. Despite its formidable combat abilities, it was still a cub, and such battles took a toll. Shi Yu immediately took out 2 pieces of cut iron bamboo shoots from his backpack and tossed them to 11. He also placed the Qing Mian worm on a tree trunk. Go find some leaves to snack on. I haven't seen any spirit plants around this boar forest. After resting for about 20 minutes, Shi Yu and his team continued deeper into the forest. This time, even 11 struggled a bit to drag the 5 spiky wild boars. Shi Yu pitched in to help, considering it a workout. Their goal was to cross the boar forest and reach the nearest safe zone, then head to the magnetic mountain area where the electric slimes were located. Shi Yu and 11 pulled the silk rope woven by the worm, while the Qing Mian worm lay in the backpack, replenishing its energy for future needs. After walking for about 5 minutes, 11 suddenly stopped. More wild boars? Shi Yu asked. 11 nodded. Soon, chaotic sounds came from not far away. Shi Yu listened, and his expression turned peculiar. The sound was similar to wild boar screams, but not quite. It actually sounded more like human screams. Ah, run. There's a tree ahead. Climb up the tree, a terrified voice shouted. Oh crap, how did 10 spiky wild boars suddenly appear? How are we supposed to fight this? Before long, Shi Yu could clearly see the scene in front of him. A group of wild boars was chasing 2 people. Alongside them, an icefield hound of level 6 growth and a snow-striped ermine of level 7 were running with them. The icefield hound and snow-striped ermine skillfully used the terrain, occasionally employing their abilities to disrupt the herd of boars, buying time for their owners to escape. The pursuers were a group of long-spiked boars, each with an average growth level above 6, numbering 10 in total. Facing such an overwhelming disparity in strength, the 2 beast tamers clearly didn't dare to confront them heat-en and could only flee desperately. They seemed unwilling to give up the assessment and too afraid to call for help, hoping for a chance to turn the tables while on the run. Shi Yu noticed that the surrounding trees were very sturdy, making it difficult for the long-spiked boars to knock them down quickly. As long as they climbed up a tree, the boars wouldn't be able to reach them. At that moment, one of the fleeing beast tamers suddenly spotted Shi Yu ahead. Simultaneously, the group of long-spiked boars caught the scent of their fallen companions and began to squeal urgently. Shi Yu and 11 stood their ground, with Shi Yu quickly calculating 11's odds against 10 long-spiked boars. With the defensive power provided by full-body hardening and rapid healing abilities, 11 should be able to withstand the boars' attacks. The real challenge was whether 11's stamina would last. However, reality often defies expectations. As the boars saw the grim scene of their companions strung together in the distance, they immediately scattered like birds, turning tail and running with no intention of fighting. The sudden turn of events left the 2 apprentice beast tamers and their pet beast frozen in place. Had the boar herd really just run off? Were they no longer pursuing? Next, they witnessed an awe-inspiring sight. Shi Yu and the small iron-eating beast were dragging the carcasses of 5 long-spiked boars towards them. The scene was truly spectacular. Wow! Exclaimed the Icefield Hound's tamer, staring in disbelief at Shi Yu's trophies. He vaguely remembered Shi Yu. They had entered Tiemong Mountain from the same entrance. How had Shi Yu managed to acquire so many trophies in such a short time? The snow-striped ermine's tamer now understood why the long-spiked boars had fled so suddenly. Shi Yu and 11, dragging a pile of boar carcasses, exuded a powerful aura that not only scared off the boars, but even made him feel a chill. As Shi Yu passed by them, he casually advised, if you're looking for lone long-spiked boars, head to the outskirts. Don't venture too deep into the forest. With that, he continued on his way, dragging his spoils with 11. The 2 quickly expressed their gratitude. Got it, thanks a lot. After such a thrilling chase, they temporarily lost their interest in hunting and decided to head to the safe zone for a rest before making further plans. After catching their breath, they chose to follow Shi Yu from a distance. After all, the path Shi Yu was taking was a shortcut through the boar forest to the safe zone. On the rest of the journey, due to Shi Yu dragging 5 long-spiked boar carcasses, other wild long-spiked boars regarded them as top predators. Even though Shi Yu and 11 appeared harmless, not a single boar dared to approach. Shi Yu had no intention of seeking trouble, especially since it was already nearing afternoon and he hadn't had lunch yet. He decided to head straight to the safe zone to deal with the boar carcasses. After some more trekking, Shi Yu finally reached the safe zone. It was enclosed by wooden and thorny fences, resembling a small village. By the time Shi Yu arrived, 5 or 6 people had already gathered there, though it was unclear whether they had come through the boar forest or taken other relatively safer routes. The safe zone had no extra buildings aside from a monitoring room and a medical room. The assessors could only take a brief rest under the grass shelters outside. Shi Yu looked around and found that half of the assessors who had arrived appeared relatively normal, while the other half looked disheveled and battered. One young man's clothes were stained red, with a white bandage wrapped around his arm, likely gored by a boar. Another beast tamer had a scabbed face, the scar resembling a knife wound, possibly cut by a giant mantis before receiving treatment. Despite the presence of healing-type pet beasts, as long as the assessors weren't killed on the spot, their chances of being saved were quite high. Yet, seeing those 2 or 3 beast tamers with bandages, Shi Yu couldn't help but swallow hard. The plight of these injured individuals seemed to silently warn Shi Yu against continuing his hunt for the level 10 boss. While Shi Yu was observing the assessors who had already reached the safe zone, they were also curiously eyeing the newly arrived Shi Yu. The 6 individuals widened their eyes in disbelief when they saw Shi Yu and the little iron-eating beast dragging in 5 spiky wild boars. They counted the number of boars repeatedly to confirm indeed, there were 5. Upon closer inspection, they noticed that Shi Yu was the only one there, meaning he had hunted all 5 boars by himself. Where did this extraordinary person come from? Someone murmured in awe. Although spiky wild boars were not the most formidable beasts in Tianmong Mountain, hunting 5 consecutively was no easy feat considering the limited stamina of pet beasts and the short time that had passed. This achievement was even more impressive. At that moment, a security guard in a blue uniform emerged from the monitoring room, smiling as he said, "You finally made it. We've been watching you on the monitors for a while. Your iron-eating beast is impressive. Do you want to register your points? I can help you with that." Shi Yu nodded in agreement. "Yes, please help me register. By the way, can I eat these wild boars?" The security guard was taken aback and asked, "How do you plan to eat them? Roasted wild boar? I advise against it. Although spiky wild boar meat is tasty, it requires several processing steps." Disappointed, Shi Yu mumbled to himself, "So, I can only eat the braised beef instant noodles in my backpack? I was hoping to have a good meal before going to copy the amplification skill this afternoon." Meanwhile, in the main monitoring room of the Tianmong Mountain training base, 5 professional beast tamers were closely monitoring the entire situation in Tianmong Mountain. Although they couldn't scrutinize fixed areas as the various safety zones could, they could quickly spot outstanding candidates through the real-time uploaded points data. The large screen showed that the first place in points was held by a trainee beast tamer named CFA, who had long occupied the top spot with 1,500 points. This score was due to his successful hunt of a level 9 rockback lizard shortly after entering Tianmong Mountain. However, at that moment, the leaderboard suddenly changed. A candidate named Shi Yu surged to the top with an astonishing score of 1,750 points, immediately capturing the attention of everyone in the monitoring room. Wow, finally someone new at the top. In the central monitoring room, 5 professional beastmasters lounged back in their chairs, enjoying the air conditioning while keeping a close eye on the real-time scores flickering on the screen. They weren't directly responsible for security. Rescuing examinees was usually the job of the security company staff. "Look at that, they hunted 5 spiky wild boars." One of them pointed at the screen. "This team seems pretty energetic." The others chimed in with a few casual remarks before quickly shifting the conversation elsewhere. They weren't overly concerned with the small changes in the leaderboard. After all, the assessment had only begun a few hours ago, and there was still a long way to go before it ended. All these professional beastmasters without exception had extraordinary level pet beasts, but the security personnel who hadn't yet passed the professional exam weren't necessarily weaker. In fact, as long as a beastmaster's space reached level 2, the spatial crystal wall changed from colorless to gray, and their pet's growth level reached the extraordinary level. They met the basic conditions to participate in the professional exam. The so-called professional beastmasters were elite, handpicked from these qualified candidates. They needed to excel in theoretical knowledge, wilderness survival, combat skills, and more, passing through rigorous selection processes. Therefore, those who qualified for the professional exam but didn't pass often had abilities far surpassing ordinary apprentice beastmasters, earning them the nickname quasi-professional beastmasters. Yin Qi, one of the security staff, was such a quasi-professional beastmaster. His personal strength and his pet's level met the standards, yet he had failed to obtain the coveted certificate amid fierce competition. Being a native of Pingxing, Yin Qi's initial pet was a panda. He had studied at the Zhushi martial arts school, where he gained considerable knowledge about this type of pet. When he saw Shi Yu's panda on the monitor, he immediately realized this duo was something special. "I've been at Zhushi martial arts school for so long, and I've never seen a panda cub that mastered the skill of hardening at an advanced level," Yin Qi thought to himself. "This is unbelievable. My panda has reached the extraordinary level, and after 5 or 6 years of training, it only recently mastered hardening at an advanced level." Out of curiosity, Yin Qi took out his personal phone during a break and dialed the number for Zhushi Martial Arts School. "Master Lin, do you remember me? It's Xiao Qi, also known as Little Bear, Yin Qi." A slightly puzzled voice came from the other end of the line. The little bear Yin Qi who hasn't passed the professional exam in 2 years and now works for a security company? Those words hit Yin Qi like a heavy blow, leaving a bitter taste in his mouth. He forced a smile and said, "I'm sorry for bringing shame to Zhushi Martial Arts School. Master Lin, I'm currently working on security at the Tianmong Mountain training base, and I've come across a very interesting beastmaster. His panda is only about 2 years old, but has mastered hardening at an advanced level. It's incredible. Is he a newly recruited junior brother from our school? I don't recall hearing about him, so I called to ask you. His name is Shi Yu. In a tasteful room within Zhushi Martial Arts School, Lin Hongyan furrowed his brow, deep in thought. A panda around 2 years old, with advanced hardening? Is Yanqi joking? How is that possible? All the pandas in Bingyuan City came from the iron bamboo breeding base. If there was such an outstanding talent, he wouldn't be unaware. What did you say his name was? Lin Hongyan inquired. Shi Yu. His name is Shi Yu. The name triggered Lin Hongyan's memory of an event from a few days ago. Dr. Liu from Gudu University had visited, asking him to train a distant relative. That relative was named Shi Yu, wasn't he? Since Shi Yu's initial pet was a panda, they had come to him. Furthermore, Dr. Liu had offered a high-level resource obtained from a relic as compensation. Lin Hongyan recalled his investigation into Shi Yu, an ordinary person from Pingqing whose pet was purchased with a loan. He couldn't understand how this seemingly average young man was connected to someone as distinguished as Liu Qingyi. However, he couldn't refuse Dr. Liu's request, especially since the compensation was so generous. Lin Hongyan remembered a crucial detail: Shi Yu's panda was only just over a year old, and he had acquired it less than a month ago. Advanced hardening? Lin Hongyan's brow furrowed further. Could it be that Dr. Liu used some special method to help him train it? Otherwise, how could an apprentice beastmaster improve a panda cub's skill to an advanced level in such a short time? Maybe Liu Qingyi gave him some rare training resources. Master Lin? Master Lin? Realizing there was no response from the other end, Yanqi spoke again. Yanqi, you said the Shi Yu is currently training at Timong Mountain, correct?
Yes.
I see. Lin Hongyan replied thoughtfully, already starting to strategize in his mind. Lin Hongyan's words left Yanqi momentarily speechless. He thought with a tinge of jealousy, how could this newcomer, who hasn't even officially joined, be entrusted with the martial arts school's secret techniques? Nevertheless, since it was the master's decision, he had no choice but to comply. Shi Yu had just finished a simple lunch and was planning to rest briefly before heading to the magnetic mountain area in search of electric slimes. He placed the carcasses of the 5 long-spined wild boars in a safe zone, no longer needing to drag them along. As Shi Yu closed his eyes to meditate, Yanqi, the security personnel responsible for recording points earlier, approached him. What's up? Shi Yu opened his eyes and turned to look at him. Yanqi smiled amiably. Nothing much. Just wanted to introduce myself. I'm Yanqi. Are you planning to continue hunting this afternoon? Shi Yu nodded in confirmation. In that case, I suggest you head to the magnetic mountain area, Yanqi said. There's a resource there called electric ore, a type of level 1 energy iron ore, which is part of the iron-eating beast's diet. Shi Yu recalled that the iron-eating beast cultivation manual did mention electric ore, but it wasn't a high priority. Compared to iron bamboo, it didn't significantly enhance the hardening skill or overall growth, merely serving as a filler. Yanqi gestured for Shi Yu to follow him to a more open area. Though puzzled, Shi Yu complied, curious about the security guard's intentions. Actually, I'm an apprentice at the Zhushi Martial Arts School. Yanqi began straightforwardly. My initial pet beast is also an iron-eating beast. By the way, do you know what the 2 major secret techniques of the Zhushi Martial Arts School are? Shi Yu suddenly understood why this person was so interested in him and the iron-eating beast. He replied, I remember there's a skill called Thunder Palm and another called Cannon Punch. Yanqi nodded in agreement. That's right, Thunder Palm and Cannon Punch. Through special training methods, iron-eating beasts have a chance to awaken abilities to control fire and lightning. For instance, to harness lightning, one of the basics is for the iron-eating beast to consume some electrically charged metallic minerals, like electric oregon. Shi Yu understood that for pet beasts to master skills outside their species, targeted training was indeed necessary, and diet played a crucial role. However, he also knew that merely consuming electric ore wouldn't suffice. Otherwise, it wouldn't be considered a secret technique of the Zhushi Martial Arts School. Yanqi continued explaining, I heard from Master Lin at the Zhushi Martial Arts School that you might be coming to learn later, so I thought I'd give you a heads up. The minimum requirement for consuming electric ore is for the iron-eating beast's hardening to reach a proficient level. Since your iron-eating beast hardening is already at the mastery level, it should have no problem absorbing the nutrients from electric oregon. He suggested, if you're planning to join the Zhushi Martial Arts School, the magnetic mountain area in Timong Mountain is the perfect training environment for you right now. There are plenty of electric ore deposits and many lightning-type creatures. Consuming electric ore and allowing your body to be frequently struck by lightning is actually the basic training for mastering the Thunder Palm skill. I think you should give it a try. Yanqi finished with a friendly smile, though inwardly he sighed. His own iron-eating beast had reached the extraordinary level but still couldn't master Thunder Palm, only managing to generate a faint electric current around its palm, far from forming a skill. If he could master Thunder Palm, he would have passed the professional assessment long ago. The thought of the combined power of Thunder Palm and hardening made Yanqi yearn. Thanks, Shi Yu replied, surprised that even before visiting the Zhushi martial arts school, he was already recognized by one of its apprentices. Was this Master Lin's first lesson for him? Shi Yu had initially planned to go to the magnetic mountain area to copy the multiplication skill, and now he had an additional reason to go. Considering Eleven's appetite, Shi Yu figured he shouldn't count on exchanging the electric or for points. If Eleven's combat and training intensity increased over the next 3 days, all of it might end up in Eleven's stomach. After a brief chat with Yinchi the little bear, Shi Yu hurried off, as he still had work to do. Shi Yu didn't waste any time either. He immediately summoned 11, ready to continue their adventure. 11, let's go get some delicious food, Shi Yu said. As soon as the words left his mouth, 11 began to materialize from the beast space. Hearing the word food, it instinctively wiped its mouth with its arm, eyes sparkling with anticipation. Thanks to the miraculous effects of the beast space, the exhaustion 11 felt in the morning had vanished after a short nap. Shi Yu himself was also well-rested and in good spirits, giving them both ample energy to face the challenges ahead. Other candidates were still resting in the safe zone, and when they saw Shi Yu and 11 setting off again, they couldn't help but exchange puzzled glances. Someone murmured, didn't they just finish hunting 5 spiky wild boars? How are they heading out again so soon? If Chen Kai were there, he'd surely exclaim, you guys are something else, truly role models for us all. Shi Yu and 11 quickly arrived at the magnetic mountain area. This mountain was covered by a unique electromagnetic field and was rich in electrical minerals. These blue and white prismatic minerals occasionally emitted dangerous currents, leaving shocking black scorch marks on the surrounding ground. Is that an electrical mineral? Shi Yu asked, pointing to a mineral not far away. 11 nodded in confirmation, a hint of hesitation in its eyes. Shi Yu encouraged, in full hardening mode. Why not try breaking off a piece to taste? 11 hesitated for a moment, as it had never tried such a novel food before. Being a discerning foodie, it was cautious, worried that it might upset its stomach and affect training. Don't worry, it's edible, Shi Yu explained. The basic requirement for an iron eater to consume level 1 thunder-type metal resource electrical minerals is proficient level hardening. You've mastered hardening, so digesting it shouldn't be a problem. Reassured by Shi Yu's words, 11 reluctantly approached the electrical mineral. It carefully hardened its palm and gave it a firm twist. Boom! A loud bang accompanied by a burst of electricity startled 11, causing it to fall back onto the ground. Shi Yu couldn't help but laugh. How can you be so clumsy? You're fierce in battle, but mining seems to get the better of you. Feeling embarrassed, 11 got back up and picked up the fallen electrical mineral again. This time, the electric current coursed through its body, making its fur stand on end, feeling very uncomfortable. 11 hesitated as it looked at the mineral in its hand, then turned to Shi Yu. Maybe the Beast Master should try it first? Shi Yu shook his head, smiling. It's fine. You go ahead and eat it. Even if it affects you, your proficient level rapid healing can handle any internal electrical burns. With Shi Yu's reassurance, 11 finally made up its mind. It put on a brave face, ready to try this seemingly dangerous delicacy. Crunch! 11's entire body hardened as it sank its steel-like teeth into the electric or stuffed in its mouth. Amidst the crackling sound of electricity, it chewed the peculiar mineral like it was enjoying a fizzy candy. Once finished, 11 swallowed the fragments with difficulty. As the ore settled in its stomach, a surge of electricity coursed through its body, leaving 11 tingling all over. This unique sensation was both shocking and intriguing. Although not exactly delicious, the overwhelming numbness felt like lightning exploding inside, offering a distinctive experience. 11 didn't mind this feeling. In fact, it found it as comforting as its training sessions. Burp! 11 opened its mouth, releasing a faint electric arc, then patted its belly and looked expectantly at Shi Yu. Got more. Shi Yu observed 11's reaction. Seems like there's no problem. Let's go find more electric or for you to eat. Shi Yu recalled the description from the bamboo stone martial hall apprentice. When a panda eats a large quantity of electric ore, it develops a certain affinity with lightning, accumulating an innate talent for it. Being struck by lightning during this process can also accelerate the development of its lightning abilities. These are the foundational conditions for mastering lightning skills. Shi Yu was quite interested in lightning skills. If it were flame or cold iron ore, he wouldn't be so enthusiastic. Given the limited number of skills he could record in his skill encyclopedia, he preferred having the panda learn lightning skills over fire-based ones. The reason was simple. The synergy between metal and lightning was much better than that between metal and fire. Shi Yu understood that for skilled beast tamers, mastering a single skill was just the beginning. Combining different basic skills to create combo techniques was the true mark of expertise in nurturing beast companions. Combo techniques were challenging for most beast tamers as they required a high level of proficiency in each skill. Without sufficient proficiency, skills couldn't be perfectly combined or linked. In situations where skill proficiency was hard to train, only a few beast tamers could achieve a synergy where the combination was greater than the sum of its parts. Typically, only master-level beast tamers could do this. However, for Shi Yu, it might not be as difficult since he could rapidly enhance proficiency. Shi Yu's thoughts drifted to future possibilities. If he could elevate hardening to a masterful level, the skill could even combine with lightning skills to form a long-range combo technique. The hallmark of a perfected hardening skill was flow and layering, while a masterful level was marked by externalization and application. It's said that only one panda in the entire Icefield city had reached this level. This meant it could condense hardened substances to form weapons separate from its body or apply a layer of hardening to external objects. This prospect intrigued Shi Yu. He imagined that if 11 mastered the masterful level of hardening, it could form a metal projectile in its palm and use electromagnetic force to launch it at high speed. The destructive power would be a Mencia close-range hardening skill transformed into a dual-attribute, high-damage long-range combo skill. An electromagnetic cannon. Metal and lightning were Shi Yu's current focus for the panda's main development route. While most beast companions had only one primary attribute, some skilled beast tamers like to teach their companions skills from other attributes to create powerful combos. This secondary attribute was commonly referred to as a sub-attribute. Shi Yu planned to prioritize metal with a secondary focus on lightning because these two attributes could easily form combo techniques. In contrast, metal and fire weren't as compatible. As they continued searching for electric ore and electric slimes, Shi Yu and his team discovered a new cluster of electric ore. This time, it wasn't just one but 3 or 4 grouped together. However, unlike before, these ores were guarded by fierce scorpion-sized creatures with purple bodies adorned with lightning patterns, known as electric claw scorpions, were absorbing the electricity leaking from the ores. Shi Yu quickly identified the creatures. Name: electric claw scorpion. Attribute: lightning. Species level: low extraordinary. Species skill: electric sting. Electric claw scorpions could absorb electricity and store it within their bodies, then inject it into enemies with their stinger, inflicting a paralyzing shock. Although their species level was the same as the green silkworm, both being low extraordinary, their threat level was significantly higher. Hiss. The two electric claw scorpions, at about level 5, sensed the intruders and were on high alert. However, before they could react, 11 grabbed each one in its palms. Their proud electric stingers couldn't penetrate 11's hardened defense. Roar, 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 roar. 11 swung its arms like a windmill, spinning a few times before flinging the scorpions far away. Since their real targets were the 3 level 10 electric slimes, Shi Yu decided to ignore these minor threats. After driving away the competitors, 11 started digging up the electric ore. Their goal was clear and simpleto: consume all the electric ore in Magnetic Mountain. Since the entry fee was already paid, there was no need to conserve resources. Shi Yu was confident that the Pingxing Beast Tamer Association wouldn't mind this small amount of electric ore. What are those two up to? The Sishan area is clearly a region of significant interest. In the surveillance room at the headquarters of the training base, 5 professional beastmasters kept their eyes glued to the screens. As soon as Shi Yu briefly claimed the top spot in the rankings by defeating 5 spiky wild boars, he became their primary focus. One of the beastmasters, feeling curious, searched for Shi Yu's image on the monitor and quickly found him. However, the scene before him was puzzling. Shi Yu and his iron-eating beast were rampaging like bullies, brazenly invading the territories of various thunder-type fierce beasts. The little iron-eating beast effortlessly took down these beasts, but surprisingly, Shi Yu and his companion showed no urgency to participate in the training assessment. They casually discarded the defeated beasts, seemingly uninterested in the points these trophies represented. More perplexingly, they mined the electric minerals, which also represented points, but showed no intention of exchanging them for scores. The iron-eating beast opened its mouth wide and gobbled up the minerals with a crunch. Their behavior was akin to a chaotic robbery spree, lacking any coherent strategy. Master-level hardening this iron-eating beast is unusual, one beastmaster remarked, leaning closer to the screen in astonishment. Where did this monster of a newcomer come from? Another beastmaster couldn't help but exclaim. Truly outstanding beastmasters, and their pets can't be concealed. Shi Yu and the iron-eating beast, 11, were able to effortlessly dispatch any fierce beast that blocked their path, thanks to their perfect combination of master-level hardening and skilled-level supervision. They were unstoppable. The group of professional beastmasters quickly realized Shi Yu and 11's extraordinary abilities, and they began to discuss it in amazement. No wonder they could hunt 5 wild boars. I was far inferior to them during my apprentice days. This candidate clearly doesn't care about these minor points. His target must be level 10 creatures. Judging by the performance of this iron-eating beast, facing a level 10 creature should be no problem. In the Sishan area, those level 10 creatures are the electric slimes that were transported here, right? The overall head of the training, Zhou Wanshan, pondered. Yes, the slimes. I wonder if they can handle them. But even if they can't, they'll surely be able to retreat safely. Slimes are quite slow-moving creatures. Anyone who passed a high school physical test shouldn't be caught by a bouncing slime. However, even if Shi Yu and his companion can defeat the electric slimes, it might come at a cost. Zhou Wanshan continued to analyze. The main issue is that the electric slime's discharge is a thunder-type skill, known for its strong penetration and power. Given the 4-level difference, even master-level hardening might not leave them unscathed as it did with those lower-level fierce beasts. The scene shifted to the magnetic area of Tianmong Mountain, in front of the electric cavern. After consuming a pile of electric minerals, 11 successfully imprinted the taste in its mind. With its keen sense of smell, Shi Yu and 11 found their way here. Finally found it, the first electric slime, Shi Yu whispered excitedly as he stood outside the cavern. An electric slime is a bluish-purple, gooey creature resembling the electric minerals. It occasionally emitted sparks of electricity and was currently lying in a pile of electric minerals, looking quite content. The surrounding electricity didn't harm it. Instead, it seemed to enjoy it. This is because, due to their attributes and constitution, they are immune to weak corresponding elemental forces. For them, electricity is nourishing rather than harmful. In the surveillance room, the professional beastmasters watched with great interest. They found the electric slime, one beastmaster commented. Although this iron-eating beast seems agile and powerful, it clearly hasn't mastered any range skills. If they fight, they will inevitably come into contact with the slime. And the slime is enveloped in electricity, so touching it will result in being hit by its discharge, which is quite tricky. In their view, this battle promised to be an intriguing and evenly matched clash. Inside the electric cavern, the electric slime sensed an approaching threat and immediately bounced out, cautiously eyeing Shi Yu and his companion. A fierce battle was imminent. But then, something unexpected happened. Shi Yu quickly opened his backpack, pulled out a pair of high-voltage insulating rubber gloves, and tossed them to 11, instructing, "Put these on, grab it, and drain its electricity." Roar. 11 adeptly donned the insulating gloves, clearly part of a pre-planned strategy by Shi Yu and 11. In the shocked expressions of the professional beastmasters, the gloved iron-eating beast charged at the electric slime. Simultaneously, the slime, enveloped in electricity, leaped toward 11 in a discharge state. Discharge is a low-level skill, only capable of discharging electricity upon contact, and the control over the current isn't strong, making it easy to counter. Undoubtedly, the slime's strength wasn't in its physical power, but in the intensity of its electricity. However, for the Nodiac extraordinary level slime, its thunder-type skills were rendered powerless against the high-voltage insulating rubber gloves, like a son meeting his father. The leaping slime was caught in 11's hands as effortlessly as catching a baseball. Sizzle, the electric slime crackled with electricity midair, feeling utterly bewildered. 11, wearing insulated gloves, caught the slime steadily but dared not look directly at the flashing currents, only glancing sideways. 11 thought to himself, "This is too terrifying. It seems I can't just eat it like an electric mineral." In the main control room, professional beast tamers stared wide-eyed, incredulous at the scene before them. They exchanged looks, the same question flashing through their minds. What is happening? Can this really be done? The base store does sell insulated gloves, but no beast tamer had ever thought to use them on a pet to challenge an electric-type beast. Usually, the tamers themselves wore the gloves. One tamer suddenly realized, the electric slime's greatest strengths are its discharge and defense. Its other attributes are quite ordinary. Isn't it perfectly countered by insulated gloves? Who caught the slime and earned so many points? Another tamer asked, shaking his head in disbelief. The professional tamers exchanged glances, struggling to accept the reality. The highest-scoring level 10 creature in training, the slime, was subdued so easily? They couldn't help but worry that the remaining 2 slimes might also fall prey to this unconventional beast tamer. Was 12,000 points just being given away? Zhou Wanshan said with a complex expression. "Don't worry. It's not that simple." The scene switches to where 11 is battling the slime. Shi Yu egged him on. 11, squeeze it. Make it keep discharging." Besides discharging, the electric slime had almost no strength and couldn't escape. Although its defense was strong, with a body that could withstand great force, it wasn't necessary to waste energy attacking it. They just needed to hold it with insulated gloves until it exhausted its electric energy. That was the strategy. Roar. The electric slime was furious, releasing even more violent electricity, but it had no effect on the insulated gloves. Facing a level 10 boss, exploiting a loophole wasn't easy. Even in this countered state, the slime had a chance to fight back. Yet, until it reached a dire situation, the electric slime was reluctant to use a particular skill. High-level skill, amplification. If used, its power and internal current would be maximized. The downside was the potential for long-term energy depletion. The Slime Clan's motto was to shrink and play cute whenever possible, and only transform into the slime demon king in special cases. Now, facing a crisis, the electric slime was clearly in a special situation. Ugh! It cried out in anger, its body beginning to swell. Even with great strength, 11 couldn't keep squeezing it and had to retreat. Sizzle! As the electric slime rapidly enlarged, Shi Yu's eyes lit up. Don't fear it getting bigger. This is what we've been waiting for. 11. Full body harden. 11 quickly hardened its entire body. The next second, the newly liberated electric slime launched a counterattack, crashing into 11 with its electrified body. The slime, now 1.5 meters in diameter, had significantly increased its impact force and electric intensity. Bang! 11 struck back with a palm, and for a moment, they were evenly matched. The massive electric slime was sent flying, but due to its soft body, it didn't suffer much damage. Although 11 wore insulated gloves, the slime's current was too intense. 11, wearing only gloves and not a full suit, couldn't completely defend against it. Even its metallic hardening couldn't fully protect it. The combination of amplification and discharge hinted at a nascent combo skill. The professional Beast Tamers saw this and started discussing. It's turned around. Although the electric slime is heavily drained, that iron-eating beast must be feeling it too. It's likely both will be badly hurt. However, another reversal occurred. 11 finally utilized its proficient high-speed healing in battle. Although invisible externally, the areas within 11 that were paralyzed and scorched by the current were quickly healed by a wave of green life energy. Roar! Rejuvenated, 11 charged at the massive electric slime with renewed vigor, as if nothing had happened. This scene shattered the professional Beast Tamer's perceptions. Is proficient hardening that strong? It can withstand even massive discharges? Someone exclaimed. Or is that iron-eating beast's willpower so strong it endured the current to launch a fierce counterattack? After all, 11 had a history of eating electric minerals like candy. At this moment, the slime was bewildered again. After that last encounter, it had completely run out of energy. It had wasted too much electric power when first captured, leaving it unable to counterattack after amplification. Grab it and keep draining it. Shi Yu's wicked command came from the side. The scene shifts to outside the electric cavern. Completely drained of energy, the electric slime's body dimmed considerably, devoid of any current, and it returned to its normal size. It was cradled in 11's excited, panting arms, completely asleep. Shi Yu approached with a smile, affectionately patting the slime. The initial 5 skill slots of the skill encyclopedia had expanded by 5 more after contracting with his first pet, 11. Now, the encyclopedia was about to record its 7th skill, amplification. Discharge was overlooked due to its low skill level, not as useful as Thunder Palm, so Shi Yu decided to forego it. As he touched the slime, Shi Yu recalled the scene of seeing the amplification skill and activated the skill encyclopedia. The next moment, in Shi Yu's mind, the 7th page of the stone encyclopedia opened, displaying the image of the mid-tier, electric-type pet, the electric slime. Skill, amplification, skill level, advanced. Description: a special ability that can shrink or enlarge the body. In its shrunken state, power is reduced and energy recovery speed increases. In its enlarged state, energy consumption increases and power is enhanced. A versatile skill, acquired. Yay! Shi Yu exclaimed, playfully toying with the level 10 electric slime like it was a piece of clay. The entire main control room of professional Beast Tamers fell silent. Defeating it wasn't enough. He even dared to personally toy with a level 10 creature? This duo of Beast Tamer and pet was terrifying. Was this really just a rookie apprentice? Without a doubt, the electric slime-occupied electric cave was swiftly claimed by Shi Yu. The cave was rich with electric minerals, enough for 11 to feast. Instead of immediately exchanging the captured electric slime for points, Shi Yu opted for a telepathic negotiation with the dazed slime. I'll give you 2 pieces of electric mineral daily as food, but you'll have to discharge all the electricity you consume. The electric slime became an excellent generator. Its discharge ability could enhance 11's resistance to lightning, boosting its affinity with the electric element, akin to lightning body training. While ordinary pet beasts couldn't withstand such training, 11 was an exception. Its minor electric affinity, combined with its advanced rapid healing ability, allowed it to quickly recover from the damage caused by electric shocks, enabling it to undergo the training without restraint. Shi Yu joked, electric slime, I might not be human, but you're definitely not human. Thus, the exhausted electric slime became the second training tool after the green cottonworm. Upon hearing about the new training regimen, the small iron-eating beast danced with excitement, letting out a series of whoop sounds. 11 was intrigued by this new training method, finding that consuming electric minerals along with being struck by the weakened discharge skill was as effective as the drop training method. The only side effect was that 11's fur became fluffier, making it look chubbier after the training. In the safe zone, Yin Chi, the bear who had informed Shi Yu about training at Magnetic Mountain, was deep in thought. He watched the screen showing the iron-eating beast jogging while holding the continuously discharging electric slime, a question mark hovering over his head. Although he had suggested that the iron-eating beast undergo a lightning baptism after consuming electric minerals to enhance its electric affinity, Shi Yu's use of the electric slime as a tool pet was unexpected. He couldn't help but marvel, telepathy ability is so OP. Shi Yu's tactics continued to evolve. Using insulated gloves, they soon found a companion for the first slime, capturing another electric slime residing in a different electric cave on Magnetic Mountain. The next day, a third slime was captured by Shi Yu and the iron-eating beast. Eventually, the training scene transformed into 3 slimes, forming a triangle with 11 in the center. Shi Yu provided an electric mineral, and the slimes, after absorbing a small amount of energy, had to release electricity for the iron-eating beast in the middle to undergo body training. Despite their reluctance, the slimes had no choice but to comply under Shi Yu and the iron-eating beast's intimidation. Shi Yu strictly controlled their food intake, keeping their combat power at the level of electric putty, unable to resist. Shi Yu had already gained plenty of experience in controlling diet from the green cotton worm, leaving the electric slimes in misery. In this manner, with the help of a large amount of electric minerals and the slimes' discharges, Shi Yu and his team achieved significant progress in just one day at Magnetic Mountain. By noon on the 29th, after they had scoured most of the easily accessible mineral points in Magnetic Mountain, an unexpected event occurred. After another electric shock, 11 extended its palm, and suddenly, blue-white electricity burst from its palm, wildly swirling. Mid-level skill, Thunder Palm, Shi Yu exclaimed, nearly falling over. What's going on? Did 11 spontaneously comprehend Thunder Palm? Shi Yu quickly packed the 3 slimes into a silk bag and returned to the safe zone to find Yin Qi for registration. He summoned 11 and asked, Mr. Yin Qi, when you mentioned Thunder Palm, did you mean this? The small iron-eating beast, with a serious expression, extended its palm. A second later, a dozen blue-white electric arcs shot from its palm. See, the skill compendium is unnecessary, 11 proudly chirped, having successfully learned the new skill without Shi Yu needing to allocate points. Yin Qi was stunned, muttering to himself, this isn't scientific. He stared incredulously at the young iron-eating beast, now capable of releasing electricity from its palm, contemplating his life's choices. It's only been a day. How could your iron-eating beast awaken its electric affinity so quickly? My iron-eating beast control over electricity isn't even as good as this. Normally, just relying on electric minerals and being shocked wouldn't lead to such an easy awakening of electric affinity. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so few iron-eating beasts mastering Thunder Palm at the Bamboo Stone Martial Arts Hall. There should be additional steps required, yet for you. It seems like you completed the entire training with just simple materials in a single day. Shi Yu feigned a thoughtful look and replied, maybe we're just really hardworking? Yin Qi was suddenly at a loss for words, the scene before him making him doubt his own judgment. Every time he observed Shi Yu and the iron-eating beast, they were always in the midst of fierce battles, intense training, or voracious eating. Even when resting, it was only for a brief moment before quickly diving back into another round of activity. Furrowing his brow in thought, Yin Qi's gaze shifted between Shi Yu and the little iron-eating beast. Is this really an iron-eating beast? He couldn't help but ask. It seems more like an endlessly energetic husky beast. This is beyond scientific explanation. His eyes finally settled on the little iron-eating beast, filled with amazement. Even so, this kind of talent is astonishing, Yin Qi mused. So, this is the legendary Thunder Palm skill? Shi Yu chuckled softly at his words. You're right, it's not very scientific, he admitted, then explained. But I think I understand what's happening. It might be due to high-speed healing. He elaborated on his theory. The wood-type skill high-speed healing utilizes one's life force and signifies growth. In the 5 elements and 8 trigram system, thunder belongs to wood. The damage from body tempering with lightning is healed by the wood-type skill, not only improving training efficiency, but possibly creating some wondrous reactions that accelerated 11's mastery of Thunder Palm. Shi Yu concluded, it's not scientific, but it is quite mystical. Yin Qi listened, still looking puzzled. He hesitated, then said after careful observation, although the power doesn't seem strong enough, it is indeed Thunder Palm. Yes, the strength isn't there yet, Shi Yu agreed with a nod. It's barely at the beginner level. Only when the palm can withstand high-intensity currents, allowing the concentrated lightning to have a strong paralyzing and piercing effect, will it truly grasp the power of Thunder Palm. I see, Shi Yu thought to himself, pleasantly surprised. This was an unexpected bonus. He had originally planned to go to the martial arts hall to copy the Thunder Palm skill, but 11 had unexpectedly mastered it on his own, which was beyond his expectations. Shi Yu pondered. It seems there's a certain correlation between different skills. Mastering one skill makes learning related skills much easier. For example, Thunder Palm can actually be seen as an advanced version of Discharge. Since Thunder Palm is already mastered, the discharge skill naturally comes along. Despite 11 having independently learned Thunder Palm, Shi Yu decided to record it in his guidebook. To him, the skill proficiency enhancement function of the guidebook was equally important. A mid-level skill practiced to perfection could be as effective as a high-level skill. Well then, could you help me register the slime's points, Mr. Yanqi? Shi Yu asked. Are you heading to the magnetic mountain area next? No, I'm not. Yanqi shook his head. There's not much left of the electric minerals over there now. After Shi Yu left, Yanqi was still in disbelief. This is unbelievable, he muttered to himself. The points accumulated from that pile of electric minerals must exceed those of 3 slimes, and they ate it all? Yanqi stiffly took out his phone and dialed Master Lin from the Zhushi Martial Arts Hall. Yanqi? What's up? Master Lin Hongyan's voice came through the phone. Master Lin, Yanqi's tone was complicated. That sure you actually went to Magnetic Mountain to train as I suggested? Oh, how did it go? Lin Hongyan inquired. Yanqi took a deep breath and said in one go. It went extremely well. His iron-eating beast consumed all the electric minerals on the mountain. Then they caught 3 electric slimes to assist in training. Now, the iron-eating beast has successfully mastered the Thunder Palm skill. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line before Lin Hongyan exclaimed in disbelief. What? Are you joking? After mastering the Thunder Palm, Shi Yu decided it was time to find a new place for training. He glanced around and realized that most of the electrical mineral sites in the Magnetic Mountain area had already been thoroughly explored. Continuing the search here would only yield diminishing returns. In his mind, he calculated that electrical minerals, being a level 1 resource, were comparable in value to iron bamboo. It would be wiser to return and purchase them in bulk or invest in higher-grade resources. 11. Let's find some nutritious food for the Qingmian worm next, Shi Yu suggested, his gaze shifting to the little creature in his backpack. This little fellow had been with him for days, contributing significantly, and it was time to reward it. 11 nodded in agreement, a hint of concern in its eyes. The exhausted look of the worm after daily training had also made it worried. Hearing Shi Yu's words, the Qingmian worm teared up with gratitude, emitting a thankful chirp. Shi Yu fell into thought, contemplating the evolution path of the Qingmian worm. Traditionally, rare materials are used when nearing the 9th or 10th level, just before cocooning, to increase the likelihood of learning new species skills. However, he was now more inclined to enhance the worm's silk. Various possibilities flashed through his mind. A healing butterfly, a supportive light goddess butterfly, an ice phoenix moth with mythical bloodline fusion, or even rare breeds with spatial or temporal abilities. Each option was tempting, but ultimately, Shi Yu decided to first cultivate the worm's silk to its highest potential. Browsing through an atlas, Shi Yu found the ideal food dragon beardgrass. This level 1 spiritual plant, named for its resemblance to the whiskers of an eastern dragon, was perfect for strengthening worm silk. That's it, Shi Yu concluded, closing the atlas and turning to 11. How about we search for dragon beardgrass while challenging powerful beasts? The following day, Shi Yu led 11 through the forests of the Magnetic Mountain area. Dragon beardgrass was often surrounded by arachnid beasts, most of which posed little threat. The most challenging was an awakened level 10 ghostface wolf spider, valued at 4,000 points. The battle was tougher than expected, but 11 ultimately triumphed. This victory not only proved 11's strength, but also highlighted the weaknesses of wild beasts. Despite their high levels, their skill proficiency often remained at a beginner level. In contrast, 11, having undergone systematic training, possessed multiple skills at proficient or even mastery levels, giving it a significant edge in combat. Watching the panting yet spirited 11, Shi Yu felt a surge of pride. This training session not only yielded the precious dragon beardgrass, but also gave him a clearer understanding of his and 11's capabilities. Shi Yu actually hoped that the spider-like beasts nearby would be even more formidable. His gaze swept over the jungle as he imagined a giant spider with a danger-sensing ability similar to spider senses. Such an opponent would truly excite him. In his mind, Shi Yu recalled the famous manga One Piece and its concept of the 3 types of haki. A smile crept onto his face. His pet beast, 11, had already mastered a hardening skill akin to armament haki and an intimidating presence like Conqueror's haki. Now, all that was missing was a perception skill similar to observation haki. No worries, Shi Yu muttered to himself. Enhanced vision will do for now. He recalled the information he had just reviewed. The proficient level of enhanced vision was already quite powerful, allowing 11 to clearly lock onto targets even in extreme conditions like heavy fog. If it could be upgraded to an expert or even perfect level in the future, 11 would have a 360 field of vision and even see energy flows. As for the ultimate level, Shi Yu could only wait for future surprises. The Qingmian caterpillar, on the other hand, was quite satisfied with this training. It greedily munched on dragon beardgrass, thinking it tasted much better than the leftovers Shi Yu usually gave it. In just 3 days, each of them had their own gains. Shi Yu learned the amplification skill, 11 independently mastered thunder palm, and the Qingmian caterpillar enjoyed a hearty meal. It was clear who benefited the most. In the blink of an eye, the 3-day training exercise at Tianmong Mountain was coming to an end. Inside the training base, 5 professional beast tamers were intently watching the final scores displayed on the big screen. First place, Shi Yu, 20,000 points, announced Zhou Wanshan, the chief coordinator, with a hint of astonishment in his voice. In addition to defeating 4 level 10 creatures and 5 spiny wild boars, Shi Yu had also collected some resources along the way, just enough to reach 20,000 points. Although he used some tricks when hunting slimes, his solo defeat of the ghost-faced tarantula undeniably proved his strength. Zhou Wanshan quietly reviewed Shi Yu's profile, evaluating him in his mind. The average level of the apprentice beast tamers' pets at their training base was relatively low, with none reaching level 10. Shi Yu's ability to command a level 6 iron-eating beast to defeat 4 level 10 beasts was truly impressive. This first place is well-deserved, Zhou Wanshan murmured. It's rare to see a beast tamer in Pingxing who can fight above their level. I wonder how he'll perform in the ruins. Without a doubt, Shi Yu had earned the qualification to enter the ruins. It's over, shouted one of the apprentice beast tamers. It's finally over. I've been eating tree fruits for 2 days straight. I'm about to puke. I want a shower, complained another trainee. If I don't get a shower soon, I'm going to lose it. Why do mosquitoes love me so much? I've got 49 bites in less than 3 days. As the mechanical bird announced the end of the assessment, the apprentice beast tamers on Tianmong Mountain descended while venting their frustrations. Meanwhile, Shi Yu walked with a calm demeanor, gazing at the sky. This training was indeed tough, he thought. Maybe he should use part of that 10 million to reward himself. It's time to buy some high-quality supplements. On the vast training grounds of the Tianmong Mountain Experience Base, 73 bedraggled beast tamers stood silently. They were the ones who survived from the initial 100 participants, while the remaining 27 had withdrawn midway, unable to adapt to the wild environment or due to injuries sustained during the training. Zhou Wanshan, the training supervisor, stood on the podium and said in a booming voice, "If you're still standing here, it shows you have some potential. Tianmong Mountain is just a man-made training environment. If you can't handle this, forget about exploring ruins or even taking professional exams in the future. You might as well just go home and keep pets." The apprentice beast tamers below remained silent, though inwardly they were eager to see their ranking. While they could roughly estimate their own scores, they had no idea about others' scores, leaving their exact ranking uncertain. Zhou Wanshan continued, "The results are posted on the wall. You can check them yourselves. The top 20 will qualify to explore the ruins, and in a week, you'll make your first entrance into them. Pay attention to notifications from the association for further details. This training assessment concludes here. You can leave after redeeming your points." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone rushed towards the wall beside the podium. Shi Yu followed the crowd, scanning the score sheet from top to bottom. The scene transported him back to high school, reminiscent of checking monthly test results with classmates. First place, Shi Yu, 20,000 points? Someone exclaimed. Who is Shi Yu? Don't know. Not from our school. Not from ours either. The crowd buzzed with chatter, while Shi Yu quietly turned to leave, thinking to himself, being first in this training assessment is no big deal. Better exchange these points for some cash to replenish my fund. However, just as Shi Yu was leaving, someone recognized him. Wow, Shi Yu. Among the crowd, top student Chen Kai felt a mix of emotions upon seeing Shi Yu's name at the top. Although he knew Shi Yu was strong, seeing him take first place still stirred a faint sadness in him. 20,000 points, that's equivalent to 5 level 10 awakened beasts. He glanced at his own ranking and couldn't help but wonder, how is it that after working hard for a week, the gap between me and Shi Yu only seems to widen? Am I not working hard enough? Do you know this person? Chen Kai's classmates asked. Chen Kai explained, he's a beast tamer from a key school in our city. It was his suggestion that led me to buy the Mingshan capsule for training my pet beast. As expected, he's really impressive. His classmates suddenly understood, realizing why Chen Kai's ice armor beast had recently broken through and advanced so quickly. It was thanks to expert advice. They made a mental note of the Mingshan capsule, planning to research it further when they got home. At the points exchange area, Shi Yu ran into a familiar face, Xiao Xiong Yanqi. Yanqi greeted him with a grin. Let me help you with the exchange. By the way, I told Master Lin about your Iron Eater mastering the Thunder Palm technique. What did Master Lin say? Shi Yu asked. Yanqi chuckled inwardly, imagining Master Lin's incredulous expression, and replied, Master Lin wants you to drop by the dojo when you have time. They have some specially made nutritional products, food, and insights on the Thunder Palm skill to share with you. All right, Shi Yu nodded, already considering whether Master Lin Hongnian might have other advanced skills for him to learn. After all, being among the most formidable beast tamers in Pingxing, he must have some valuable resources. After redeeming his points, Shi Yu headed straight home. At that moment, he longed for his soft bed, a hot shower, and a decent meal. The harsh conditions of the wild had made him realize that it was not a place for humans to linger for long. Shi Yu resolved to himself, once I have the money, I must form a contract with a mechanical life form and moonlight as a mechanic. Something like a transformer that can turn into a Gundam for battles, a plane or car for transport, and even a house to live in. With this setup, it seems like even in the most desolate wilderness, one could still enjoy a modern lifestyle. After returning home, Shi Yu immediately embarked on a thorough self-organization. Once he finished washing up, he lay on his bed, exhausted yet restless, tossing and turning. Eventually, he picked up his phone and clicked on the mysterious person's website link. The screen was filled with a dazzling array of products, and Shi Yu recalled the promised discounts and delivery service. Just saves me the hassle of going out shopping, he thought with relief. Yet a thought suddenly crossed his mind. In just a week, he would be taking those who passed the assessment to the ruins. Time seemed a bit tight. Logic told him to proceed cautiously, but deep down, his adventurous spirit was stirring. Damn, I can't control myself. Shi Yu muttered in frustration. I really want to go check it out. He tried to convince himself. Well, according to Lu Qingyi, this ruin isn't dangerous. It's a trial-type ruin. I'll just look around, not take any risks, it should be fine. Putting aside his scattered thoughts, Shi Yu decided to focus on procuring resources for now. After all, with a budget of 10 million, he could afford to splurge for a while, as long as he didn't buy expensive advanced evolution materials for Qing Mianchong. For the happiness of the whole family, it's better for Qing Mianchong to explore its own evolution path, he calculated. Who knows? Maybe I'll find suitable evolution materials in the ruins? It's all a sound investment. Shi Yu's search was not focused on pet resources, but on supplies for beast masters. He was looking for miraculous supplements that could keep a beast master fighting for 10 days and nights without exhaustion. He understood that while at the apprentice stage, the advantages of enhancement-type talents weren't obvious. But once they broke through, these beast masters would have significant advantages in actual combat. Of course, this advantage came with greater consumption, which was the purpose of these supplements. As he browsed through the site's offerings, Shi Yu noticed that most of the resources were all natural, unlike synthetic products like the Mingshan capsules. Although more expensive, he believed they were worth the price if effective. Various intriguing items caught his eye. The tendrils of the extraordinary plant creature ginseng baby, the royal jelly of the queen bee of 100 flowers, the frog oil from the sky-devouring dragon frog of the subdragon species. The most striking was the divine bean from the sacred tree secret realm, reputed to quickly restore a beast master's physical and mental energy when extremely fatigued. This divine bean looks promising, Shi Yu thought. Even the lowest quality costs 100,000 per bean. A bit pricey. But maybe I should buy one and test its effects. His thoughts drifted toward future training plans. With this, I might be able to start teaching advanced skills. Amplification, absolute sleep, intimidation. At least I can schedule one of them. Since he wasn't sure about the specific effects of each supplement, Shi Yu cautiously selected 3 types and bought some of each. He carefully examined the newly acquired supplements, 5 ginseng roots, translucent and emitting a faint medicinal fragrance, valued at 250,000 yuan. A small bottle of queen bee royal jelly, golden and viscous, no larger than a thumb yet worth 300,000 yuan. And 5 somewhat lackluster divine beans, vivid green and brimming with potent energy, valued at 500,000 yuan. Shi Yu looked at the 1.05 million yuan bill with a pang of regret, chastising himself for his extravagance. But on second thought, these supplements might help 11 master advanced skills and improve skill proficiency, which lifted his spirits. After all, money is meant to be spent. Moreover, spending it on 11 was more worthwhile than just buying food and nutritional products. After sighing and ordering this batch of the cheapest supplements, Shi Yu fell asleep again. When he awoke, the night had already fallen. Considering that staying up late might affect his condition the next day, he decided to go back to sleep. However, having napped all afternoon, he wasn't very sleepy. So, after preparing dinner for his 2 pet beasts, Shi Yu resorted to teaching the silkworm skill to the caterpillar in the birdcage in the yard. The exertion finally brought on drowsiness again. He was secretly amazed that the skill guide also had this insomnia-curing effect. The next day, the sun was shining brightly. Shi Yu woke up feeling refreshed and initially planned to visit the bamboo and stone martial arts hall, but a text message changed his plans. The supplements he ordered had already arrived in Bingyuan City and would be delivered today. Impressed by the efficiency, he decided to stay home and wait for the delivery. In the morning, 11 was diligently practicing thunder palm in the yard. The caterpillar continued to slumber, and Shi Yu meditated quietly. Just as he was about to make lunch, the doorbell rang. Your delivery has arrived, a voice announced. Shi Yu quickly responded, eager to avoid another awkward encounter like the last community outreach event. He opened the door to find a young courier in a blue uniform, standing beside a towering, fully armored bird over 2 meters tall. This magnificent creature, with its splendid plumage and sharp gaze, was currently serving as a delivery vehicle, carrying a massive package on its back. The courier skillfully retrieved a box containing the supplements from the package and handed it to Shi Yu. Please sign here. Shi Yu was astonished at the extraordinary beast, unable to resist asking, are you a professional beast master? Yes, I just started this year. Please forgive any shortcomings. The courier replied politely. Shi Yu marveled at how even the courier industry required such high qualifications now. But considering the website specialized in high-end goods, the pay must be substantial. After signing, the courier glanced at Shi Yu and curiously asked, are you an apprentice beast master? Why buy so many advanced supplements? Even I, at the professional level, don't use this many. Shaking his head, he added, well, it's none of my business. Surely, you wouldn't need them at this level. Anyway, have a great day. After exchanging pleasantries, Shi Yu carefully unwrapped the package, afraid of damaging the precious supplements. He first took out a bottle containing 5 small green beans and, after reading the instructions, called for 11. 11, come here. 11, who was playing with electricity, ran over cheerfully, curiously eyeing the bottle in Shi Yu's hand. With these advanced supplements, Shi Yu felt a surge of excitement. He decided to teach 11 the morph skill first. This special ability allows the body to shrink or enlarge, offering different advantages in each state. Although intimidation and absolute sleep were also powerful skills, the morph skill seemed more intriguing. Shi Yu thought that since they had so many supplements, they would eventually learn all 3 advanced skills, so why not start with the most interesting one? The enlarged state could enhance combat power, while the shrunken state could accelerate physical recovery. Learning this skill was definitely worthwhile. Shi Yu took a magic bean from his pocket and popped it into his mouth without hesitation. His right hand began to glow with a familiar white light, ready to start the lesson. Seeing this, 11 panicked. It had just learned Thunder Palm on its own, and now its Beastmaster was going to use cheats to impart skills again? Despite feeling a bit resistant, 11 obediently extended its head. If it couldn't fight it, it might as well enjoy it and work harder to make up for it later. As the white light flowed into 11's body, Shi Yu felt his legs weaken. He recalled his previous teaching experiences. The cooldown for the non-ranked skill, Insect Thread, was about 8 hours, low-tier skills took 24 hours, and mid-tier skills took 48 hours. He had originally thought high-tier skills would take 72 hours, but it turned out to be more than double that. Feeling extremely weak, Shi Yu quickly swallowed another magic bean. Instantly, a surge of energy coursed through his body. In just a few seconds, the substantial nourishment began to rejuvenate him. He felt a rush of strength, and the cooldown reduced to 48 hours. Although not fully recovered, the energy drain was now within a bearable range. Shi Yu let out a long sigh and sat down. He realized that high-tier skills were currently his teaching limit, and he shouldn't attempt super-tier skills without a significant improvement in his physical condition. He watched 11 with its eyes closed, absorbing the experience for nearly a minute until it came to. Got it? Shi Yu asked. 11 nodded vigorously. Then let's see you grow bigger, Shi Yu said. No sooner had he spoken than ripples began to emanate from 11. Its body started to tremble, and with each transparent wave, its limbs, torso, head, and fur expanded proportionally. Moments later, a version of 11, twice its original size, stood before Shi Yu. It slowly waved its less coordinated arms, feeling the rapid energy drain and the surge of power. 11 thought to itself that if it encountered those spiky wild boars again, it could probably swat them away several meters with a single strike. However, the excitement only lasted for about 10 seconds. The prior training had already exhausted 11, and now it felt dizzy and lightheaded. Shi Yu quickly instructed it to shrink back to conserve energy. Like a deflated balloon, 11 swiftly returned to its normal size, and then further shrank to a half-meter-tall round ball. Whimper. It patted its belly, making a pitiful sound. Even in its smaller form, the hunger was still strong. Shi Yu pondered silently. It seemed the entry-level limit for size alteration was doubling in size or shrinking to half. To achieve the giant panda-like form of an Ultraman or a mini panda that could perch on his shoulder, more practice was needed. All right, let's eat, Shi Yu said cheerfully, looking at the tiny panda. Jokingly, he added, from now on, eat like this. It might save a lot on food bills. Upon hearing this, 11's eyes widened in shock and horror. What? Shi Yu felt a sense of satisfaction as 11 finally mastered its first advanced skill. Although they were still far from the legendary super-tier skills that could move mountains and seas, or the mythical god-tier skills that could alter the very fabric of reality, this was undeniably a significant step forward. However, when he noticed the skill's cooldown period was a lengthy 48 hours, he couldn't help but ponder. Instead of preparing lunch immediately, Shi Yu picked up a small bottle containing divine beans. He recalled that a single bean had previously offset 120 hours of weakness, leading him to a bold idea. What if consuming another bean could instantly restore him to peak condition, or even better? He carefully read through the instructions, which confirmed that the divine beans could be consumed repeatedly during a weakened state until full recovery was achieved. Considering he had purchased the lowest grade of divine beans, he wasn't worried about overdoing it, so he decided to consume 2 or 3 at once. The immediate effect was something ordinary spiritual capsules couldn't match. However, just as he was about to eat the second divine bean, he hesitated. The bean's effects clearly surpassed the 48-hour weakness period, so consuming one directly seemed wasteful. The instructions didn't mention whether the beans could be split in half, and rounding up, it felt like wasting several $1,000s. Shi Yu began to weigh other options. A single divine bean cost 100,000 yuan, while a strand of the ginseng baby's root was 50,000 yuan. Perhaps he could switch to other supplements? But then he thought, even the ginseng root wasn't a sure bet. His gaze landed on the royal jelly from the queen bee of the 100 flowers. This supplement from a leader-level creature was valued at 300,000 yuan per small bottle and could be used multiple times. Shi Yu fetched his goji berry water cup, emptied it, and prepared to try the new supplement. He poured a third of the royal jelly into the cup and mixed it with warm water. After cautiously sipping it, Shi Yu patiently waited for the effects. Within minutes, he was delighted to find the cool-down time reduced by 2 hours. Excited, Shi Yu couldn't help but think how great it was to have money. This effect far surpassed the spiritual capsules from regular drugstores. He continued to drink his happy water, determined to reset the cool-down period by the end of the day and teach the skill again that night. However, after drinking half a cup of happy water that evening, Shi Yu found himself overly energized and unable to sleep. He promptly decided to teach the silkworm's silk skill instead, using its approximately 8-hour weakness period to help him fall asleep. The next morning, Shi Yu once again took out the divine beans and the remaining happy water, ready to continue teaching 11 new advanced skills. Despite the ups and downs, his determination to enhance teaching efficiency remained unwavering. After the morning exercise and breakfast, Shi Yu called upon 11 once more, leaving it a bit anxious. The little iron-eating beast had a bad feeling, and sure enough, Shi Yu's right hand began to glow again under its gaze. Ing. The little iron-eating beast covered its eyes, wondering what new trick was coming this time. Shi Yu explained with a smile. This time, it's a skill that can boost training efficiency. Absolute sleep. Absolute sleep is a high-level psychic skill that allows the user to enter a state of super deep sleep, quickly restoring various states. While it may seem unremarkable, its power is significant. In fact, the state of a pet beast in the Beast Tamer space is quite similar to absolute sleep. For wild pet beasts, mastering this skill is almost like carrying a portable advanced Beast Tamer space with partial functions. Even the entry-level absolute sleep has better recovery effects than a trainee Beast Tamer space. If 11 learns this skill, it would rarely need to return to Shi Yu's Beast Tamer space for rest, except in special circumstances. Of course, unless Shi Yu can quickly upgrade his Beast Tamer space, he suspects that 11's proficiency in absolute sleep will improve faster than his space upgrade. Once 11 masters this skill, as long as there's enough food and nutrition, combined with high-speed healing, it can train efficiently on its own. Moreover, not relying on the Beast Tamer space for rest gives Shi Yu more time and energy to strengthen the space, thus enhancing his Beast Tamer level. A Beast Tamer should grow alongside their pet beast, Shi Yu thought to himself. If 11 reaches extraordinary levels, and I'm still just a trainee, that would be awkward. After Shi Yu introduced the skill, 11 opened its eyes and exclaimed excitedly, "This skill is great." Shi Yu continued, "Moreover, once you become proficient in this skill, it can be useful in battles too. At low proficiency, the recovery speed is slow and inefficient, but at high proficiency, you might only need a short nap to regain a lot of stamina." He painted a battle scenario. When you encounter an enemy, just charge in with multiplication, hardening, and thunder palm. If you get injured, use high-speed healing. If you run out of energy, quickly shrink and fall asleep, then wake up and continue fighting. Got it? 11 nodded frantically, full of excitement. Got it? Got it? This tactic is really good. That day, as Shi Yu snacked on divine beans and sipped his soda, he watched 11 train independently and couldn't help but marvel. Spending money really does make life better. With money, both Shi Yu and his 2 pet beasts saw a significant improvement in their quality of life. They learned 2 high-level skills in just 2 days, and even practiced silk spinning every night, something unimaginable before. By August 3rd, Shi Yu initially planned to continue the previous day's routine and teach intimidation. However, after 2 days of intense training, even with supplements, his body was feeling the strain. Forget it, let's take it easy today, and teach a low-level skill to relax, Shi Yu thought. Also, I promised to visit Jusher Martial Arts Hall, and it's been 2 days without making a move. It's time to check it out. After all, the Martial Arts Hall seems to have prepared training resources for the iron-eating beast, and it would be a waste not to take advantage. Jusher Martial Arts Hall is also located in Pingxing, just a half-hour taxi ride away. But before setting off, Shi Yu decided to check the Martial Arts Hall's phone number and make an appointment to ensure the person in charge would be there. Zhushi Martial Arts Hall is one of the strongholds of iron-eating beasts in the Donghuang ancient kingdom. The head, Lin Hongyan, is one of the few master-level beast tamers in Bingyuan City. Although he didn't earn his master title through the iron-eating beast, and his strongest pet beast isn't an iron-eating beast, his representative pet is undoubtedly the iron-eating beast. The iron-eating beast was Lin Hongyan's first contracted pet. Due to this connection, he has always been committed to finding better training methods and even evolution methods for the iron-eating beast. Unfortunately, due to the species limitations, the iron-eating beast has struggled to break through a certain bottleneck. Even though he developed two skills particularly suitable for the iron-eating beast, there was little improvement. Despite contracting stronger pet beasts later, Lin Hongyan couldn't let go of this obsession. Eventually, he decided to establish Zhushi Martial Arts Hall on the foundation of his family's iron bamboo breeding base, welcoming many students. Any beast tamer contracting an iron-eating beast can join the martial arts hall for training. Talented students might even have the chance to learn skills like thunder palm and cannon fist. He hoped that through this method, he could cultivate more skilled panda beast tamers. In the training ground of the Zhushi Martial Arts School, 10 apprentices of varying ages were engaged in basic training with their pandas. Master Lin Hongyan stood on a high platform, his gaze sweeping over each dedicated trainee, quietly anticipating the emergence of future talents. The martial arts school only accepted apprentice-level students, providing them with solid foundational training. Once they became professional beast tamers, they were considered graduates. Of course, there were also cases like Xiao Yinchi who dropped out halfway. Lin Hongyan held such expectations for ordinary apprentices, but for those with exceptional talent, he would teach them earnestly and without reservation, taking them as personal disciples. Unfortunately, besides his own daughter, no panda beast tamer had yet received such treatment. Although he had trained many professional beast tamers, Lin Hongyan had never found a disciple worthy of his full dedication. That was until Lu Qingyi approached him with a request to look after someone. Lin Hongyan accepted this task with great seriousness, determined to teach that person with all his effort, regardless of their talent. After all, to a prominent figure like Dr. Lu, those two mid-level skill manuals were hardly significant. Soon after, Xiao Yinchi brought astonishing news about Shi Yu. In less than a month, he had advanced the hardening skill to a proficient level. Undoubtedly a genius. More importantly, he was connected to a prodigy like Dr. Lu, with limitless potential and the possibility of nurturing a panda to the monarch level. Lin Hongyan initially intended to fully support such a talent. However, when he learned that Shi Yu and his team had mastered Thunder Palm in just one day, he was utterly dumbfounded. He couldn't help but laugh at himself. He simply wasn't worthy. He too wondered how they managed to learn Thunder Palm in one day using an electric slime and electric ore. At that moment, his daughter Lin Xiu approached him and softly said, "Father, let's eat out for lunch today." At the Dragon Palace Fish Restaurant, Lin Hongyan frowned and asked, "Have you finished your daily training?" Lin Xiu was at a loss for words. Looking at his disobedient daughter, Lin Hongyan felt a wave of regret. Under his careful guidance, Lin Xiu had passed the professional beast tamer exam at 18, with a promising future, potentially even surpassing him by nurturing a panda to the monarch level. However, who would have thought Lin Xiu would choose the breeding profession and also take courses in evolutionary research, wanting to study the panda's evolution methods? He didn't know why he agreed at the time, and the result was as expected. Lin Xiu ended up excelling in neither, falling behind in strength and making no significant progress in evolutionary paths. "Finish your training first," Lin Hongyan said sternly. "But it's mom who wants to eat fish, not me," Lin Xiu argued. Lin Hongyan was silent for a moment before finally compromising. "Just this once, but you can't neglect your training in the future." Lin Xiu nodded reluctantly. While father and daughter were discussing lunch plans, a martial arts school apprentice hurried over, panting as he said, "Master Lin, a beast tamer named Shi Yu said he might visit today and asked if you have time." "Shi Yu?" Lin Hongyan's voice came through the heavy wooden door of the martial arts school. "Yes, that's the name. Let him come in." Turning to his apprentice, a hint of anticipation flashed in Lin Hongyan's eyes. "That kid. He's finally decided to come to the martial arts school." The apprentice nodded respectfully and quickly left to relay the message. Standing beside her father, Lin Xiu frowned slightly. The name stirred a vague sense of familiarity in her mind. Lin Hongyan, noticing the change in his daughter's expression, asked, "You know this Shi Yu, don't you? I remember you mentioning a very disciplined panda being taken by someone named Shi Yu." Lin Hongyan recalled the first time he heard the name Shi Yu. It wasn't from Lu Qingyi, but from Lin Xiu herself. Back then, Shi Yu was just a trainee beastmaster, so he hadn't paid much attention. It wasn't until Lu Qingyi brought it up again that he realized it was the same person. Lin Xiu's eyes widened in surprise. "It's really him? You remember, father? Why? Is he joining the martial arts school?" Lin Hongyan shook his head, and his expression turned serious. "No, I'm simply tasked with guiding his development." He paused before asking, "By the way, Do you know how that panda has been doing since he took it? Lin Xiuzhu shook her head. I'm not sure, but I did tell them that they could come to the iron bamboo breeding base if they had any issues. Since he hasn't returned, I suppose everything's fine, right? How could it just be fine? Lin Hongyan paused for a moment before revealing an astonishing piece of news. That Shi Yu and the panda participated in the Beastmaster assessment organized by the association at Tianmeng Mountain a few days ago and took first place. Lin Xiuzhu was stunned, her eyes wide open. Impossible. That panda only reached level 3 a month ago. At that level, it wouldn't even be able to take on a wild boar. Although she had high hopes for the disciplined little panda, such remarkable growth was beyond her expectations. Lin Hongyan glanced at the ordinary apprentices training in the field and sighed inwardly. I can hardly believe it either, but he'll be visiting soon, and then we'll know for sure. If only these people were half as talented as Shi Yu is rumored to be. Level 6 growth. Mastery of hardening. Learning thunder palm. It's simply unbelievable. Lin Xiuzhu suddenly remembered an important matter. What about the fish? She asked urgently, clearly more concerned about the upcoming family dinner. We're not going, Lin Hongyan replied decisively. Let's wait for Shi Yu instead. Although he had yet to meet him, he found himself more impressed by this promising beast master than by his own daughter. It was like those parents who always talk about other people's kids. He was eager to witness Shi Yu and the panda for himself. Lin Xiuzhu looked at her father quizzically. But I already told Mom you'd be joining us. She was surprised to see her father defying her mother's wishes today. Aren't you afraid of sleeping on the bamboo mat tonight? Unfazed, Lin Hongyan turned away. Lin Xiuzhu asked curiously, where are you going? Tell Shi Yu to come in the afternoon. Suddenly, I'm feeling a bit hungry, Lin Hongyan replied calmly. Meanwhile, upon hearing the message from the martial arts school's apprentice, Shi Yu stretched lazily, a hint of disappointment on his face. In the afternoon? Well, I suppose I can find a nice place for lunch in the meantime. Around 10 a.m., Shi Yu set off for the martial arts school. To save time, he opted for the luxury of a taxi. Upon arriving near the school, he casually chose a rather upscale restaurant and ordered a sumptuous meal, including wild boar meat he hadn't had the chance to try before. After a satisfying meal, Shi Yu checked the time. It was close to 1 o'clock. He tidied his attire and headed straight for the bamboo stone martial arts school. Standing at the entrance, Shi Yu knocked gently on the door. Excuse me, is anyone there? A moment later, the door opened slowly, revealing someone in a familiar outfit. His eyes scanned up and down before he exclaimed, Panda trainer? No, Lin Xiuzhu? It was indeed Lin Xiuzhu, wearing shorts and a t-shirt with a panda motif. She smiled at Shi Yu. Hello there, we meet again. Yes, indeed, Shi Yu nodded, recalling how he had noticed something unusual about Lin Xiuzhu when he first purchased the panda. Later, he learned she was Lin Hongyan's daughter. Another privileged second-generation beastmaster, he mused. After receiving 10 million from Lu Qingyi and now here to collect development resources, he jokingly thought of himself as someone who excelled in living off others. Speaking of which, the loan still hadn't been repaid. He had planned to pay it off monthly, but now, was it even necessary? Come with me. My father is inside, Lin Xiuzhu said, turning to lead the way. Before long, Shi Yu found himself in the school's reception room, finally meeting the man referred to by Chen Kai, Zhuang Yu, and others as possibly the top beastmaster in Pingqing, Master Lin Hongyan. Dressed in a gray martial arts uniform, Lin Hongyan gestured for him to sit. Please have a seat. Feeling the commanding presence of Lin Hongyan, the master of the martial arts hall, Shi Yu instinctively sat up straighter. He thought to himself that this master was clearly an expert, and wondered if his other pet beasts had also mastered any rare skills. Lin Xiuzhu, who had brought him there, sat naturally across from them, a hint of skepticism in her eyes. She still found it hard to believe her father's earlier account of Shi Yu's achievements, as she had practically watched Eleven grow up. Lin Xiuzhu remembered Eleven's capabilities from a month ago, and recalled her father's ambiguous responses when she asked about Shi Yu during dinner. Lin Hongyan had only mentioned that Shi Yu had some special opportunities, which left her even more puzzled. Lin Hongyan began. Dr. Lu has already spoken to me. If you're planning to study at the Zhushi Martial Arts Hall, I will teach you everything I can. However, when it comes to cultivating iron-eating beasts, there seems to be little more I can offer you. He explained that the most valuable resources for cultivating iron-eating beasts at the Zhushi Martial Arts Hall were the skill manuals for Thunder Palm and Cannon Punch. Other items, like special nutritional supplements and food, while expensive, weren't as valuable as the skill manuals and had substitutes. Since Shi Yu and his beast had already self-learned Thunder Palm, there wasn't much more he could teach them. Shi Yu modestly claimed to be a beginner, but Lin Hongyan was unconvinced. He offered a generous proposal. How about this? From now on, all 3 training grounds at the Zhushi Martial Arts Hall are open to you, and you can use the training equipment as you wish. We will also provide all the resources needed for cultivating your iron-eating beast. He continued, Shi Yu should have given you the basic cultivation manual for iron-eating beasts. I'll give you an advanced cultivation guide for reference. If you have any questions about cultivation, feel free to come to me for advice. You won't have to undergo the standard training like the other apprentices here. How does that sound? Lin Hongnian believed that exceptional talent deserved special treatment. With Shi Yu's iron-eating beast having already mastered the advanced levels of hardening and thunder palm, there was no need for him to undergo the routine training of ordinary apprentices. These privileges were something other apprentices, and even his own daughter, did not initially enjoy. Shi Yu gladly accepted. Thank you, Master Lin. This arrangement suits me perfectly. He was secretly delighted, as this was an ideal setup. Free meals, unrestricted access to facilities, and the ability to consult a master-level beast tamer anytime. He thought about how he could now spend the 10 million entirely on supplements, resolving Eleven's resource issues. However, he was a bit concerned about Eleven's huge appetite, particularly after activating its size-doubling ability, and wondered if the martial arts hall could handle it. Shi Yu felt fortunate to have joined the 11th Bureau, thinking that otherwise, he might still be recuperating. Lin Hongnian continued, if I'm not mistaken, your iron-eating beast has already learned Thunder Palm, right? And its hardening skill is at the advanced level? Shi Yu nodded in confirmation, while Lin Xiuzhu looked on in disbelief. Lin Hongnian suggested, then focus on honing the Thunder Palm skill for now. Thunder Palm is somewhat easier to master than Cannon Punch, and it's better to concentrate on one thing at a time. If you wish to learn Cannon Punch, I recommend doing so after mastering Thunder Palm. Shi Yu agreed, thinking that his iron-eating beast didn't lack skills like these, and that Thunder Palm was sufficient for now. If necessary, they could consider more advanced skills in the future. Lin Hongnian proposed, there isn't much information about Thunder Palm out there. So next I'll take you to the training ground and explain the Thunder Palm skill in detail. Before that, I'll introduce you to the other apprentices here, as you'll inevitably interact with them when you visit the hall. As for the various training facilities, I'll let Xiuzhu show you around later. Lin Xiuzhu had her doubts, but she didn't dare interrupt her father and listened quietly. Suddenly, Lin Hongnian seemed to remember something and turned to Shi Yu. Speaking of which, although I've heard about you from Yin Qi, I still don't have a clear understanding of your situation. Would you mind having a sparring match with one of our apprentices? It would help me gauge your capabilities. Lin Xiuzhu immediately agreed on Shi Yu's behalf, eager to see what level Shi Yu and his beast were at. She exclaimed excitedly, great, let's have a match. Shi Yu remained calm, thinking to himself, I'm invincible, feel free to challenge me. The Bamboo Stone Martial Arts School covers a vast area, with 3 training grounds the size of gymnasiums scattered within. At the moment, there are only a few apprentices in the school, mostly those at the trainee level, undergoing rigorous training. Lin Hongnian led Shi Yu to the rooftop of one of the training areas and introduced. This is the basic training ground, where apprentices and iron-eating beasts engage in post-meal activities. Looking down, Beast Tamers and their iron-eating beasts were jogging on the artificial turf to warm up. The Tamers appeared focused, while the pandas seemed reluctant, whining in protest. Clearly, they were displeased about being forced to exercise right after lunch, but under the strict orders of their tamers, they had no choice but to comply. Lin Hongnian explained, iron-eating beasts are naturally lazy. They must be conditioned through regular training, or they might cause serious issues in real combat. Lin Xiuzhu chimed in, but 11 should be quite disciplined, right? Shi Yu nodded in agreement. Yes, it usually won't eat until it completes a certain amount of training. It's afraid of not being able to eat in peace. Lin Hongnian was taken aback and turned to Lin Xiuzhu. An iron-eating beast like that exists? Lin Xiuzhu also looked surprised. That sounds even more unbelievable than when it was at the breeding base. Shi Yu, what exactly did you do to 11? Shi Yu, looking innocent, explained. Maybe I spoiled 11 too much, and it felt pressured. 11 shyly lowered its head. Relying on unearned advantages is disgraceful. The enhancements provided by the tamer should be matched with personal effort. Lin Hongnian refocused on the training ground. After warming up, they'll proceed with basic hardening exercises, practicing in pairs. Their iron-eating beasts are between levels 8 and 10. Let me pick the strongest one for you, Shi Yu internally remarked. Picking the strongest one just like that? Is that even reasonable? At this moment, the 10 apprentices in the training ground finished warming up and prepared to start their paired hardening exercises. Under the organization of a tall young man with a crew cut, they quickly formed pairs. Jiang Rue called out Master Lin Hongnian. The tall, crew-cut young man who had just organized the other apprentices looked up. Let's head down, Lin Hongnian said, leading the group to the training ground. Master Lin, what's going on? Jiang Rue and the other apprentices looked over in confusion, but were quickly distracted by Lin Zia's presence. The young apprentices brightened up, secretly pleased. Sister Panda is here again. Suddenly, training feels more motivating. Lin Hongnian briefly introduced. This is Shi Yu, who will be joining our school for training. Everyone then turned their attention to Shi Yu, secretly glad to have someone new to share the pressure. Hello, everyone. Shi Yu greeted warmly. Zhang Rui stepped forward. I'm Zhang Rui. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Lin Hongyan suddenly said. Zhang Rui, why don't you have a match with Shi Yu? If you lose, your and your iron-eating beast training will be doubled. Zhang Rui was startled but quickly composed himself, thinking it was just about guiding a newcomer. The other apprentices looked on with envy, regretting missing the chance to stand out. With the upcoming match, their training temporarily paused. The apprentices and iron-eating beasts discreetly sighed in relief, grateful for a brief respite. At Lin Hongyan's signal, the onlookers moved to the edges of the area, making room for the impending showdown. With a smile, Zhang Rui invited Shi Yu to summon his pet beast. Beside him, a panda-like creature began to warm up, standing at 1.45 meters tall, clearly of a higher level than Shi Yu's pet. Shi Yu nodded in agreement and established a connection with his beast space. In an instant, the surrounding space rippled, stirring a gentle breeze that caused the artificial grass to sway. A transparent summoning array formed in front of Shi Yu, and from it emerged 11, who groggily eyed the towering opponent. The martial arts apprentices quickly assessed that 11 was still in its juvenile stage, with an awakening level of around 6. They speculated that Zhang Rui's beast, having reached awakening level 10 and mastering hardened defense, should easily secure victory. After a brief pause, Zhang Rui allowed Shi Yu to take the first move. Not hesitating, Shi Yu commanded 11 to attack. The small panda-like beast burst forth, charging at its opponent with remarkable speed. Confident in his pet's hardening ability, Zhang Rui instructed it to remain still and fortify itself against the coming impact. He was certain that 11's strength and hardening prowess couldn't possibly harm his beast. To everyone's surprise, 11 didn't opt for a hardening attack. As it neared its opponent, it suddenly pulled back its arm, unleashing a burst of blue-white electricity from its palm. The crackling sound was like 1,000 birds chirping, astonishing everyone present. This was none other than the mid-ear skill Thunder Palm. The electric current formed a blade, offering more penetration than simple hardening. Zhang Rui's creature, immobilized by its own hardening, could only watch as the electrified claw struck. By the time it attempted to cancel the hardening to dodge, it was too late. With a resounding bang, the electricity surged over the large panda-like creature. Although it wasn't completely incapacitated, it was visibly injured, causing its body to tilt involuntarily. Apart from the silent Lin Hongyan, everyone, including Lin Xiuzhu and the martial arts apprentices, was stunned, staring in disbelief at the cautious little beast retreating. This unexpected turn of events shattered their expectations, leaving them visibly shocked. Is that really Thunder Palm? Lin Xiuzhu stood beside his father, staring in disbelief at Shi Yu in the center of the arena. Witnessing this firsthand was far more impactful than any description. A level 6 juvenile panda, mastering the Thunder Palm skill was almost unimaginable. Lin Hongyan nodded slightly, and it's already showing some power. It seems this panda put in a lot of effort practicing after mastering Thunder Palm. His gaze swept across the arena as he analyzed. Though it won't lose its fighting capability, Zhang Rui's panda is likely paralyzed from taking that hit directly. Sure enough, Zhang Rui's panda crackled with electricity, sparks flying. Zhang Rui was filled with bewilderment and shock. How is this possible? This defies logic. As Zhang Rui stood dazed, his paralyzed panda let out a roar, snapping him back to reality. The battle wasn't over yet. Hardclaw, Zhang Rui quickly issued an attack command, realizing the stakes. Losing to a newcomer was one thing, especially when they could use Thunder Palm, but doubling the training load was a nightmare for his panda. Despite its paralysis, Zhang Rui's panda fought back against the prospect of increased training. It surged with defiant energy, lunging towards Shi Yu, but its speed was clearly hampered. Shi Yu, with its enhanced vision, easily spotted the flaws in Zhang Rui's panda's attack. But just then, Shi Yu ordered, "Don't dodge. Take it hidden, then counterattack." He intended to showcase Shi Yu's proficiency with hardening and Thunder Palm to Lin Hongyan. Though puzzled, Shi Yu obeyed its Beast Master's command. It mimicked Zhang Rui's panda, standing its ground and hardening its entire body, a masterful level of hardening. The martial arts trainees gasped at Shi Yu's transformation. Not only had it mastered Thunder Palm, but its hardening skill was also impressively advanced. As everyone marveled at this young panda's extraordinary talent, Zhang Rui's panda swiped its claws at Shi Yu. Squeak! Zhang Rui's panda had trained its claws to easily tear through the hardened skin of other trainees' pandas. Yet this time, its sharp claws only left a faint white mark on Shi Yu's hardened skin, failing to break through. Zhang Rui was once again stunned, and what happened next shocked him even more. After taking the claw strike, Shi Yu maintained its hardened state and charged at the opposing panda. With limited stored electrical energy, Shi Yu couldn't unleash another powerful Thunder Palm, so it opted for a full-body hardened collision. Boom! Zhang Rui and his panda were caught off guard by Shi Yu's advanced hardening, taking the full brunt of the collision. Thud. Jiang Rui's panda was sent flying, knocked unconscious by the combined force of the thunder palm and the powerful hardened strike. Thank you for the match, Shi Yu said somewhat apologetically. At this point, Jiang Rui and the other martial arts trainees were completely flabbergasted. Master level hardening? Was this really a level 6 juvenile panda? Even the pandas trained by their senior peers who had passed the professional exams weren't this impressive. Roar. Shi Yu let out a victorious cry, though it still felt unsatisfied. It seemed that among the awakening stage beasts, only those with a species level of overlord or above might pose a challenge to Shi Yu now. Jiang Rui, you lost, so your training will be doubled, Lin Hongyan, the dojo master, said calmly from the side. Jiang Rui was bewildered, feeling like he lost inexplicably. He stared blankly at Shi Yu and Shi Yu, then at Master Lin Hongyan and Lin Xiuzhu, even wondering if Shi Yu was Master Lin's illegitimate child. How else could he be so strong? The other dojo trainees were equally puzzled, but the battle was over, and Lin Hongyan felt it was sufficient. Jiang Rui, take your panda to get treated. Everyone else, continue training. Shi Yu, come with me. Okay. Lin Hongyan turned to leave, and Shi Yu called Shi Yu to follow him. As for Lin Xiuzhu, he remained deep in thought, standing where he was. Is this really the same 11 she knew? Lin Shiji's surprised voice caught the attention of the other apprentices. They all gathered around Lin Xiuzhu, curiously observing Shi Yu and 11. Snapping back to reality, Lin Xiuzhu sternly told the apprentices, you all need to train twice as hard. With that, she quickly followed her father and Shi Yu, leaving behind a group of stunned apprentices. This isn't just a newbie at the bottom of the ranks. It's a monster genius, one apprentice grumbled quietly, and the others nodded in agreement. Inside the Zhushi Martial Arts Hall, Lin Hongyan led Shi Yu to a spacious training hall. 11 followed closely, curiously eyeing the peculiar uncle, sensing a vague familiarity. 11. Lin Xiuzhu caught up and called softly. 11 turned, and upon seeing Lin Xiuzhu, it grew excited. To 11, Lin Xiuzhu, often dressed in a panda costume, seemed like one of its own kind. Long time no see, Lin Xiuzhu smiled, patting 11's head before hugging it to examine closely. She was surprised to find that while 11's appearance hadn't changed, its aura was entirely different. Standing ahead, Lin Hongyan praised without reservation, you've raised this iron-eating beast exceptionally well. It's the best I've ever seen. Roar. 11 eagerly broke free from Lin Xiuzhu's embrace, clenching its fists in excitement. It too remembered who this uncle was, having seen him at the breeding base, though his exact identity remained unclear. Shi Yu humbly responded, thank you. It's mostly due to its own hard work. Lin Hongyan sighed. Your potential is immeasurable. Unfortunately, there's not much more I can teach you. Next, I'll demonstrate the training direction after mastering hardening and thunder palm, which might be useful for you. As he spoke, a blue summoning array appeared beside him, and a 2-meter-tall adult iron-eating beast emerged. This beast looked fierce, with well-developed muscles, unlike the typical lazy demeanor of its kind. Lin Hongyan explained, the different proficiency levels of hardening are clearly documented in the basic cultivation manual. As for thunder palm, he glanced at his own iron-eating beast and nodded slightly. In the next moment, under the astonished gazes of Shi Yu and 11, the powerful iron-eating beast's hand was enveloped in a high-intensity blue and white electric current. Zzzzzzz. The electricity crackled around its hand, radiating a dazzling light. Your iron-eating beast's thunder palm is currently at the beginner level, Lin Hongyan explained. A successful hit releases chaotic high-intensity currents that can paralyze the enemy. However, the penetrating power isn't sufficient yet. Otherwise, it could have shattered the hardened layer and instantly defeated the opponent. The hallmark of an adept-level thunder palm lies in its piercing and penetration effect. As Lin Hongyan spoke, the blue-white electricity on his beast's palm concentrated and intensified. The iron-eating beast swung its arm, and the electric light formed a blade-like effect, visibly enhancing its penetration power, making the air itself seem to hiss. At this proficiency level, even the hardest steel can be pierced and shattered by the electricity, Lin Hongyan continued. As for a master-level thunder palm, if I'm not mistaken, your iron-eating beast seemed to lack follow-through after a single thunder palm strike. Shi Yu nodded, and Lin Hongyan continued. The hallmark of a master-level thunder palm is maintaining it as a constant state. With that, his beast moved again, its hands fully enveloped in electricity, maintaining this state consistently. Not only can the electricity cover the hands like gauntlets, but it can also use thunder palm with both hands simultaneously, which is the hallmark of a master-level thunder palm. And then, Lin Hongyan looked at his iron-eating beast. There's what happens when you perfect the thunder palm. Roar. The robust iron-eating beast roared, and the electricity on its palms spread throughout its body, infiltrating its entire being. Zzzzzzz. Under the burst of electricity, its mouth and eyes seemed to flicker with lightning. In the next instant, Its fur stood on end, transforming into a bolt of lightning that instantly appeared 50 meters away in the training hall, then returned to its original place in a blink. The entire process happened in the blink of an eye, leaving only a charred mark on the ground. At the perfect level of proficiency, the high-intensity currents from Thunder Palm stimulate the entire body, creating a powerful burst of speed beyond the human eye's ability to track. When Thunder Palm is perfected, the combination of electrical penetration and speed allows it to cut through even real lightning. Shi Yu marveled at the déjà vu, while beside him, 11 eagerly looked at Shi Yu, eyes gleaming with desire. But this is nothing. Lin Hongyan shifted his tone. You should aim for this. Shi Yu perked up, anticipating Lin Hongyan to showcase a divine-level Thunder Palm. However, he was overthinking it. Even a master beast master like Lin Hongyan hadn't trained his iron-eating beast's Thunder Palm to that level. At this moment, Lin Hongyan's iron-eating beast dispersed the electricity and entered a hardened state. Then, it raised its head, clenching its fists. Boom! With a metallic sheen, its body emitted more intense currents, black and white interwoven, blue electricity flickering as if clad in a suit of lightning armor. Boom! Boom! In this state, the iron-eating beast exuded immense power, with attack, defense, and speed reaching their peak. The explosive sound of the lightning armor seemed capable of shattering the enemy's will. A combination of hardening and Thunder Palm? Shi Yu slightly opened his mouth. Yes, but more powerful than ordinary combination techniques, Lin Xiuzhu explained, surprised that her father had demonstrated to this extent. Ordinary skills that combine smoothly are called combination techniques. But when both the hardening and Thunder Palm skills reach perfect proficiency, in the master domain, beast masters refer to the perfect combination of such skills as an essence. This is one of the essences mastered by my father's iron-eating beast lightning armor, allowing it to briefly contend with king-level creatures. The complexity of combining skills is beyond imagination. Even if a panda-like creature, a Shirtai beast, masters both hardening and Thunder Palm, perfectly integrating the two is no easy task. Even simply layering these abilities on its pole requires substantial effort. First, the beast must have the capability to use two skills simultaneously. Additionally, it's crucial to consider whether the energies of the two skills will conflict. The key to solving these issues undoubtedly lies in enhancing skill proficiency. Only when a beast is thoroughly familiar with a skill can it coordinate it with another. The higher the skill proficiency, the more complete the combination technique. There's a saying among Beast Tamers: combination skills might not be the strongest, but the strongest skills are definitely combinations. Based on this, high-level Beast Tamers have coined a term for combination skills created from two or more perfected skills: arcane skills. Whether a beast has mastered arcane skills and their strength is often a key factor in evaluating a high-level Beast Tamer's training ability. However, for someone like Shi Yu, who isn't even a professional Beast Tamer yet, the concept of arcane skills is clearly premature. Even for ordinary professional Beast Tamers, it's an unattainable goal. After all, training a beast's skills to perfect proficiency is a daunting task for most professional Beast Tamers. Nonetheless, Lin Hongyan chose to introduce this concept to Shi Yu in advance, hoping to guide his future efforts. After explaining the arcane skill of Thunder Armor, Lin Hongyan discreetly observed Shi Yu's reaction, expecting to see a look of astonishment. Although Shi Yu is a genius, he certainly lacks the experience of a veteran like Lin Hongyan. However, Shi Yu's next words took Lin Hongyan by surprise. This Thunder Armor, could it be improved further? Shi Yu pondered aloud. Why do you say that? Lin Xiuzhu asked, puzzled. Shi Yu explained. Because the Shirtai beast's eyesight isn't very good. In such high-speed movements, can it control its actions well? Nearby, the robust Shirtai beast and Lin Hongyan were taken aback. Lin Hongyan couldn't help but say, there's no such thing as a flawless arcane skill. Having this move to deal with large opponents who aren't good at speed is already quite impressive. Shi Yu continued, if we add a sensory skill to predict the enemy's actions or precisely track their position, the Thunder Armor's effectiveness could be even greater. He looked at his own beast, 11, perfect hardening, combined with a perfect Thunder Palm, plus perfect supervision. That would be the truly perfect Thunder Armor arcane skill. But that would essentially be a 3-skill arcane skill. For large opponents, perfect hardening plus perfect Thunder Palm combined with perfect amplification might be even better. Lin Hongyan sighed. Do you think learning skills is that easy? It's not something you can master just because you want to. However, your idea is indeed insightful. Every arcane skill has its flaws and deficiencies, and incorporating new skills into a combination arcane skill can indeed enhance its effect. But this is still too far away for you. Your current goal should be to improve the proficiency of the Shirtai beast's Thunder Palm, and then attempt to simply combine hardening and Thunder Palm. Lin Hongyan explained the challenges of enhancing Thunder Palm proficiency in detail. Thunder Palm isn't a racial skill of the Shirtai beast, so it's not easy to train. From beginner to proficient, the palm must have a strong capacity to withstand and resist electricity. From proficient to expert, the beast needs exceptional energy control and physical endurance. As for reaching perfection, the training process is fraught with dangers, and a slight mistake could leave the beast severely injured. Each stage has its unique training requirements. If you encounter any difficulties during training, feel free to approach me. Shi Yu nodded earnestly. All right, I'll do my best. Meanwhile, the little shirt-eyed beast, 11, sensed that the two were not quite on the same wavelength. In fact, it was correct. Lin Hongnian's intention was for Shi Yu to first develop a basic combination technique with expert-level hardening and proficient thunder palm, which would be sufficient for passing the professional assessment. However, Shi Yu was thinking about when he could master transcendent-level hardening, thunder palm, and amplification to directly activate the Thunder God armor mode and obliterate a city in one strike. Later, Senior Sister Panda led Shi Yu and the others on a tour of the martial arts facility. The facility had various targeted equipment for training the Shirtai beast's foundational attributes. However, these devices seemed somewhat lacking in 11's eyes, not as thrilling as its familiar rooftop jumping training method. There was a special room dedicated to training the Shirtai beast resistance to electricity, the power training room. It could generate extraordinary level electric shocks to provide an extreme training environment for the Shirtai beast. Nearby, there's a swimming pool with an electrical current. It's perfect for training Shirtai Sho in water combat and boosting its resistance to lightning. Shi Yu was particularly excited about this, eagerly jumping around the pool's edge. Shi Yu glanced around and saw that the standard facilities like a cafeteria and medical room were all present. He examined the various training equipment and nodded in approval. The equipment here was indeed more scientific and comprehensive than Shirtai Sho training on its own. What thrilled Shi Yu the most was the free food and drink. To truly gauge the dojo's meals, he stayed around during meal times. Meanwhile, Lin Hongnian was in his study, summarizing his insights on nurturing Shirtai Sho, intending to gift them to Shi Yu before he left. Lin Xiuzhu knocked lightly on the door and entered. Lin Hongnian looked up and asked, "Have they finished eating? Did they like it?" Lin Xiuzhu thought for a moment and replied, "It seems suitable." Shi Yu was fine. But that little Shirtai Sho sure ate a lot. Lin Hongnian chuckled. "If it's as disciplined as you say, with a lot of exercise, eating more is normal." Lin Xiuzhu added, "Electric minerals, iron bamboo, iron-hearted wood, golden spirit mineral water, plus our specially made dual-attribute energy crystal growth male it ate a double portion of what a Shirtai Sho would consume after normal training." Lin Hongnian raised an eyebrow. "That's quite a bit, but understandable. But this was just after one battle in the afternoon, with no other training," Lin Xiuzhu added. Lin Hongnian pondered, realizing they would need more food resources in the future. However, he quickly relaxed. No matter how much an awakened Shirtai Sho eats, it couldn't possibly surpass his own leader-level Shirtai Sho. Meanwhile, Shi Yu was leisurely strolling around the dojo, in high spirits. With the assurance of absolute sleep and the accelerated digestion of the beast space, he wasn't worried about Shi Yu overeating. At this rate, he was confident he could train Shi Yu to the extraordinary level within a few months. In this world, the average lifespan of a Shirtai Sho is about 35 years. In good conditions, a wild Shirtai Sho naturally reaches the extraordinary level in about 10 years, when they are mature adults. However, with a Beastmaster's guidance, this process can be significantly accelerated. Shi Yu calculated silently, believing Shi Yu could reach the extraordinary level before turning 2. Regarding his professional assessment, Shi Yu's level was no longer a concern, but Shi Yu himself still needed to work on his own level. He paused, contemplating whether he should seek some suitable training resources for Beastmasters, as supplements alone were far from sufficient. As evening approached, Shi Yu prepared to bid farewell to Lin Hongnian and Lin Xiuzhu and head home for the Nida had another creature waiting to be fed. Before leaving, Lin Xiuzhu handed Shi Yu a manual on advanced Shirtai Sho cultivation, reminding him, "This details the training methods for Thunder Palm at each stage. Be sure to keep it safe and good luck." She gave an encouraging gesture, knowing her father had placed all his hopes on Shi Yu to raise Shirtai Sho to break through its species limits. Shi Yu took the manual, looked at Lin Xiuzhu, and half-jokingly said, "Don't worry. As long as the dojo provides enough food, Shi Yu won't disappoint anyone's expectations. Otherwise, it wouldn't have enjoyed its meals so much." Shi Yu, unlike Shi Yu, couldn't quite accept everything so easily. It's often said that Beastmasters and their beasts influence each other's personalities over time. Shi Yu couldn't help but wonder whether he had influenced Shi Yu or if it was the other way around. As night fell, Shi Yu returned home to find the Qing Mianchong still asleep. This little guy seemed to do nothing but eat and sleep, even lazier than Shi Yu. Since it was asleep, Shi Yu decided not to bother feeding it. After a quick shower, Shi Yu prepared some supplements and called for Shi Yu. Roar! Shi Yu immediately understood Shi Yu's intention from his tone. It obediently ran to Shi Yu's side, reminiscing about the eye-opening afternoon spent at the Bamboo Stone Dojo. The demeanor of Lin Hongnian's Shirtai Sho had left a deep impression on little Shi Yu. "Come on, Beastmaster. Show me your limits." Shi Yu excitedly waved its little paws. Shi Yu shook his head helplessly. You are getting more accepting by the day. To Shi Yu, this was merely an early harvest of results, a form of anticipatory consumption. It was convinced that replenishing after training and sweating was absolutely fine. Shi Yu decided to take the day off, teaching only one intermediate skill. He opened the skill panel. Skill, Thunder Palm. Skill level, Intermediate. Description: a thunder-type skill that gathers high-intensity current in the palm, making it as sharp as a blade with strong penetration and a paralyzing effect. Status: teachable. Buzz. After Shi Yu allocated the points, Shi Yu's Thunder Palm proficiency instantly leaped from beginner to proficient. Meanwhile, Shi Yu, having drunk less than half a cup of honey water, fell into a deep sleep. Shi Yu glanced at the sleeping Shi Yu and carefully dragged him onto the bed, tucking him in gently. Then, it quietly slipped out into the yard. The long night lay ahead, but with absolute sleep, why should it care? Tonight, it resolved to train hard, aiming to preliminarily combine Thunder Palm with hardening. Tonight would be the first of many such nights. On the morning of August 4th, Shi Yu was awakened by hunger. He knew well that his body was frail and he couldn't afford to skip meals. He needed to eat well at breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Yawning and stretching, he slowly got out of bed, put on his cute cat slippers, and opened the door to step outside. In the yard, Shi Yu immediately noticed 11 sitting under a tree, deep in thought. In the birdcage hanging from the tree, the Qingmian worm watched 11 quietly. The worm was a light sleeper and had been awakened by the bear. It wept silently, thinking to itself that not only had it witnessed the steel plate at 4 a.m., but now it was also seeing the nocturnal electric display of the iron-eating beast. The moonlight flickered with lightning, like the chirping of 1,000 birds, making it impossible to sleep. What's up? Shi Yu asked casually. 11 turned its head, extending a paw to express the difficulty of combining hardening with the Thunder Palm. Master-level hardening paired with proficient-level Thunder Palm was proving challenging. It had spent the whole night, snacking and using absolute sleep, but still hadn't succeeded in completing the combo move. Then it's just a matter of skill proficiency. No worries, let's eat first, and I'll help you improve later, Shi Yu said kindly. Replenish after you work hard. Truly, he was a beast master who understood his bear well. During breakfast, Shi Yu had 11 and the Qingmian worm finish off all the remaining food in the house. He thought about eating at the martial arts hall in the future. However, the hall was quite far, and going there daily would be a waste of time, especially since he didn't need to use the training equipment every day. Shi Yu decided to inquire later about whether the martial arts hall offered takeout or delivery services. That day, Shi Yu returned to the martial arts hall. This time, not only was the panda senior absent, but the hall master Lin Hongyan was also preparing to leave. This was normal, as the panda senior spent most of her time at the breeding base researching iron-eating beasts, and Lin Hongyan, as a master beast master, couldn't always stay at the hall. Shi Yu, you joined the Tianmeng Mountain Training Assessment, so you're probably looking to explore that relic, right? Lin Hongyan asked before leaving. Yes, Shi Yu nodded. According to feedback from the apprentice beast masters of the Beast Legion, that relic is indeed very suitable for training. With your abilities, you might have some surprising gains. Jiang Rui and the others will also go to explore the relic this time. You can compete with them again, Lin Hongyan said, looking towards the snowy mountains, and sighed, I will be leaving Pingqing for a while. If you have any questions at the hall, feel free to ask Shi Yu. In his haste, the hall master left before Shi Yu could ask about the delivery service. Left with no choice, Shi Yu went to the cafeteria to inquire. In the cafeteria, the supply uncle replied, of course, we can deliver. Most of the iron-eating beast nutrition products and food in Pingqing, no, the entire Bingyuan city, are ordered here, so delivery is definitely available. Lin Hongyan said you can freely use the resources of the martial arts hall, and home delivery is supported. Just give me the quantity, address, and delivery time. Great, thank you. Hearing that delivery was available, Shi Yu was relieved. He decided to order 3 times the normal amount of food for an iron-eating beast every day. Clearly, the panda senior's family was wealthier than he had imagined. After all, not every family could afford a private giant panda breeding base. After scheduling 3 days' worth of food resources, Shi Yu left the martial arts hall. There were still 3 days left until the relic exploration organized by the Beastmaster Association. On August 7th, Shi Yu would be able to enter the relic with the main group. Since it was said to be a trial-type relic, Shi Yu decided to use these 3 days to enhance 11's strength, utilizing the skill index for improvement. With all these supplements, food, and nutrients, 11's strength was bound to see explosive growth. Back home, Shi Yu immediately prepared all the supplements and began teaching 11 the intimidation skill. He planned to teach all the advanced skills first, then help 11 improve its proficiency in hardening and Thunder Palm to complete the combo move. 11 covered its eyes, leaving only a small gap, silently enduring the weight of the training. Skill, Intimidation. Skill level, Advanced. Description. a psychic skill that can intimidate, deter, and command through presence, and can even cause creatures much weaker than oneself to faint. It is a symbol of kingly potential. Status: teachable. At a certain level, the intimidation skill could be considered quite common, as extraordinary creatures with a growth level above monarch level could awaken it on their own. However, if a creature in the awakening, extraordinary, or leader level could master intimidation, it was quite remarkable. Being able to master intimidation before reaching monarch level almost symbolized that the creature had the potential of a monarch. The Bingyuan City breeding base, as the largest official breeding base in the city, was indeed full of hidden talents. It seemed that the owner of that snow wolf was no ordinary person either. In terms of intimidation skills, Shi Yu's knowledge is somewhat limited. He only knows the effects of the first 3 proficiency levels. At the beginner level, it can intimidate opponents, weaken their fighting spirit, boost one's own willpower, and exert a certain leadership effect over creatures of the same species. At the proficient level, it can directly destroy an opponent's will, stun them, and cause mental damage. At the mastery level, it can intimidate on a large scale, causing countless creatures to faint with just a glance. As for the higher levels of perfection and transcendence, Shi Yu's phone lacks information, but he can roughly guess their potential. As an advanced skill, the potential of intimidation is undoubtedly significant. From today on, you are the Panda King, 11. Shi Yu reached out and gently patted 11's head. As the light flowed in, he struggled to swallow the divine bean, finally catching his breath. The courtyard fell silent as 11 closed its eyes to receive the experience, and time seemed to stand still. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Moments later, 11 opened its eyes. Strangely, the fallen leaves on the ground began to move without wind, and the rustling leaves created an eerie scene. Boom! At that moment, 11 seemed to be reborn. No longer the cute panda cub, but the mighty king of beasts, exuding immense power with every move. Its bright eyes and natural aura of dominance radiated a fearsome wildness that sent chills down one's spine. Is that it? However, Shi Yu's skeptical voice quickly shattered the sense of majesty. He looked at the incongruous, adorable panda before him, feeling none of the supposed dominance. Darn it, the panda cub's appearance is just too harmless. Shi Yu muttered to himself, even with mental intimidation, the effect is limited for now. It seems we'll have to wait for 11 to grow up a bit or multiply its size to truly instill fear visually. Ugh. 11 canceled the Heart-to-Control intimidation skill, showing a look of disappointment. This skill doesn't seem that useful. It also seemed unsure of the actual effect it produced. Chirp. Just as Shi Yu and 11 were lamenting about the need to upgrade the intimidation skill, a faint chirping sound caught their attention. It turned out that the Qingmian worm, which had been watching from the tree, had somehow fallen with its eyes rolled back, now lying unconscious in a pile of leaves. Looking at this unexpected victim, Shi Yu and 11 fell into contemplation. Shi Yu recalled the description of the intimidation skill. Isn't it only after reaching the proficient level that it has a certain mental intimidation effect? But this Qingmian worm, he quickly realized with a twitch of his mouth, the weakest of the pet beasts, you never fail to impress. Even this scared you? For Shi right now, the practical value of the intimidation skill is temporarily not as high as absolute sleep or multiplication at the same level, and it even falls short compared to the combination of hardening and thunder palm. After careful consideration, Shi Yu decided to stick to the original plan and help Shi perfect its first combo skill. According to the standards, a combination of 2 perfect level skills is called an ultimate skill. However, this standard is still a bit premature for Shi, mainly because Shi Yu's body can't handle it, and supplements might not be sufficient. Therefore, they decided to aim for a regular combo skill for now. Theoretically, as long as the proficiency of both skills is above the proficient level and the skills are compatible, there's hope to form a combo skill. Lin Hongyan, the curator, told Shi Yu that the minimum requirement for the hardening and thunder palm combo skill is mastery level hardening and proficient level thunder palm. Although Shi met this standard, it found that after a night's effort, there was still some way to go to complete the combo skill. Faced with this situation, Shi Yu decided to push further. He went all in, gulping down a divine bean after teaching intimidation, and then drank the remaining half bottle of happiness water from the previous day. Now, only 2 divine beans were left. A third of the queen bee's happiness water remained, and the ginseng baby's 5 roots were untouched. By the night of the 4th, Shi Yu had recovered and was ready to teach Shi thunder palm again. In the courtyard, Shi Yu and Shi stood facing each other. After half a day of self-training, Shi couldn't help but take a step back upon seeing Shi Yu. Although it wanted to see the limits of its beast master, it was worried that Shi Yu might suddenly collapse seeing his current state. Shi took another step back, intending to slip away and practice on its own. But Shi Yu pulled it back, insisting that he could still hold on. With an advantage like this, not putting in the effort would be no different than being a couch potato. The main reason was that the strengthening feedback from the skill guide always allowed him to recover well. As long as he had supplements, he could keep going. The skill guide was not just a strengthening tool for his pets, but also for himself. After teaching for so long, every time Shi Yu recovered from a weakened state, he could feel himself getting stronger. This increase in strength wasn't the kind of enhancement of various attributes in the Beastmaster space system, but rather an improvement in Shi Yu's physical condition. Every time he recovered from a period of weakness, he felt full of energy. Although each individual improvement wasn't as noticeable as the feedback from a pet leveling up, the frequency made up for it. It seemed like every time Shi Yu finished teaching a skill, he was resting and recuperating. But the amount of training this process equated to was actually quite substantial. So, by frequently using the skill guide and supplements, Shi Yu was not only leveling up his pets but also strengthening his own physique. Although the feedback effect wasn't significant yet, and his physique hadn't undergone a qualitative change like a professional beastmaster's, it was a case of small increments adding up. After all, it had only been less than a month since he started. Shi Yu's ultimate goal was to be like the protagonist of a certain anime, able to withstand pet skills with his physical body. By then, he could transform into a super earthling, significantly enhancing his safety even in risky situations. Thinking about this, Shi Yu suddenly realized why he subconsciously thought of taking risks. Was it because, despite the danger, it was quite enjoyable? In any case, with so many supplements available now, it would be a waste not to use the skill guide. This wasn't just about making Shi stronger quickly, it was also about having a healthy body for himself. Though the price of strengthening his body was initially falling into a weakened state, which was a bit exhausting, Shi Yu sighed slightly, opened the Thunder Palm page again, and chose to teach it. He placed his palm on Shi's head, and after the teaching was completed, he immediately felt his eyes sink and drowsiness hit him, even more than after teaching Silk Thread. He quickly chewed a root of the ginseng baby to calm himself, but found that its recovery was quite slow. After finishing the teaching, Shi Yu stared at the cool-down time, feeling that the time was passing even slower than when he drank the happiness water. Although it was the cheapest supplement he bought, costing 50,000 yuan per root, it wasn't cheap. Compared to the prices of divine beans and royal jelly, Shi Yu estimated that the ginseng baby's root should at least restore over 40 hours of weakness time. Next, he would wait for his body to recover to its peak state again. Shi Yu glanced at the sky and decided to wait in his dreams. Meanwhile, Shi had almost fully absorbed the Thunder Palm experience. Its previous Thunder Palm was at the proficient level, and after this session, its proficiency improved further. Shi let out an excited howl, pleased with its progress. If Shi Yu's calculations are correct, the next training session with Thunder Palm should elevate its proficiency to the master level. At this moment, with a fresh insight into the Thunder Palm technique, 11's eyes sparkled with excitement. It was full of energy and eager to try out some combination moves. However, a faint chirp came from the birdcage hanging on a tree in the yard. The Qingmian worm, just recovering from unconsciousness, looked at 11 with a pitiful gaze. It only wanted to sleep peacefully but was disturbed by the continuous training sounds. The little worm looked towards the full moon and then turned its pleading eyes to Shi Yu. Shi Yu cleared his throat, realizing that 11 might be pushing itself too hard. Although absolute sleep could quickly restore physical energy, the psychological stress couldn't be ignored. He gently pulled the enthusiastic 11 and said, "With absolute sleep, you don't need to return to the beast space. Take a break tonight. Besides, I feel like sleeping on a panda pillow." Under the grateful gaze of the Qingmian worm, Shi Yu led a slightly bewildered 11 into the house. He quickly petted the panda-like 11's fur, then signaled it to use the size reduction skill. Satisfied with the size and softness, Shi Yu nodded approvingly. "Tonight, I'll reward myself with a panda pillow. Another time, I'll try a giant panda bed," Shi Yu thought to himself. 11 initially wanted to resist and continue training, but Shi Yu had already fallen asleep, lying on top of it. Realizing training was out of the question for the night, 11 relaxed its body to become even softer and eventually closed its eyes too. At 4 in the morning, the sound of movement woke Shi Yu. He opened his eyes to see 11 getting ready for training. He looked at 11 with a mix of surprise and resignation, propping his chin on his hand. Roar. 11 looked at Shi Yu earnestly, as if to say, "You've rested enough, haven't you? Time to train. Let's go." "Oh dear," Shi Yu rubbed his eyes and sighed in resignation. Although 11 no longer needed to enter the beast space, it had become his living alarm clock. Feeling well rested, Shi Yu decided to join in. On August 5th, Shi Yu once again taught 11 Thunder Palm. This time, 11 reached the master level with the technique. It could now use Thunder Palm with both hands, skillfully controlling the electric energy. However, due to its growth level, its physical stamina couldn't keep up, preventing it from maintaining the Thunder Palm for extended periods. Shi Yu thought perhaps it was time to find a skill to enhance 11's stamina. In response to his thoughts, although no new skill appeared, 11 underwent a growth transformation that day, reaching Awakening Level 7. In just a month, it had progressed from Awakening Level 3 to Level 7, an impressive feat. Yet, this wasn't the greatest achievement. The most exciting development was that once Thunder Palm reached the master level, it naturally combined with the hardening skill to form a combination technique, requiring little additional practice from 11. In the courtyard, 11 looked at the blue-white electricity dancing on its hardened palm with exhilaration. The combination of hardening strength and electrical penetration created a dual physical and elemental attack. To test its destructive power, they used the remaining tough steel plates at home. Bang! With a simple strike, 11 shattered the steel plate. Watching the fragments scatter, 11 let out a triumphant roar, feeling like an invincible panda king. It felt confident it could defeat that elite, iron-eating beast it had encountered before. His name is Zhang Rue, not elite, Shi Yu corrected from the side. Clean up the pieces, don't waste them. Even though their financial situation had improved, maintaining frugality was still important. The inflated, round panda showed a pitiful expression and reluctantly began tidying up the mess. On the day 11 finally mastered the combination technique of hardening and thunder palm, Shi Yu once again extended his life with a ginseng whisker. As he felt his strength returning, he felt grateful for such miraculous supplements. In the afternoon, he effortlessly taught hardening once more, marking the third session since 11 reached proficiency level in the skill. Shi Yu then wisely decided to lower the intensity of the training. He was acutely aware that they would be entering the relic the day after tomorrow. Although he had supplements to rely on, overexertion could still leave a psychological shadow. With a self-deprecating smile, he mused, "Beast Tamers are born to worry." As night fell, Shi Yu kept himself going with a sugary drink and managed to teach one more session of silk spinning before heading to bed. On the next day, August 6th, he continued to slow down the pace, teaching hardening only once during the day and silk spinning in the evening. This schedule, combined with the use of supplements, gradually brought him to his optimal state. Reflecting on the week since the Tianmong Mountain trial ended, Shi Yu had barely left his home, fully dedicating himself to enhancing his abilities. Apart from occasional visits to the Zhushi Martial Arts Hall, he spent almost all his time at home. The results were impressive. Both 11 and the Qingmian worm had made significant progress. 11 had now mastered 2 proficiency level skills, 2 skilled level skills, and 3 entry-level advanced skills. Among them, 1 proficiency level skill was a mid-ear skill, while the other, though low-ear, was 11's racial skill and had been taught through the skill manual 4 times after reaching proficiency. Shi Yu was amazed, believing 11's combat power might rival that of a juvenile extraordinary creature of the king level at the same rank. The Qingmian worm's progress was equally remarkable. Repeated silk spinning training had accelerated its growth rate, bringing it up to the same level as 11's growth. However, Shi Yu knew well that the growth level of insect-type creatures didn't fully reflect their true combat power. On the morning of August 7th, Shi Yu looked at the weary Qingmian worm and contemplated his plan for exploring the relic. He decided that if he could find suitable evolution materials in the relic, he would start cultivating the Qingmian worm. After all, if he could nurture it into a king-level evolved form, it would become his second contract beast, forming the Ingji Sky combo with 11. The Qingmian worm seemed to sense Shi Yu's thoughts and let out a complex G sound. Today was the day Zhou Wanshan had mentioned for leading those who passed the trial into the relic. Over the past 2 days, Shi Yu had gathered more information about the relic through various channels. This relic space was only accessible to apprentice beast tamers with a beast space level of 1. Other creatures entering might cause instability or see nothing at all. Considering these special circumstances, Shi Yu decided not to bring the Qingmian worm along this time. Without the connection of the beast space, he couldn't ensure the Qingmian worm could enter smoothly and stay with him. The peculiar nature of this relic led Shi Yu to speculate whether someone was orchestrating events behind the scenes, designing this challenge specifically for him. After all, it was he who had awakened this relic. Of course, it could also be the spirits. Lu Qingyi mentioned those traces of history that had gained consciousness. The concept of spirits remained an unsolved mystery. Early in the morning, Shi Yu, with a sense of anticipation, put Shi Yu back into the beast space at home and headed to the Beastmaster Association. As a mythology scholar, archaeologist, and apprentice beastmaster, he was filled with curiosity about the upcoming exploration of the ruins. Since I summoned the ruins, I must explore them thoroughly, no matter what, Shi Yu resolved. As his inner archaeologist's spirit stirred restlessly. At the designated gathering spot of the Beastmaster Association, about 80 people had gathered. They were all elite apprentice beastmasters from Pingxing. Their pet beasts had mostly reached the 7th level of awakening or higher, with formidable species levels and proficient skills. Most of them were talented individuals who stood out in the training assessments organized by the association, while others were recommended directly by local martial arts schools and institutions, such as Zhang Rue from the Zhushi Martial Arts School. This was the third exploration organized by the Pingxing Beast Master Association. The first exploration revealed that only apprentice beast masters could effectively uncover the secrets of the ruins. The second exploration, involving elite soldiers from the local beast army, provided a general understanding of the ruins type. This large-scale exploration was both a trial for Pingqing's apprentice beast masters and an opportunity to obtain rare resources. From the high floors of the association building, the president, dressed in a gray suit, silently observed the gathering explorers below. According to the Donghuang Ruins law, the local Beast Master Association held the priority to explore the site. If they couldn't unlock the ruins within a month, the exploration rights would gradually be open to other regions. The president hoped to find someone within Pingqing capable of unlocking the ruins, bringing more benefits to the city. In the crowd, Shi Yu recognized three familiar faces: top student Chen Kai, Jiang Rui from the Zhushi Martial Arts School, and a young pharmacist from the Baikiatang Pharmacy. He also noticed Bai Shi, the referee who had presided over his and Chen Kai's previous match. As the gray-suited, squinting-eyed president of the Pingqing Beast Master Association emerged from the building, the 80 apprentice beast masters ceased their discussions. The president signaled everyone to board the buses in an orderly fashion, preparing to head to the ruins entrance. Shi Yu boarded the bus with the crowd. Chen Kai and Jiang Rui greeted him briefly, while the young pharmacist took the initiative to sit next to Shi Yu. He inquired about Shi Yu's health, expressing surprise that Shi Yu had qualified to enter the ruins. The young pharmacist also mentioned that Mingxin capsules had been selling particularly fast lately, which Shi Yu found somewhat curious. The president also boarded the bus, standing at the front like a tour guide, smiling warmly at the group of newcomers. He said gently, "It will take us about 40 minutes to reach our destination. During the ride, I'll explain some important points about exploring the ruins. You are the elite apprentice beast masters of Pingqing, and I sincerely hope you achieve great success in the ruins." In the outskirts of Pingqing District, Bingyuan City, a heavily guarded valley lay under tight security, sealed off like a fortress. Soldiers from the Beast Corps stood ready, with over a dozen professional beastmasters stationed among them. Their sole objective: to protect the newly emerged entrance to the ruins within the valley. Outside the silent valley, the soldiers stood motionless like statues, until the sound of approaching vehicles shattered the stillness. All eyes turned in unison toward the source of the noise. Upon confirming the vehicles belonged to the Beastmaster Association, a sergeant ordered firmly, "Let them through." The blockade opened a path, allowing the vehicle carrying Shi Yu and his group to smoothly enter the valley. After a bumpy ride, the passengers finally reached their destination. Shi Yu gazed out the window, taking in the unfamiliar scenery. It seemed to be a completely natural environment, unlike the man-made traces found on Tianmong Mountain. He mused to himself, places like this are often more dangerous, quite thrilling indeed. Sitting next to Shi Yu, the young Dr. Qiao Liang couldn't hide his excitement. Ruins. I never thought I'd get the chance to see them with my own eyes. He took out his wallet, glanced at a photo of his girlfriend, and turned to Shi Yu, asking, "I bet you don't have a girlfriend yet, do you?" Shi Yu glanced at him and replied coolly, "No, considering how frail I am, which girl would be interested? Do you know what you're doing right now? Back home, we call this stacking buffs. It's generally tough to make it back safely after doing that." Only then did Xiao Liang realize he had set too many jinxes for himself, and quickly changed the subject. The Beast Corps excels in teamwork, but this time the ruins require solo exploration, which significantly hinders their effectiveness. It's no wonder they can't conquer the ruins. He looked at the trainee soldiers in the camp and continued, "Though they have decent overall qualities, they may not have the edge in nurturing pet beasts like we do." Just as Shi Yu was about to respond, the president of their group stood up. "All right, we've arrived. Let's get off the vehicle." Everyone's excitement rose as they disembarked in order. Despite being mentally prepared, the environment in the center of the valley sent shivers down their spines. It seemed isolated from the world, shrouded in a cold mist, with only a faint sun visible on the horizon. A thin layer of frost covered the mountains, trees, and plants. Even with the camp's heating facilities, the air remained biting cold. The group's attention was drawn to the scene within the secured area. 6 towering stone giants stood solemnly, with a mysterious array at the center. This was the view that had emerged after the ruins initially overlapped with the blue planet space, leaving everyone deep in thought. The 6 stone giants standing guard in the center of the formation are the gateway to the inner sanctum of the ruins. These colossal statues loom around the platform, appearing as the guardians of the ruins, yet they exude a sense of lifelessness. Upon seeing them, Shi Yu felt a pang of panic. These statues bore a resemblance to the one he had chatted to pieces back at the association's park. Could they be related? Everyone's gaze was fixed on the 6 stone giants, clearly observing that the first 2 statues were glowing, while the other 4 remained dim. President Feng of the Pingqing Association stepped forward to explain, "Based on our analysis, these 6 statues likely represent the progress in unraveling the secrets of the ruins. Our Beastmaster Corps triggered a reaction from the statues after passing the first 2 trials. Thus, we believe there are 6 levels in total, and our current progress has halted at the 3rd level." Although President Feng had already shared this information during the ride, seeing the 6 statues in person stirred doubts in everyone's hearts. If the Beastmaster Corps had only managed to pass 2 levels, how many more could they conquer? Most people were not confident about even passing the 3rd level, let alone the 3 unknown ones that followed. President Feng reassured everyone with a smile. Don't put too much pressure on yourselves. Each level you pass offers rewards from the ruins, making it an excellent opportunity to improve yourselves. Plus, you won't have just one chance to enter. You can challenge the ruins repeatedly over the next month. Our nearby camp is equipped with medical facilities, rest areas, and comprehensive support provided by the Pingxing Beastmaster Association. Your task is to challenge the levels as much as possible and strive to grow stronger. Suddenly, President Feng widened his eyes and raised his voice. Tell me, do you have confidence? The sudden change startled many apprentice beastmasters, prompting some to instinctively shout back, yes? Great. President Feng nodded. After a brief preparation, you can apply to enter the ruins. Remember the safety precautions I emphasized in the car. Your safety is the top priority. Though the soldiers inside and outside the cordon remained silent, their eyes betrayed skepticism. Could this group of apprentice beastmasters, with their varied strengths, really outperform them? Shi Yu listened quietly, continuing to compose himself, his gaze wandering among the statues. He tried to focus, hoping to hear that mysterious historical voice again, but to no avail. After observing for a while, he decided to enter the ruins and see for himself. Sigh. I thought I could awaken the Giant of Light and have all 6 giants recognize me as their master. Wishful thinking, Shi Yu mused. Though the last 3 levels are unclear, perhaps I can conquer the 3rd level, which no one else has managed yet. With this realization, Shi Yu felt more relaxed. He went to register and decided to enter the ruins immediately. He wasn't alone. Nearly all the newly arrived beastmasters were eager to explore the ruins. After all, passing the trials not only brought rewards, but also the honor of proving one's strength. Who wouldn't be tempted by such an opportunity? In the crowd, Chun Kai searched for Shi Yu, thinking, this guy will definitely achieve good results, maybe even pass the 3rd level. Zhang Rui and others from the Zhushi Martial Hall also turned their attention to Shi Yu. Reportedly, the 3rd trial of the ruins was a frost armor giant, a creature with an awakening level of 10 and a low-tier commander race level. As an elemental extraordinary creature, the frost armor giant was quite formidable, with several species skills at the proficient level. This level of strength might not be much for young talents from big cities, but for apprentice beastmasters from a small place like Pingxing, it was indeed quite challenging. Soon, someone completed their registration and stepped onto the glowing formation on the platform. With a blur, their figure vanished. Shi Yu quickly completed his registration and stood in the formation among the 6 stone giants. At this moment, a few more gazes focused on him, including President Feng of the Pingxing Association. So this is the top performer from the Tianmong Mountain training. The kid with the iron-eating beast that mastered hardening? President Feng pondered. Lin Hongyan told me to keep an eye on him, saying he'd surprise me. Let's see what kind of surprise it will be. As Shi Yu's figure disappeared from the platform, President Feng glanced towards the snowy mountains. This year has been quite eventful. First the beast tide. Now the ruins. Could there be a connection between the two? This time, besides the 80 new explorers, the apprentice Beastmaster soldiers from the previous Beastmaster Corps will also challenge the ruins again. The Beastmaster Association has selected a group for focus training, and everyone's strength has improved. The Pingxing Beastmaster Association has decided to go all out for this exploration of the ruins. As Shi Yu stepped onto the platform, enveloped in light, he felt a momentary daze. Complete all 6 trials to gain ownership of the ruins and obtain the key to history. This phrase echoed in his mind, but he wasn't sure if he truly heard a new voice. In the next moment, as if through a cosmic shift, he found himself in another space. Opening his eyes, Shi Yu saw that he was standing on a small, white, icy glacier, surrounded by a crystal wall of space. Before he could react, numerous ice elements gathered in the distance, forming a giant-like creature. Name: Frost Stone Giant. Attribute: Ice. Species level: High Extraordinary. Species skills: Ice Hammer, Cold Breath. Description: a variant of the Stone Giant, an ice stone elemental creature. Its frozen arm hammer possesses immense strength, and its cold breath can easily freeze everything. This was the first environment of the ruins, an icy space where Shi Yu was alone. Inside was a frost stone giant with a growth level of 8. This was the first trial of the ruins. 11. Beside Shi Yu, the small iron-eating beast eagerly emerged from the Beastmaster space, its gaze locked on the enemy. Roar of the Panda King. Roar. On the vast expanse of the White Glacier, Shi Yu gazed into the distance. About 100 meters away, a massive frost stone giant was slowly floating towards him. This creature, known as the Giant, bore little resemblance to humans. It lacked a lower body and was shaped like an irregular cylinder, akin to a small hill. As an elemental being, it had the ability to hover just above the ground. Its most striking feature was its enormous arms, nearly as long as its height, which were its primary tools for wielding its ice hammer skill. It was Shi Yu's first time encountering a frost stone giant, and he couldn't help but smile curiously. He locked eyes with the giant's single, crystal-like eye and earnestly said, "Friend from another race, we're not here to fight. We've been invited by your stone elder to uncover the truth of history. So, let's skip the fighting and get straight to any rewards, shall we?" 11, who was beside him and eager for action, was momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting Shi Yu to choose dialogue over combat. In Shi Yu's mind, he thought, 11 is still too young. Why fight when you can solve things with a conversation? However, just as Shi Yu attempted to communicate with the giant through telepathy, the frost stone giant launched an attack. It opened its massive mouth and expelled a concentrated ice mist, akin to a supercharged fire extinguisher. The icy blue chill spread like a beam, leaving a thicker layer of ice on the glacier's surface wherever it passed. Shi Yu stepped back inside. TSK. No communication. 11. Just take care of it. Hearing this, 11 internally muttered, "If only you'd said that earlier." 11 focused its gaze, activating its super sight, making everything around seem to slow down. It keenly observed that the frost breath was most potent within a few meters, and beyond that, it was no more than a regular cold breeze. With its robust physique, 11 didn't even need to use its hardening ability as it charged directly at the stone giant. The distance between them closed rapidly. Using its super sight, 11 easily evaded the high-concentration frost breath and maneuvered to the side of the stone giant. Not giving the sluggish opponent a chance to react, 11 suddenly leapt. Its mastery-level hardening instantly engaged and delivered a powerful strike to the frost stone giant. With a resounding boom, the three-meter frost stone giant shattered into countless pieces, dispersing as ice elements in the air. A blue energy crystal fell from the giant's body, while a glowing teleportation array appeared on the glacier ground nearby. Shi Yu stood quietly, watching the ice elements drift away, pondering deeply. As Lu Qingyi had mentioned, these creatures weren't true life forms, but rather elemental avatars. He surveyed his surroundings, mindful of the primary purpose for entering the ruins. What was this place trying to reveal to him? In the most widespread legend of Icefield City, the arrival of an ice dragon had triggered a mini-ice age. Subsequently, the ancient Beastmaster tribe settled here waged war against the ice dragon. Could the icy environment within the ruins be a simulation of the scene after the dragon's arrival? As Shi Yu pondered, a sudden haze swept through his mind, and a cacophony of sounds flooded his ears. The clamor of battle and conversation intertwined, his brain suddenly roaring as if he had activated an echo of history. In a brief vision, Shi Yu saw a group of young men and women in ancient attire fending off a beast horde from the snowy mountains. The vision faded swiftly, and Shi Yu found himself in silence once more. He couldn't help but murmur, "What was that? Was that something that happened long ago?" If his judgment was correct, Shi Yu's listening to the voice of history ability had activated once again. He had witnessed a scene where ancient beastmasters were commanding frost stone giants in fierce battle against snow wolves and other fearsome creatures of the snowy mountains. Shi Yu delved into deep thought again. Based on these clues, he began piecing together the history of Icefield City. A tribe of beastmasters originally lived peacefully around Icefield City. One day, a powerful ice dragon suddenly arrived, triggering a mini-ice age. The drastic environmental changes severely impacted the tribe's survival, prompting them to unite in a campaign against the ice dragon. Due to the immense power of the ice dragon, the tribe of Beast Tamers had no choice but to use special means to seal it atop the snowy mountain. After the successful sealing, the environment underwent significant changes, forcing the tribe to adapt to new living conditions. Their totem, the stone giant, began to evolve into an ice giant, and the surrounding extraordinary creatures also evolved due to the environmental changes, leading to a surge in ice elemental beings. Although the sealed ice dragon couldn't manifest physically, it still exerted influence over the surroundings. The beasts of the snowy mountains became unusually aggressive, frequently causing beast tides. For the next century, the tribe of Beast Tamers continually defended against these relentless beast waves. As time passed, the ice dragon's legacy remained, and the beast tides never ceased. However, the once thriving tribe of Beast Tamers vanished from history for various reasons. The current ruins stand as a secret realm, transformed by a dying legendary Beast Tamer to train his people long after the ice dragon's sealing. As a result, the environment within these ruins exhibits the characteristics of a frozen tundra. Shi Yu lifted his head, returning his thoughts to reality, but received no response. At that moment, 11 joyfully returned with a blue energy crystal clamped in its jaws. Roar! Spoils of war! 11 exclaimed excitedly. This type of energy crystal was not unfamiliar to 11. At the Bamboo Stone Martial Hall, the nutritional meals for iron-eating beasts included energy crystals with dual attributes of gold and thunder. These crystals form when elemental energy reaches a certain concentration and are a common resource for enhancing the elemental strength of pet beasts. They are scarce, and the higher the quality, the rarer they become. Although their enhancement effects are more singular than most foods, they are notably effective, making them quite expensive. Previously, 11 had consumed a level 1 energy crystal, and this ice-type crystal appeared to be of the same level. Is the reward really just this? Shi Yu momentarily set aside the uncertain visions he had experienced, focusing on the energy crystal. The reward was decent. Before, finding an ice elemental energy crystal would have thrilled him, as it could be sold for a good amount of iron bamboo, despite not matching his needs perfectly. However, now they no longer lacked resources of this level. Considering this was just the first trial and almost everyone could obtain one, Shi Yu was content. He believed the subsequent rewards would be more substantial. Well, since there's no response, let's keep going and see if we can discover anything new, Shi Yu thought to himself. Although he felt his speculations matched many details, the truth was likely more complex. There might be hidden aspects regarding the ice dragon, while other parts might remain unchanged. After all, the widely known historical story about the ice dragon had been contradicted by the statue before. Setting that aside, the background of the ruins might indeed be a trial secret realm prepared to withstand beast tides. Shi Yu sighed. It's mainly due to a lack of critical information. His gaze shifted to the teleportation array, resembling a summoning circle not far away, intending to challenge the second trial. But before that, Shi Yu took the energy crystal from 11's grasp, gently saying, "You can't eat this. It'll upset your stomach. Give it to me, and I'll trade it for ice cream when we get home." Upon hearing this, 11 displayed a disappointed expression. The second trial space was once again a vast expanse of glaciers. Shi Yu and 11 stood on the icy surface, and not far away, a familiar figure came into view, the frost stone giant. However, this time their opponent was noticeably more formidable, emitting a level 10 energy wave. It not only mastered proficient level cold breath and ice hammer, but also had an indestructible ice body. For ordinary challengers, this would undoubtedly be an insurmountable obstacle. Yet, Shi Yu and 11 remained undaunted. 11 effortlessly defeated the stone giant using just supervision and hardening, taking only a few extra seconds than before. After the battle, a sparkling level 2 energy crystal fell from the stone giant. Shi Yu's eyes lit up, knowing it was far more valuable than the previous level 1 crystal, potentially worth 6 figures. Encouraged by this success, Shi Yu decided to continue the challenge. Though satisfied with the energy crystal, he yearned for rarer resources, such as space or time-related treasures. After all, only these could make his Qingmian worm's evolution unique. With this anticipation, Shi Yu and 11 stepped into the third trial. Again, they faced a glacier, but this time, it was not the frost stone giant before them. Instead, it was a giant clad in ice armor, the ice armor giant. This colossal figure, over 3 meters tall, exuded a low-level leader aura, applying some pressure on Shi Yu and 11. The ice armor giant possessed proficient level skills in ice hammer, ice armor, and ice regeneration, boasting formidable defense and the ability to heal quickly even when injured. Facing this formidable foe, 11 immediately entered battle mode, hardening his entire body as he cautiously approached the opponent. The ice armor giant, without hesitation, launched an attack, its body covered in ice armor, swinging its massive fist at 11. Boom! The ice armor giant's strike landed heavily on the ground, shattering the glacier into pieces, ice shards flying everywhere. With supervision, 11 agilely dodged the attack and used his expertly hardened body to ram into the giant's leg. A crack appeared on the surface of the ice armor, but it did not fully break through the defense. The challenging battle had just begun, and Shi Yu and 11 knew that defeating this powerful adversary would require a tough fight. Surrounded by the concentration of ice elements, the ice armored giant's damaged body instantly restored itself. It faced Shi Yu's powerful punch without hesitation and lifted its leg to kick. Shi Yu's eyes flashed with surprise, thinking he had finally met a worthy opponent. Shi Yu, on the other hand, pondered silently, realizing this creature wasn't just tough, but also had a more annoying skill set than Shi Yu, making it more troublesome than expected. Shrink! Shi Yu commanded decisively. The ice armor giant's kick came with such force and was so close that even Shi Yu, with his super eyesight, found it difficult to react in time. Fortunately, Shi Yu's command was timely, allowing Shi Yu to shrink instantly, causing the opponent's attack to miss. Enlarge, harden, thunder palm. Shi Yu rapidly issued another set of commands, determined to end the battle quickly. In the next moment, Shi Yu, originally only half a meter tall, expanded to over 2 meters. Although still a meter shorter than the ice armor giant, the size difference was now much less pronounced. Roar! With its increased size, Shi Yu's power surged, and its aura exploded as it launched a counterattack. Its entire body began to harden, and its palm was enveloped in a striking blue-white glow. This was a combination of advanced level Harden and advanced level Thunder Palm, further amplified by its enlarged state, doubling its power. Shi Yu's hardened Thunder Palm shot towards the Ice Armor Giant's abdomen like lightning. However, the Ice Armor Giant was not slow to react, and its ice hammer came crashing down. Boom! Shi Yu's hardened Thunder Palm pierced through the Ice Armor Giant's body, creating a massive hole in its abdomen. Such an injury was beyond even the Ice Armor Giant's ability to heal. However, despite the decisive strike, Shi Yu was simultaneously struck by the ice hammer. The opponent's immense strength, coupled with a level advantage, meant that even advanced level hardening couldn't fully withstand it. Shi Yu was sent flying, its hardening dissipated, and it rolled several times on the icy ground before coming to a stop. Yay! Despite the pain, Shi Yu quickly got up, eyes fixed on the opponent, whose body was shattering from the abdomen outward. Once the Ice Armor Giant disintegrated completely, Shi Yu relaxed and cheered excitedly. Yes, we won. Shi Yu called out. A real warrior doesn't look back at explosions. The first thing you should have done was use high-speed healing to treat your injuries. Or, in an official match, you could pretend to faint and seize the opportunity for an absolute sleep surprise attack. I'll alert you to any changes in the opponent's status. Shi Yu nodded repeatedly. Understood. I'll replenish my energy first. Shi Yu didn't bother checking the Ice Armor Giant's loot, but rushed to Shi Yu with his backpack. He took out the pre-prepared energy crystals and fed them to Shi Yu, all the while deep in thought. Although they had defeated the opponent, it was tougher than expected. Without the combination of Enlarge, Harden, and Thunder Palm, it would have been hard to finish the fight quickly. If they couldn't settle it swiftly, they would be dragged into a war of attrition, where the lower-level Shi Yu would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. Even though the opponent was 3 levels higher than Shi Yu, it was still just a lower-tier commander-level creature with unrefined skills. Shi Yu couldn't help but reflect on whether he had been too confident in claiming Shi Yu's combat power could rival that of a same-level monarch-tier creature's juvenile form. However, it wasn't a big issue. Shi Yu still had plenty of room for improvement. Meanwhile, the situation outside was subtly changing. The group of trainee Beastmasters had almost all entered the ruins. The professional Beastmaster officers around were predicting the outcome of the challenge. Do you think anyone can defeat that Ice Armor Giant this time? It's difficult. Most of our city's Beastmasters have extraordinary-level beast partners, which can't really compare to commander-level ones. At the same level, the higher the species level, the stronger the overall combat power. That's common knowledge. When there's a species gap, the hope for victory might lie in attribute restraint, or skill proficiency. Oh, and the Beastmasters can bring some recovery items in. Using potions to defeat the opponent is a valid tactic too. At the edge of the camp, not far from the arena, Chairman Feng of the city's Beastmaster Association was watching the 6 stone statues, saying, "Everyone's inside now. We should know if anyone passes the 3rd stage in about an hour." The chairman's secretary, holding a clipboard, asked, "Chairman, I remember there's a participant in this challenge who's your nephew, right?" Chairman Feng squinted and smiled. "Yes, he's studying in the city and came back specifically for these ruins. My nephew has good talent, with the potential to become a master. He's well prepared for this challenge and is definitely capable of breaking through the 3rd stage. He's one of the candidates I have high hopes for." Just as the chairman finished speaking, a hum resonated as the 3rd of the 6 stone giant statues suddenly lit up. This change left the Beastmasters in the surrounding camp stunned. What happened? Has someone already passed the 3rd trial? But it's been less than 20 minutes since the earliest Beastmaster entered today. Who could be that formidable? As the 3rd stone giant statue lit up, the secretary turned her gaze to Mr. Feng, the president of the association. "President, has the record been broken?" she asked softly. President Feng was momentarily taken aback, his brow furrowing slightly. The 3rd trial, which had long stumped the apprentice Beast Tamers of the Beast Corps, had been conquered by this group of newcomers in less than half an hour. He thought to himself that perhaps it was time to consider increasing the training load for the Beast Corps. At that moment, He Biao, the deputy commander of the Pingqing Beast Corps stationed there, strode into the camp with a booming voice. "What's going on?" President Feng calmly explained. "Clearly, someone from the Beast Tamers I brought has already conquered the 3rd trial. It seems we need to improve the standards of our corps." He Biao immediately bristled at this, launching into a tirade. "That's a load of nonsense. You just talk big, but why don't you put your money where your mouth is? You want the horse to run well, but you're not willing to feed it. It doesn't work that way." The secretary stood silently by, accustomed to the banter between the two. They were lifelong friends, having shared life-and-death experiences during the Beast Tide 10 years ago. Their deep bond often led to spirited exchanges like this. President Feng remained silent, knowing full well the financial constraints of the impoverished Pingqing. "President, who could it be?" the secretary asked cautiously. "Could it be your nephew?" President Feng interrupted her, shaking his head. I know my nephew's capabilities. He has great talent and might pass, but not this quickly. It must be someone else. The secretary cleared her throat and tentatively suggested, what if your nephew had an extraordinary performance this time? Impossible, President Feng declared decisively. If it's him, I'll eat. What will you eat? Fried green silkworms? He Biao interjected. Trying to con a meal? President Feng straightened his clothes and said seriously, I meant I'd eat my words. He gazed deeply in the direction of the statues, murmuring to himself, who could it be? Is it one of the top 3 beast tamers from the trials, or someone recommended by the martial arts schools? At the moment, he couldn't be certain. He waited with curiosity, hoping to see if the 4th statue would light up. Meanwhile, in the 3rd trial space within the ruins, Shi Yu picked up a pebble-shaped, semi-transparent stone dropped by the ice armor giant and pondered. It's not an energy crystal, interesting. But what is this? Beside him, 11 also looked puzzled, having never seen such an item before. Shi Yu felt a bit frustrated since his phone couldn't connect to the internet here to look it up. Well, he sighed, I'll keep it for now and ask about it later. He placed the transparent stone in his backpack, then surveyed the area, using his psychic abilities to sense the environment. Only the 1st trial space had any response. The 2nd and 3rd were silent. Let's continue, Shi Yu suggested to 11, concerned about its condition. How about you rest for 10 minutes before we tackle the next trial? After all, the ice armor giant's blow had sent 11 flying over 10 meters. It's important to be in top shape to handle the next challenge and investigate the historical truths without mishaps. 11 nodded obediently, deciding to rest well to avoid getting hit in the next round. Its motto was simple. Getting hurt in training is acceptable, but getting hurt in battle means the training was wasted. 11 shrank and fell asleep, quickly recovering its energy. About 10 minutes later, they stepped into the teleportation array for the 4th trial. The environment shifted suddenly, and Shi Yu found himself atop a snowy mountain peak. 11 was beside him, and they looked down to see a blizzard approaching. Amidst a gathering of ice elements, a wolf-shaped creature began to take form. Name: Snow Wolf. Attribute: Ice. Species level: High extraordinary. Skills: Ice Fang, Frost Claw, Cold Breath, Snow Camouflage. Ah, an old friend, Shi Yu remarked with interest upon seeing that it wasn't another stone giant, but an ice snow wolf. 11 was also eager to engage. However, their expressions quickly changed. Even 11, who was keen to test its training through battle, looked troubled. The gathering of ice elements didn't stop. The snow wolf was merely the first to appear, followed by 9 more snow wolves. Then came 10 ice tooth boars, a medium extraordinary species living on the snow mountains. Next were 10 ice armor beasts, 10 ice scale snakes, and 10 snow apes. The snow mountain space Shi Yu found himself in was unusually vast, with these creatures scattered throughout. But from the mountain peak, Shi Yu and 11 could see everything clearly. 50 creatures in total. Shi Yu was stunned as his eyes swept over the ferocious beasts before him. The 4th challenge was to defeat all of these creatures. Is this ruin playing dirty? Shi Yu thought to himself. It's even using a swarm of beasts tactic. 11 also felt immense pressure, a hint of worry flashing in its eyes. If the 4th challenge was this difficult, what would the 5th be like? Fortunately, unlike the previous 3 challenges, these beasts hadn't yet focused their hostility on Shi Yu and his team. This gave them ample time to devise a strategy and think about how to pass the challenge. At the snowy mountain peak, Shi Yu carefully observed the scene before him. He noticed that these beasts didn't seem to have a high growth level, none reaching level 10. However, the difficulty far surpassed the previous stages. Shi Yu regretted not investing more in his intimidation skill to reach mastery. If 11 had a master-level intimidation skill, perhaps it could take out all 50 beasts in one sweep. Mastering the enlargement skill would have been a good choice too. A towering 11 could crush a large number with a single step. The situation was now at a stalemate. Shi Yu suggested, why don't we retreat and regroup for half a month, then come back? But 11 boldly took a step forward, firmly stating, no, we're here now, let's give it a try before heading back. The iron-eating beast fears nothing. Should we fight? Shi Yu didn't think it was impossible to win, but with their current strength, passing this challenge would be an arduous battle. The sheer number of beasts made coordinated attacks difficult. Shi Yu analyzed. If you keep your body hardened, they can't break through your defense. The key is testing your stamina. But with your absolute sleep and shrinking abilities, there's still a glimmer of hope for passing. 11 nodded resolutely. Moments later, 11 slid down the mountain, rolling into a ball as it descended. Roar! It let out a thunderous roar. Give it a try and face the consequences, Shi Yu thought, knowing this was destined to be a fierce battle. 11 decided to use its iron rolling tank, move to crush a bunch first. Meanwhile, the situation outside was changing too. A significant amount of time had passed since the 3rd statue lit up. Participants were gradually emerging from the ruins. Inside, Beastmasters could easily return by retracting their beasts into their space and mentally confirming their exit. Because of this, as long as Beastmasters didn't venture too deep, they generally wouldn't encounter too much danger. Those who emerged had to undergo questioning by soldiers and record their achievements. Top student Chen Kai looked grim, having only passed one stage. Most on-site had similar results. The second stage's Frost Stone Giant was already difficult, let alone the third stage. On reflection, it made sense. This ruined space was likely a training ground prepared by a powerful Beastmaster tribe, capable of sealing dragons, for their young members. Naturally, the difficulty wasn't something just anyone could easily overcome, especially since Pingqing was merely a third-tier small city. By Shi, Chaoliang, Zhongrui, and others had passed 2 stages. They managed to defeat the level 10 Frost Stone Giant, but failed against the Ice Armor Giant. Initially, everyone's results were similar, with nothing standing out. However, when they noticed the third statue had already lit up, they were stunned. Wow, someone defeated that Ice Armor Giant? A Beastmaster couldn't help but ask the soldier recording the results. The soldier shook his head, replying, "How would I know? The person hasn't come out yet. The third statue lit up over half an hour ago. That person is probably challenging the 4th stage now?" The Beastmasters present were collectively shocked. Over half an hour ago, someone had already taken down the Ice Armor Giant? Was this person even human? As more Beastmasters exited, even the 2 top scorers from the Beastmaster Association's training assessment emerged. They also hadn't passed the 3rd stage, leaving Chairman Feng and others disappointed. At that moment, a Beastmaster with an unpleasant expression came out, immediately drawing everyone's attention as he registered. "Was it you who passed the 3rd stage?" The registration officer asked the pale-faced Beastmaster. "Yeah." Cheng Gong looked at the lit 3rd statue and the astonished gazes around him, feeling a surge of satisfaction. Although he stumbled in the 4th stage, he still set a new record. "I didn't let old Feng down," he thought smugly, searching for Chairman Feng. "Impressive, brother." The soldier couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Clearing 3 stages in just over 10 minutes, that's amazing. But why did it take so long to come out? Is the 4th stage tough? What's it about? The 4th stage is simply impossible for a trainee Beastmaster to pass. Cheng Gong couldn't help but complain. But suddenly, something felt off. When did he clear 3 stages in just over 10 minutes? It took him ages on the 3rd stage. Just as he was bewildered, the 4th statue suddenly lit up with a buzz. Everyone turned their heads in confusion, first stunned, then erupting in exclamations. The 4th statue was lit too. Everyone knew what this meant. Outside a camp, Chairman Feng was also taken aback. The 4th stage was really cleared? He had a good guess about who it might be. Lin Hongyan. "What's with this Shi Yu?" The chairman's secretary and deputy head also looked surprised towards the registration area near the stage. So it wasn't Chairman Feng's nephew after all? At the same time, as the only top student in the city who had experienced the difficulty of the 4th stage, Cheng Gong was completely bewildered. How is this possible? Is the 4th stage even passable by humans? 1 vs 50, no less. At this moment, although Cheng Gong claimed to have passed the 3rd trial, everyone on site was fixated on the changes happening to the statues. The continuously updating records silently revealed another person's astonishing achievement. Cheng Gong stood still, furrowing his brow in deep thought. President Feng and He Biao approached quickly, while the surrounding Beast Tamers and soldiers perked up their ears. President Feng got straight to the point, asking, "Cheng Gong, what is the 4th trial? You've passed the first 3, so you should have seen what the 4th one is like." Cheng Gong took a deep breath and explained slowly, "The 4th trial is set in a vast snowy mountain environment, even more expansive than the icy plains and glaciers of the previous trials. As soon as you enter the trial space, you're confronted with 50 fierce snow beasts, 10 snow wolves, 10 ice-armored beasts, 10 ice-dust boars, 10 ice-scaled snakes, and 10 snow apes. They are all at least level 7, with highly proficient skills. I had the Moon Flame Beast probe a bit, but there was no breakthrough." As soon as he finished speaking, a dead silence fell over the scene. A moment later, He Biao's eyes widened, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "Damn, 50 of them?" Other Beast Tamers also started discussing, agreeing that the difficulty of the 4th trial was simply outrageous. Under the level restrictions for apprentice Beast Tamers, a 1 vs 50 challenge seemed nearly impossible to accomplish. However, at that moment, everyone's gaze was drawn to the 4th statue lighting up. An astonishing fact emerged: someone had actually passed the 4th trial. President Feng comforted his nephew and then turned to the record keeper. "Check how many people are still inside." The record keeper quickly verified the information and reported a few seconds later, "It seems there's only one person who hasn't come out yet." As everyone speculated about the identity of this mysterious individual, the teleportation array flashed again. A young man wearing a deep blue adventurer's outfit, with a backpack casually slung over his shoulder, stepped out. his face showing displeasure. Shi Yu, his name is Shi Yu, the record keeper blurted out. Shi Yu felt secretly annoyed. He and 11 had barely managed to pass the fourth trial with all their might. And the fifth trial was even more daunting: 100 fierce beasts, with more variety, higher levels, and even some level 10 beasts. He vowed to return once he mastered intimidation. Suddenly, Shi Yu noticed the odd gazes around him, making him feel uneasy. The record keeper eagerly asked, "Are you Shi Yu? Did you pass the third and fourth trials?" Shi Yu nodded in acknowledgement, his eyes drifting to the statues, where he indeed saw all four of them lit up. This sight left Qinggong in disbelief, and those familiar with Shi Yu, like Qin Kai, Bai Shi, and Jiang Rui, utterly stunned. They couldn't fathom how an apprentice beast tamer managed such a feat of 1 vs 50. Although Shi Yu's abilities are undeniable, it seems that his pet, the iron-eating beast, hasn't yet reached the 10th level of growth. Everyone was puzzled as to how a pet with limited stamina could pass the rigorous tests of the fourth stage. What they didn't know is that 11 possesses special abilities like shrinking, kiting opponents, and recovering stamina. Additionally, it has an absolute sleep skill, allowing it to briefly rest by exploiting the low intelligence of non-living beast opponents. The young physician Xiao Yang found it even more bewildering. In his mind, Shi Yu was just a newbie, weak in body but overly determined. How could he possibly be the one breaking through 4 stages and setting a new record? President Feng smiled as he looked at Shi Yu. "You're an apprentice from the Zhushi martial arts school, right? Master Lin mentioned you to me before, saying you'd surprise me. But I didn't expect such a big surprise." He clapped lightly. A hero emerges from the young indeed. "Can you tell me about the 5th stage?" Shi Yu was taken aback, not expecting that Master Lin Hongyan had mentioned him to the president of the Pinching Association. He quickly responded, "The 4th stage consists of 50 ice-type beasts with growth levels between 7 and 9. The 5th stage has 100 ice-type beasts with growth levels between 8 and 10. Their species levels are all extraordinary, with varying skill proficiency. Due to the high difficulty of the 5th stage, we only took a glance and withdrew without diving deeper." The crowd fell into a stunned silence once again. The 4th stage was already insane. Could the 5th stage really be passable by humans? President Feng paused for a moment before addressing everyone. "Since you've all entered the ruins once, I have an announcement to make. Over the next month, the Pinching Association will allocate resources to enhance your capabilities. Anyone who passes 2 stages can receive resources for pet cultivation. The more stages you pass, the more resources you'll get." He continued, "To accelerate the progress of unraveling the ruins, the Pinching Association can't afford to be stingy in nurturing those who attempt the stages. Otherwise, we might see no progress at all. You can all rest today, and those with injured pets should visit the medical room for recovery. Qinggong, Shi Yu, please come with me." President Feng called upon the 2 apprentice beast tamers from Pingxing who passed the 3rd stage. Although pets' usual injuries recover slowly within the beast space, healing skills provide the best recovery. Qinggong nodded in agreement. Shi Yu replied, "I don't need it. My pet isn't injured. 11 recovered on its own while fighting. It's just lacking stamina and is currently resting in the beast space." Everyone was astonished by this statement. Qinggong felt a bit at a loss, his mouth agape once more. "You're saying, after a 1 vs 50, it's not injured?" President Feng's mouth twitched slightly. "I see. Then come with me." He thought to himself, Zhushi Martial Arts School was already lucky to have an 18-year-old professional beast tamer like Lin Xiuzhu. What about this Shi Yu? He couldn't make sense of it from the records. Under the silent gazes of everyone, Shi Yu followed President Feng into the camp. Vice Captain He Biao also joined, curiously asking, "Young man, did you really pass the 4th stage? I glanced at your pet's records earlier and can't figure out how you did it. By the way, I'm the Vice Captain of the Pingxing Beast Corps, surname He." Not only He Biao, but President Feng also had many questions. At this moment, Shi Yu took out the rewards from passing the 3rd and 4th stages: 4 transparent stones. "President Feng, Captain He, these are the items I received from the 3rd and 4th stages." "What are they? Are they resources for pet cultivation?" President Feng looked closely and was momentarily stunned. He Biao was equally surprised. "Void stones? The rewards for the 3rd and 4th stages aren't energy crystals, but void stones." Shi Yu looked puzzled. What? What are void stones?" He Biao exclaimed, "Wow, you've hit the jackpot. These are rare spatial resources. Rarer than energy crystals, you can't buy them even if you have money. They're extremely limited, and most people never come into contact with them. These are real treasures only found in relics and secret spaces." Shi Yu was stunned, looking down at the 4 transparent stones in his hand, feeling a surge of joy. "Wow, aren't these the rare attribute evolution materials I've been searching for? Insect, 11, and I really went all out for you this time." President Feng added, "Yes, spatial resources are the dream of every beast tamer. Using these stones can accelerate the upgrade of the beast space. President Feng nodded approvingly and said, "This is a great item for enhancing a Beast Tamer's level." As soon as he finished speaking, a hint of confusion flashed in Shi Yu's eyes, and he asked, "Can this be used to strengthen the beast space?" President Feng and team leader He exchanged smiles and nodded in confirmation. Shi Yu thoughtfully looked at the mysterious stone again, having made up his mind. He turned to his pet, Chong Chong, and said lightheartedly, "Let's see if there are better resources in stages 5 and 6. The spatial type isn't quite suitable for you. I'll reluctantly use these stones as a beast tamer." Upon hearing this, President Feng couldn't help but remark, "It seems Cheng Gong also obtained the ethereal stone. With this, you can upgrade your beast space to level 2 sooner and contract a second pet." His expression suddenly turned serious as he quickly added, "Wait, Shi Yu, when you go back, make sure not to rush to upgrade your beast space's level. This relic is currently only suitable for apprentice beast tamers." Shi Yu remained calm and nodded in understanding. "I understand." He secretly calculated that as long as his beast space reached the required level before the professional assessment, he would be fine. With this valuable resource, he finally felt confident that he wouldn't fall too far behind 11's upgrade pace. At that moment, Cheng Gong finished his treatment and walked over briskly. As a pet in the awakening phase, he naturally recovered quickly under the care of a professional beast tamer. Cheng Gong maintained a respectful distance and greeted, "President, team leader He." President Feng looked at Cheng Gong and asked directly, "Cheng Gong, what was your reward for passing the 3rd stage?" Cheng Gong immediately pulled out a transparent stone from his pocket, identical to Shi Yu's. "It's an ethereal stone." President Feng and team leader He exchanged a meaningful glance, and then President Feng said solemnly, "Keep your rewards safe. They are well deserved. You two are the only ones who passed the 3rd stage in this relic challenge. Cheng Gong, you cleared 3 stages, and Shi Yu, you cleared 4. Both of you performed exceptionally well." He continued, "As you heard earlier, the association will allocate funds to help you enhance your skills. Since you performed the best this time, the association will prioritize your development. Within a certain budget, feel free to express any needs you have." Cheng Gong seemed prepared for this and nodded immediately. Shi Yu, however, fell into a brief contemplation, thinking that such good fortune was indeed unexpected. For a beast tamer at his level, money was the most practical resource. Everything else seemed superfluous. President Feng suddenly remembered that the two hadn't been formally introduced, so he said, "By the way, you two haven't met yet, have you? Let me introduce you. This is Cheng Gong, from Pingxing, but he studies in the city. Shi Yu, an apprentice from Zhushi Martial Arts School, also studied in the city, I believe." Shi Yu added, "Yes, Icefield High School, specializing in breeding." Upon hearing this, both Cheng Gong and team leader He were stunned. Their eyes filled with disbelief. They thought, "You defeated a leader-level ice armor giant and succeeded in a 1vs50, and you say you're in the breeding specialty?" Cheng Gong suppressed his inner shock and extended his hand to Shi Yu in a friendly gesture. "Hello? Clearing the 4th stage, that's impressive. I have a favor to ask. Once our pets recover, can we have a battle?" President Feng did not stop them, as he was also curious about Shi Yu's true capabilities. Although the events inside the relic were unseen, an external battle could reveal a lot. Shi Yu shook Cheng Gong's hand and agreed readily. "Sure." He thought, beast tamers must spar with each other to progress together. Commander He was clearly a rough and ready type, and he eagerly shouted, "Damn, this is interesting. I'll go get a space cleared for you right away. It'll be a good show for those young soldiers." He left quickly, secretly pleased. One was a relative of Old Feng, and the other was a mysterious newcomer who had somehow passed the 4th level. Neither was simple. This battle would not only be a feast for his eyes, but also inspire the new recruits. President Feng, with a cheerful smile, chimed in, "Let's do it after lunch. Get some rest and eat well before the fight." His eyes twinkled with excitement, not at all as if he were being reflective. Cheng Gong nodded indifferently. "All right." Shi Yu was even more unconcerned, simply waiting quietly. Outside, an officer was passionately addressing a group of trainee beast tamers. He announced that for the next month, they could challenge the ruins once a day. As for accommodation, there were plenty of vacant rooms in the camp, and food was plentiful. Stay if you want. Chen Kai, a top student from Pingxing High School who had only passed the 1st level, felt deeply ashamed. He vowed to himself, "I'm staying here until I pass 2 levels." His friend reminded him, "But do you have enough Mingxin capsules?" Only then did Chen Kai realize, "Damn, I might not have enough. I need to go back and prepare a month's supply." He was frustrated. Why did Shi Yu get such great results from the same capsules? Had he upgraded his supplements? Not far away, a 100-herb hall physician named Xiao Liang overheard their conversation and had a peculiar expression. He wondered why people were still discussing supplements at the ruins. What was with this recent supplement craze? Including Shi Yu, a seemingly weak beast tamer relying on supplements, had become a powerhouse. Did these supplements have some hidden effects? As everyone was lost in their own thoughts, a team of soldiers suddenly began to mark out a field. Curious beast tamers approached to inquire, and upon learning the news, they gasped in surprise. The news spread like wildfire. Cheng Gong, who had passed the 3rd level, was going to battle Shi Yu, who had passed the 4th level, right here. It was specially approved by President Feng and Commander He, and everyone could watch. Instantly, the entire camp was buzzing. The newly arrived beast tamers were thrilled, eager to see how they measured up against the experts. Meanwhile, the members of the Beast Tamer Corps, especially the trainee soldiers, had mixed feelings. After all, none of them had managed to pass the 3rd level. At noon, nearly everyone chose to get their meals at the barracks, so as not to miss the showdown. However, it wasn't until after lunch that Shi Yu and Cheng Gong finally appeared. It turned out they had been invited by Commander He for a special nutritional meal to help them quickly recover to their best condition. When the two appeared on the field, the entire camp erupted. The disciplined soldiers remained relatively composed, but the new beast tamers immediately crowded around, eyes full of anticipation. At Commander He's invitation, even the trainee soldiers gathered to witness the spectacle. In an instant, Shi Yu and Cheng Gong became the center of attention. Faced with such a scene, Cheng Gong couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. He had only intended to challenge Shi Yu to see their differences, not expecting Commander He and the others to make such a grand affair out of it. If we lose, it would be quite embarrassing, Shi Yu thought to himself, feeling that the atmosphere at the venue was a bit too grand. However, since things had already come to this, he decided to go with the flow. The two participants walked to opposite sides of the marked area. Captain He approached the edge of the field with a cheerful smile, volunteering, "Let me be your referee." "All right, thank you." Shi Yu and Cheng Gong responded in unison. Captain He nodded, his expression turning unusually serious. "Both of you, release your beasts. Then wait for my signal to start the battle." With his words, the entire place fell silent as everyone's eyes fixated on the two contestants. After all, not everyone was familiar with their beasts. Cheng Gong was the first to act. A massive summoning array appeared beneath his feet. "Yu Yin Beast," he announced solemnly. With a ripple of space, a creature over a meter long emerged from the array. Its body was covered in fiery red fur, resembling burning flames, with crescent-shaped patterns extending from its sides to its haunches. This creature, known as the Yu Yin Beast, resembled a wolverine from Earth, possibly an evolved species. Roar! As soon as the Yu Yin Beast appeared, it unleashed a wave of scorching heat, causing the onlookers to instinctively step back. Shi Yu observed his opponent's beast silently, quickly analyzing in his mind. Name: Yu Yin Beast. Attribute: Fire. Species level: High Extraordinary. Species skills: Explosive Flame, Flame Assault, Fire Claw. Not an ice type, but a rare fire-type creature in Bingyuan City, Shi Yu pondered. Now it was Shi Yu's turn to summon his beast. With a soft call, 11 emerged from the summoning array. Compared to the Yu Yin Beast, the audience was more familiar with this panda-like creature, a signature beast of Pingqing. However, when they saw that 11 stood only a meter tall, the crowd fell into a stunned silence. It was well known that adult pandas typically reached nearly 2 meters, and this one looked like a mere cub. Not even 2 years old? Cheng Gong's eyes flashed with disdain and doubt. Did Shi Yu really pass the 4th level with this panda cub? Impossible. Seeking more information, Cheng Gong took the initiative to introduce himself. Apprentice Beastmaster, Cheng Gong, Beast Yu Yin Beast, Growth Level, Awakening Level 10. Shi Yu responded candidly. Apprentice Beastmaster, Shi Yu, Beast Panda, Growth Level, Awakening Level 7. The crowd was taken aback. Awakening Level 7? Was this a joke? The apprentices from Zhushi Martial Arts Hall whispered among themselves. He was just at level 6 a few days ago. Seems like he broke through. This revelation felt like a wake-up call to those around them. Even President Feng found it unbelievable. Recalling Shi Yu's records, he remembered that during the Tianmong Mountain training assessment, the panda was only at level 6. A panda not even at level 10, even with proficient hardening skills, couldn't have cleared the 4th level, let alone the 3rd. The murmurs of doubt spread throughout the audience, and Captain He decided to resolve the mystery in the most direct way. He shouted, "Damn it, let the battle begin." As soon as the words left his mouth, Cheng Gong immediately commanded, "Yu Yin Beast, Explosive Flame." The Yu Yin Beast acted on command, its fiery red fur bristling as it let out a ferocious roar. A ball of fire quickly formed before its mouth, growing into a massive, heat-radiating fireball nearly a meter in diameter. Explosive Flame, a mid-level fire skill, Captain He noted internally. It can create flames with explosive properties, possessing immense destructive power. This level of proficiency is at least at the skilled level. No wonder it could defeat the Ice Armor Giant. This move is indeed powerful against ice-type creatures. Boom! The explosive flame shot forth, instantly melting the surrounding frost, and the beast masters present felt the heat wave wash over them. The power of this move made many realize the gap between their strength and Gong's. However, the most surprising thing was that Shi Yu and 11 seemed unfazed by the powerful attack. 11. Harden. Thunder Palm, Shi Yu calmly ordered. As the flames approached, 11 stood its ground unwaveringly. Though its fur was ruffled by the hot wind, the next moment, its entire body was enveloped in a metallic sheen. A low-level skill, Harden? The crowd was familiar with this move, but not dodging. Were they planning to withstand the skill with hardening? Everyone held their breath, waiting for the impending clash. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. In the next moment, everyone was astonished to see countless blue and white electric currents suddenly spreading across the right arm of the little iron-eating beast. This terrifying sight left the trainee beast tamers bewildered, while the faces of all professional beast tamers turned pale. A combination skill, they exclaimed in unison, and it's a skill with different attributes. Just then, a scorching fireball surged forward. Without hesitation, 11 executed a combination of mastery-level hardening and mastery-level thunder palm, meeting the attack heat. The crackling of electricity was like the chirping of 1,000 birds, and 11's arm became a spear of lightning, stunning everyone present. Gong was left speechless, his eyes wide with shock. Boom! The moment the fireball touched the little iron-eating beast, it was split in two. A path pierced through the middle. A proficient-level intermediate skill like explosive flame was cleaved in half with a single strike. But it wasn't over yet. The explosive nature of the flame caused the remaining fire to detonate instantly. 11 had already charged forward, past the split flame. Its entire body hardened, using the blast's momentum like a beast entwined with thunder and flame, rushing towards the moon flame beast with incredible speed. The moon flame beast's pupils contracted, staring in disbelief at the creature that could slice through its explosive flame. The perfect level thunder palm had astonishing penetrating power, and combined with the amplification from hardening, its force was formidable. In a moment of crisis, Gong felt his scalp tingle and could only command the moon flame beast to counterattack. Flame assault. Flame claw. The moon flame beast was engulfed in flames, transforming into a fiery afterimage, demonstrating its proficient level flame assault skill. It dared not clash directly with 11, instead weaving left and right as it charged, its claws burning with intense fire. However, Gong and the moon flame beast's speed-disrupting tactics were ineffective against 11, who possessed super sight. Just as the moon flame beast's flame claw was about to strike, 11's palm landed precisely on its stomach. Bang! The moon flame beast was sent flying backward by the tremendous impact, rolling several meters on the ground before coming to a stop. The scene fell into a hushed silence. Let's leave it at that. Sure, you broke the silence first. Only then did everyone notice that 11 had cancelled the combination skill at the moment of attack, using only hardening to confront the enemy. Otherwise, the moon flame beast might have been critically injured. Gong was left dazed and unable to accept that the iron-eating beast could match the speed of the moon flame beast. His face turned ashen as he realized the opponent was far more formidable than he had imagined. The moon flame beast struggled to its feet but had lost its will to fight, trembling slightly as it looked at the unscathed 11 with fear. Even though 11 hadn't actively intimidated it, its overwhelming presence had already cast a shadow in its opponent's heart. Kid, you lost. Captain, he finally spoke from the judge's stand, turning to Shi Yu with disbelief in his voice. Your iron-eating beast not only mastered hardening but also proficient-level thunder palm? And you managed to combine them perfectly? What's even more astonishing is its combat awareness and experience, being able to pinpoint the opponent's weak spot in a single strike against the accelerated moon flame beast. What kind of monster combination are you? Faced with the inquiry, Shi Yu simply nodded. With his confirmation, the crowd first fell silent and then erupted into a clamor. Is that the legendary thunder palm from the Jusher martial arts school? The power is unbelievable. Splitting fire with just one strike, exclaimed a spectator, eyes wide with disbelief. Are you kidding? Another person retorted immediately, with a hint of disdain in their voice. That's no ordinary thunder palm. It's a combination technique. At least one advanced hardening skill was added to it, requiring a high level of skill proficiency. This exchange caught the attention of the apprentices from Jusher martial arts school. They exchanged puzzled glances, their eyes filled with confusion. Although they couldn't fully grasp what had happened, the scene before them undeniably confirmed it. Jiang Rui stood frozen, as if paralyzed. His mind raced, trying to comprehend the situation. Had Shi Yu made remarkable progress recently, or had he been holding back in previous battles? This question echoed in his mind. In the world of Beast Tamers, each level has its specific training focus. An apprentice-level Beast Tamer is considered quite accomplished if they can hone a pet's skills to proficient or advanced levels. Combination techniques are usually regarded as sophisticated strategies studied by professional Beast Tamers. As for master-level Beast Tamers, Their research focuses on ultimate skills composed of perfected techniques. This should have been the gradual progression path for Beast Tamers. However, Shi Yu and his little iron-eating beast seem to have completely shattered this norm. Not only were apprentice Beast Tamers like Chen Kai, Baisher, and Xiaoliang stunned, but even the professional Beast Tamers present were dumbfounded. They couldn't comprehend how this levels-even iron-eating beast was nurtured to such an extent. I lost, Chen Gong admitted with difficulty, his voice hoarse. Faced with such a powerful iron-eating beast, he had no choice but to acknowledge his defeat, despite his unwillingness. At this moment, others finally realized why Shi Yu could effortlessly pass the first 3 rounds. That incredibly powerful combination technique might even be too much for the ice armor giant to withstand. Everyone's perceptions were completely overturned. For the first time, they realized that a combination of an apprentice beast tamer and a pet of a mid-level species under level 10 could be this formidable. In a corner of the arena, the secretary of the Pingqing Association president quietly observed the president's reaction. After a long silence, the president finally spoke. Should we talk about this iron-eating beast, or this beast tamer? Their talent is monstrous, almost defying logic. His tone was heavy, as if he sensed that something extraordinary was about to unfold. If there were any lingering doubts about how Chen Gong and Shi Yu managed to break records, they are now slowly dissipating. Although the Moonflame beast was utterly overwhelmed in this battle, its formidable strength was undeniable. Its powerful explosive flame skill erupted, with tongues of fire licking the air, causing the temperature around it to soar. This attribute completely counteracts any ice-type creatures. The speed brought by its fiery assault was astonishing, as the Moonflame beast's figure flickered rapidly across the field, dazzling the onlookers. No creature within the ruins could possibly rival it. The Moonflame beast skillfully used its flame claws, sometimes launching fierce close-range attacks, other times striking from a distance, showcasing its comprehensive combat abilities. With 3 skills mastered to proficiency, it had the potential to defeat the higher-ranked ice armor giant, thanks to its attribute advantage. As for Shi Yu, his strength was beyond question. The battle, where the Moonflame beast was entirely overpowered, was the best testament to Shi Yu and his team's capabilities. It was the first time anyone had seen such an extraordinary little iron-eating beast. Every move it made was precise and powerful, as if it had already anticipated its opponent's every action. Given such an exceptional pet beast, it's entirely understandable that they broke through 4 levels. Although some still questioned how a levels-even iron-eating beast could consecutively defeat 50 fierce beasts, since Shi Yu had already passed the trial, they could only set aside their doubts. Subsequently, everyone collectively stared at Shi Yu and 11, as if they were looking at monsters. This battle revealed different insights to beastmasters of varying levels. Apprentice beastmasters couldn't comprehend why Shi Yu's team was so powerful, whereas masters like President Feng saw greater potential in unraveling the ruins. President Feng secretly considered reallocating some resources from his nephew to Shi Yu, thinking that solving the mystery of the ruins was paramount. Gong would understand. Fortunately, Chen Gong wasn't aware of President Feng's thoughts. Otherwise, he might have thought of himself as an adopted nephew. Meanwhile, Chen Gong was pondering why Pingqing had such a previously unheard-of monster-level apprentice beastmaster. Even the geniuses in Icefield City might not compare to Shi Yu, right? The battle concluded, and Captain He, acting as the referee, shouted at the group of apprentice soldiers, "Double training today." His words immediately elicited groans from the soldiers. Frustrated with their lack of progress, He Biao chose to push the new recruits harder. President Feng, on the other hand, discreetly wiped his brow, worried that He Biao might come looking for training funds. After the match, Chen Gong and Shi Yu each recalled their pet beasts. Next time, Chen Gong said to Shi Yu before leaving from the other side, not acknowledging anyone as he left, his destination unknown. Shi Yu, feeling somewhat helpless, looked at 11. It was 11 who wanted to vent its frustration from failing the challenge into this battle, leading to a somewhat one-sided situation. Shi Yu shook his head slightly, planning to leave as well. To be precise, he intended to leave the valley and head home to prepare for the next challenge. President Feng, as Shi Yu was leaving the field, Chen Kai and Xiaoliang initially wanted to approach him, but seeing President Feng heading towards Shi Yu, they stopped in their tracks. "Shi Yu, your team's strength truly opened my eyes," President Feng said with a squint, in a rather cheerful mood. With the talent Shi Yu's team displayed, there was hope for them to become master-level beastmasters in the future. In 10 years, Pingqing might gain another master-level beastmaster. Not at all, Shi Yu replied humbly. It wasn't much. Although Shi Yu wanted to be confident, he knew he wasn't invincible. He wasn't even the best among his peers. Pingqing was just a small 3rd-tier city. Icefield City was merely an average 2nd-tier city among the hundreds in Dongwang. In the 1st-tier cities, the 2nd-generation beastmasters probably started with commander-level initial pet beasts, and their contracted beasts might be younger. Shi Yu was curious about their strength. However, he would find out soon enough. Lu Qingyi had suggested he take the professional assessment in a first-tier city, where the certification would hold more weight. This woman liked to increase his challenges in life. Ha ha ha, no need to be modest. You truly are exceptional. Do you have any plans for the 5th level? President Feng asked. I do. I plan to go back and prepare, Shi Yu replied. Good to hear. President Feng's eyes lit up. Going back to prepare is a wise choice. Wait a moment. Let me give you my personal contact information. If you need anything, just let me know. The resources allocated by the association will be delivered to you without fail. Your primary goal now is to become stronger and conquer the ruins. I understand, Shi Yu nodded. Next, President Feng quickly called his secretary to arrange for someone to escort Shi Yu home. Although Shi Yu wanted to decline, he couldn't resist the president's enthusiasm. This treatment, in the eyes of the surrounding beast masters, was akin to being served a sour lemon. Is this the treatment geniuses receive? Even master-level beast masters and the president of the Beast Master Association greet them with smiles. Damn it. I'll stock up on Mingxin capsules. Shi Yu's supplements. I can't believe that by taking them, I won't reach even a tenth of his strength. Behind him, Cheng Kai made a grand vow. When will Shi Yu's items be available? Whispered voices filled the crowd. As Shi Yu just left, physician Xiao Liang overheard the discussion and thoughtfully furrowed his brow, seemingly understanding the source of Pingqing's supplement craze. Shi Yu sat in the back of the military vehicle, slightly sweating. He recalled his past life experience of only riding in an ambulance, and now, with the privilege of a military escort, he felt the pressure mounting. I need to quickly figure out how to pass the 5th level, he mused to himself. Pushing open the door to his home, Shi Yu let out a long sigh. He knew that to pass the 5th level, he would have to spend money on various supplements again. The green silkworms on the persimmon tree, sensing the commotion, immediately chirped a welcoming sound. Cheap. Through telepathy, Shi Yu understood its meaning. After checking the iron tray beneath the birdcage and finding some dragon beard grass remaining, Shi Yu felt slightly relieved. He casually replenished some food and then collapsed onto his bed. The harvest this time was significant, with the 4 ethereal stones being particularly precious. According to President Feng, these stones were enough to elevate his beast space to level 2 in 3 to 4 months, and it would be a comprehensive upgrade. This meant he could soon contract a second pet beast and help 11 reach the extraordinary level more easily. Shi Yu contemplated the compatibility between the spatial element and the green silkworm, but quickly shifted focus to more practical matter show to conquer the relics. He outlined 2 possible routes. One was to complete the arcane thunder armor, which required perfecting both Harden and Thunder Palm. The other was to enhance the proficiency of advanced skills. After weighing the pros and cons, Shi Yu decided on a comprehensive approach, improving all skills simultaneously. Once all the skills are mastered, not only the 5th level but even if a super-level creature appears at the 6th level, I can take it down, he declared boldly, though his body involuntarily trembled, clearly aware of the daunting task ahead. On the afternoon of August 7th, the sun was shining brightly. In the yard, the energetic Shi Yu was intensely focused on his training, while 11 was quietly meditating with an empty spirit stone in hand. If the group of apprentice beast tamers saw this scene, they would probably be filled with shame. After all, Shi Yu and 11 had just conquered 4 relic challenges that morning, enduring countless fierce battles, yet showed no sign of fatigue as they continued their training in the afternoon. Such near-superhuman perseverance was truly awe-inspiring. Shi Yu put down the spirit stone, feeling a wave of relaxation wash over him. He couldn't help but wish for more of these stones. He had finally identified the root cause of his slow cultivation progress. To quickly elevate the level of his beast space through meditation, one must be fully immersed in the process. However, after teaching his pet beasts their skills, he was always left mentally and physically drained, leaving no energy for meditation. Consequently, the advancement of his beast space had naturally slowed down. Shi Yu mentally calculated that once he finished upgrading 11 skills, he would need to allocate time to enhance his beast space's level. But before that, he opened his phone and logged into the shopping site he had used previously. This time, he purchased 15 divine beans and various supplements, spending a total of 2 million. Now, his initial 10 million funds were reduced to less than 7 million. Looking at the account balance, Shi Yu couldn't help but feel a pang of distress. However, with these supplements, he could almost elevate all of 11 skills to the proficient level. He sighed at how costly this endeavor was. Even with the skill manual, the initial 10 million might not be enough to perfect all of 11 skills, let alone reach the transcendent level. If advanced skills or mythical abilities appeared in the future, the cost of maxing them out might soar into the billions, possibly requiring extravagant ingredients like dragon liver and phoenix marrow. In the end, it all came down to a lack of money. While the skill manual allowed him to improve his pet skills more quickly than other beast tamers, it came at the price of financial investment. Nevertheless, the expenditure was worthwhile, as other beast tamers also needed to buy nutritional products for their pet skill training, making Shi Yu's approach more cost-effective in comparison. That evening, Shi Yu took out one of the last two divine beans and a ginseng whisker to boost Eleven's skills. After a half day of training, 11 endured the process with tears, silently vowing to work hard not to waste this boost and set a goal to conquer 6 challenges next time. Shi Yu reassured him, "Don't worry, with hard work and a bit of luck, not even the gods can stop us." By that night, the entry-level Intimidate skill had successfully advanced to the proficient level. What was once a skill to boost morale and weaken opponents' resolve had now become a mental attack skill. The enhancement in Intimidate meant that 11 could now intimidate weaker opponents with sheer presence and become nearly immune to any mental debuff skills. However, after completing this skill training, the side effects seemed to affect more than just Shi Yu. Some special skills could slightly alter a pet's temperament and personality. For instance, frequent use of Berserk could make a pet wild, aggressive, and irrational. Intimidate was similar, instilling a spirit-level, dominant aura in the pet. 11 let out an excited howl, a woo. With the upgraded Intimidate, it immediately felt invincible, eager to take on challenges, 1 against 100. Shi Yu fell silent for a moment, surprised that Intimidate came with a built-in, diminished intelligence buff. He decisively declared, "Enough, time to sleep." While 11 could afford to be irrational, Shi Yu needed to stay clear-headed. This time, no amount of persuasion would change his mind. He decided to focus on development first. He aimed to max out all skill levels in one go, so he could conquer all challenges at once and avoid frequent, time-consuming attempts. To calm 11 down, Shi Yu used it as a pillow again that night, leaving Panda King 11 in deep contemplation. A king should not be humiliated, unless, of course, it's by its own Beast Tamer. The next morning, Shi Yu was leisurely lying on the courtyard sofa, meditating. Occasionally, he glanced at his phone to check the shipping status of yesterday's purchases. As he browsed, he put on his headphones and started watching a show. Shi Yu didn't admit to slacking off. He insisted that he was stimulating his imagination through various films, laying the groundwork for discovering new skills later. In this world, movies were almost exclusively about pet beasts, with few solely focusing on human stories. Pet beasts were the absolute trend and central topic, and as long as the beasts in a work were captivating, the box office was bound to be high. For instance, the movie Shi Yu was currently watching was about a high school boy and a beast-eared girl from another race meeting in dreams and searching for each other. He couldn't help but remark, "Wow." Shi Yu was deeply engrossed in his phone, exclaiming, "Wow." The alternate world version of Your Name had such a bold ending, with the male lead ultimately forming a pact with a mermaid princess to jointly avert a tsunami. As he daydreamed about when he might encounter such an adventure, a slight prickling sensation came from his waist. Looking up, he saw his pet, 11, staring at him with big eyes. "What is it?" Shi Yu asked in confusion. 11 let out a soft whimper, pointing its fluffy paw towards the outside, indicating that a delivery had arrived. Shi Yu had been so absorbed that he hadn't even heard the doorbell. Shi Yu snapped back to reality, quickly pocketed his phone, and rushed out to collect the package. In the yard, the familiar delivery person and his trusty wings of speed had been waiting for some time. "Hey, it's you again." The delivery guy gave Shi Yu a thoughtful look, suddenly recalling the address. Wasn't this the apprentice Beast Tamer who had splurged on supplements just a few days ago? And now, another large package within a week. "Hey, wishing you good health," the delivery guy said politely, wisely refraining from asking further questions. "Safe travels, take care," Shi Yu replied with a blessing of his own, inwardly appreciating the kindness that exists in the world. Moments later, in the center of the courtyard, Shi Yu, 11, and Qing Mianxiong sat around a large box of supplements, deep in thought. In the past, without supplements, Shi Yu feared teaching skills. Now, with a pile of supplements, he still feared teaching skills. Though both were fear, the meanings were vastly different, prompting Shi Yu to marvel at the richness of language. Sigh. Shi Yu sighed deeply. "I have to make use of my awakened talent, even if it means pushing through my fears. Just go for it." Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Beast Tamer Association in Pingqing District, Icefield City, an important meeting was underway. After observing the site near the ruins for a day, President Feng had returned to the association, leaving the on-site work to Captain He Biao. As the president of a city's association, he had numerous affairs to attend to. At this moment, in the spacious conference room, President Feng was holding a video meeting with the presidents of the association from the other 8 districts and counties of Icefield City. Icefield City comprised 9 districts and counties, 4 of which were centrally located and well-developed, while Pingqing District and the other 4 were near the snow-capped mountains, considered suburban. With the intelligence he had gathered, President Feng spoke. "Next, let's discuss the activation of the Evolution Holy Spring." On August 9th, the sky was clear and bright. Shi Yu awoke from a peculiar dream where he was chasing after a ginseng baby to eat. The absurdity of the dream made him chuckle, wondering why others dream of swimming with mermaids while he dreams of chasing health supplements. While he believed he had the destiny of a protagonist, It felt more like he was a character with cheat codes. Shaking off these whimsical thoughts, Shi Yu quickly dismissed them. Yesterday, he hadn't used any new supplements but finished his last divine bean, which, combined with other supplements, elevated Eleven's absolute sleep skill to a proficient level. Now, his old stock was down to just one ginseng baby whisker. After getting up and ready, Shi Yu decided that today he would work on enhancing Eleven's multiplication skill to a proficient level. This was in line with his usual balanced approach, ensuring every skill received attention. He secretly hoped that by tonight, he might experience the comfort of a pandas-sized bed. Under the persimmon tree in the courtyard, Shi Yu had breakfast with 11 and the little creature. Just as he was about to start training, the doorbell rang unexpectedly. Who could that be? Shi Yu wondered as he headed to the door. To his surprise, standing outside was President Feng, sporting a small mustache and dressed in a gray suit. President Feng? What brings you here? Shi Yu instinctively touched his liver. I've only had 2 days of rest. You're not here to send me exploring ruins again, are you? President Feng shook his head with a smile. Of course not. Shi Yu suddenly realized. I get it. You're here to talk about cultivation resources. Yes and no. President Feng replied mysteriously. There's something even more important. Moments later, the two were seated in the living room, with Shi Yu offering President Feng a cup of goji berry tea. So, President Feng, what's the important matter? Shi Yu asked curiously. President Feng took a sip of the tea and praised. This has a nice flavor. Shi Yu felt a bit proud, but he was more concerned about the purpose of President Feng's visit. President Feng began to explain. This relates to our country's relics law. According to the law, since this relic appeared in Pingxing, we have the priority to explore it. However, if we can't crack the relic and gain control within a certain time frame, the exploration rights will gradually open to surrounding cities. Shi Yu nodded to show his understanding. President Feng continued, for instance, in a month, if we haven't cracked the relic, other districts in Icefield City can also begin their exploration. He sighed. Given our current progress, other Beast Tamer associations don't believe Pingxing can independently crack the relic, so they've already started preparing. Hearing this, Shi Yu felt a quiet determination. He thought about the box of supplements and figured the relic would be conquered long before a month was up. But he kept this to himself and continued nodding. President Feng went on. After you left the day before yesterday, I reported the data from the 4th and 5th stages of the relic. The situation in those stages shocked other association presidents, who think it's too difficult for trainee Beast Tamers. But difficult or not, it has to be overcome, which is why Icefield City has decided to activate the Sacred Spring. The Sacred Spring? What's that? Shi Yu asked with interest. President Feng explained, it's a sacred site in Icefield City for nurturing pet beasts, a fixed resource. When pet beasts soak and absorb the power of the Sacred Spring, they can be completely transformed. He elaborated, pet beast levels are divided into growth levels and species levels, the latter representing potential. Why is potential greater with higher species levels? Why are they stronger at the same growth level? Apart from species skills, it's mainly because high-species pet beasts have a higher life level, reflected in their formidable physique and abundant stamina. Shi Yu listened intently, filled with anticipation for the challenges and opportunities ahead. President Feng's words caught Shi Yu's attention. He explained that with the same level of growth and skills, a pet beast of an extraordinary species might exhaust its energy after 10 uses, whereas a leader-level species could manage 15 uses. This is the advantage of species. Although the spring water of the Sacred Spring cannot enhance a pet beast's growth level, it can improve its physical condition, unlock potential, and even elevate its life tier. It's a rare resource that can potentially upgrade a pet beast's species level and evolutionary potential. President Feng gave an example, saying that Shi Yu's iron-eating beast originally exhausted its energy after 10 uses of Thunder Palm, but after being baptized by the Sacred Spring, its energy limit would greatly increase, allowing it to use the skill more than 10 times without a problem. Do you understand its value now? President Feng asked. Consider this opportunity as a super training session for challenging the 4th and 5th levels of the relic. He added that the Sacred Spring is most effective on pet beasts in the awakening stage, with lower species levels seeing the best results. There have even been instances where pet beasts evolved after bathing in the spring, hence its nickname, the evolutionary Sacred Spring. However, such occurrences depend on luck. Shi Yu was visibly taken aback. This was exactly what he needed. The biggest drawback of 11 was that it had too many powerful skills but insufficient energy to use them all. Increasing its growth level to boost energy was not something that could be achieved overnight. If the Sacred Spring could increase the energy limit, it would significantly improve their chances of succeeding in the relic. As for evolution, he didn't dare to hope that 11 would evolve just by soaking in the spring. What do you mean? Shi Yu asked further. President Feng explained that to prepare Beast Tamers in various cities for the 4th and 5th levels, each of the 9 districts in Icefield City has been allocated a recommendation slot for using the Sacred Spring. The Pingxing Beast Tamer Association plans to recommend Shi Yu as he is currently the strongest apprentice beast tamer in Pingqing. Rest assured, besides this slot, the Pingqing Association will not skimp on other nurturing resources for you, President Feng assured. Shi Yu was truly grateful for the generosity of the Pingqing Association. Not only did they initially allow him to take out a loan to buy a pet beast, but now they were also providing him with so many resources. He started to smile, but his expression quickly changed with President Feng's next words. However, President Feng cautioned, the sacred spring in Icefield City regenerates very slowly, and its effects diminish with repeated use. Therefore, only one pet beast can enter at a time, and the first to use it will definitely experience the best effects. You will likely face competition for the order of entry, so be prepared. Shi Yu's gaze sharpened. Competing to soak in a hot spring? He thought, everything seems to be a competition these days. However, if it's all among apprentices, he should be able to win easily, right? Another book is about to hit the shelves, and the author's emotions are like a roller coaster ride. This is his third book, an original beast-taming novel, distinct from his previous two fanfiction works. Transitioning from fanfiction to original content, the writing process has been fraught with challenges and uncertainties. He fluctuates between excitement and anxiety, constantly pondering whether this niche beast-taming story can achieve success. The author takes a deep breath and silently prays. He hopes that readers who love beast-taming stories will support him and help elevate the popularity of this genre. He even imagines a future where more exceptional beast-taming novels will emerge. With this hope in mind, he softly murmurs, restoring the glory of beast taming is a duty we cannot shirk. Reflecting on the creative process, the author feels deeply grateful for the help of his editor, Hui Yi. Hui Yi's professional skills are outstanding, and she is both patient and considerate. Whenever the author falls into a negative mood, Hui Yi is always there to provide timely encouragement. From the book's inception to its release, Hui Yi has been a guiding presence, her high level of professionalism truly admirable. The author can't help but admire her in his heart. Such a capable, patient, and considerate editor with great looks is a blessing for both new and experienced authors. Next, the author begins to recall the authors who supported him with chapter recommendations. The list is long, including prominent figures like, starting from the Red Moon, Heishan Lao Gui, and The Naming of the Night, among dozens of others. Each name fills the author with gratitude, and he silently notes this camaraderie, resolving to work even harder in the future to repay this support. Finally, the author once again calls out to his readers, hoping they will support the initial release. His voice is filled with anticipation and nervousness. Charge ahead! With this rallying cry, the new book is set to embark on a brand new adventure. How much time do we have? Shi Yu asked quickly, a glint of shrewdness in his eyes. His mind was already calculating how to make the most of this opportunity. President Feng paused for a moment before replying. About a week. We need to give other associations enough time to select their candidates. Shi Yu nodded, a plan forming in his mind. He decided to enjoy a hot spring first before tackling the ruins. After all, if he cleared the ruins too early and the holy spring in Bingyuan City wasn't activated yet, he would lose out. However, he thought, if the ruins were really important and he managed to conquer them, he could enjoy the holy spring as long as he wanted, until his skin wrinkled. President Feng continued, to be honest, I'm not sure what kind of beast masters they'll bring in. His tone carried a hint of uncertainty. Even though Shi Yu's talent was extraordinary, there was always the possibility of someone with a powerful lineage contracting a high-ranking pet beast from the start, which could complicate things. President Feng hadn't kept up with the newcomers from other districts for a while, and wasn't clear on the latest developments. He only knew that Chenggong wasn't even the best in their school, just among the top. However, he reassured himself, the holy spring's value lies in absorption efficiency. Even if you're not the first to use it, the effect might not be any less. So, I have a week to prepare, Shi Yu concluded, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. President Feng nodded in confirmation. Yes, make sure you prepare well. The Pingqing Association will allocate 1 million yuan in cash resources to you. If you need anything further, just apply. As he spoke, he sipped from a cup of goji berry tea. 1 million. Shi Yu's eyes lit up. It wasn't an astronomical sum, but it was enough to cover his recent expenses on supplements. All right, Shi Yu replied succinctly. President Feng set down his cup and stood up. I won't disturb you any longer. It's a pity old Lin isn't around. Otherwise, he could give you some guidance. Although I've never raised an iron eater, if you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Shi Yu thanked him politely, thinking that while he didn't need guidance, seeing all of President Feng's pet beasts would be quite an eye-opener. After seeing President Feng off, Shi Yu stood in the courtyard, deep in thought. A week's time was enough for him to enhance his skills. To ensure 11 could soak in the holy spring, he decided to train intensively. Over the next week, Shi Yu's life became monotonous yet busy. Apart from occasional visits to the Bamboo Stone Martial Arts Hall, he mostly stayed home, focusing on rigorous training. At the hall, He learned that Master Lin Hongyan and Senior Lin Xiuzhu were not in pinching. The former was on a mission, and the latter had returned to her alma mater for some matters. This explained why no one had approached him about his mastery of combination techniques. With no familiar faces around, Shi Yu's life became dull, but he devoted himself entirely to training. In the blink of an eye, the week passed. 11's attributes underwent a dramatic transformation. Name: Iron Eater. Attribute: Metal. Growth level: Awakening level 7. Skills: Harden Mastery 4. Thunder Palm Mastery. High-Speed Healing Mastery. Supervision Mastery. Intimidation Mastery. Absolute Sleep Proficiency. Multiplication Proficiency. This impressive stats panel clearly demonstrated the results of Shi Yu's efforts over the week. Compared to a week ago, 11 had made significant advancements in 4 skills: high-speed healing, supervision, intimidation, and multiplication. The mastery level of high-speed healing truly embodied the term high-speed, allowing injuries to heal instantly as long as energy was sufficient. Mastery and supervision enabled 360-degree detection without blind spots, even easily seeing through illusions of the same level. The intimidation skill reached mastery level, making it 11's only advanced skill at this level. Though they hadn't had a chance to test its limits, Shi Yu and 11 estimated that even opponents at awakening level 10 might not withstand it. The proficiency level of the multiplication skill allowed 11 to shrink to 25 centimeters tall. Although this reduced its combat power, it significantly increased its cuteness, making it easy to carry around. Looking at 11's new attributes, Shi Yu couldn't help but smile with confidence. They were well prepared for the upcoming challenge. In its augmented state, Shi Yu, the originally one-metertall panda, can transform into a formidable giant beast, with an astonishing increase in strength. However, this form consumes a significant amount of energy, and with Shi Yu's current capabilities, it is impossible to maintain it for long periods, making it unsuitable for actual combat. Ultimately, it's a matter of insufficient energy reserves. Shi Yu secretly hopes that the upcoming trip to the sacred spring will help improve Shi Yu's energy deficiency. August 16th, the day to set off for the sacred spring located in the southern district of Binyuan City, arrived as planned. Early in the morning, President Feng personally drove to pick up Shi Yu, and the two of them headed to their destination together. In the car, President Feng glanced at Shi Yu through the rearview mirror, frowning slightly. "How have you been resting?" he asked, his tone tinged with concern. After a week, Shi Yu's mental state seemed less than ideal. Could it be that the boy had been training hard all week because of his words? Feeling both touched and relieved, President Feng thought to himself, "This is what a true genius looks like." If Pingqing had more talented and diligent beast tamers like him, the city's development would be worry-free. "Not bad," Shi Yu replied succinctly, giving a thumbs up. He then opened the car door and settled into the back seat. President Feng sat in the front passenger seat, while his female secretary drove. Being a president must be nice, Shi Yu mused silently. Sensing Shi Yu might be a bit nervous, President Feng offered some reassurance. "There's no need to be nervous. With your talent and strength, you'd be considered elite even in large cities. The newcomers from other districts competing for the Evolution Sacred Spring might not even be as outstanding as you." Shi Yu confidently responded, "I'm not nervous. They're the ones who should be worried." Both President Feng and his secretary were momentarily taken aback, thinking, "Wow, that's quite the confidence." Before noon, the group arrived in the southern district of Binyuan City. As an urban area, its level of development was noticeably higher than Pingqing's outskirts. Coincidentally, Shi Yu's school and internship site were both located in this district. The grand and imposing architecture of the Southern District's Beast Tamer Association was familiar to Shi Yu. Given the distance from Pingqing, by the time they arrived, the presidents and representatives from the other 8 districts had already gathered. At this moment, the association had become a hub for the elite and newcomers of Binyuan City. Suddenly, Shi Yu remembered something. Shi Yu seemed to particularly enjoy challenging these so-called elites. Upon arriving at the South City Association, Shi Yu and his companions were warmly welcomed. Mr. Sun, the association president, a rosy-cheeked, stout middle-aged man, greeted them with a broad smile. "Old Feng, you finally made it," President Sun exclaimed enthusiastically, then turned his gaze towards Shi Yu, who stood beside President Feng. "Is this the genius from Pingqing who conquered 4 of the relics trials? Impressive indeed." President Feng introduced him with a smile. His name is Shi Yu, while secretly hoping that his counterpart would face some setbacks later. Although on the surface, this meeting was about sharing the sacred spring resources, it was actually an undercover relic race. Other districts hadn't expected Pingqing to successfully explore the relics independently, which is why they decided to open the sacred spring. This competition for entry into the sacred spring was undoubtedly an opportunity for each president to assess which district's newcomers were the strongest. In some ways, this ranking foreshadowed the future relic exploration progress of each district. Shi Yu greeted politely, "Hello, President Sun." Thinking that this president had good taste for recognizing his good looks, President Sun chuckled, Good, good. Let's head to the hall. There's a welcome banquet prepared there. Let's eat and rest well before discussing the sacred spring matters. In the banquet hall, other association presidents and newcomer representatives had already gathered. The presidents greeted President Feng warmly with cries of old Feng, while the apprentice beastmasters, all under 20, focused their attention on the handsome Shi Yu. The representative from Pingxing reportedly solved 4 out of 6 sections of the Pingxing relics. The young ones mused. He seems like a good benchmark for combat strength, a way to gauge what level we might be at when entering the relics. Though unspoken, each newcomer, and even other association presidents, viewed Shi Yu this way. As the fortunate local of Pingxing who first accessed the relics and achieved commendable progress without fully conquering them, Shi Yu had become the ideal reference point for combat prowess. At this moment, if the other 8 district representatives had to choose the opponent they most wanted to face, it would undoubtedly be Shi Yu. Shi Yu, meanwhile, was quietly observing the others. 8 youths around 20 years old, 6 males and 2 females, all seemed formidable, likely stronger than Chenggong, he speculated. He hoped these opponents would allow him to showcase his abilities, making his hard training worthwhile. President Feng began introducing Shi Yu to the other presidents, who in turn introduced their newcomer representatives. However, these basic introductions only included names, providing little valuable information. Soon, everyone's attention shifted to the buffet. After the long journey and having eaten little in the morning, Shi Yu was indeed hungry. Before long, everyone started enjoying the food. Shi Yu noticed that Easterners shared a trait with his compatriots. They enjoyed chatting while eating. The 9 young district representatives seemed a bit reserved due to the presence of many bigwigs, but the 9 association presidents were enthusiastically discussing the order of entry into the sacred spring as they dined. President Sun of the South City Association suggested, to be fair, why not have them take turns in battles and decide the order of entry into the sacred spring based on points? Our association can provide recovery items and healing beasts to ensure they're at their best for each match. A lean association president shook his head. Wouldn't that take too long? 9 people taking turns in battles, when would that end? Clearly impatient, his words resonated with the others. While the association presidents were curious about their representatives' abilities, as master-level beastmasters, they weren't too interested in watching endless newcomer matches. They cared more about the outcome than the process. The lean president continued, how about this? We use a king of the hill format. Whoever wants to enter first can defend the stage, and those who disagree can challenge them. This way, everyone has a chance, and we can cut down on unnecessary battles. The implication was clear. Those confident in their strength should defend the stage, and after a few matches, those who recognize their limitations would understand the skill gap. Instead of wasting time on meaningless battles, it's better to simply forfeit the challenge. This way, you can avoid many unnecessary fights. After saying this, Shi Yu glanced at his association's representativia, short-haired young man in a white combat suit. Confidence flashed in his eyes, clearly showing his trust in the newcomer's abilities. That works. The lean president's suggestion was quickly supported by the other presidents. A tournament sounds good, President Sun added. So, who will defend the platform first? As soon as he finished speaking, the newcomers exchanged glances, looking a bit shy. Even if they were confident in their abilities, being the first to step up and defend the platform was quite nerve-wracking. Just as everyone was hesitating, Shi Yu put down his fork and swallowed the last bite of his steak. He looked up and said, I'll do it. I'll be the first to defend the platform. This move immediately drew everyone's attention. President Feng was momentarily surprised, then smiled and said, You've got guts, kid. The other association presidents and newcomer representatives also showed surprise, thinking to themselves, this combat unit really knows what they're doing. Having Shi Yu, the only one who had entered the ruins, defend the platform was indeed fitting. With him as a benchmark, everyone could roughly gauge their own ability to explore the ruins. Good, you're brave. The association presidents praised Shi Yu, then turned to their own talented members. Learn from him. Of course, these words carried a hint of politeness, as everyone was eagerly anticipating the afternoon battles. Time flew by, and everyone quickly finished their lunch. Being very busy people, the presidents wanted to see the results as soon as possible. So, after a short break, the competition officially began. In the afternoon, everyone gathered in a gymnasium-sized arena within the Beastmaster Association complex in the Southern District. At the center of the venue stood a stone platform, surrounded by elevated spectator seats. Let's just start. No referees needed, someone suggested. The 9 master-level Beastmasters present were more than capable of overseeing the event without additional referees. As the defender, Shi Yu was the first to step onto the platform. Although the audience was sparse, each member was a heavyweight, the top Beastmasters of Icefield City. Despite the formidable lineup, Shi Yu appeared calm and composed. The newcomers were not completely unfamiliar with Shi Yu. They knew that this top apprentice Beastmaster from Pingxing had already passed the 4th level of the ruins, defeating 50 ice-type fierce beasts. Such prowess undoubtedly put a lot of pressure on them. If they couldn't even defeat this combat unit, what hope did they have of passing higher-level challenges? Thus, everyone was determined to defeat Shi Yu decisively and prove their own strength. Then, they aimed to undergo the sacred spring's blessing, conquer the ruins, and soar to new heights. Who will challenge first? The president's eyes turned to the newcomer representatives beside them. I will. A young man in a white combat suit stood up next to the lean president who first suggested the tournament. Let's go first. Bai Qi, just perform as usual, the lean president encouraged with a smile. Yes, the young man named Bai Qi nodded in response. The other association presidents were indifferent. Go ahead, it's a tournament, it doesn't matter who goes first. After saying this, their eyes collectively focused on Bai Qi. Bai Qi was not a stranger to those present. This young man from the Baiyuan district of Icefield City had a father who was a master-level beastmaster, making him a true second-generation beastmaster. It's worth noting that even the daughter of master-level beastmaster Lin Hongyan could pass the professional assessment at 18 with just a mid-tier species iron-eating beast. This shows how impressive the abilities of these second-generation beastmasters are. Clearly, as the biological son, Bai Qi's training was even more rigorous than that of a nephew like Chen Gong. Bai Qi slowly descended from the stands and stood opposite Shi Yu. In an instant, all attention, from both the veterans and newcomers, was focused on these two individuals. The battle was about to begin. In the arena of the South District Association, two figures stood on the stage, Shi Yu and Bai Qi. They exchanged glances and nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Shi Yu was the first to speak. Let's release our beasts together. Sure, Bai Qi replied succinctly. In the next moment, the field rippled as two large, transparent formations appeared before them. With a high-pitched chirp and a soft eep, two beasts emerged simultaneously. On Bai Qi's side, a nearly 2-meter-tall bird-like beast soared into the air. It was muscular, with golden-brown feathers glistening in the sunlight and sharp eyes scanning the arena. This beast, named Skywing Predator, belonged to the wind element, a high-level extraordinary species, with skills like wind wings, ripping claw, supervision, and windblade. It let out a long cry towards the sky, surrounded by swirling winds, exuding the aura of a sky ruler. Opposite it, Shi Yu summoned a small, stout creature barely over a meter-tall Iron Eater 11. Upon seeing its opponent, 11 was initially stunned, then pondered, isn't this the same type of bird as the one that delivers packages? Can I lose to a delivery bird? No way. Its gaze was adorably fierce, and it let out an excited eep at the thought of battling a flying beast for the first time. The spectators began to murmur. Most were in awe of Skywing Predator, believing that at the awakening level, its agile flight was a huge advantage. In contrast, Shi Yu's Iron Eater left many puzzled. It appeared too small, not at all like a high-grade beast. Several association presidents exchanged looks, glancing at President Feng with curiosity. How did this little Iron Eater pass the 4 trials of the ruins? President Feng signaled them to keep watching, though he too was concerned about Shi Yu's ability to handle a flying beast. Bai Qi also noticed 11's peculiarity and directly asked, what level is your Iron Eater at? Level 7, Shi Yu replied calmly. His answer brought silence to the audience, and Bai Qi's expression twitched. Then how did you pass the 4 trials of the ruins? Weren't there supposed to be leader-class beasts and small-scale beast tides? Indeed, Shi Yu smiled slightly and countered. So, how many trials do you think your Skywing Predator could pass? Probably, it would stumble at the 4th trial, Shi Yu analyzed seriously. Hearing this, Bai Qi chuckled, thinking, could this Iron Eater really surpass his Skywing Predator? Even with special training or mastered racial skills, overcoming the aerial advantage seemed unlikely. Let's begin. Accept your fate. Bai Qi's expression turned serious. Immediately, Skywing Predator's wings glowed with a bluish hue as fierce winds whipped around it. This bluish energy aura was the mark of mastered wind wings, drawing the attention of the association presidents present. Mastered wind wings indicated that Skywing Predator's speed would be terrifyingly fast, causing some rookie representatives to grow even more anxious. The speed alone was terrifying, but coupled with the ability to lock onto targets swiftly with super sight, 2 powerful attack skills, and the ability to fly, how could anyone possibly fight against that? In the stands, the crowd murmured in hushed tones, their eyes glued to the seemingly weak iron-eating beast in the center of the arena. Even the seasoned master-level Beast Tamers were deep in thought, unable to fathom how the iron-eating beast could contend with such an overwhelmingly superior opponent. President Feng, who knew a bit about Shi Yu's background, couldn't help but frown, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes. Can Shi Yu's iron-eating beast handle this? He pondered silently. It should be possible, right? Just then, a sharp cry pierced the sky. Chirp! All eyes were drawn upwards. The Skywing spread its wings wide, initiating a diving attack. It opted for the more lethal ripping claw over the wind blade. This simple yet effective combo perfectly showcased the Skywing's speed and power advantage. With a flash of white light, The skywing swooped down toward the iron-eating beast like a meteor. The audience held their breath, some even instinctively closing their eyes, convinced that the iron-eating beast's hardening skill wouldn't withstand such a fierce attack. However, at that critical moment, the atmosphere in the arena subtly shifted. Bai Qi instinctively sensed something was amiss. His whole body began to tremble uncontrollably, and even the diving skywing seemed affected, its attack noticeably faltering. An overwhelming aura erupted from the iron-eating beast. It slowly raised its head, locking eyes with its incoming adversary. Boom! It was as if an invisible wave burst forth from the iron-eating beast. The air vibrated violently, forming a visible transparent tide. The terrifying intimidation wave swept across the arena like a storm. Buzz! In midair, the skywing shuddered as if struck by lightning, its eyes losing focus, and all its strength seemed to drain away, causing it to plummet straight to the ground. Bang! The skywing crashed heavily onto the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Bai Qi's expression shifted from shock to disbelief, finally settling into despair. Shi Yu, aiming for a quick victory, had unleashed his trump card right from the start. I've settled it. Do as you please. This simple statement brimmed with unparalleled confidence. In the stands, all the master-level Beast Tamers stood up in unison, their faces etched with incredulity. Royal aura, mastery of intimidation. How is this possible? They exclaimed in unison, their voices filled with shock and disbelief. Is this intimidation? A skill only mastered by king-level creatures? The eyes of the many association presidents were filled with shock, their minds a whirlwind of disbelief. They stared intently at the plundering wing, which had lost its combat ability in an instant, their mouths agape in unison. This can't be possible. This isn't logical. This defies science. The presidents' minds were in turmoil, desperately denying the reality before them. As master-level beast tamers, they understood the implications. While a pet beast that grows to a king level would inevitably awaken intimidation, the problem was that this iron-eating beast had only just awakened to level 7. If Shi Yu were a king-level species cub, they might have accepted it. But the crucial point was that the iron-eating beast species level is only mid-level extraordinary. The presence of an intimidation skill in such a creature left them wide-eyed and incredulous. Moreover, this was no ordinary intimidation. Even a proficient-level intimidation couldn't exhibit such overwhelming power. Intimidation taking physical form and impacting a wide area indiscriminately is referred to as a king's aura in the beast-taming field. Even king-level creatures require considerable talent to master such an advanced intimidation ability. Yet, this ability appeared in the hands of an apprentice beast tamer. The other association presidents all turned their gaze towards President Feng, who appeared bewildered and shocked. President Feng seemed to be saying, if I said I just found out too, would you believe me? Clearly, no one believed him. They once again scrutinized the seemingly ordinary little iron-eating beast with incredulous eyes. This level of talent was destined for a king-level existence. On the other side, witnessing the plundering wing being defeated in an instant left all the apprentice newcomers dumbfounded, unable to comprehend what had happened. They roared inwardly, how can a pet beast in the awakening phase awaken the intimidation skill? Even if it was exceptionally gifted and awakened early, it should be after reaching the commander level. Awakening level, is this even reasonable? However, the most surprised and stunned of all was Bai Qi, the beast tamer of Plundering Wing. He was completely dumbfounded, his mind blank, unable to process the situation. Lost? Defeated before it even started? Bai Qi muttered to himself, unable to grasp the situation before him. Shi Yu silently thought, I misjudged. A proficient-level wind wing might pass the 4th stage. This thought completely shattered Bai Qi's mental defense, nearly causing him to black out. Monster! He roared inwardly. This apprentice beast tamer and that innocent-looking iron-eating beast are absolute monsters. Bai Qi stumbled back to the audience seats, completely unaware of how he got there. With Shi Yu's effortless victory in the first match, securing the defense, everyone fell into silence. They couldn't understand how an apprentice beast tamer's ordinary pet beast not only awakened the intimidation skill but elevated it to a proficient level. Even more perplexing was that with such a powerful intimidation skill, it still couldn't pass the 5 stages of the relic? Just how difficult is this relic? The hearts of many apprentice newcomers began to waver and retreat. They couldn't imagine defeating the plundering wing in an instant, and at this moment, Shi Yu seemed invincible to them. Is there anyone else who wants to challenge? On the stage, Shi Yu tossed a small fruit to Shi Yu to restore its stamina and looked at the other 7 beast tamers, his voice piercing the silence. The 7 instinctively clenched their fists, but none dared to step forward. Most had lost confidence in defeating Shi Yu. The association presidents watching the silent newcomer section also wore complex expressions. They too didn't believe anyone could defeat this iron-eating beast with a proficient level intimidation. strength that might even contend with extraordinary level creatures. I'll give it a try. However, a warrior eventually stepped forward. A short-haired, quiet girl stood up, took a deep breath, her eyes shining with determination. As she rose, all eyes focused on her. Jingyin. In the audience, President's son from the Southern District looked at the girl, a member of their association. Su Jingyin, spirit communicator. Nice to meet you. The short-haired, quiet girl introduced herself as she took the stage. She hailed from a family of spirit communicators in the city. Spirit communicator. This title caught everyone's attention. A spirit communicator is a special branch of beast tamers, and those who identify themselves this way usually contract with spirit-type pet beasts. After speaking, the girl began summoning her pet beast. With a gust of oppressive wind, a pure black, reed-eyed spirit cat slowly emerged from the summoning array. Name: Nethercat. Attributes: spirit type, psychic type. Species level: high level extraordinary. Species skills: soul reaping claw, illusion technique, spirit concealment. With the appearance of the Nethercat, the association presidents were slightly taken aback. This was a rare dual-type spirit pet beast. The rarity of this pet beast surpasses even the wing of the sky. Around the arena, the presidents from the 4 major city districts and the suburbs watched intently, quietly assessing the situation before them. The suburban leaders sighed inwardly, acknowledging the significant gap between their resources and those of the city representatives in nurturing talent. As the spirit summoner Su Jingyin took the stage, the audience erupted into chatter. Just moments ago, they were worried whether Shi Yu's small iron-eating beast could withstand the opponent's attack. Now, they were speculating whether the opponent could endure the intimidating presence of the iron-eating beast. The intimidate skill targets the mental aspect. If the pet beast specializes in the mental type, there might be a chance to withstand it, someone in the crowd analyzed. On the arena, Shi Yu gave a slight nod to the cute girl in the black dress before him. She's quite adorable, but a fight's a fight, he thought to himself. The battle was about to begin. Su Jingyin focused intently and quickly gave her command. You, invisibility, illusion. Before her voice faded, the giant black spirit cat's figure turned translucent and vanished from the arena. Invisibility, as a low-level necromancy skill, allows one to erase their presence and enter a hidden state. Illusion, a high-level mental skill, creates illusions that interfere with perception. After entering the invisibility state, the Nethercat used illusionary tactics to aid its concealment and disrupt Eleven's sight, making its presence hard to detect. The observing Beastmasters quickly discerned Su Jingyin's combat style. It seems she's planning to use the hidden state to apply the Soul-Snatching Claw curse. The Soul-Snatching Claw, a necromancy skill, attacks the soul and curses the enemy, gradually eroding them until near death. However, many experts speculated that if the iron-eating beast used Intimidate again, even if the Nethercat could withstand it, its hidden state would inevitably be compromised. This showdown was likely to become a mental battle. Unexpectedly, Eleven did not use Intimidate again. It was intrigued by this first encounter with a necromancy pet beast and decided to test the upgraded effect of its skills. Intermediate skill, proficiency level supervision, activate. Shi Yu decisively ordered, harden, thunder palm. In an instant, everything in Eleven's view seemed to slow down. It sharply detected a faint outline slowly approaching it was the invisible Nethercat. The proficiency level supervision broke through the effects of invisibility and illusion. Eleven's right hand instantly turned metallic, followed by a burst of blue-white high-intensity electric current in its palm, as if forming a thunderous arm guard. The thunder's might was overwhelming, illuminating the entire arena, with the surging current enveloping Eleven in lightning. This scene left everyone present in shock. Proficiency level Thunder Palm, at least proficiency level Harden, otherwise it couldn't form a combo skill. This is the Bamboo Stone Martial Arts School's signature technique. How could this iron-eating beast master it? The presidents exclaimed. Despite the previous setup of Intimidate, this combo skill was still hard for them to believe. While everyone was still in awe, Eleven suddenly swung its arm, delivering a powerful blow to the right. Bang! A figure suddenly appeared in Madeira giant spirit cat, comparable in size to a tiger or leopard, leaping with claws extended. It turned out Su Jingyin, seeing that the opponent hadn't used Intimidate, opted for a quick stealth attack. However, this scene mercilessly revealed a fact. Every move of the Nethercat in its hidden state was under Shi Yu and the iron-eating beast's control. Eleven remained stationary, merely swinging its arm, and the thunderous palm guard struck the Nethercat in midair. Meow! The Nethercat let out a painful cry. Its spirit body caved in instantly, entangled by lightning, and after a midair explosion, it crashed heavily to the ground, smoke rising. Su Jingyin's expression froze, as if her heart had been gripped tightly. She looked on in disbelief, muttering, Why? Why does the iron-eating beast know the Nethercat's location? How is this possible? Shi Yu calmly stated. You lost. Stealth is useless. 11 glanced at the fallen nether cat, seemingly disappointed. Roar so weak. New species opponents are so dull. Su Jingyi nearly fainted from regret, lamenting. I should never have come up to challenge. Even if she had been instantly defeated by Intimidate, she wouldn't have felt as frustrated. At this moment, not only was the rookie Su Jingyi baffled, but even the master-level beast masters were puzzled. Because supervision didn't visibly manifest, they couldn't comprehend what had just happened. President Sun was dumbfounded, and the other presidents turned their gaze to President Feng, asking in unison, what's happening? It looks like it's using some kind of X-ray vision cheat. President Feng remained silent for a long time, secretly marveling. Proficiency level Thunder Palm, and that terrifying combat awareness. Even more outrageous than during the fight with Qinggong? Could it be that Shi Yu held back then, thinking Qinggong wasn't worth his full effort? If I say this iron-eating beast just has outstanding combat awareness, would you believe it? President Feng tentatively asked. The other presidents cursed inwardly. What a joke! Could a 7th-level iron-eating beast's combat awareness be so terrifying as to one-punch a doubly concealed necromancy beast? However, considering this little iron-eating beast possesses king-level potential, they couldn't help but tremble. Where on earth did Lin Hongyan find such a prodigy? Following the defeat of Bai Qi and Su Jingyin, the remaining 6 new representatives fell silent. The prowess displayed by Shi Yu and 11 left them in awe. The image of the level 7 iron-eating beast effortlessly defeating its opponent with its master-level intimidation was still fresh in their minds. No one wanted to be the next to fall like a fool. The atmosphere in the venue was tense, yet President Feng was grinning from ear to ear. He glanced around and deliberately asked, is there no one among our new recruits in Bingyuan City who has contracted a leader-class pet beast? Has no one broken through to the extraordinary level with their beast in a level 1 beast space? These words were like pouring oil on the fire. The other association presidents looked furious, wishing they could punch President Feng. They knew full well that these recruits were already the cream of the crop. How could there be anyone better? Damn it. Where did this old fox Feng find such a monstrous newcomer? President Feng was secretly delighted. He hadn't done anything, yet Pingxing produced a talent who could be considered the strongest newcomer in Bingyuan City. It was like a pie falling from the sky. However, he quickly realized that a small place like Pingxing might not be able to keep Shi Yu, so he had to seize the opportunity to invest more. Shi Yu noticed that no one else was stepping up to challenge him and realized his task was complete. 11 was still on the field, looking around aimlessly, clearly not satisfied yet. Shi Yu thought to himself, if it were before the enhancements, these opponents might have stood a chance. But now, with 11 aiming for a 1 vs 100 goal, these peers simply couldn't measure up. Does this count as successfully defending the challenge? Shi Yu turned to the presidents and asked. Aside from President Feng, the other presidents were increasingly displeased. They had hoped to use the Holy Spring to cultivate the talents from their respective districts, but instead, it ended up benefiting Pingxing. They even began to worry that Shi Yu might clear the relic challenge in a month. The more they thought about it, the more frustrated they became, looking at their own association's newcomers with a sense of helplessness. Of course, it's a success. President Feng replied with a smile. You all continue. I'm taking Shi Yu over there now. With that, he grabbed Shi Yu and started to leave. Shi Yu was caught off guard. He had wanted to observe more of the other talent's pet beasts and even considered asking the girl with the impressive illusion technique for her contact information. But with President Feng pulling him away, he felt like he was missing out on a million potential skills. Old Feng, this isn't over yet. When we get back, you have to let me check out your pet beast. Shi Yu said resolutely, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. He continued, the sooner we use the sacred spring, the sooner we can reap the benefits. As for unraveling the relic, I'll leave it to you. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, Shi Yu asked, by the way, the method you mentioned for cracking the 5th level is it mastering intimidation? President Feng nodded. Yes. Shi Yu's calm response left President Feng with furrowed brows, filled with doubt. I mean, President Feng couldn't help but press further. Do you even know what mastering intimidation means? What's the deal with this little iron-eating beast of yours? Even old Lin Hongyan couldn't pull off something like this. Shi Yu, who exactly are you? Shi Yu gave a nonchalant smile, answering as they walked, oh, just a beast tamer with an interest in archaeology. The two of them made their way through the dense forest and arrived at the special conservation area where the evolution's sacred spring was located. Surprisingly, there wasn't a single beast tamer guarding the place, not even a living creature in sight. Shi Yu felt puzzled, but soon found the answer. President Feng stopped and addressed an ancient tree in front of them. Ancient tree, as per our agreement, this is the beast tamer who will be the first to use the sacred spring this time. As soon as he finished speaking, a pair of green eyes opened in the center of the tree. Shi Yu watched in amazement as President Feng explained. Shi Yu, this is the guardian of the evolution sacred spring, the ancient tree monarch. the pet beast of a late senior from Arbingyuan City, and one of the city's current protectors, a king-level life form. Shi Yu was taken aback, instantly understanding why no beast tamers were needed to guard this place. Suddenly, a long branch extended from the forest, reaching Shi Yu. President Feng advised, Shi Yu, let the ancient tree guide you. Make sure to hold onto the branch, or you might get lost. Shi Yu instinctively grabbed the branch, and at that moment, his skill index reacted. After assessing the situation, Shi Yu couldn't help but tremble. Skill index display. Confirmed skill acquired. Plant control. Skill level. Super. Description. A wood element skill granting absolute control over natural plants, the ability to manipulate plant growth, enhance plant quality, and be the sovereign of plants. Status. No teaching subject available. Shi Yu was astounded, realizing he might have stumbled upon a rare opportunity. Shi Yu followed the guidance of the branches, his heart racing with excitement. His eyes focused on the incredible advanced skill, and he couldn't help but marvel. The greatest reward from this adventure might not be the evolution spring, but this astonishing plant control ability. The advanced skill casually demonstrated by the life ancient tree king delighted Shi Yu immensely. As he studied the skill's effects, he became increasingly aware of its power. The ability to control plants was impressive enough, but even more thrilling was the potential to accelerate plant growth and enhance their quality. Shi Yu imagined countless possibilities, instantly transforming saplings into towering trees, or even upgrading ordinary plants into spirit plants. He even dared to wonder if this ability could help plant-based pet beasts unlock their potential. However, amidst his excitement, practical concerns surfaced. Could 11 and the green silkworm adapt to such a powerful skill? Should he consider contracting a plant-based pet beast in the future? More worryingly, if a high-level skill required a week of recovery, what would be the cost of using an advanced skill? Just as Shi Yu was lost in thought, a gentle female voice interrupted him. It turned out the life ancient tree king was a big sister. Startled, Shi Yu quickly nodded in gratitude. Coming back to his senses, Shi Yu found himself by the spring. Before him, clear water gushed from the rocks, exuding a rich aura of life. Though small, the spring was teeming with vitality. Shi Yu took a deep breath of fresh air and summoned 11. The little creature emerged from the summoning array with an excited expression, immediately drawn to the fragrant spring, drooling at the sight. 11. This is the evolution spring. You can go in, but you must not drink it. Shi Yu cautioned seriously, you can only absorb it through soaking. Drinking it will harm your body. Understand? Hearing that it couldn't drink, 11 pouted, looking a bit disappointed. It hesitated for a moment and pointed at Shi Yu, as if asking, why don't you soak instead? Shi Yu chuckled. Do you really think I would benefit more than you? If I could soak, I'd have jumped in already. It could be deadly for me. At that moment, the life ancient tree king spoke again, reminding them. Shi Yu nodded gratefully and turned to 11. See, even the life ancient tree king says so. Stop hesitating and get in. Despite its reluctance, 11 obediently jumped into the spring with a splash, water droplets flying everywhere. The little creature widened its eyes, holding its breath, with only half of its head above the water, creating bubbles. Danger! Danger! In Shi Yu's mind, alarms were blaring as he watched the little panda, 11, almost accidentally drink the spring water. Thanks to their previous jump training, 11 reacted swiftly, though this time, its expertise nearly led to a mishap. Stay focused and absorb, Shi Yu reminded again, his tone tinged with tension. In the spring, 11 nodded immediately, closing its eyes to concentrate. Surprisingly, the evolution spring wasn't cool. Instead, it radiated warmth. Standing by the spring, Shi Yu's thoughts wandered. I wonder how efficient 11's absorption will be? He recalled President Feng's words. The absorption efficiency of evolution spring water varies among pet beasts, depending on their species, talents, and potential. Some might gain significant benefits, while others might see only slight improvements. As Shi Yu was lost in thought, 11 suddenly felt its body growing hotter in the spring. Instinctively, it used its hardening skill, but the heat didn't cause discomfort. Instead, it seemed to transport it to an unknown realm. Thump, thump, thump. 11 sensed a peculiar rhythm, as if the spring water was awakening a long-dormant power within it. As a beastmaster, Shi Yu vaguely sensed the change in 11's state. He pondered, is its blood boiling, or is its DNA altering? Don't worry, the voice of the Tree of Life King suddenly echoed. It's seeking its ancient bloodline. Ancient bloodline? Shi Yu was taken aback, puzzled. He quickly closed his eyes, attempting to deeply perceive 11's state through their mental connection. In the next moment, Shi Yu felt as if he was in another world. He saw a panda, both like and unlike 11. It was a giant panda clad in bronze armor, with an additional layer of armor over its hardened body. Apart from this, it looked like an ordinary giant panda, as if it had crafted a full body suit using a masterful hardening skill. The ancient bloodline. a lost evolutionary form. The Tree of Life King murmured, "This panda, its potential and talent are astonishing. It has directly traced the remnants of its ancient evolutionary form from a faint bloodline." Shi Yu's mind was in a whirl, suddenly thinking, "This guy looks just like the fan art of Shi Yu's panda mount I saw before. Is this the evolved form of the iron-eating beast?" As Yu snapped out of that trance, the image of that form was etched deeply in his mind. The sacred spring, also known as the evolution sacred spring, has a very small chance of enhancing a pet beast's evolutionary potential when stimulating its latent abilities. Yu hadn't held much hope, considering he'd never heard of an evolved form for the iron-eating beast. Yet, what 11 was experiencing seemed extraordinary. If that form was indeed the evolved version of the iron-eating beast, it would undoubtedly be more suited for battle. Its size far exceeded that of a typical iron-eating beast, and with its metallic armor, it seemed born for war. In contrast, the current iron-eating beast could fight, but it was clearly better at being cute. That fleeting image reminded Yu of an ancient legend from Earth. It was said that in ancient times, during the great battle between the Yellow Emperor and Shi Yu, the gods appeared and used various beasts as war pets. Among them was a creature known as the iron-eating beast, with black and white fur, clad in black armor, feeding on iron, and drinking water to quench its thirst. Its excrement could be fashioned into weapons, sharp as steel, with unparalleled combat strength. Shi Yu, the war god, had two iron-eating beasts. One was well-trained, robust, and used as his mount, equipped with various weapons and armor. The other, due to its cuteness, was kept as a pet. In the decisive battle against the Yellow Emperor, Shi Yu, in haste, mistakenly rode the pet iron-eating beast into battle. As a result, this panda caused Shi Yu to suffer a defeat, leading to his demise at the hands of Long, who was assisting the Yellow Emperor. Though this myth sounds like a humorous anecdote, it implies that the iron-eating beast held a special status. The historical truth is hard to verify, but if the iron-eating beast was indeed Shi Yu's mount, it must have been extraordinary. After all, Shi Yu was defeated, but his opponent was Yinglong, the legendary dragon god of creation, the ancestor of true dragons, and one of the four divine dragons. Yinglong not only aided the Yellow Emperor in his quest for supremacy, defeating Shi Yu and Quafu, but also helped Yu the Great control the floods, opened the Dragon Gate, and captured the demon Wu Ji, earning the title of the unrivaled war god of mythology. For the iron-eating beast to participate in such high-level battles, it must have been a mythical creature. Yu suddenly realized he was getting carried away with his thoughts and quickly stopped himself. These were two different worlds, and he shouldn't let his imagination run wild. Even if the iron-eating beast had an evolved form, its rank couldn't be much higher. A leader or king level would be the limit, and a mythical level was just wishful thinking. However, on a different note, if something as fantastical as traveling between worlds could happen, perhaps Earth's historical myths weren't that simple either? Yu pondered this, but his thoughts were interrupted by the sound of water. With a splash, the small iron-eating beast was scooped out of the evolution's sacred spring by a branch and dropped onto the ground. "It's over." The voice of the ancient tree of life reached Yu and the iron-eating beast. Yu snapped back to reality and looked at the drenched 11 with some confusion. "It's over? But it hasn't evolved yet." The evolution spring wasn't enough to make it evolve. It only activated a faint trace of its ancient bloodline. The true path to evolution is something you must discover on your own. The ancient tree of life extended another branch to lead Yu and the iron-eating beast out. Yu looked at 11 and noticed it wasn't thinking about evolution but was instinctively clenching its fists. 11 felt a transformative change, an energy surge that made it feel like even if the training intensity doubled, it would be fine. Yu shook his head with a wry smile. He had anticipated that after 11's physical enhancement, it wouldn't think about fighting longer but about being able to train more. "All right, let's get going." Yu returned 11 to the beast space, then grabbed the branch to leave the forest. It seemed he had overthought it. The evolution spring wasn't enough to evolve 11, but it brought good news. The iron-eating beast indeed had the potential to evolve, though the method was unknown. This unknown was too broad, and who knew if he'd find it in his lifetime. As Yu walked, he mused that not evolving wasn't so bad. That evolved form might look more battle-ready and imposing, but how could something so hard and bulky serve as a pillow or a bed? So, not evolving wasn't a big deal. After all, he had the skill book, and if he got lucky and taught it a few mythical abilities, who would dare underestimate the iron-eating beast in its current form? However, if it could maintain its panda form normally and transform during battles, that would be perfect. Yu couldn't help but reflect on his own greed. Moments later, they left the depths of the forest. Shi Yu stumbled back to the entrance of the forest, feeling as if he had been in another world. The dense woods stretched out like a giant maze, with intertwining branches casting dappled shadows. Without the help of those magical branches guiding his way, he might still be wandering inside. As soon as he stepped out of the forest, President Feng, who had been waiting eagerly, rushed over with eyes full of anticipation. How did it go? Did you gain anything? He asked urgently, his gaze fixed on Shi Yu's face, searching for any hints. Taking a deep breath, Shi Yu replied, "My physique has been successfully enhanced, and my stamina has increased significantly, probably doubled." His voice carried a hint of confidence and excitement. Really? President Feng's face broke into a delighted smile, clearly thrilled by the unexpected results. Shi Yu continued, "Most importantly, it seems the evolutionary potential has also been improved. The giant panda might have a chance to evolve further." At this, President Feng's expression transformed into one of utter amazement. "That's incredible." President Feng regained his composure, his eyes gleaming with wisdom. "In this area, you might want to consult Lin Hongyan and his daughter. They've been studying the evolution of giant pandas for many years. You could share some insights." He paused, then added with a chuckle, "Though I don't need to remind you, since you're right at the Bamboo Rock Martial Arts School." President Feng nodded in satisfaction. "It sounds like you've made quite the progress." He turned to the seemingly ordinary forest and sincerely said, "Thank you, ancient tree king." Although no one knew where its true form was, the entire forest was an extension or under the control of the ancient tree king. Shi Yu also bowed deeply towards the forest. "Thank you for the advanced skill." He silently vowed to master this advanced skill to perfection. However, that was a goal for the distant future. Right now, he didn't want to exhaust himself teaching an advanced skill and end up needing the whole village to bring him meals. "Where do we go next?" Shi Yu asked, still curious about the illusion technique used by the young girl. "Has the match over there finished? Should we take a look?" President Feng, however, was dismissive. "What's there to see in a trainee-level match?" He teased lightly. "Your journey lies in the professional arena." But he quickly added, "Ahem, but before that, why don't we head back to Ping City and try exploring the ruins again?" In the end, Shi Yu returned to Pingsheng with President Feng. They arrived at their destination as night fell. President Feng personally helped Shi Yu out of the car and followed him, his eyes filled with anticipation. "We have over 20 days left in the exploration period here in Pingsheng. Are you confident about passing the 5th level now?" President Feng asked, a hint of urgency in his voice. Shi Yu pondered for a moment before replying, "I am somewhat confident about the 5th level, but I'm still unsure about the 6th. No rush, let's take it step by step." President Feng squinted and smiled, pressing further. "When do you plan to explore the ruins again?" Sure, you could sense President Feng's eagerness. He knew the president wanted to conquer the ruins as soon as possible. Even if they couldn't pass the 6th level, gathering intelligence in advance would be beneficial. Then, all the Beast Tamers in Pingsheng could work together to find a solution. Ideally, they would crack the ruins within Pingsheng's exploration period, deterring other districts from coveting them. "Give me a bit more time," Shi Yu answered. "I can't specify an exact date yet, but it shouldn't be more than half a month." He already had a plan in mind. First, he needed to enhance his skills like absolute sleep and multiplication to a proficient level, while also improving 11's growth level. Currently, 11's growth level at 7 was relatively low. Recently, Shi Yu had been focused on strengthening powerful skills beyond its race, neglecting its racial skills. To quickly boost a pet beast's growth level, enhancing its racial skills is the most direct and effective method. These innate bloodline skills, once improved, significantly bolster overall growth. With 4 empty spirit stones in hand, Shi Yu was no longer worried about 11's growth rate exceeding his capacity. It was time to refocus on these low-level yet crucial racial skills. "All right, as always, if you need anything, just come to me." President Feng nodded in agreement, suddenly recalling something. "By the way, is your courtyard inconvenient for training your pet beasts? There are 2 vacant training villas in Pingsheng. I'll take you to move in tomorrow and assign you one," he added with a knowing wink. "Remember, the association in Pingsheng treats you well." Shi Yu was momentarily surprised but then understood. "Thank you, President. The villa doesn't matter much to me, but if it makes training my pets easier and helps us tackle the ruins sooner for Pingsheng's benefit, then I'll gladly accept." Internally, Shi Yu felt a sense of relief. He didn't want to admit to being fickle, but the old house was indeed no longer suitable for his current training needs. Initially, it could barely accommodate the panda cub, but now it couldn't withstand the high-intensity training of the panda king. A training villa, as the name suggests, is a high-end residence equipped with a professional training ground. Even in a small place like Pingsheng, owning such a mansion without $1 million budget is challenging. Upon entering the courtyard, Shi Yu didn't hear the usual welcoming chirps of the green silkworm. He knew it must be asleep. Sure enough, the green silkworm lay on its dragon-beard grass bed in the birdcage, sleeping soundly, looking content. Shi Yu thought to himself, it's enjoying the peace now, but once he figures out its evolution path, it won't be so relaxed. Everything must align with 11, which is the benchmark. "Let's skip teaching high-level skills today. I'll just teach hardening and then call it a night," Shi Yu decided, summoning 11 from the beast space. Roar! 11 appeared, staring at Shi Yu with wide eyes. Shi Yu paused slightly and checked the skill status. Skill, plant control. Status, not teachable. He glanced at the green silkworm, but the result was the same. Status, not teachable. Neither of them can learn it? Shi Yu was puzzled. The skill manual's teaching compatibility had always been broad. Among the 8 skills previously recorded, Iron-eating Beast 11 could only not learn Silk, and the green silkworm couldn't master Thunder Palm. It was the first time both pets couldn't learn the same skill. Shi Yu speculated several possibilities. 1. They simply weren't compatible and couldn't become plant rulers. 2. They weren't strong enough to handle a super-level skill. 3. The manual was protecting itself and didn't want to teach it. Never mind, Shi Yu shrugged. He hadn't planned on teaching super-level skills just yet. Conservatively, he estimated it would be safer once he reached the master level. With his current professional level physique, he probably couldn't handle the burden of a super-level skill. Given the situation, if I want to make use of this plant control ability, there are only 2 paths forward. Shi Yu found himself deep in thought, envisioning 2 distinctly different roads ahead. One path was to develop the Qing Mian worm in the direction of the wood element, while the other was to secure a contract with a plant-type beast for his third pet. After weighing his options, Shi Yu leaned towards the choice of a third pet. His gaze fell on the Qing Mian worm, leisurely spinning silk, as he calculated in his mind. As a fully metamorphic pet beast with the highest evolutionary potential, the Qing Mian worm had numerous paths to choose from. Especially with his skill book allowing him to max out its silk spinning ability, its potential was no less than that of rare royal species cubs. Shi Yu shook his head and muttered to himself, giving up rare attributes like time, space, and dragon for just a high-level wood skill would be a huge loss. His thoughts circled back to the choice of a third pet. The beautiful Lu Qingyi seemed to still owe him a high-rank pet beast. A smile crept onto Shi Yu's face as he thought, when the time comes, just pick a suitable high-rank plant seedling, and it's settled. With this thought, Shi Yu couldn't help but smile with satisfaction, as if everything was moving in a positive direction. However, his changing expressions didn't escape the watchful eyes of 11. Seeing Shi Yu suddenly smile, 11 shivered and quickly turned to focus on its training. It had never felt so energized, as if its entire body was excited for the upcoming training session. Night. Sleepless night. 11 shouted in its heart. Just then, Shi Yu's voice broke through 11's excitement. Let's take a break tonight. Let me have a good sleep, and tomorrow we'll train in a bigger house. 11 let out a slightly disappointed sound. The next day, Shi Yu moved into the training villa that President Feng had mentioned. The villa exceeded his expectations in scale. Besides a spacious residence, there was a large courtyard garden in front, complete with a pond and various spirit plants that purified the environment. Behind the residence was an independent, enormous training field, sufficient for the training needs of all kinds of pet beasts. What pleasantly surprised Shi Yu the most was that the residence used advanced soundproof materials, meaning he no longer had to worry about the noise from 11's training disturbing his rest. After the tour, President Feng smiled and asked, "Pretty nice environment, right?" Shi Yu sincerely praised, "It's fantastic." Beside him, 11 nodded in agreement, its eyes shining with excitement. "Yay, the training field is even bigger." 11 cheered internally, then added, "But it would be even better if the garden plants were replaced with bamboo." From Shi Yu's backpack, the Qing Mian worm quietly poked its head out, curiously observing this new environment. It recalled the days when it hid in a secluded persimmon tree at Shi Yu's house to avoid competition and predators. Suddenly being in such a picturesque place felt a bit overwhelming. Sensing the thoughts of his pets, Shi Yu comforted them through mental communication as they walked. "There are plenty of empty spaces in the garden. We can plant your favorite spirit plants when we have time." After the tour, seeing Shi Yu's satisfaction, President Feng smiled and said, "I won't disturb you anymore. From now on, this villa is yours." "Thank you, President Feng." Shi Yu expressed his gratitude sincerely. Settling into his new home, Shi Yu felt invigorated, as if his energy was gradually being restored. In such a beautiful environment, even working hard felt enjoyable. After President Feng left, the large villa was left with only Shi Yu, 11, and the Qing Mian worm. The spacious rooms made Shi Yu feel a bit lonely, prompting him to jokingly remark, "Having a big house is troublesome too." But soon, Shi Yu perked up, his eyes gleaming with determination. "No more talking. Let's celebrate moving in by working hard today." Over the next week, Shi Yu and his pets adapted to their new environment. For Shi Yu, it was an ideal place to rest and recover. By the 7th day, he felt as if his body had become one with the surroundings. 11 and the Qing Mian worm also adjusted smoothly. After all, most living beings, apart from being repetitive and eventually accepting things, share a common trait of being attracted to newness. During this period, their attributes underwent subtle changes. Shi Yu opened the pet information panel and carefully reviewed their latest states. Name: Iron Eater. Growth level: Awakening level 8. Skills: Hardened Mastery 9, Thunder Palm Mastery, high-speed healing mastery, supervision mastery, intimidation mastery, absolute sleep mastery, multiplication mastery. Name: Qing Mian Worm. Growth level: Awakening level 9. Skills: Silk Spinning Mastery 10. Looking at these stats, Shi Yu couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. A new environment, a new beginning, everything was moving in a better direction. Shi Yu was utterly exhausted. A week of continuous overtime had left him drained. But what frustrated him even more was the seemingly endless skill proficiency grind. He stared at the skill compendium, his brows furrowed. In his mind, skills should follow a straightforward mathematical logic. 1 session for basic, 2 for proficient, 4 for expert, and 8 for perfect. Yet reality had slapped him in the face. After more than a dozen practices, the perfect level was still out of reach. Rubbing his temples, he attempted to clear his thoughts. After a moment, Shi Yu had to admit that his expectations were naive. From beginner to expert, as long as a pet beast practiced diligently, even those with average talent could reach that level. But perfect? That was a realm many pet beasts might never achieve in their lifetime, existing on an entirely different plane. With a mindset of nothing to lose, Shi Yu had Qingmianchang use the silk thread skill 2 more times. It was then that an unexpected surprise arrived. Qingmianchang first went through a bewildering growth transformation, then emitted a soft chirp. Its awakening to level 10 didn't surprise Shi Yu. After all, insect-type pet beasts were known for their rapid growth. However, the news that followed left him stunned. What? The silk thread finally underwent another qualitative change? Shi Yu's hand shook, nearly tossing the little bug aside. It turned out that after reaching Expert 12, the silk thread had finally achieved the perfect level. Qingmianchang nodded brightly, then hopped off Shi Yu's palm, fixing its gaze on a decorative boulder in the yard. It spat out not one, but a dozen intertwined thick silk threads, roughly the size of a fat straw. The white silk shot like a bullet, striking the stone and leaving a crack on its hard surface. Shi Yu was about to comment that its power was still less than the beginner level of hardening, but then he reminded himself that it was just a little bug. Pleased, he praised. Well done. With the silk thread reaching perfection, Qingmianchang's attributes updated as well. Name: Qingmianchang. Growth level: Awakening level 10. Species skill: Silk thread perfect. The praise made Qingmianchang chirp happily, and only then did Shi Yu notice something unusual. He studied Qingmianchang carefully and realized he could now communicate with it more normally. Reflecting on when he first adopted Qingmianchang, it only had instinctive reactions and couldn't communicate. As its growth level increased, they could barely exchange simple commands through telepathy, but Qingmianchang's intelligence was akin to that of a regular pet cat or dog, perhaps even less. Now, however, Qingmianchang had not only reached awakening level 10, but its silk thread skill had also reached the perfect level. Shi Yu was astonished to find he could clearly sense Qingmianchang's emotions. Communicating with it felt like talking to a child capable of independent thought. Though it might not be as smart as mammals like the panda, reaching this level was already a delightful surprise for Shi Yu. He couldn't help but reflect that the level 10 Qingmianchang at the breeding base weren't nearly as intelligent. Clearly, the perfect level species skill was indispensable. After some calculations, Shi Yu deduced a pattern. Teaching 12 more times on top of expert level, or 16 times from scratch, was necessary to reach the threshold of perfect level. Turning his gaze to the backyard training ground, Shi Yu thought to himself, so, 3 more sessions on 11's hardening skill should also reach the perfect level, right? Although 11 trained diligently, considering that perfect level skills required years of practice, a month's training seemed insignificant. 11's efforts were more about converting Shi Yu's teachings into its own abilities rather than directly increasing proficiency. Initially tired of staying home and planning to challenge the ruins again the next day, Shi Yu now decided to wait until hardening was also perfected before setting out. Having made up his mind, Shi Yu looked down at the little bug on the ground, suddenly curious to test its comprehension skills. Smiling, he called out, "Bug, come here." Qingmianchang obediently crawled over. Shi Yu continued, "There are several chickens and rabbits in a cage. They all have 1 head each. Chickens have 2 legs, rabbits have 4. From above, there are 35 heads. From below, there are 94 legs." Shi Yu looked at the Qing Mian worm in front of him and decided to test its intelligence. He first posed a math problem. How many chickens and rabbits are in the cage? The Qing Mian worm looked utterly bewildered, clearly finding the question too difficult. Shi Yu shook his head and instead asked, "Among dragonbeard grass, bamboo leaves, persimmon leaves, and cabbage leaves, which do you like to eat?" This time, the Qing Mian worm didn't hesitate. It immediately expressed that it liked them all, but if it had to choose one, it would pick the one given in the largest quantity. If the portions were about the same, it would choose dragonbeard grass. Shi Yu nodded in satisfaction. "All right, your intelligence is decent for now. With some nurturing, you could become something great." He then asked, "Who treats you better, me or 11?" The Qing Mian worm fell into deep thought. It recalled how the iron-eating beast named 11 would disturb its sleep every day, dragging it along for training, which was quite exhausting for the worm. In contrast, Shi Yu not only built it a house but also prepared food daily. The difference was clear. The Qingmian worm chose Shi Yu without hesitation. A promising student, Shi Yu said with gratification. Finally, Shi Yu asked a question that had always puzzled him. Why do you like sleeping so much? As someone who had studied Qingmian worms extensively, he noticed that this particular worm's tendency to sleep far exceeded the norm. The Qingmian worm crawled in a small circle, seemingly contemplating how to explain. Through telepathy, Shi Yu roughly grasped its thoughts. Sleeping allowed it to enter another world, free from worries about food and predators, where it could roam freely in various places in its favorite form. Do you mean dreaming? Shi Yu realized. So it's not that you like sleeping, but you enjoy daydreaming. He was surprised that such an insect-like pet could dream, but considering the level of evolution in this world, it wasn't too surprising. Shi Yu extended his hand, and the Qingmian worm slowly crawled onto it. He considered whether to give it a name but decided to continue calling it Chongqiu, since he wasn't great at naming. The Qingmian worm chirped in mild exasperation. Now that the Qingmian worm could communicate normally, Shi Yu breathed a sigh of relief. It had reached the awakening level of 10, and the next step was to transform before its short lifespan ended. Shi Yu decided to give the Qingmian worm some autonomy in choosing its evolution path. He took out his phone, placed the Qingmian worm on his shoulder, and opened a page. Let me introduce you to the various attributes first. You can fill in your first, second, and third choices, and we'll decide based on that. After buying the phone, Shi Yu had been playing with it himself and hadn't shared this amazing gadget with his pet beast yet. This was the first time. He took out the phone, and as the screen lit up, the Qingmian worm was instantly captivated by the glowing rectangle, staring at it intently. Wormy, let me introduce you to this magical thing, Shi Yu said, opening the attribute encyclopedia. He decided to start with the basics of the 5 elements, using simple language. The metal type represents metals, the wood type stands for plants, the water type for liquids, the fire type for flames, and the earth type for land. Halfway through, Shi Yu felt like he was just stating the obvious. But he realized that if he went too deep, like explaining how the earth type manipulates gravity, he might confuse the Qingmian worm. It felt a lot like parents explaining homework to their kids. Besides the basic 5 elements, Shi Yu also introduced the bug, dragon, poison, ice, wind, light, dark, thunder, undead, psychic, and mechanical attributes, along with the ultra-rare time and space attributes. He mentioned that there are also some niche attributes, but due to the scarcity of representative pet beasts, most beastmasters never encounter them. Shi Yu specifically highlighted the bug, dragon, and mechanical attributes as interesting ones. He explained that while bugs and dragons could be considered animal pet beasts, their uniqueness warranted a separate category. Bugs are the most populous pet beast species in nature, while dragons represent the strongest creatures. As for mechanical, it refers to artificial mechanical life, a tribute to technology. To aid Wormy's understanding, Shi Yu thoughtfully found some images for reference. With his detailed explanations and vivid illustrations, Wormy quickly grasped the concepts. Chirp, chirp. The Qingmian worm chirped excitedly, eager to discuss more with Shi Yu. 2 hours later, they reached a conclusion. Shi Yu breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that the Qingmian worm didn't choose difficult attributes like mechanical or undead. However, its choices did surprise him a bit. First, it was drawn to the space type, reasoning that it could learn to teleport to evade bird predators. Shi Yu thought, that's a small-minded approach. Space abilities should be used to help him, the Beastmaster, avoid danger. Secondly, the Qingmian worm chose the psychic type, eyeing Shi's absolute sleep skill. Shi Yu felt Wormy was being short-sighted again, as this skill could be learned now without waiting for evolution. But he understood that Wormy probably just enjoyed dreaming, and the psychic type indeed had many dream-related skills. For the final choice, Wormy hesitated between the wood and dragon types. Wood was appealing because of its plant-controlling abilities related to food. The reason for choosing dragon, however, surprised Shi Yu. Wormy said it had dreamed of becoming a mighty, tall, and strong dragon. Although he couldn't fathom why a little worm would have such dreams, Shi Yu noted the dragon type down. Thus, Shi Yu and Wormy settled on 3 attributes: space, dragon, and psychic. This result was somewhat different from Shi Yu's initial thoughts, but not too far off. The next plan was to seek skills and attribute materials in these 3 directions. Finding 2 of them would allow an attempt at evolution, as most pet beasts excel in only 2 attributes. More would dilute their focus. The final evolved form would be left to fate. Shi Yu suddenly remembered that the psychic type's absolute sleep skill seemed readily available. Yet he hesitated, as this skill didn't seem to aid in breaking the cocoon and might even cause the Qingmian worm to sleep through it. But then he thought it might help Wormy better absorb the nourishing power of the cocoon during evolution. Additionally, he recalled that the ethereal stone was also available and decided to check the ruins for more. Chirp, chirp. After completing its preferences, the Qing Mian worm was particularly lively, eager to browse more information and make a careful selection. Snap. Shi Yu decisively put away the phone, pushing the eager Qing Mian worm aside. Kids shouldn't get addicted to phones. Even 2 hours is considered excessive. Go play on the tree. I need to allocate points to Shi. Chirp. Qing Mian worm called out disappointedly. After Shi Yu left, he began calculating Shi's skill points. 1, 2, 4, 16. I wonder how many times it takes to reach mastery. He planned to max out Shi's hardening skill to the perfect level before challenging the ruins. As for Wormy, there was no rush since its silk had just reached the perfect level, and it was still far from meeting the evolution criteria. The Qingmian worms are a unique species capable of controlling the timing of their cocooning process. In the wild, most Qingmian worms take a gamble at the end of their lives for a chance to evolve. However, when raised by a beast tamer, their growth is significantly accelerated, and they become more controllable. A typical Qingmian worm has a lifespan of about a year, but with careful nurturing, some can survive up to 2 years. Most of this time is spent preparing for their ultimate transformation. Beast Tamers can guide a Qingmian worm to cocoon when everything is perfectly set according to their plans. Shi Yu's Qingmian worm is only 2 months old, still in its juvenile stage. This means he has at least a year to prepare for its evolution, giving him ample time to gather the necessary materials without haste. Realizing this, Shi Yu shifted his focus from the distant future to the tasks at hand. He soon found 11, looking puzzled, and initiated a unique training session. With the support of rare supplements, this training was exceptionally luxurious. After a day of intensive training, 11 finally completed its transformation. This newly evolved creature displayed remarkable power. Name: Iron-eating beast. Growth level: Awakening level 9. Skills: Hardening perfect, Thunder Palm mastery, High-speed healing mastery, Enhanced vision mastery, Intimidation mastery, Absolute sleep mastery, Size manipulation mastery. The main difference between the entry-level and mastery-level absolute sleep lies in the efficiency of energy recovery. Only at the perfect level does this skill undergo a qualitative leap. The improvement in the size manipulation skill was also notable. Previously, 11 could grow up to over 4 meters tall at the proficient level. Now, it can easily reach an impressive height of over 8 meters. Correspondingly, its ability to shrink has become more remarkable. 11, now only a few centimeters in size, can be easily held in Shi Yu's hand or tucked into a pocket, resembling the fragile appearance of the Qingmian worm. However, these are not the most critical changes. The most striking transformation is in 11's racial skill hardening. At the perfect level, hardening allows for fluidity, stacking, and concentration, maximizing the skill's effect. This significantly boosts 11's combination techniques, enhancing its combat prowess. Coupled with the mastery of the group attack skill Intimidation, known among master beast tamers as the King's Aura, Shi Yu is confident in 11's strength. He believes that unless facing the offspring of mythical creatures, 11 should be invincible during the awakening phase. This enhancement not only impacted the racial skills, but also elevated 11's growth level to 9. Along with the baptism of the evolution spring, Shi Yu couldn't help but think, with such a powerful skill set, it should be enough to conquer any relic, right? Remember to claim your panda pendant with your first subscription. You can participate in this activity through the event center. On August 26th, after getting himself in the right mindset, Shi Yu finally decided to challenge the ruins again. His goal was to conquer both the 5th and 6th levels. After informing President Feng of his plans, Shi Yu made his way alone to the familiar outskirts of the valley. The guards immediately recognized this monster rookie, the genius who had cleared 4 levels and mastered combination skills during his apprenticeship, causing their training regimen to double. Despite this, the security check was mandatory. Shi Yu cooperated patiently and soon made his way into the valley. The scene within the valley had not changed much since his last visit, except for the addition of several camps. It was clear that the group of beast tamers who had accompanied Shi Yu earlier had decided to station themselves here in preparation for battle. Although this decision sacrificed some freedom, it provided the benefits of regimented training, guidance from professional beast tamer officers, and the opportunity to interact with peers, making it a worthwhile trade-off. As Shi Yu strolled through the area, a peculiar sight caught his attention. A pale-faced, freckled young man was training by the roadside. He was using his wind-enhancing ability to aid a wind crystal butterfly in practicing its wind blade skill. Such an enhancement talent, due to the beast tamer's limited stamina, was difficult to apply in actual combat and was mainly used for routine pet training. Even so, it consumed a significant amount of the beast tamer's energy. What surprised Shi Yu even more was that after a while, the young man took out a Mingshin capsule and swallowed it before continuing his training. Shi Yu frowned, thinking, is he really pushing himself this hard? Medicine always carries risks. Wouldn't proper rest be better? Ever since he came into money, Shi Yu had switched to all-natural supplements. He couldn't help but wonder who had started this unhealthy trend. The answer became apparent quickly. It was Shi Yu himself. Although he intended to keep a low profile this time, being the only beast tamer to have conquered the 4th level, his arrival caused quite a stir. People like Cheng Gong and his moonflame beast, Cheng Kai, and the medic Xiao Liang all appeared, eager to witness Shi Yu's prowess. Just as the crowd was getting restless, old he appeared in time to calm everyone down. He greeted Shi Yu warmly, asking if he needed more time to prepare, as President Feng might take a while to arrive. Shi Yu politely declined the suggestion to wait, expressing his desire to enter the ruins immediately. Old he agreed cheerfully and even suggested that if Shi Yu conquered the 5th level, the entire group should sing a mountain song to celebrate. Shi Yu, half amused, declined this generous offer. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Shi Yu headed towards the teleportation array. This time, the soldiers responsible for security allowed him through without requiring registration. All eyes were on Shi Yu, curious to see if he could overcome the legendary 5th level, known for its 1 vs 100 challenge. In an instant, Shi Yu vanished from view, entering the ruins. The 5th level was the same familiar snowy mountain peak. Shi Yu stood still at the summit, looking down at the fierce beast horde gradually forming in the raging blizzard below. Snow wolves, ice fong boars, ice-armored beasts, ice-scaled snakes, snow apes, frost stone giants, ice jade scorpions, ice crystal butterflies, ice elemental spirits, and ice ridge rockston extraordinary ice-type beasts, each ranging from level 8 to 10, with a total count of exactly 100. Facing such an array, Shi Yu thought to himself, under normal circumstances, this is simply unplayable. If an apprentice beastmaster could fend off a beast horde of 1 vs 100, would they still be called an apprentice? Shi Yu stood atop the snow-capped mountain, gazing down at the restless beasts below. Recalling the times when this very scene had once deterred him, he couldn't help but smile confidently. Though he was unsure of the relic designer's intent for this challenge, he was certain they hadn't anticipated a pet beast mastering an advanced intimidation skill while still in its awakening phase. 11. Shi Yu commanded, and his pet beast emerged from the beast space. 11 stood beside him, eyes sharp as they both surveyed the beasts unaware of the looming threat. Roar! 11 let out an earth-shattering roar, as if declaring the time for vengeance had arrived. The humiliation of their previous retreat was about to become the stepping stone to the 6th level. With another roar from 11, the air around them trembled violently. Winds howled, snowflakes danced, and an invisible wave of intimidation rippled outward from 11's center. Instantly, every beast's attention was drawn to them, but before they could react, the transparent wave of intimidation swept over them like a storm, crashing into each one. After a moment of ringing silence, the world seemed to pause. Then, a breathtaking scene unfolded. With a thud, the first beast fell, followed by a cascade of others hitting the ground. The wind and snow couldn't conceal the spectacle. In mere seconds, 100 beasts lay defeated, dissolving into ice elements and vanishing into the air. Watching this, Shi Yu was filled with a sense of invincibility, a feeling of who else but me. Yet, his triumph was short-lived as a weak whimper came from 11 beside him. 11 had plopped down, rubbing its head, looking utterly exhausted. It even knocked its own skull, wincing in pain. The energy drain is significant, but better than I expected, Shi Yu assessed. I thought we might need to tackle them in waves, but we managed it in one go. Following Shi Yu's suggestion, 11 began to shrink in size. Soon, it was a tiny version of itself, just a few inches tall. Shi Yu bent down, picked up the fluffy little creature, and gently placed it in his pocket, leaving only its small head peeking out. You can take a nap. This level should be clear. No danger left, Shi Yu said, looking at the glowing teleportation array in the distance. Whimper. 11 shook its head firmly, insisting on witnessing the reward for this level. Resigned, Shi Yu agreed and headed off with 11 to check their spoils. However, after eagerly searching the entire map, he only found 5 ethereal stones, which left him deep in thought. Once again, the reward was the space-type general resource, ethereal stones, without any new treasures. Including what he'd gathered before, Shi Yu now had 9 ethereal stones. He contemplated sharing some with Chong Chong but worried if the green silkworm could absorb such stones. Seeing more ethereal stones, 11 lost interest and promptly fell asleep. Using its advanced absolute sleep ability and the energy crystals and recovery fruits in Shi Yu's backpack, its stamina quickly replenished. It would soon be ready for the upcoming 6th level. Meanwhile, outside, people were astonished when the 5th level statue lit up just minutes after Shi Yu entered. They buzzed with disbelief that 100 beasts had been dispatched so swiftly. President Feng, arriving late, listened to the discussions with mixed feelings as he looked at the statue. He understood the power of advanced intimidation under the aura of a king. Slightly weaker opponents were mere clay chickens. Now, all eyes were on what the 6th level's challenge would be. There was speculation about a stronger leader-class creature, or perhaps a beast horde led by such a creature. Some even boldly predicted a transcendent-level creature or the offspring of a king-class creature. However, when Shi Yu and 11 truly entered the 6th level, they were rendered speechless. Before them stood a colossal frost dragon, formed from countless ice and snow, a sight far beyond anyone's imagination. Shi Yu and 11 exchanged glances, both plunged into deep contemplation about life. This challenge was far more thrilling than they had anticipated. Damn, it's an ice dragon, Shi Yu muttered to himself, filled with a mix of excitement and trepidation. Shi Yu gazed at the creature before him, feeling a mix of emotions. The robust ice dragon apparition was composed entirely of ice blue and deep purple stones, exuding a chilling aura. From its neck to its head, its long tail to its sharp claws, every part of its 4 powerful legs and wings was made of this icy stone, with scales glinting a cold light and surrounded by swirling snow. Suddenly, a deafening dragon roar echoed from afar. The newly formed ice dragon spread its wings, its ice blue whiskers fluttering in the wind, looking majestic. Its deep eyes glanced at Shi Yu, filled with an intimidating presence. However, Shi Yu felt a sense of incongruity. This so-called giant dragon was barely over 2 meters tall. He couldn't help but think of the small dragon species from the neighboring Pokemon world, chuckling to himself. No matter how grand the title or imposing the appearance, without size, it was hard to inspire fear. Like a tiger, the king of beasts, if reduced to the size of a cat, what intimidation would it hold? Upon closer inspection, Shi Yu determined this was a shrunken version of an ice dragon. After all, true dragons rarely measured under 10 meters. Their sheer physical prowess allowed them to easily crush many creatures, which was why they were deemed the strongest race. In a flash, Shi Yu realized that this ice dragon was merely an apparition. His psychic abilities had no effect on it, confirming his suspicion. But unlike the previous 5 levels apparitions, this ice dragon gave him an indescribable sense of reality. Yet, Shi Yu had no time to ponder this feeling. The guardian of the 6th level was clearly this miniaturized ice dragon. It unleashed a fierce dragon's might towards 11, a pressure as cold as the wind, matching the power of intimidation skills, exhibiting the unique deterrence of dragonkind. Amidst the dragon's roar, the ice dragon emanated a staggering momentum, transforming into tangible ice and snow, as if to freeze the surrounding air. Shi Yu's heart raced with both danger and fascination for the beautiful creature. 11, undeterred, stood in front of Shi Yu, unleashing its mastery-level intimidation and dragon's might in a heated clash. The two forces collided in the air, enveloping the entire ice field in the impact. Unexpectedly, the dragon's might seemed to be slightly overwhelmed by the Panda King's intimidation, showing signs of being suppressed. Shi Yu excitedly shouted, "We can fight!" He realized that this ice dragon apparition's power was similarly restricted, and did not have the upper hand against 11's unusual skill attributes. Shi Yu quickly analyzed. This ice dragon apparition had dual attributes of dragon and ice, with unknown species and growth levels, and its skills were also unknown. It seemed that the ruin used a Snow Mountain's ice dragon apparition to test its people, which was quite creative. Feeling Shi Yu's excitement, 11 fiercely locked its gaze on its opponent. Dragons were dubbed the strongest creatures in nature, with true dragon species having a species level of at least monarch level, often dominant species. Even in subdragon species, those above monarch level were not uncommon. At this moment, 11's blood boiled with the thought of tearing a dragon apart. True dragons were formidable, but bullying an apparition could at least provide some satisfaction, right? With this, 11's aura completely overpowered the ice dragon, provoking it into an angry roar as it flew towards them. The ice dragon raised its claw, shrouded in cold air, and used an ice-type basic skill ice shard claw. 11 was not to be outdone, charging at its opponent. Its arm bent, its palm first covered in metallic material, then entwined with blue-white lightning, forming a sharp spear of thunder. This was a combination of perfect level hardening and mastery level lightning palm. With exceptional dynamic vision, 11 dodged the ice shard claw at the last moment, causing the ice dragon to miss. Simultaneously, its hardened thunder palm fiercely pierced through the ice dragon's body. Shi Yu and 11 anticipated a pained roar from the dragon, but what happened next left them both dumbfounded. Shi Yu and 11 spent half a month meticulously perfecting their combination of a flawless hardening technique and a masterful thunder strike. Yet, when they executed it against the ice dragon, it left only a hairline scratch on its impenetrable scales. This shocking scene left both Shi Yu and 11 momentarily stunned. 11 felt its proud hardening technique crumble, as if its painstakingly honed skill was inferior to the innate physical strength of the ice dragon. More astonishing was that the lightning, which should have enveloped the dragon, was instantly frozen by the cold air seeping through the scales. The cold spread like a living thing, beginning to invade 11's arm. 11 let out a terrified cry. Always victorious in battle, It had never encountered such a formidable opponent and was momentarily overwhelmed. WD&MD. Shi Yu, the Beast Tamer, was also taken aback, completely unprepared for this turn of events. "This doesn't make sense," he blurted out, a phrase usually used by others to describe him and 11. "Is this really just a level 10 awakening?" Boom. The exchange in Shi Yu and 11's mental processes happened in a flash. With its supervision, 11 managed to dodge the first ice claw strike from the ice dragon's illusion, but with its arm frozen and body shrouded in cold, its reaction speed plummeted, making it unable to evade the second wave of attacks. In that critical moment, 11 barely activated the high-speed flow characteristic of its hardening, rapidly covering its body to brace for the ice dragon's next strike. However, with just a swipe of its tail, using sheer physical strength, the ice dragon sent the fully hardened 11 flying several meters away. In midair, 11 had to release its hardening state, crashing heavily to the ground and rolling a long distance before coming to a stop. At that moment, Shi Yu finally understood why dragons were revered as the strongest creatures. In a nearly equal-level confrontation, this ice dragon seemed not to need any skills. Its terrifying physical prowess alone was enough to suppress 11. Ing. Despite the severe blow, 11 was not entirely defenseless. The hardening skill had indeed absorbed much of the impact. Unfortunately, it hadn't had time to concentrate the hardened material at the point of impact. Otherwise, it might have fully blocked the strike. 11 quickly got back on its feet, utilizing its high-speed healing ability to recover from minor injuries. It glared fiercely at the ice dragon, filled with unwillingness. Shi Yu was equally displeased. The panda king he had painstakingly nurtured was being overpowered by an ice dragon illusion without the use of skills. This was a complete overturn of his understanding. 11. Under normal circumstances, it seems we can't defeat it, Shi Yu quickly assessed. We can only go all out. If it still doesn't work, we'll have to retreat, train for another month, and come back. 11 seemed to grasp its tamer's intention and nodded firmly. Roar. The ice dragon turned its gaze to 11, gathering a terrifying icy breath in its mouth. Another basic skill. Although the ice dragon undoubtedly possessed advanced and super-level skills, these low and mid-level moves alone were putting immense pressure on Shi Yu and 11. Shi Yu couldn't help but smile wryly to himself. Sorry, ice dragon, for mocking your small size earlier. You're compact but powerful. The icy breath shot toward 11 like a beam of frost, freezing everything in its path. 11 rolled and dodged, steadily closing in on the ice dragon. With the aid of its supervision, it managed to evade the attacks with relative ease, soon reaching close proximity to the dragon. Then, the ice dragon stopped its breath attack, flapped its wings, and swung its ice claws at 11 once more. Roar. 11, with a fierce and cute glare at the ice dragon, suddenly expanded to 8 or 9 meters tall, unleashing an even more intimidating presence. This sudden change momentarily stunned the ice dragon, slowing its movements for a split second. It was this brief hesitation that became the key to determining the outcome. The giant iron-eating beast, 11, unleashed a powerful combination attack, channeling all its energy into a devastating strike. This move, a fusion of master-level intimidation control, master-level amplification, perfect-level hardening, and master-level thunder palm, converged into a super-finishing move that could pierce through anything. Boom! Shi Yu and 11's hearts raced in unison as they watched the scene unfold. This time, there was no unexpected twist. The ice dragon was finally defeated by 11's attack, its massive body split in two by the hardened thunder palm combo. Truly, a feat of tearing a dragon apart with bare hands. As soon as the attack concluded, 11, like a deflated balloon, shrank from its enlarged form to a mere few inches, resembling a small accessory. It plopped down on the frozen ground, panting heavily, its gaze fixed on the dissipating ice dragon phantom, with only one thought in mind. Dragons are incredibly strong. Clenching its tiny fist, 11 silently vowed. From now on, I'll take dragons as my benchmark. Only when my physical strength can match a dragon's without relying on skills will I consider myself passably qualified. While 11 was still absorbed in its resolution, it suddenly noticed something emerging from where the ice dragon's phantom had disappeared. Are you okay, 11? Shi Yu called out, rushing over with concern etched on his face. This battle had tested his nerves to the limit, fearful that 11 might lose. He thought, how could the 6th level of this relic present such a formidable opponent? If 11 didn't have such a diverse skill set, they might have been utterly defeated. 11 shook its head to indicate it was fine, weakly pointing ahead to prompt Shi Yu to investigate. Shi Yu remembered that there was a reward for passing the level. He quickly tossed some recovery food to 11 and hurried toward where the ice dragon phantom had vanished. On the fractured icy ground lay a slender, ice-blue hair, resembling a whisker from the ice dragon. Shi Yu paused, carefully using a tool to pick up this precious material, inspecting it closely before storing it away. Additionally, there was a shell containing a gray stone bead. Shi Yu hesitated for a moment, reaching for the shell. However, his hand passed right through it, as if it were an illusion. The shell then dissipated, and the stone bead fell to the ground. In that instant, Shi Yu's skill atlas ability provided a prompt. He paused, then confirmed the entry. The 5 additional pages in the skill atlas, added after the contract with 11, were finally complete. On the 10th page, a shell-like creature named Dream Shell appeared, with detailed skill descriptions below. Skill: illusory reality. Skill level: advanced. Description: a dual attribute ability of the psychic and spatial types, capable of materializing illusions constructed in dreams or phantasms into reality for summoning or transformation. The quality of the materialized illusion depends on the authenticity of the constructed illusion, sacrificial materials, prerequisite skills, and user compatibility. Shi Yu stood frozen in place, his mind racing to make sense of everything around him. There must be a powerful force behind this relic, he mused. The orderly appearance of different environments, challenges, and phantom monsters couldn't be a coincidence. His eyes fell on the mysterious shell depicted in the guidebook. Though he didn't know its exact identity, Shi Yu was convinced it was a formidable entity. After all, creating such a beast-taming space would require at least a legendary-level beastmaster, someone capable of commanding dominant creatures. Shi Yu pondered whether the shell was still alive, hidden somewhere within the relic. If it was, its lifespan might have spanned thousands of years. Or perhaps it was merely a phantom, a nearly perfect construct of a beastmaster's lingering will. Regardless, the fact that it was recognized as a life form by the guidebook and only dissipated after his challenge made it clear that the shell's abilities had reached an extraordinary level. His thoughts turned to the newly acquired skill of illusory reality. It was his first encounter with a dual attribute ability. Initially, he thought the high-level classification understated the skill's power. Manifesting phantoms from dreams and illusions for summoning or transformation, how could that be merely high-level? The manifested beast hordes and ice dragon were enough to give Shi Yu a headache. In his view, it should be at least super-level, potentially even god-level. However, upon understanding the latter part of the skill's description, he realized why it was only high-level. The skill required numerous prerequisites, making it impossible to manifest phantoms at will. It followed the principle of equivalent exchange. While the user could imagine freely, perfect manifestation required an equal or greater price. Take the shell, for instance. It couldn't transform directly into an ice dragon, but needed an actual ice dragon whisker as a medium. Even then, it could only manifest an incomplete ice dragon, capable of using just 2 skills, Ice Claw and Cold Breath. Nevertheless, 11 nearly failed to defeat it. Shi Yu realized that despite the skill's high threshold and training difficulty, its versatility was its true allure. He suddenly thought the skill was tailor-made for Qiamianchong. Qiamianchong had previously chosen spiritual, spatial, and dragon as its aspirations. The illusory reality skill seemed to perfectly align with these 3 directions. Didn't it love to dream and appear in various forms within dreams? With this skill, it could even bring its dream imaginations into reality. Turning fantasy into reality was a testament to the power of the spatial attribute. As for the dragon attribute, the shell had already demonstrated how to disguise as a dragon. While it couldn't truly become a dragon or mimic the dragon tribe's super-level skills, with this skill and some special materials, it might temporarily take on a dragon's appearance. This way, Qiamianchong's 3 aspirations would all be fulfilled. Spirit and space as the foundation, with the dragon aspect fantasized through this skill. Shi Yu considered that if he could elevate this skill to a masterful level, it would surely surprise him. After all, it carried a spatial attribute. If he used it as a core and evolved towards the spiritual and spatial attributes, what would Qiamianchong become? Perhaps a dream butterfly with powerful manifestation abilities? Shi Yu couldn't recall if any similar creatures existed in nature. As Shi Yu was deep in thought, the iron-eating beast beside him grew impatient. It roared loudly, reminding Shi Yu of the leftover stone orb. Snapping back to reality, Shi Yu's gaze shifted to the stone orb left behind by the shell. He speculated it might be the shell's pearl, potentially crushed to feed his pets. The moment he picked up the stone orb, a surge of powerful energy rushed into his mind. Shi Yu's perspective suddenly expanded, as if he could overlook the entire relic space. His consciousness then drifted towards other areas of the relic. In another space, a soldier beastmaster in camouflage stood bewildered, staring at the vanished ice-armored giant, his face full of confusion. He and his pet exchanged puzzled glances, unsure why the monster they were battling had suddenly disappeared. They hadn't defeated it, yet the next level's teleportation array didn't appear. Similar situations occurred with other beastmasters in the midst of their challenges. The phantoms before them vanished, leaving everyone clueless about what had transpired. At this moment, it felt as if Shi Yu was standing from a godlike perspective, overlooking the entire relic. The The sight before him was utterly breathtaking, as if the stone bead in his hand granted him the power to control the relic. Shi Yu's consciousness instantly extended to every corner of the relic. He could clearly sense that, aside from them, the apprentice Beast Tamers, there were no other living beings within the relic. The mysterious shell seemed to have never existed, vanishing without a trace. Even more astonishing, Shi Yu discovered a massive amount of ice energy crystals and ethereal stones, so numerous that he was left speechless. What is going on? Shi Yu pondered. Could it be that after clearing the trials, I've become the master of the relic, gaining control over it? Meanwhile, an incredible change occurred outside the relic. To everyone's amazement, the sixth statue suddenly lit up. It's lit. The sixth statue is lit. Captain, he shouted excitedly. Shi Yu must have cleared the sixth trial. President Feng was momentarily stunned before bursting with joy. No way. He really did it. Though unaware of what transpired inside the relic, he was convinced that Shi Yu had achieved something miraculous. The illumination of the statue undoubtedly announced to everyone that Shi Yu had successfully faced all 6 trials and completely deciphered the relic. The surrounding apprentice Beast Tamers felt a mix of emotions, both envious and disheartened, as they speculated about the opportunity Shi Yu might have gained in the 6th trial. Suddenly, the 6 statues began to crack, and one by one, figures were teleported out. These were the challengers who had entered the relic before Shi Yu. Still immersed in their battles, they were momentarily bewildered by the sudden teleportation. What just happened? Why was I suddenly teleported out? Where's the giant? The massive ice-armored giant? How come we were teleported out without recalling our beasts? They exchanged confused glances, then noticed the crowd around them and the shattered statues, their eyes widening in surprise. Captain, he called out to them, "Come down here. Tell us what happened. Why were you all teleported out together?" "I was in the middle of battling a fierce beast. Then it suddenly vanished and I was ejected." "Same here." "Me too." The transported individuals responded collectively. "Captain, what's going on?" someone asked in confusion. "Why are the statues lit up and broken?" Captain, he paused for a moment before explaining. "Shi Yu entered the relic after you and cleared the 5th trial. Now, he might have cleared the 6th. Let's wait and see what happens when he comes out." The soldiers' mouths dropped open upon hearing this. A profound silence enveloped the surroundings, with all eyes fixed on the teleportation array. Meanwhile, inside the relic, Shi Yu realized he could indeed forcefully teleport others out, further confirming that the stone bead was the control device for the relic space. Previously, it was in the hands of the shell phantom. But now, with his successful clearing of the trials, the shell phantom had vanished, and the stone bead had become his own. Shi Yu pondered. How does this relate to the true history of the Icefield city? What historical traces are meant for me to uncover through this relic? Or perhaps, could this stone bead be linked to the ice dragon relic on the snowy mountain? He quickly shook his head, deciding to rest first and contemplate these questions later. 11. Into my pocket. Shi Yu called to the bewildered 11. The little creature promptly climbed into Shi Yu's pocket. Shi Yu thought, no need to recall 11. From now on, I'll let it stay outside in its trinket form. It's quite adorable. He wasn't worried about anyone questioning the iron-eating beast's ability to multiply. If anyone asked, he planned to respond, don't ask. If you must, it awakened a new species skill by activating its ancient bloodline in the evolution sacred spring. Want to cultivate the same? Try the sacred spring yourself. In the valley, outside the ruins, a group of people held their breath, waiting for Shi Yu to appear. The air was thick with tension and anticipation. Finally, a familiar figure emerged from the ruins, causing everyone to momentarily stop breathing. Shi Yu glanced around, slightly surprised, and said, "So many people here." His voice broke the silence, and the crowd finally exhaled. Shi Yu had just delved into studying the stone orb that controlled the ruins. He discovered that the orb was actually the essence of the ruins, akin to a massive spatial device containing a vast internal space. This ruin was quite unique. Although it previously appeared as vast ice fields and snow-capped mountains, the interior was actually barren and empty. It wasn't purely an ice-type space, but rather a highly adaptable ordinary space. Shi Yu speculated that everything they saw might have been illusions conjured by the artifact spirit, the shell. However, the ice energy crystals and ethereal stones were real. Without these resources, the artifact spirit shell wouldn't have been able to support over 100 people exploring the ruins. Old Feng eagerly asked, "Shi Yu, did you make it through the 6th level?" He stared intently at the vanishing summoning array under Shi Yu's feet, his voice filled with anticipation. Shi Yu nodded in confirmation. "I didn't let everyone down." As soon as the words left his mouth, Captain, he immediately shouted, "All right, everyone, get back to your camps, don't just linger around here." His booming voice scattered the apprentice Beast Tamers. Clearly, the ensuing conversation wasn't meant for too many ears. Moments later, Shi Yu was warmly invited to the command center by Chairman Feng and Captain He, leaving just the three of them. Chairman Feng beamed at Shi Yu, secretly delighted. The Beast Tamers associations from other districts would surely be shocked. Pingcheng had directly cracked the ruins, leaving no chance for them to challenge it. Chairman Feng eagerly asked, Shi Yu, after passing the 6th level, did you obtain something like the core of the ruins that allows you to control the entire site? Shi Yu nodded. All the other resources within the ruins are yours, but the ruins themselves might not be. He explained that the most valuable aspect of the ruins was the site itself. As a former legendary level beast space, once developed, it would be top-notch for nurturing pet beasts or spirit plants. The value of such ruins was in no way inferior to the evolution spring, perhaps even greater. Shi Yu understood, as this was stipulated in the contract signed by everyone before entering the ruins. The items obtained within the ruins belonged to the explorers, but the ruins themselves were not included. In fact, the ownership of the ruins wasn't even with the Pingcheng Beast Tamer Association. The laws of this country were similar to those of Shi Yu's previous one. Relics unearthed within the national borders belonged to the state unless they were ancestral legacies. Nonetheless, since the ruins were discovered and cracked by Pingcheng, they had priority in development rights. Once the state sent its personnel to investigate the ruins and confirmed the historical information they represented, if the ruins had no other value and didn't need to be handed over, it would be no different from belonging to the Pingcheng Association. This was why Chairman Feng hoped someone from Pingcheng could crack the ruins. With development rights, the resources and nurturing environment in Pingcheng would greatly improve. Shi Yu took out the stone orb and asked, Is this what you're referring to? Chairman Feng and Captain He's eyes lit up instantly. Captain He said, That's it. This might need to go to the Archaeological Association for research. Old Feng, will you notify the higher-ups? Maybe they can uncover something, like the truth behind the beast tide. Chairman Feng agreed. Sure, I'll notify them to send someone for research. However, Shi Yu smiled and put the stone orb away. Actually, there's no need to notify them. I'll keep it for now. Once I'm done studying it and it's no longer useful to me, I'll hand it over to Pingcheng. Chairman Feng and Captain He looked at Shi Yu in astonishment, unable to believe their ears. Just as they were about to explain the seriousness of the situation, Shi Yu pulled out his credentials. Sigh, this shabby ID might finally be of some use now. Shi Yu sighed, opening the first page of his ID. It prominently displayed Shi Yu's handsome photo and his identification. National Relic Strategy Investigation and Support Bureau, Reserve Member, Shi Yu. Shi Yu slowly unfolded the document in his hand, revealing the seal of the highest authority at the headquarters of the Beast Tamer Association of the Donghuang Ancient Kingdom. This was a mark that no one could forge. He spoke softly. According to regulations, I have superior investigative rights over the Archaeological Association regarding discovered relics. I have other tasks at the moment, and this relic orb might be useful, so I'll keep it for now. Shi Yu's gaze swept over everyone present as he contemplated his plan for exploring the Ice Dragon ruins. He decided to hold onto the relic orb for further study. Before tackling the ruins, he had consulted Lu Qingyi, who had enlightened him about the authority of the 11th Bureau, which far exceeded his initial expectations. Lu Qingyi had told him, if you can conquer the ruins, just show President Feng the 11th Bureau's credentials. She also mentioned President Feng's background. President Feng rose to prominence during the Beast Tide a decade ago, saving countless lives. He has always fought on the front lines with Captain He to protect civilians. Although not the most powerful, he is upright and reliable. Shi Yu considered inviting President Feng and Captain He to be his bodyguards for future investigations of the Ice Dragon ruins. These two had clear backgrounds and had been dedicated to resolving the Beast Tide and uncovering the historical truth of Icefield City. Lu Qingyi's words echoed in Shi Yu's mind. Once you show the 11th Bureau's credentials, the relic is yours. You can use it as long as you need. Dispose of it as you see fit when you're done. Reflecting on this conversation, Shi Yu couldn't help but feel that joining the 11th Bureau was a wise decision. Having such an official status and access to this powerful relic space would greatly benefit his growth. Lu Qingyi clearly encouraged him to make the most of this opportunity. At this moment, President Feng and Captain He were still somewhat stunned. They stared at the document Shi Yu placed on the table, feeling dizzy. Although they knew little about the National Relic Strategic Investigation and Support Bureau, the Prominent Seal and the 11th Bureau Code left them speechless. In the Donghuang Ancient Kingdom, there were 13 special organizations, each representing elite forces in various fields, known as the 1st to 13th Bureaus, directly accountable to the highest authority of the Beast Tamer Association, wielding significant power. President Feng and Captain He slightly parted their lips, especially President Feng, who looked at Shi Yu in disbelief. He recalled Shi Yu's earlier self-introduction, just a beast tamer with an interest in archaeology. Now he realized that interest in archaeology meant Shi Yu himself was an archaeologist. President Feng finally understood why Shi Yu could decipher the ruins so quickly and why this once unknown young man could rise so suddenly. If Shi Yu was recruited by such an organization, his starting point was naturally beyond the reach of his peers in Pingxing or even Icefield City. I knew there was more to you, President Feng murmured, staring at the document. Shi Yu explained, this relic might be related to the ice dragon ruins on the snow mountain and is a key factor in resolving the beast tide. So I want to study it for a while. Of course, no problem, President Feng nodded emphatically. Captain He, after his initial surprise, agreed, if it can fundamentally resolve the beast tide, it would indeed be a good thing. President Feng curiously asked, have you discovered anything already? Shi Yu put away the document and nodded. The 6th level of the relic is an ice dragon. What? Both widened their eyes, unable to believe their ears. Shi Yu calmly added, it's just a level 10 awakened ice dragon phantom. Not that scary. The two slightly opened their mouths, thinking, yeah, right? The ice dragon species level was at least king level, possibly even ruler level. Even if its growth level was low, at level 10, it could easily overpower extraordinary creatures. They couldn't help but look at Shi Yu as if he were a monster. If Shi Yu's iron-eating beast could defeat a dragon of the same level, it meant it already had the potential to compete for the title of the strongest creature. Although they knew of Shi Yu's impressive performance in the Evolution Spring competition, they were still shocked. Defeating a dragon of the same level is something most beast tamers wouldn't dare to dream of. Even those known as the strongest branch among beast tamers, the dragon tamers, mostly trained subdragon species. Dragons still symbolized invincibility to most people. However, considering Shi Yu's affiliation with the 11th Bureau, they had to accept this extraordinary level of skill. After all, they had no idea what kind of training this mysterious organization had provided Shi Yu. After a moment of silence, President Feng said, in that case, you should keep the relic orb with you. However, we might need to be a bit flexible with the information released to the public. Despite Shi Yu's prestigious status, his relative lack of strength made it risky to leave such a valuable item in his possession, as it might attract unwanted attention. President Feng couldn't help but worry about Shi Yu's safety. To keep the truth about the relic pearl being in Shi Yu's possession under wraps is crucial, and President Feng is entrusted with this task. With a wry smile, President Feng nodded, a hint of helplessness flickering in his eyes. Shi Yu's request undoubtedly posed a challenging dilemma for him. However, after careful consideration, a look of admiration emerged in President Feng's eyes. He realized that Shi Yu's potential might far exceed his expectations. Reflecting on his previous investment decisions, President Feng couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. This truly was a case of having a keen eye for talent. With Shi Yu overseeing Pingxing, the discovery of this relic might be just the beginning. President Feng even began to hope that Shi Yu might eventually solve the mystery of the ice dragon relic that had puzzled Bingyuan City for thousands of years. The truth hidden within that relic is of utmost importance to the future of Bingyuan City. When it was time to bid farewell, President Feng personally escorted Shi Yu back to his residence. On the way, Shi Yu briefly reported the progress of his mission to Lu Qingyi, secretly anticipating the possibility of additional rewards. Once back in his room, Shi Yu eagerly took out the relic pearl to assess his gains from this trip. Inside the relic pearl were over 1,000 first-level ice energy crystals, more than 300 second-level ice energy crystals, and 45 precious ethereal stones. If converted into money, these resources would likely be worth over $1 billion. Shi Yu couldn't help but marvel at this true overnight fortune. However, the most valuable acquisition wasn't the material wealth. The acquisition of the illusionary reality skill provided a clear direction for the cultivation of his Qingmian worm. The rare ice dragon whiskers could potentially be used to enhance the worm's silk, significantly boosting its potential. After all, dragon whiskers are the strongest and sharpest fibers in the world, incomparable to ordinary silk. Shi Yu began to ponder how to extract the essence of power from the whiskers. Lastly, the intrinsic value of the relic itself was immeasurable. It might not only be the key to unraveling the ice dragon relic, but also serves as a space capable of housing living creatures. Although the growth environment within the relic had deteriorated over time, it remained a rare sanctuary for most low-level pet beasts and spirit plants. Shi Yu speculated that the Pingxing Beastmaster Association might intend to use the relic as a cultivation base. By leveraging the relic's unique environment, they could rapidly nurture a large number of high-quality spirit plants, thus boosting the city's economy in the field of beast mastery. This idea inspired Shi Yu. He began to contemplate whether he could also use the relic for farming. If he could carry this farming space with him and assign a plant pet beast to act as a gardener to care for the spirit plants, future cultivation resources, food, and supplements would be within easy reach. Shi Yu suddenly realized that contracting a pet beast skilled in plant control was essential. With ready land, the farming strategy was a perfect match. With the aid of the ethereal stones, Shi Yu's beast space could likely be upgraded to level 2 or even 3 soon. This meant that the opportunity to contract a second or third pet beast might arrive sooner than expected, possibly within a year. However, Shi Yu also considered whether to replicate his current approach with the Qingmian worm. not rushing to contract new pet beasts, but instead nurturing them externally and establishing communication through telepathy. Once his level increased and their bond deepened, he could then formally contract them, providing ample time for both sides to adapt. With this in mind, Shi Yu quickly sent Lu Qingyi a message. Remember the pet beast cubs we talked about last time? Do you have any plant-type pet beast cubs with a high species level, low growth level, gentle and obedient nature, and whose occupation is a gardener? Donghuang, an ancient nation with thousands of years of civilization, developed a brilliant culture earlier than many other countries. Throughout its long history, Donghuang witnessed the rise and fall of numerous dynasties, each ending for its own reasons. However, they all shared one common trait. They preferred to establish their capitals in the same location. It wasn't until modern times that the Beast Tamer Association decided to relocate the capital. The place that once served as the political center for successive dynasties is now referred to as the ancient capital. This ancient city is not only a witness to history but also a strategic military location. Over the centuries, countless battles have taken place here, making it one of the most haunted areas in Donghuang, attracting a large number of undead creatures. Outside this Tier 1 city, the ancient capital, lies an old battlefield plain. Beneath low-hanging clouds and dim skies, countless skeletal remains are scattered across the ground. Hordes of skeleton soldiers wander around, and countless spirits, caught between reality and illusion, traverse the area. This desolate land, shrouded in deathly stillness, has become a haven for the undead. Yet, in such a daunting place, a figure moves through the sky without a care. Chirp! A clear bird call pierces the silence. It is a massive sky-blue bird, adorned with beautiful blue feathers, shining brightly and gracefully. Its wings, a serene blue like the dawn sky, emit a gentle glow, dispelling all the surrounding gloom. The undead below pause in their tracks, hesitant to move. To the seasoned beast tamers, this bird is undoubtedly a Qingling windbird with phoenix bloodline, and it has reached at least the king level in growth. On the back of this azure bird stands a woman with short, tea-colored hair. Casually draped in a white research coat, she focuses intently on the information on her phone. Plants, gardener, she murmurs to herself. Seems like the ruins have been deciphered successfully, much faster than I anticipated. She glances around at her surroundings, a slight smile on her lips. What a pity. No plant-type pet beasts that can farm, just a bunch of skeleton soldiers. Faced with the ever-nonchalant Shi Yu, she almost wants to send him a skeleton soldier to help with farming. Rubbing her temples with her slender fingers, she reflects on how this expedition to the ruins has been more exhausting than expected. I'll deal with Shi Yu's matters later, she thinks to herself. After he passes the professional assessment, she replies, there's no place here to catch plant pet beasts. Meanwhile, in the training villa in Pingqing district of Binyuan City, Shi Yu reads the message on his phone, stretching lazily. Gotta wait, huh, he mutters. Initially, he thought Lu Qingyi would directly offer a few options for him to choose from, but it seems he has to wait until after the professional assessment. However, the assessment is approaching, in about 4 months. By then, his beast space should reach level 2, and 11 should also achieve the extraordinary level. Just returned home, 11 immediately runs off to train, deeply frustrated by the recent battle with the ice dragon. If it had faced a real ice dragon hatchling instead of an illusion, 11 thinks it might have been defeated. Squeak! The silk bug circles around Shi Yu, seemingly eager to submit a few more applications, having developed a fascination with the process. That's enough. These things rely on first impressions, Shi Yu says, putting away his phone and shooing the silk bug away. It's not something you can just change on a whim. He shares his test-taking experience with the silk bug. The more you change, the more mistakes you make. Besides, we've almost got all the skills and materials ready. If you suddenly decide to evolve into something else, that would be quite troublesome. I think the dream butterfly route through dream manifestation is pretty good. Squeak, squeak, the silk bug expresses regret, then falls silent for a moment, turning its gaze towards 11's departing figure. Moments later, it follows, wanting to train alongside 11. Shi Yu has explained to it that all the applications are for evolution, to become a stronger species. If it were before, the silk bug might not understand what this meant, but now, with its intelligence slightly awakened, it knows what this represents. Evolution means a chance to change its destiny. As a small worm found everywhere, at the bottom of the food chain, its escape to Shi Yu's home to avoid predators shows its humble status. However, its fondness for dreaming, imagining itself soaring through the sky in different forms, indicates that the silk bug is not content with its current state. It wants to change its destiny, but previously, lacking wisdom and driven only by instinct, it had no idea what to do. Or even if it knew, it might not have been able to change anything. Although the evolution conditions for the silk bug are quite simple, that's only true for those contracted by beast tamers. The chance for a wild silk bug to evolve is less than 1 in 10,000. Squeak, squeak, but that was in the past. Now, with a bit of wisdom, the little silk bug knows what it needs to do to change its fate. The phrase, train hard, change your destiny, echoed in Qing Miancheng's mind. Although it was just uttered by Shi Yu, the concept originally came from 11 the training fanatic and self-disciplined bear. Since the time when Qing Miancheng was still weak, 11 had been instilling the importance of training into it. Back then, Qing Miancheng was naive and clueless, forced to follow along with the training without understanding its significance. But now, with its intelligence awakening, Qing Miancheng finally grasped the importance of becoming stronger. Under the influence of 11 and the evolutionary blueprint painted by Shi Yu, Qing Miancheng made a surprising decision to voluntarily follow 11's training regimen. For the once lazy creature that only knew how to eat and sleep, this was a monumental change. Chirp, chirp. Qing Miancheng chirped excitedly and vanished into the training field in the blink of an eye. Shi Yu watched this unfold and fell into contemplation. He sighed with relief, thinking, the little one is growing up and becoming sensible. However, a thought suddenly struck Shi Yu. Wait, I forgot to tell the little guy that the evolutionary path I planned for it is similar to a dream butterfly. It can grow stronger through dreaming and sleeping. So why go through the hardship with 11? Instead of strenuous training, it could just sleep more and learn to control its dreams. Shi Yu recalled the concept of lucid dreaming. It's not a skill, but a physiological phenomenon where one remains aware while asleep, capable of altering the dream. Even ordinary people, with practice, might achieve this ability. Before his transmigration, Shi Yu had tried it, but with little talent, he only succeeded once or twice after much effort. However, in this extraordinary world, lucid dreaming was common, especially for dream beasts. These creatures can effortlessly control their own and others' dreams, being natural masters of lucid dreaming. Shi Yu hoped Qing Miancheng could also grasp a similar ability, which would be crucial for constructing dream illusions in the future. But he thought, never mind, let it train with 11 for a while. Following 11's example isn't bad. Besides, it'll sleep better after a tiring workout. Today was a day worth celebrating, and Shi Yu decided to give himself a break and refrain from using his points. He planned to study the relic orb he had, and how to transform the ethereal stone into evolution material. As for the dragon whisker, after much deliberation, Shi Yu decided to keep it for now. He pondered, what if it's the key item to activate the ice dragon ruins? Using it recklessly could be troublesome. Besides, Qing Miancheng's silk hasn't reached the transcendent level yet, so it doesn't need such high-level material to enhance it. In the upcoming period, Shi Yu planned to focus on nurturing Qing Miancheng and temporarily slow down 11's training progress, allowing it to independently hone its combo techniques. Despite having skill proficiency as a safeguard, the coordination of combo techniques still required extensive practice, something the guide couldn't assist with. It's said that professional level battles mainly revolve around combo techniques, while at the master level, it's the contest of pet beast ultimates. Creating combo techniques and ultimates tests the creativity and wisdom of the beast master. This is more challenging than single skill training, requiring more effort from the pet beast, representing an elevation after coordinating basic skills. What Shi Yu could do was help 11 lay a solid foundation and then explore various novel combo techniques and ultimates with it. Now, it was time to shift his focus to the little bug. Shi Yu was curious about how many times he would need to use his points to elevate a perfect level skill to the transcendent level. Currently, the less than 8th-hour weakness period of the silk was negligible to him, making it a perfect opportunity for experimentation. Once the silk reached the transcendent level, it would undergo a qualitative transformation attribute change. Depending on Qing Miancheng's diet over time, the transcendent level silk could carry different attribute effects. For instance, consuming thunder-type resources would imbue the silk with electricity, causing paralysis. Consuming ice-type resources would turn the silk icy, capable of freezing enemies. This sounded powerful, yet somewhat flashy. After all, at this stage, the silk was at most equivalent to a proficiency level low-tier skill. It was because of this trait that Shi Yu was curious about how much dragon whiskers or ethereal stone could enhance the silk. He even fantasized about a space-gutting severing line but felt he was thinking too far ahead. Finally, Shi Yu's gaze fell on the relic orb in his hand. He activated his telepathy gift, hoping to hear echoes from history. Shi Yu gazed intently at the relic orb in his hand, his brow furrowed with concentration. He closed his eyes, attempting to harness his psychic ability to capture echoes of the past. Yet, the relic orb remained as silent and unyielding as a stone, showing no response to his efforts. Lu Qingyi was right, Shi Yu muttered to himself. This gift of hearing the voices of history really does depend on luck. After spending nearly another hour studying the relic orb with no results, Shi Yu lost his patience. He shook his head, brushed the dust off his pants, and decided to shift his focus. I should check on 11 and the silkworm's training, he mumbled, heading toward the backyard. In the training area, 11 was deeply engrossed in practicing a combination of thunder palm and hardening techniques. Shi Yu scanned the field, realizing something was missing. Where's the silkworm? Wasn't it supposed to train with us? He soon found the answer in the corner of the training area. The silkworm lay motionless, looking utterly exhausted. Shi Yu couldn't help but ponder the little creature's training intensity. Just then, 11 noticed Shi Yu's presence. It let out a cheerful yip, as if explaining the situation. This little guy tried to mimic my training intensity and ended up dizzy and passed out. Its willpower still needs work. 11 commented insightfully. I suggest teaching it the absolute sleep skill. It could help it recover energy quickly. While it might not complete the entire training, at least it won't waste too much time sleeping. Shi Yu glanced at 11, unable to suppress a smile. Wow, you're tougher than I am. Their conversation seemed to wake the silkworm, which wobbled unsteadily to its feet. It looked at Shi Yu with eyes full of grievance. Chirp. Training is too hard. Way too hard. Shi Yu sighed, rubbing his forehead. Truth be told, pushing itself to the point of passing out meant the silkworm's training intensity wasn't much less than 11's. The problem was its weak constitution, not suited for such high-intensity workouts. Alright, let's take a break from training. Shi Yu considered giving it a day off, but realized he couldn't justify resting himself while others continued. Anyway, with supplements, we can keep pushing a bit. His gaze lingered on the silkworm as he calculated his next steps. He wished he could directly teach it useful skills like illusionary reality. Unfortunately, reality didn't allow for that. Skill illusionary reality. Skill level advanced. Status not teachable. Not only was illusionary reality unteachable to the silkworm, but even 11 couldn't learn it. Shi Yu wasn't worried though. The inability to teach the skill is likely a compatibility issue. After all, it's just an advanced skill. It shouldn't be due to my constitution. He pondered a solution. Illusionary reality involves both psychic and spatial processes. The user needs psychic power to either construct illusions in dreams or directly create illusions. This part is determined by psychic strength. Materializing the illusion requires spatial power. Shi Yu continued his analysis. As for psychic abilities, the silkworm and 11 definitely have some. Every creature has a bit of psychic power, right? Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to learn absolute sleep or intimidation. The issue might lie in spatial affinity. He already had a plan for this. The skill was primarily intended for the silkworm, so he decided to focus on its development first. For the silkworm to learn this skill, it needs a certain degree of spatial affinity, Shi Yu mused. There are two approaches. Wait for it to evolve into a spatial-type butterfly to teach it, or use the transcendent-grade silk's properties to ingest spatial-type food, thus granting the silk spatial attributes earlier. This might allow it to align with illusionary reality sooner. Shi Yu opted for the latter, as it seemed more feasible. It's just transcendent-grade silk, he thought confidently. If I really want to, I can achieve it in a day. Come here, little one. Shi Yu called. The silkworm crawled over, looking bewildered. Wait a moment, Shi Yu said, heading into the villa to fetch his supplement trio, a divine bean, some happy water, and ginseng whiskers. Through extensive use, Shi Yu had figured out the best way to utilize them. Take the divine bean, for instance, he mused. One bean can reduce 120 hours of fatigue. If not consumed in an extremely weak state, it can easily lead to overcompensation. Clearly, using it directly on the silk isn't ideal and might even be harmful. However, if I grind it into powder first, it should be perfectly fine. He had already asked customer service, and although the nutrients in the divine beans will gradually degrade after being crushed due to structural damage, this process takes some time. Shi Yu thought that as long as he could teach the skills quickly and consume the powder fast enough, even if some nutrients were wasted, it would be within an acceptable range. The same logic applied to the ginseng baby's whiskers. As for the happy water, although it's easy to control the dosage, theoretically, drinking only this would prevent waste. However, the problem is that it takes up a lot of space and has a strong, pungent taste. Drinking too much at once would have Shi Yu running to the bathroom several times a day and feeling nauseated. Shi Yu fell into deep thought. Now that he wasn't poor anymore, should he consider trying new kinds of supplements? But he quickly shook his head, dismissing the idea. Expensive supplements would only be more effective, which wasn't suitable for him right now. Cheaper ones might be more fitting for low-level skills, but they could have some impact on his body. The most natural and harmless to his body was still the divine beans. So Shi Yu preferred to spend more money on supplements that were harmless to his body. Chirp, the Qing Mian worm made a sound as Shi Yu placed his glowing hand on it. Name, Qing Mian worm. Growth level, awakening level 10. Species skill, perfect silks 1. After completing a skill enhancement, Shi Yu looked at the guidebook. Cooldown time, 8 hours. Next, Shi Yu seemed to disregard the 8-hour cooldown, immediately crushing the divine beans and feeding the powder into his mouth with a tiny spoon. This was a custom-made spoon, just enough for the 8-hour dosage. He had custom spoons of various sizes and was an expert in the art of consuming supplements. The Qing Mian worm began to glow continuously, and its species skill soared. Perfect silks 2. Perfect Silks 3. Perfect Silks 4. The Qing Mian worm was stunned. This was the first time it had been taught a skill since it gained a bit of intelligence. At this moment, feeling its body growing stronger, the Qing Mian worm was bewildered, and only bewildered. Chirp. What's happening? Ing. 11, who was training nearby, was also startled by the scene. Ing. Chirp. Ing. Chirp. The two pet beasts kept exclaiming. 11 was shocked that Shi Yu dared to teach at such a frequency. Wasn't he afraid of sudden exhaustion? The Qing Mian worm was amazed at the speed of its body's growth, as each improvement in species skill would also promote the pet beast's own growth. Stop talking. To not waste the effects of the divine bean powder, Shi Yu dared not stop. He finished consuming all the powder of one divine bean in one go, and the grand chain teaching finally paused. Name: Qing Mian worm. Growth level: Awakening level 10. Species skill: Perfect Silks 12. After a few minutes, Shi Yu let out a long breath. However, looking at the Qing Mian worm, it seemed that the silks hadn't undergone a qualitative change. Was 12 times not enough? Then he'd continue teaching. After all, 12 times of silks, combined, was less than 96 hours of weakness. He had taught high-level skills with a 168-hour weakness period so many times. Why worry about this? To be precise, Shi Yu was on a roll. Because teaching silks wasn't putting much pressure on him, he felt an impulse to max it out. It was much like a gamer who kept drawing cards without hitting the jackpot, getting carried away and clicking frantically. He continued teaching. At this point, 11 stopped training and joined the Qing Mian worm in a long series of chirps and yings. Ing. Chirp. At this time, with each silk's teaching, the Qing Mian worm seemed to become smarter. It gradually understood what was happening. As a beast master, Shi Yu was using his ability to help it grow stronger. Qing Mian worm. A. The Qing Mian worm suddenly became excited, directly learning a phrase that took 11 a long time to comprehend. Beast master. Let me see your limits. This time, Shi Yu consumed a total of 4 divine beans. Name: Qing Mian worm. Growth level: Awakening level 10. Species skill: Perfect Silks 47. Shi Yu. What the heck? At this moment, although teaching the Qing Mian worm's silk skill was still bearable and relatively easy for Shi Yu, his heart was filled with pessimism. Teaching from perfect to masterful had taken over 40 times. He could afford such extravagance with non-tiered skills, but if it were high-level skills, it would be a different story. 11 was astounded, seeming to see Shi Yu's limits for the first time. The Qing Mian worm was also shocked, feeling itself getting stronger and almost reborn. Then, Shi Yu proceeded with the 48th teaching session, simultaneously finishing the last bit of divine bean powder. At this point, the Qing Mian worm, holding onto Shi Yu's hand, suddenly chirped, its body shivering. Name: Qing Mian worm. Growth level: Awakening level 10. Species skill: Masterful silks. After Shi Yu taught the Qing Mian worm's silks 48 times in total from the perfect level, its silk skill finally reached the masterful level. 1, 2, 4, 16, 64. Chirp. The Qing Mian worm chirped to remind. At this point, although Shi Yu felt he was in pretty good shape, he couldn't help but plop down on the ground, letting out a long sigh of relief. Reflecting on the training session, he was secretly amazed. 48 times. That's just unbelievable. But on second thought, it seemed somewhat acceptable. Given his current physical condition, even with high-level skills, he could reach mastery within 2 months if he persevered. Compared to other beast tamers who might struggle their whole lives to reach such a level, his progress was remarkably fast. Shi Yu's gaze returned to Qing Miancheng. What surprised him most was that while its silk had reached a masterful level, its growth level had not yet reached extraordinary. On reflection, this made sense. Although Qing Miancheng was categorized as a low-level extraordinary species, it was rare to see one reach extraordinary without evolving. The gap was difficult for other beasts to bridge, let alone Qing Miancheng. Shi Yu couldn't help but wonder what it would be like if Qing Miancheng evolved after reaching the extraordinary level. He pointed to a regular rock in the training area and said to Qing Miancheng, "Show me the power of your masterful silk." Qing Miancheng nodded confidently, letting out a soft chirp. Shi Yu and 11 immediately focused their attention on it. In the next moment, Qing Miancheng produced a strand of silk. It was incredibly fine, resembling a thread for sewing. Despite its thinness, it flew through the air with a remarkably straight trajectory, exuding a strong and powerful aura, and appeared extraordinarily tough. Swish! As the silk approached the rock, Qing Miancheng gave a slight flick of its body, and the silk sliced across the rock surface. In an instant, the rock was neatly split in two. Shi Yu nodded to himself. The masterful level of the silk was indeed extraordinary. It could change its properties based on Qing Miancheng's recent diet. Lately, it had been consuming dragon beard grass, which enhanced the silk's toughness and sharpness, and the effects were evident. 11 was visibly taken aback by the display. It couldn't help but wonder, is this still the same bug? This power might even be too much for entry-level hardening to withstand. Although 11 felt gratified watching Qing Miancheng's progress, it realized that the credit mostly belonged to the Beast Tamer's enhancements, rather than itself. Not bad at all, Shi Yu nodded emphatically. Regardless, the silk finally had some real power. In a place like Tianmong Mountain, it should handle wild boars without a problem. If it were a sneak attack, even a regular iron-eating beast without hardening might be seriously injured by Qing Miancheng. At that moment, Qing Miancheng, seeing its handiwork, began to hop around joyfully, chirping with delight. However, Shi Yu knew this was only the beginning. Next, he planned to feed Qing Miancheng's spatial attribute food to temporarily transform its silk into a spatial type, and then teach it the art of phantom illusion. That was the most crucial step. The issue of space resources resurfaced in Shi Yu's mind. He frowned and thought, could the Qing Mian worm really consume the ethereal stone? The answer was clearly no. Even with Shi Yu's strong teeth, it would be hard to gnaw on such a hard rock. Shi Yu fell into contemplation, considering various absurd ideas. Should he soak the ethereal stone in water or grind it into powder? But he quickly dismissed these thoughts as too unreliable. While Shi Yu was deep in thought, the Qing Mian worm and Shi had already wandered off, eagerly experimenting with the wonders of their newly mastered insect silk skills. The Qing Mian worm spat out a silk thread as thin as hair, and with a gentle flick, it sliced a regular rock in half. Although it hadn't reached an extraordinary level, the Qing Mian worm's power had vastly improved with repeated enhancements. They continued exploring various uses of the insect silk. Single-strand cutting, incredibly sharp. Multi-strand wrapping, even more powerful, capable of easily piercing through massive rocks. The Qing Mian worm could even instantly weave an intricate web, with dexterity rivaling human hands. However, despite these impressive skills, they were still limited to the realm of insects and hadn't reached an extraordinary level. To further enhance their power, the key lay in utilizing the insect silk to absorb attribute energy from food. Shi Yu was still troubled by the ethereal stone issue, and was about to seek help from Lu Qingyi and President Feng when a sudden realization hit him. He laughed at himself. Shi Yu, how could you be so foolish? He finally realized that he was already wealthy, with the riches of an entire relic at his disposal. Why insist on having the worm eat stones? He could simply sell the ethereal stone for money and buy suitable space-type plants instead. Even if there was some price difference, it was far safer than risking the Qing Mian worm eating stones. Having figured it out, Shi Yu immediately opened a shopping website, revisiting the space resources section he had previously glanced over. The first thing he saw was the description of the ethereal stone. It could enhance a Beastmaster's beast space level. However, the product status showed it was out of stock, with no price listed, clearly indicating its scarcity. Shi Yu continued browsing and learned about the rarity of the ethereal stone. Unlike ordinary energy crystals, it could only be found in special spaces like secret realms and relics. Moreover, since it could boost a beast space level, almost every Beastmaster coveted it, making it perpetually in short supply. The importance of the beast space gradually became clear in Shi Yu's mind. It not only enhanced a Beastmaster's physical capabilities, but also directly suppressed powerful extraordinary creatures. For some Beastmasters, bonds and nurturing were secondary. As long as the beast space level was high enough, they could easily control powerful wild creatures for their use. While Shi Yu was immersed in this information, his attention was suddenly drawn to another product. The Space Crystal Fruit, a level 1 space-type resource, a fruit containing faint spatial power, originating from a secret realm. When he saw the price, he couldn't help but choke. Priced at 500,000 each. The price was indeed staggering, more than 100 times that of resources from other attributes in the same class. Shi Yu frowned, deep in thought. One fruit might not even be enough for a single meal for the Qingmian caterpillar. He hoped, perhaps, that one meal could last several days. Yet even so, the price remained exorbitant. He recalled that elevating the caterpillar's silk to a state of mastery had only cost him 400,000. Shi Yu took a deep breath and made up his mind. I'll buy it. Although space-type resources were outrageously expensive, their benefits once cultivated were far greater than those of other attributes. He reassured himself that this wasn't spending, it was an investment. Besides, one void stone might yield several void crystal fruits. Considering his current wealth of dozens of void stones, he didn't need to worry about this small amount of money. With this realization, Shi Yu decisively placed an order for 2 pieces. As the transaction confirmation sounded, he suddenly felt ready for another round. His gaze instinctively turned to the Qingmian caterpillar. At this moment, the caterpillar was fully focused, trying to pierce through 11's hardened exterior with its master-level silk. However, it despairingly discovered that despite its increased strength, it still couldn't budge 11 at all. Roar! 11 looked down at the caterpillar, its eyes filled with encouragement and anticipation. It seemed to silently convey, your efforts are far from enough. Don't just rely on the Beastmaster's assistance. You must learn to strive on your own. Only then can you achieve strength akin to mine. Squeak. The caterpillar looked up at 11, its eyes brimming with admiration. It suddenly felt that 11's presence was incredibly towering. Of course, due to the language barrier, much of their communication relied on body language and eye contact. Successfully communicating was already quite an achievement. Sure, you watched this scene with satisfaction. Wow, I don't even need to give the new pet a pep talk. 11 played its leading role so well, it was practically the team's morale officer. The core message it conveyed was that one couldn't rely solely on the Beast Master's enhancements. Personal effort was crucial too. However, Sure Yu felt that mere lectures weren't enough to deeply instill this understanding in his pets. He began considering some motivational strategies. Maybe, once I contract more pets in the future, I could set up a hard work leaderboard. Whoever trains the most each day gets more enhancement points. We could also have internal competitions where pets face off against each other, with rankings and rewards based on strength. That would surely spur them on. Sure Yu envisioned the future, imagining that once he became a master-level beast master, contracting a new pet at each level, he would have at least 5 or 6 pets. While the current situation was manageable, as the number of pets increased, his ability to enhance them would fall short, making internal competition rules all the more necessary. Proud of his brilliant idea, he called out, "Caterpillar, come over here. Let me teach you the absolute sleep skill. Once you master it, your mental strength should improve, and then you can see if you can control dreams." The caterpillar crawled over at his call, but unexpectedly, it shook its head, indicating it didn't want any enhancements just yet. It wanted to rely on its own efforts. Sure Yu was unfazed. No problem, the relationship between enhancements and effort is like getting on the train first and buying the ticket later. Just ask 11 if you don't believe me. The caterpillar glanced at 11 in confusion. The little iron eater shyly nodded, as if to say that sometimes, one has no choice. In the world of beasts, circumstances often dictate actions. The caterpillar fell into contemplation, unsure of what decision to make. After Shi Yu elevated King Mianchang's silk skill to a masterful level, he went on to teach it the absolute sleep skill. The attribute panel of King Mianchang underwent a dramatic transformation. Name: King Mianchang. Growth level: Awakening level 10 skills. Silk masterful. Absolute sleep beginner. Although King Mianchang remains weak, its potential has reached an astonishing level. For evolution researchers, King Mianchang is now more valuable than Shi Yu's other pet, Shi, despite its myriad impressive skills. After all, the masterful silk skill possesses unparalleled versatility, symbolizing limitless possibilities. Shi Yu intended to continue enhancing the skills, to see if the masterful level silk skill still had room for improvement. However, he was already exhausted, and more importantly, he was not ready to confront the possibility of a higher skill proficiency level. Gee. King Mianchang expressed surprise after learning the absolute sleep skill. This skill was incredibly convenient. It allowed the pet to enter a deep sleep instantly and recover energy at a rapid pace. King Mianchang thought, finally, it could rid itself of insomnia. Shi Yu interrupted King Mianchang's daydreaming. Don't think about sleeping just yet. Do you feel any changes in your mind or spirit? Absolute sleep is a psychic skill, and learning it should enhance your mental strength. King Mianchang looked up at Shi Yu in confusion, then nodded hesitantly. I think so. Shi Yu felt like a teacher asking a student a question, only to receive an ambiguous answer. He continued, your next training task is to practice lucid dreaming. Have you ever had recurring dreams and realized you were dreaming? King Mianchang nodded repeatedly. Yes, I often dream of being eaten by a bird. Darn it, I've got a score to settle. And once you realize it, do you struggle intensely and then wake up? Shi Yu asked further. King Mianchang looked at Shi Yu in astonishment, wondering how he knew everything. Shi Yu chuckled and explained, that's how it is with recurring nightmares. He began to detail the techniques of lucid dreaming. Before sleeping, focus your mind, imagine and recall the dreams you've frequently had. This is the start of a lucid dream. If you encounter a similar dream and realize you're dreaming, you're halfway there. Stay calm, focus, and instead of thinking about escaping, start imagining. It's your dream, and unless there's external interference, everything inside is under your control. As long as your subconscious will is strong enough, the nightmare scene could vanish at any moment, and you can easily decide what you want to see or become in the dream. While sure you might rely on skill guides for teaching other abilities, he was quite experienced with this one. He had once successfully fought back against a ghost in a dream using this strategy, though it was his only successful experience. King Mianchang listened with a mix of understanding and confusion, while Shi, training nearby, eavesdropped. It thought, isn't this just daydreaming? Too fanciful, not suitable for it, and uninteresting. It believed King Mianchang couldn't grasp it, and chose to continue its rigorous training instead. At this point, Shi Yu's skill guide pages were full, and he could only increase the pages by contracting a new pet. He couldn't replicate any dream-controlling skills, and had to let King Mianchang practice lucid dreaming on its own. Shi Yu was eager to contract King Mianchang immediately, but his beast-taming space level wasn't high enough. However, he was determined to complete the contract before King Mianchong cocooned. This had two benefits. First, if King Mianchong became his pet first and faced a cocooning failure, Shi Yu could use the beast taming space to protect it from dying. The pet contract was a mysterious force, ensuring that as long as one party was in good condition, the other wouldn't die even if critically injured, effectively locking their health. Second, if King Mianchong evolved while under contract, its evolutionary process might bring benefits to Shi Yu, similar to how a pet's growth level increase benefits the Beast Tamer. Gee. King Mianchong chirped as Shi Yu explained more dream control techniques, including his own insights and information he found online. In this extraordinary world, dream control culture seemed more prevalent than on Earth. Gee. Once King Mianchong memorized all this knowledge, it was eager to start training. Wait a moment. Shi Yu yawned and stopped King Mianchong. I haven't finished yet. Don't rush into dreams. Have a plan. He took out his phone and showed King Mianchong a picture. Image name, Frost Dragon. Species level, Mid-tier Overlord. Didn't you dream of becoming a dragon before? Look, is it this kind of creature? Shi Yu asked, pointing at the picture. Shi Yu found a picture of an ice dragon online and, upon closer inspection, noticed some differences from the one they encountered in the ruins. The ice dragon in the ruins had more pronounced scales, with only the whiskers being hair, whereas the dragon in the picture was covered in icy blue fur and scales, each taking up half of its body. However, both dragons exuded the same majestic and imposing aura. As Shi Yu was absorbed in the picture, King Mianchong curiously peeked over and shook its head. The dragon it had seen in its dream was green, wingless, and similar in size to itself, clearly very different from the ice dragon in the picture. Qing Long, Shi Yu suddenly realized, speculating that King Mianchong might have seen an image or statue of the azure dragon somewhere, leaving a deep impression in its mind. As a mythical creature in ancient legends, the azure dragon is often used as a protective symbol, and King Mianchong might have seen it by chance. Shi Yu turned his attention back to the picture of the frost dragon and said to King Mianchong, "Forget about that for now. Take a look at this one. This is the guy, or its kin, that gave 11 a beating in the ruins last time. Study it carefully and try to dream about it. Once I teach you the skill to materialize your dreams, you'll have a chance to beat 11. King Mianchong's eyes lit up. Really? It turned to look at 11, who was training, feeling a surge of anticipation. 11 had always been its spiritual leader, and the thought of surpassing it was thrilling. 11, sensing something, turned to see Shi Yu and King Mianchong staring at it with mischievous looks. It was puzzled, not understanding why its hard training was drawing such attention. Shi Yu chuckled, placing his phone on the ground for King Mianchong to study the ice dragon image closely. He thought about printing a photo for easier viewing later. His plan was for King Mianchong to start with a high difficulty, using the frost dragon as its dream manifestation target. Of course, the initial results might be poor, possibly even weaker than a low-level ice lizard. But the skill of creating illusions needs to be cultivated over time. After adding 48 layers of silk, 1 absolute sleep, and consuming 5 divine beans and other supplements, Shi Yu finally reached his limit. Even with the supplements, his body was exhausted, and he soon drifted into sleep. The next day, Shi Yu was not awakened by King Mianchong or 11, but by a phone call. "Hello, your package has arrived." The voice roused him from his drowsiness, and he slipped on his cat slippers, heading outside the training villa. Initially groggy, Shi Yu snapped to attention upon seeing the familiar delivery man. The courier from Wing Express eyed Shi Yu, then glanced at the large villa behind him, a look of envy crossing his face. Shi Yu quickly collected the 2 newly delivered air crystal fruits and returned to the villa. Through the window, he saw 11 still diligently training. Its method was simple, activating multiple skills like multiplication, thunder palm, hardening, and supervision simultaneously to improve coordination. This was a technique Shi Yu had taught, enhancing multiple skills at once while laying the groundwork for future combo moves. Shi Yu thought that once King Mianchong's evolution was sorted, he'd help 11 perfect the thunder armor technique. As for the electromagnetic cannon, that would have to wait. The thunder armor technique combines perfect level hardening with thunder palm, while the electromagnetic cannon likely requires at least a master level of those skills to succeed. After greeting 11, Shi Yu quickly found King Mianchong, who was fast asleep in a plant pot in the training area. "Wake up," Shi Yu gently called using telepathy. The entry-level absolute sleep couldn't yet sense external disturbances well, but Shi Yu's telepathic call was more effective than any alarm. Chirped, King Mianchong groggily opened its eyes and, upon seeing Shi Yu, chirped excitedly as if seeking praise. "You say you're getting the hang of dream control? Already starting to sketch out the ice dragon's form?" Shi Yu was surprised, thinking this talent was impressive. While dream control isn't particularly difficult for humans, King Mianchong, being a mere bug, approaching lucid dreaming overnight showed real potential. However, Shi Yu quickly added, "This is just the beginning. In this kind of dream, the ice dragon's image you conjure will still be vague. The quality of the materialized illusion also depends on its realism. To perfectly manifest an ice dragon, You need to dream every single detail clearly. Shi Yu explained to the Qingmian worm. It's like asking you to see a cat in your dream and count its hairs clearly. For a pet without dream talents, this is indeed demanding. But to master the illusory reality skill, this step is essential. He paused for a moment. Maybe in the future, you can replicate related skills. For now, let's have a snack. With that, Shi Yu took a transparent, glass-like Kongjing fruit from his pocket and handed it to the worm. Though the worm couldn't smell any fragrance or know what it was, since it was from its master, it must be something good. It let out a soft chirp, crawled to the side, and cautiously took a small bite. As the fruit's flesh went down, the Qingmian worm didn't taste anything, nor did its body feel any different. Shi Yu encouraged, "Take your time and finish it." So, the worm began diligently consuming the mysterious Kongjing fruit. Shi Yu recalled a paper he had read, published by a prominent academic who had cultivated a Qingmian worm with extraordinary skills. The paper noted that while the worm's extraordinary silk could change its properties and attributes through diet, these changes weren't permanent. To maintain specific properties, the same food needed to be consumed daily. Once the diet changed, the old properties of the silk could be replaced by new ones. This characteristic perfectly mirrored the Qingmian worm's ability to choose different evolutionary paths based on various evolutionary materials. Unfortunately, the academic didn't detail the properties of all materials, only providing 2 examples for illustration. Previously, the worm had been consuming level 1 resource dragonbeard grass to enhance the sharpness and toughness of its silk skills. Now, it had just eaten a space-type Kongjing fruit. Although the worm hadn't sensed any changes in its silk, Shi Yu noticed a difference in the skill guide. Skill: illusory reality. Skill level: advanced. Status: teachable. Shi Yu was pleasantly surprised to find that the compatibility standard in the skill guide could indeed be altered through external changes. Meanwhile, the Qingmian worm was still oblivious, not realizing what had happened. "Well, never mind, try to see if there's anything different about your silk now," Shi Yu suggested. The Qingmian worm nodded and immediately formed a white silk arrow, shooting it towards the ground. With a whoosh, the silk arrow sliced through the air. To the worm, this shot seemed no different than usual. Ultimately, the silk arrow pierced the ground with a bang, leaving a crack in the specially made training field. This result was anything but ordinary. The sharpness of the silk had clearly increased, as the previous silk couldn't achieve such destructive power in this specialized training area. The worm felt a bit puzzled, sensing that its silk had become stronger, yet couldn't pinpoint what was so special. It turned to Shi Yu, who was silently staring at the crack in the ground. "Did you just condense the silk into an arrow to shoot?" Shi Yu asked. The worm nodded in confirmation. Shi Yu rubbed his eyes, doubting what he had seen. "Try again," he said. A moment later, another crack appeared on the training ground. "Now, just lay a piece of silk on the ground," Shi Yu instructed. The worm complied, releasing a strand of silk onto the ground. Shi Yu squatted down, gently touching it, and concluded. Besides being sharper, the core characteristic of the space-type silk might be invisibility. Shi Yu thought this effect could also be achieved by undead, psychic, or light types, all of which could deceive spatial perception in different ways. He frowned slightly, unsure whether spatial deception was harder to detect compared to other methods. If it was hard to discern, that would be good. If easy, it would be too inferior. After all, maintaining such silk required a 500,000 value Kongjing fruit each time. Shi Yu sighed. Realizing there was still a long way to go before reaching the boundary-severing line, he imagined, capable of slicing through space. After all, it was just a level 10 Qingmian worm combined with a Kongjing fruit containing a faint spatial power, so he shouldn't expect too much. "The key isn't the silk. The focus is this," Shi Yu said, preparing to teach the worm the illusory reality skill. The aim was to temporarily grant the silk spatial properties, not to strengthen the silk itself, but to enhance the worm's compatibility with the space element. "Guide, teach," Shi Yu commanded, quickly placing his finger on the worm's head before it could react. The worm slightly lowered its head, and in an instant, a flood of white light surged into its body, altering its constitution. A wealth of experience and knowledge about illusory reality poured into the worm's mind, causing it intense pain. Chirp! A moment later, the Qingmian worm, wide-eyed in astonishment, absorbed and understood this incredibly complex skill. The silkworm watched in bewilderment as Shi Yu stuffed divine beans into his mouth with one hand and guzzled down an unknown liquid with the other. Just then, Shi Yu's voice echoed in its mind. "Absolute sleep. Start dreaming, and manifest the ice dragon for me. From today onwards, you're no longer just a silkworm. You're the worm of imagination. By daydreaming, you can summon a dragon to fight." Chirp! The silkworm, invigorated by its beast master's command, felt a surge of confidence in its practice from the previous night and immediately fell asleep without hesitation. Shi Yu stood patiently, waiting. 5 minutes passed, and the silkworm remained in deep slumber, showing no signs of activity. Shi Yu couldn't help but quip, silly worm. If this were a battle, you'd be dead 100 times over. Who gives you 5 minutes to chant a skill? Nevertheless, considering the silkworm's nature and the novelty of the skill, he decided to wait a little longer. Another 5 minutes went by, and finally, a miracle occurred. The space around the silkworm began to distort, and its original form gradually vanished. In its place appeared a creature that looked less like a frost dragon and more like a tumtor-long blue lizard. This dragon exhaled cold air, flapped its wings, and had an aura of dominance in its eyes. This wasn't just an ordinary illusion. It was a materialized dream creature. The silkworm had successfully projected its dream image into reality and given it substance. Frost lizard. Reporting for duty. Shi Yu looked at the result, somewhat speechless. Clearly, the silkworm needed more practice, not just to increase its power but also to accurately replicate the true image of a frost dragon. In its current state, it could hardly scare anyone with its feigned dragon might. Chirp! The frost lizard roared, feeling invincible at that moment. Seeing this, Shi Yu decided to give it a little test. Alright, you're invincible now. Go ahead, 11 is over there. Challenge him. As soon as the words left his mouth, the frost lizard turned sharply towards Panda King 11, who was training, and charged without hesitation. Huh. 11 looked on in confusion at the approaching dragon. Chirp! The frost lizard let out a challenging roar, charging at 11 with all the bravado of a creature that truly believed it was unbeatable. In the training field, 11 was deeply focused on its routine exercises. Suddenly, it sensed a chilling hostility approaching. Without needing to turn its head, 11 immediately activated its enhanced vision to scan the distant surroundings. To its surprise, the previously slumbering King Mianchong had transformed into a gigantic ice lizard charging towards 11. Despite 11's mastery of enhanced vision, this tangible illusion was indistinguishable from reality, making it difficult to discern at first. Chirp! The ice lizard roared. Let's have a duel, leader. 11 was puzzled. Eek? Is this King Mianchong? Standing nearby, Shi Yu quietly reminded, go easy on it. Before 11 could fully grasp the situation, the ice lizard, towering over it by a good measure, was already upon it, its massive tail sweeping towards 11. Although this pseudo-ice dragon, transformed from King Mianchong, might only rely on physical combat, the sheer power thrilled King Mianchong immensely. However, King Mianchong's moment of triumph was short-lived. Bang! King Mianchong felt its massive tail collide with something as hard as iron. Instantly, its tail was firmly grasped, and its entire body was swung around, flung a dozen meters away, crashing heavily against the training field wall. 11 sighed, watching as the illusion around King Mianchong dissipated, revealing its small form slowly sliding down the wall. Chirp! Beastmaster lied, can't win at all, King Mianchong muttered dejectedly. Though 11 didn't fully understand, it let out an encouraging awoo. Shi Yu comforted. It's actually not bad. You've gotten stronger, maybe strong enough to punch country mice and single-handedly cause a ruckus in the wild boar forest. You're no longer the frail little bug you once were. Internally, Shi Yu thought, it's just a facade. King Mianchong is just setting itself up for failure. To keep King Mianchong motivated, Shi Yu had a sudden idea and gave 11 a new command. 11, shrink to your smallest form and spar with King Mianchong. Although 11 was puzzled, it quickly shrank down to just a few centimeters tall. At this size, it was even smaller than the 20-centimeter-long King Mianchong. King Mianchong snapped out of its daze, looking at the now tiny 11, momentarily bewildered. The two little creatures engaged in a fierce battle once again. Surprisingly, this time King Mianchong had the upper hand. 11's mastery level enhanced vision couldn't detect the expertly concealed silk threads, and in its shrunken state, 11's strength was greatly reduced. Even with perfect level hardening, it struggled to completely fend off the sharp threads. Chirp! King Mianchong excitedly pursued the evasive miniature leader, feeling as though it had reached the pinnacle of its life. Oh woo! 11's competitive spirit was ignited, determined to defeat the little bug even in its smallest form. Watching the two tiny creatures locked in an intense and evenly matched battle, Shi Yu pondered. But soon, drowsiness overcame him, and he decided to go back to sleep. You guys continue. I'm going back to sleep, Shi Yu instructed. There's plenty of food and recovery items in the training field. 11. If King Mianchong gets hurt, help it recover. Eek! Chirp! The two little creatures responded in agreement. As Shi Yu departed, the chirping bear and chattering bug seemed to have discovered a whole new world. Especially 11, who often felt invincible and lonely, now found a new way to challenge itself by being unable to perfectly suppress even a bug in its shrunken state. Fight with your powers sealed. As Shi Yu watched 11 and Chong fiercely battling in the training ground, he couldn't help but admire them silently. The iron-eating beast, 11, was sparring in a weakened state, savoring the thrill of combat and challenging itself. It hoped to deliver a fatal blow when it unleashed its full power. Meanwhile, it anticipated Chong's transformation into an ice dragon that could soon match the strength of the one they encountered in the ruins. Chong's confidence was also on the rise. It decided to gradually challenge leaders, beginning with a miniature version and working its way up. Shi Yu drew the curtains open and lay on his bed. Through the glass, he could directly overlook the training scene below. Seeing 11 and Chong working so hard, he couldn't help but feel that his teaching methods were indeed effective. Just as Shi Yu was about to take a short nap, his phone suddenly rang. The screen displayed Lu Qingyi's call request. Shi Yu was slightly taken aback, then answered the call, waiting quietly for her to speak. I was out earlier. Lu Qingyi began straightforwardly. Oh, Shi Yu responded, thinking that communicating with her always felt like deciphering a text. Previously, he had reported the success of clearing the ruins to Lu Qingyi and asked about plant-type pet beasts. However, her reply was brief and perfunctory, and he hadn't heard from her since. Shi Yu guessed she meant that because she was away, her reply was brief. He understood, considering that in his past life, even when he went exploring in remote mountains with good signal, he often delayed replying to others. First, congratulations on unlocking that little ruin. Lu Qingyi continued, sounding pleased. You did it faster than I expected. I heard the trial ruins are quite challenging, so your talent for listening to the sounds of history must have helped a lot. Shi Yu scratched his head, a bit embarrassed. In reality, he only seriously observed in the first trial, and then relied on leveling up to fight his way through the rest. Well, it wasn't too bad, Shi Yu replied modestly. What did you gain? Lu Qingyi inquired about the rewards from the ruins. Shi Yu explained. The pet beasts grew rapidly due to some special resources in the ruins, and now they're quite strong. For example, the iron-eating beast is about to reach level 10 and has learned a new rare skill. He cleverly attributed the significant power increase of 11 and Chong to the influence of the ruins, though Chong did indeed gain some resources from there. Lu Qingyi mused. It seems your chances of passing this year's professional assessment are higher. I wanted to talk to you about what comes next. I'd like to invite you to study at the archaeology department of Gudu University after the professional assessment. It's the same institution I attended. What do you think? Are you interested? Shi Yu was taken aback, a conflicted expression on his face. Go to school? Do you dislike school? Lu Qingyi asked. Not really, Shi Yu explained. It's just that attending university twice feels a bit odd. Although I know universities in this world might be different from those in my past life. That's a top-tier institution for beastmasters above the professional level to further their studies. The entrance exam is the professional assessment, Lu Qingyi added. Gudu University's enrollment is right after the professional assessment, which is about 4 months from now. Shi Yu nodded. Yeah, but most beastmasters in regular colleges have already graduated. So next, the entire month of September is Gudu University's open house, Lu Qingyi suggested. If you're interested, you can visit and get a feel for the beastmasters in a big city. Otherwise, without any preparation, I'm worried you won't pass the professional assessment in Gudu City. Go and see for yourself, then decide whether to take the professional assessment in a first-tier city or stay in Icefield City. After all, the field of beastmasters in Pingxing and even Icefield City is quite backward. All right, September, right? I'll check it out if I have time, Shi Yu agreed. That's in 2 or 3 days? Yes, and regarding the plant-type pet beasts you mentioned earlier, I'm still looking, Lu Qingyi said as she flipped through the pet beast encyclopedia beside her. It's not urgent, Shi Yu added. We can discuss it after the professional assessment. He thought that the most convenient use of the relic space was as a spatial tool. With it, he could carry many items with him. For instance, before contracting with Chong, he could store it there. In the wild, if he encountered danger, he could hide in the relic space himself. Unless he faced an opponent adept in space manipulation, he'd be invincible. Living there was also safer than outside. Plus, he could carry several months' worth of food without the need for large bags. On the contrary, farming was merely an additional benefit of the relic, not a pressing project. All right, I won't disturb you any further, Lu Qingyi said before hanging up. Shi Yu put down his phone, staring at the ceiling. Gudu, one of Donghuang's 9 first-tier cities, and the closest one to Icefield City. It housed legendary beastmasters and guardian-level creatures, was a super metropolis, and had many ancient ruins, making it an archaeological haven. Ruins? Archaeological haven? Shi Yu shook his head, thinking that visiting in a few days wouldn't hurt. He hadn't left Icefield City before. It could be a nice trip. After hanging up the phone, Shi Yu slept soundly until 4:30 in the afternoon. As he groggily opened his eyes, he realized that his recent intense training sessions and excessive intake of supplements had severely disrupted his sleep schedule. Just as he was trying to gather his thoughts, a loud rumble echoed from his stomach. Instinctively, Shi Yu touched his empty belly and remembered that he hadn't eaten for almost a day. Feeling famished, Shi Yu struggled to get to the window, where he saw 11 and the Qingmian worm still fiercely battling in the yard. He knocked on the glass and shouted, "Take a break." The two pet beasts immediately stopped and looked up at the window. "We're going on a trip next month," Shi Yu announced. "You two, head to the storeroom and sort out the food you'll need in advance. Prepare at least a 2-week supply." Upon hearing the word trip, 11 and the Qingmian worm paused momentarily, then nodded excitedly. Although they had no concept of travel or moving, they were very familiar with the command to prepare food. Shi Yu took out the relic orb, recalling the recent cleanup he had done. The space inside the orb was vast, but aside from a pile of ethereal stones and ice energy crystals, it was practically barren. He pondered that this space could be perfect for storing luggage, potentially saving the trouble of finding a hotel. However, to live comfortably inside, he would need to add some essential furniture, like a portable house. "Let's eat something first," Shi Yu muttered to himself as he struggled to get out of bed and dragged his weary body to the kitchen. However, when he opened the refrigerator, he was disappointed to find it empty. After a moment of silence, Shi Yu decided, "I'll treat myself to a meal out tonight." Suddenly, he remembered something important. "Oh, I need to print some photos of the frost dragon for the Qingmian worm, maybe even buy an ice dragon model." Shi Yu recalled that due to local legends, the Icefield city had a wealth of ice dragon merchandise. After checking 11 in the Qingmian worm's preparations, Shi Yu was pleased to see they had efficiently completed their tasks. In the storage warehouse, 11 had prepared large bags of bamboo, ironwood, and energy crystals, while the Qingmian worm had packed a sack of dragon whisker grass for itself. "That should do it, so we won't have to buy food later," Shi Yu nodded. "You guys continue training. I'm going to get something to eat." With that, he took out the relic orb. "Go here to continue your battle." As night fell, Shi Yu left the luxurious villa area and took a taxi to the bustling commercial street. The city's night was illuminated with neon lights, and countless glowworms danced in the air, adding a touch of fantasy to the cityscape. Shi Yu briefly introduced the characteristics of the glowworms before starting his evening excursion. He first spent 288 yuan at a high-end ramen shop to enjoy a bowl of luxurious ramen made from spiritual plants. Then, he wandered along the commercial street, searching for stores that could meet his needs. In a shop specializing in extraordinary creature models, he spent 1,500 yuan on an exquisite scale model of a frost dragon. Just as he was about to find a shop to print photos, a boy sitting by the street caught his attention. The boy was sitting under a street lamp, surrounded by countless glowworms, creating a unique nightscape. A high school student in a uniform sat on the bustling street, deeply focused on his drawing board. As Shi Yu passed by, his attention was captured by the artwork in front of the teenager. The painting depicted a scene of fireflies dancing in the night sky, so vivid and lifelike it seemed as if they were truly glowing. Beside the young artist stood a peculiar creature, a pet beast known as a tsaiguang mushroom, with a vibrant, multicolored mushroom cap. Shi Yu recognized it as a low-level extraordinary species with the ability to emit light and release colorful spores. The creature contained a magical substance used as a top-tier fluorescent dye. The teenager was using the colors from the tsaiguang mushroom's cap as paint, occasionally dipping his brush into it. Noticing Shi Yu's interest, the student looked up. It was then that Shi Yu saw a sign on the art box next to him, reading "Commission paintings, 1,001,000 yuan each. Could you paint a few pictures for me?" Shi Yu inquired. "What would you like me to paint?" the young artist asked, his voice youthful. "For images of an ice dragon from different angles," Shi Yu replied. He had initially planned to print them, but this student's artwork was exceptional, surpassing even professional studio artists. Perhaps it was the magic of the tsaiguang mushroom, but the firefly painting looked more real than a photograph. After a moment of thought, the teenager responded, "I can paint the ice dragon, but it'll take 3 days." "All right, do you have a phone?" Shi Yu asked. The teenager shook his head. Shi Yu thought to himself, this kid is as poor as he once was. In contrast, Cheng Kai and his group seemed quite well off, having stirred a supplement craze in Pingqing. "Then I'll pay you now and pick up the paintings in 3 days, Shi Yu suggested. "No need. I'll start painting first," the teenager replied. "You can decide the price after I finish." Shi Yu smiled, impressed by the young artist's confidence in his work. As they chatted, Shi Yu learned that the student was studying a painting-related major, performed well academically, and dreamed of becoming a renowned artist, which was why he had bonded with the tsaiguang mushroom to assist his creative endeavors. Shi Yu decided to place the order, but without a phone, he had to print out reference images. He insisted on paying a 1,000 yuan deposit, showing support for the self-reliant young artist. After commissioning the 4 ice dragon paintings, Shi Yu suddenly felt weary. "I'm tired again," he mused to himself. "Even though I slept all day and did nothing, why am I still exhausted?" He decided to head home for some rest, opting not to wander around. Upon returning home, he found 11 and Qingmian worm and the relic bead still full of energy. He couldn't help but feel envious, wishing the skill book could be used on himself. High-speed healing and absolute sleep would be a perfect combination. Shi Yu knew that his Beastmaster talent would upgrade as his level increased, and that certain special talents could even transform. He wondered if the skill book had any other potential changes besides increasing page numbers. While intrigued by the unknown aspects of Beastmaster talents, such as the possibility of beast-eared girls, Shi Yu understood that his priority was to continue training 11 and Qingmian Worm. He looked forward to the professional exams, hoping to witness various Beastmaster talents, while also quietly planning the future for himself and his pet beasts. The training of Shi Taisho, 11, and the Qingmian Chong is progressing steadily. 11 has awakened 9 level skills, including perfect hardening, mastery of thunder palm, advanced healing, enhanced vision, intimidation, absolute sleep, and multiplication. Shi Yu believes that 11's skills and proficiency are sufficient for now and decides to let it self-adjust, focusing on improving its growth level through ample food and training. As for the Qingmian Chong, Shi Yu, impressed by its diligent attitude, decides to first elevate its absolute sleep and illusory shadow skills to mastery. This will not only enhance the Qingmian Chong's training efficiency, but also significantly boost its combat power. Shi Yu estimates that while the Qingmian Chong might not yet match a level 10 commander class pet, it should be able to compete with extraordinary class pets of the same level. Shi Yu is also preparing for the Qingmian Chong's evolution. He plans to use the absolute sleep skill during its cocoon phase to allow it to absorb more nutrients than an ordinary Qingmian Chong. Upon breaking the cocoon, the Qingmian Chong can use the illusory shadow skill to manifest its dream image. Whether it transforms into a butterfly, leaps over the dragon gate, or undergoes a phoenix rebirth, it will have the freedom to choose. To ensure everything goes smoothly, Shi Yu intends to teach a few more skills to the Qingmian Chong before it cocoons, such as advanced healing, intimidation, and multiplication. Whether to further enhance its silk spinning skill to a transcendent level will depend on Shi Yu's available energy. Considering his trip to the ancient capital next month, Shi Yu sets a short-term goal of elevating the Qingmian Chong's absolute sleep and illusory shadow skills to mastery before departure, putting other plans on hold for the time being. One day, Shi Yu walked into the relic space carrying an ice dragon model and a bag of photos. 11 and the Qingmian Chong were training, but they stopped when they saw Shi Yu enter. 11 examined the ice dragon model closely and, realizing it wasn't real, quickly lost interest. The Qingmian Chong, however, was captivated, its eyes lighting up as it exclaimed, "Gee, so cool." Shi Yu chuckled and said to the Qingmian Chong, "Observe it well and imagine it clearly. Tonight, it will accompany you in your dreams." He chose the ice dragon as the Qingmian Chong's first transformation template because he had several ice energy crystals and an unknown ice dragon whisker, which could greatly enhance the quality of its illusions. Then, Shi Yu took out the printed photos. He gave the Qingmian Chong a set of ice dragon photos, explaining that he had already given another set to the little artist as a reference. Next, he produced a stack of photos he had taken of 11's training and the Qingmian Chong sleeping. The Qingmian Chong was delighted to see its own photos, while 11 was taken aback. Studying the pictures closely, 11 was moved by the images of its hard training. It wanted to keep the photos safe, but, lacking pockets, had to tuck them between its fuzzy arm and body. Suddenly, 11's eyes lit up, and it looked at Shi Yu with anticipation. Ow! It wanted to know if its battle moments could also be captured. 11 felt that the moments of victory in battle were more worth recording than training, as one represents the process and the other the result. It finally realized why it always felt something was missing after each training and Battlelight was missing a record keeper. Shi Yu was startled by 11's request and quickly explained, "Come on, I'm just casually taking photos to document life. You want me to take pictures during battles too? While other Beastmasters are busy commanding and using talent boosts, I'd be there with a phone taking photos. I'd get myself killed." Seeing 11's puzzled expression, Shi Yu swiftly changed the subject. "I don't know, not sure, no idea, I'm going to sleep now." With that, he hurriedly left, leaving the bewildered panda behind. August 29th, a new day began. Following the principle of improving one advanced skill per day for better health, Shi Yu devised a 6-day plan aiming to master 2 advanced skills of the Qingmian Worm. He understood that besides skill training, he needed to allocate time for meditation and study. Shi Yu had a substantial amount of ethereal stones, which gave him confidence in upgrading the beast space within 4 months. However, the most pressing task at hand was preparing for the upcoming professional assessment, especially the daunting written exam. The professional assessment consists of 4 stages: the basic test, the written exam, wilderness survival, and ranking battle. The basic test, primarily evaluating the level of the Beastmaster and the pet, is conducted by machines and is relatively straightforward. The written exam, however, is the part most feared by the candidates. As a professional Beastmaster, one must excel in combat and possess a high level of professional knowledge. The exam requires candidates to almost perfectly memorize the appearance, skills, and traits of thousands of common pet beasts, with a minimum accuracy rate of 95 to pass. Additionally, the assessment includes questions on pet habits, weakness analysis, and complex combat scenarios. This stage often eliminates a large number of candidates. In preparation for the written exam, Shi Yu felt as if he had returned to his high school days, engaging in rigorous study. Compared to memorizing English vocabulary, he found this knowledge easier to grasp, mainly because of his keen interest in the field, and his mental strength and memory were significantly stronger than in his previous life. In this state, his learning efficiency was naturally high. However, Shi Yu also understood that excessive studying could be counterproductive. He constantly reminded himself to be moderate, but couldn't resist advancing the Qingmian worm's absolute sleep skill to a proficient level. As the level of absolute sleep increased, the Qingmian worm's mental strength and sleep quality improved significantly. After some effort, the ice dragon image it manifested became more vivid than the day before. On August 30th, Shi Yu began working on enhancing the illusory phantom skill. The entry-level illusory phantom allows for simple manifestations of dream illusions, while the proficient level can create more complex illusions, similar to the dozens of creature illusions seen in the 4th and 5th relic stages. However, for the elite path Qingmian worm, the quality and power of the illusions are more important than the quantity. The real transformation in the Qingmian worm's strength comes with mastering the advanced illusory phantom. Shi Yu, through a paid subscription to an academic paper, learned that creatures mastering this skill are extremely rare, mostly belonging to king or dominant level species, such as the nine-tailed dream fox and the dream shell. After reaching the advanced level, the Qingmian worm will be able to use external aids, like special items, to further enhance the quality of its illusions. On this day, the Qingmian worm, for the first time, gained the upper hand in a confrontation with the Shrunken 11. Shi Yu developed a combo technique for the Qingmian worm called Dream Mode, combining absolute sleep and illusory phantom. In this state, the Qingmian worm first enters deep sleep, then projects its illusion onto itself, creating a nesting effect. This significantly boosts its transparent silk power and physical strength, and because it's in an absolute sleep state, its stamina recovery speed becomes exceptionally fast. Inside the relic orb, the Qingmian worm displayed astonishing prowess, starting to overpower the Shrunken 11. However, when 11 slightly increased its size, the situation reversed, and the Qingmian worm was swiftly defeated. Despite the victory, 11 seemed dissatisfied with its earlier performance and resolved to train doubly hard as a form of self-punishment. After spending a few days improving his silkworm's abilities, Shi Yu felt that the effort was paying off. Although it might still struggle against Chenggong's Moonflame Beast or the pet beasts of the rookie representatives from Binyuan City's various districts, defeating Chen Kai should be no problem. For the silkworm, which is physically weak and usually only shines after evolution, this was already quite an achievement. On the evening of September 1st, Shi Yu visited the familiar commercial street and collected the 4 ice dragon paintings he had commissioned. The artworks were incredibly lifelike, capturing the dragon's expression, majesty, and the supreme ice power capable of summoning blizzards. The magical effect of the colorful mushroom dye made it seem as if the dragon might leap out of the painting. Although Shi Yu had a few ideas for changes, he ultimately decided to leave them as they were, fearing that any alterations might not match the original. In his previous life, these paintings would have cost thousands, making purchasing them a pipe dream. But here, the price was quite reasonable, and it was hard to believe they were created by students. Shi Yu thought that with such vivid references, once his silkworm mastered absolute sleep and illusory reality to a proficient level, it should be able to manifest the ice dragon quite well. After settling the final payment, Shi Yu eagerly left to start training. To ensure normal study and meditation during the day, he scheduled the training sessions for the evening. Inside the relic orb, the silkworm, which had been beaten to the point of doubting its life by 11, was released. It felt that its leader was not keeping his promise, as they were supposed to train its abilities in a shrunken state, but it always ended up being accidentally enlarged and defeated in one hit. Shi Yu presented the 4 lifelike ice dragon paintings, whose special effect seemed to release cold air from the images, immediately capturing the silkworm's attention. Squeak! Omega! So cool! The silkworm exclaimed excitedly, closely examining the paintings, hoping to imprint the image deeply in its mind. Shi Yu chuckled, thinking that these paintings cost him quite a bit, even more than the model he had. He mused that it would be nice if there were special materials to create effect-laden models to purchase as well. Then, Shi Yu completed the day's training for the silkworm, advancing its illusory reality to a proficient level. The silkworm took a long time to absorb and digest this, and once it did, its eyes gleamed with boundless fighting spirit. Inside the relic orb, the nth round of the epic showdown between the iron-eating beast and the silkworm was about to commence. This time, the silkworm changed its usual strategy, equipped with a tool funded by Shi Yu, a level 1 ice energy crystal. It held the cool energy crystal and slept peacefully. Across from it, 11 was already warming up, as the silkworm's preparation took several minutes due to its slow transformation. After some time, the silkworm seemed to have completed the construction of its dream illusion. Amidst the howling wind, The light of the illusion enveloped it and its icy pillow. Suddenly, a fierce cold wind arose, creating an imposing presence. From a distance, Shi Yu, who was studying with a textbook, looked up with delight. Hey, this time it looks pretty good. Roar. A dragon's roar came from the snowstorm. After Shi Yu repeatedly played recordings of dragon roars on his phone, the silkworm finally learned how a dragon should sound, rather than its usual squeaking. This was a significant improvement. With another roar, Shi Yu and 11 could see the full form of the creature projected by the silkworm in the snowstorm. It was a giant beast over 2 meters tall, predominantly icy blue, resembling a cross between a dinosaur and a robust, bipedal western dragon. Its body was covered in blue fur that resembled ice spikes, exuding an aura no less impressive than the ice dragon manifested by the dream butterfly's illusion. This time, the silkworm excelled in capturing the dragon's expression. The bright blue eyes and pitch-black scara were perfectly replicated, and although there were still some flaws upon closer inspection, this ice dragon already possessed the imposing appearance of a dragon. Of course, its size was still relatively small, and as for the power this ice dragon could wield, Shi Yu had yet to find out. Eek! The excited cry of the Qingmianchong shattered the tranquility of the training ground. It had just achieved an unprecedented transformation, turning into a majestic ice dragon. This scene immediately caught the attention of Shi Yu, who had been nodding off. Its eyes lit up instantly, and its fur bristled with excitement. Shi Yu wagged its tail, ready for battle, clearly eager to take on the ice dragon. Roar! Shi Yu let out an enthusiastic howl and charged at the Qingmianchong. The sudden attack startled Qingmianchong, prompting it to turn and flee, its massive dragon form awkwardly flapping through the air. Qingmianchong, you haven't shrunk back yet? Are you chickening out? Shi Yu called out, sounding a bit disgruntled as it pursued. Hearing this, Qingmianchong quickly reverted to its original form, not wanting to fight in its dragon state. The sudden change left Shi Yu momentarily stunned. The two pets stared at each other, big eyes meeting small eyes, creating a slightly awkward atmosphere. Eek! Shi Yu tilted its head, seemingly asking why Qingmianchong had retreated. Chirp! Qingmianchong let out a small sound, indicating that if they were to fight, it preferred both to be smaller for a fair match. Watching this unfold, Shi Yu couldn't help but laugh. Well, neither of you wants to lose out. He stood up and reassured them. Don't worry, Qingmianchong, refine your skills a bit more, and then you can spar. I'll get some videos of Ice Claw and Cold Breath for you. Shi Yu explained. These low to mid-level skills use ice-type energy crystals as power sources and should be easy to simulate. Although the proficiency won't be high, it's enough for initial combat. He continued to analyze, expecting a high proficiency level for skills in a manifested illusion is unrealistic unless Qingmianchong already possesses similar skills. For instance, if I teach it intimidation and enhance it to a high level, then Qingmianchong could simulate a high-quality dragon's might. But using high-proficiency Ice Claw or Cold Breath would be challenging. Shi Yu further explained how pre-existing skills affect the quality of illusions. The quality of an illusion is determined by how well the pet itself knows skills that align with the transformation or summoning target. This is why Qingmianchong projecting an illusion of itself can still be quite effective. Roar! Shi Yu let out a disappointed cry, clearly let down by the outcome. It had been warming up for a fight that never happened. Time quickly moved to September 2nd. Shi Yu began booking his flight to the ancient capital on September 4th. He thought that by then, he could master the absolute sleep skill for Qingmianchong, achieving a small goal before his departure. For this trip, Shi Yu hadn't set a specific duration. However, he decided not to allocate skill points during his time away, instead using his free time to meditate and improve his beast taming space level. After booking the ticket, Shi Yu sent his itinerary to Lu Qingyi as promised. Shortly after, Lu Qingyi replied with a mysterious number, 872373877. She explained, when you're ready to visit the ancient capital university, you can call this number. I've arranged for someone on campus to show you around. Of course, if you prefer to explore on your own, that's fine too. Okay, Shi Yu replied simply, saving the number. He began to look forward to his journey in 2 days. Shi Yu knew that in this world, airplanes were mechanical life forms piloted by beast tamers who were also mechanics. As a result, airfare was very expensive. Despite this, ordinary people had few options. Besides flying, there were almost no safe ways for people to travel between major cities, as the wild areas were mostly inhabited by wild extraordinary creatures, making travel without a powerful beast tamer nearly impossible. Compared to other places, the domestic situation was relatively better. Though wild areas between cities had extraordinary creatures, they were mostly low-grade and not very powerful, well within the country's control. The real danger lay in the wild areas between countries, which were treacherous. Only legendary beast tamers could confidently travel from one country to another safely. Even master-level beast tamers wouldn't dare cross borders alone. Because of this, interactions between the 7 countries on Blue Star were very limited. Aside from crucial trade activities, such as exchanging unique pets or hosting world events, they mostly operated independently. Shi Yu knew little about the other 6 countries. He only knew they differed from Donghuang, with distinct mythological systems. Historically, each had different mythical creatures as deities, and their active extraordinary creatures varied. Creatures like slimes and fairies were rare in Donghuang. Even ice dragons weren't native, but had migrated from afar. However, like Donghuang, all countries had historical gaps, with deities collectively disappearing. Shi Yu's eyes gleamed with excitement, thinking, there must be a big secret. But he quickly calmed himself. Sigh, Shi Yu, he chided himself, patting his face, be realistic. You haven't even figured out the history of your own city, let alone other countries' myths. Shi Yu tried to ground himself, focusing on his upcoming journey. Time is a peculiar thing. Its pace seems to depend on circumstances. Sometimes it feels like it flies by, other times it drags on. For Shi Yu, the days felt like they were slipping away quickly during his intense training sessions. He was so focused on his routine of training, reading, and resting that before he knew it, September 4th had arrived. In the early hours of the morning, before the dawn broke, Shi Yu forced himself out of bed. To catch his morning flight, he had to sacrifice some sleep. Pingshi was quite a distance from the Bingyuan City airport, so an early start was unavoidable. Inside his villa, Shi Yu yawned as he began packing his luggage. His tiredness made his movements sluggish and his eyes bleary. By the time he finished packing, the car he had booked was already waiting outside. Exhausted, Shi Yu dragged himself into the car, and as soon as he sat down, he closed his eyes, hoping to catch a few more minutes of rest. Hey, handsome, we've arrived. The driver's voice eventually broke through his thoughts. Shi Yu opened his eyes to see the driver's friendly smile and realized the compliment was likely genuine. We're here already? Thank you, Shi Yu replied with a smile, paying the fare and stepping out of the car with his luggage. He waved goodbye to the driver. His luggage was really just a small backpack containing some documents and a bottle of water. Most of his belongings were stored in the relic bead he carried. Checking the time, it was 8:30 in the morning, leaving him enough time to grab a quick bite. The airport was already bustling with people, and food options were limited to quick snacks like egg pancakes, meat buns, sausages, and boiled corn. With time to spare, Shi Yu bought a cup of soy milk and a meat bun to fill his stomach. You guys sort yourselves out too, Shi Yu said to 11 and the Qiamianchong inside the relic bead hanging from his neck. Then, he headed towards the airport. Before boarding, a strange thought crossed Shi Yu's mind. If an airplane were a mechanical life form, who would be responsible if a passenger needed to use the restroom? Even if the internal environment was modular, a pilot with a touch of OCD might struggle with the idea. Half an hour later, Shi Yu had completed the check-in process and passed through security. He had been worried that the relic bead might be considered a prohibited item, but it seemed the security check hadn't detected anything unusual. Security gets a thumbs down, Shi Yu thought. What if someone smuggled a bomb and a spatial device onto the plane? Then he chuckled to himself, realizing, no need for that. Beast Tamers are walking explosives themselves. In the waiting area, the boarding announcement was broadcast. Shi Yu took out his phone, activated the scan function, and pointed it at the plane he was about to board. Attribute: mechanical. Species level: mid-tier commander. Growth level: species skills. Description: artificial mechanical life form used for combat, transport, and reconnaissance. Looking at the plane's data, Shi Yu was at a loss for words. He figured flying in such a plane would likely avoid bird strikes, as even extraordinary birds would probably be shot down before getting close. However, the lack of detailed skill information in the guide was understandable too. Much detail could pose a risk if someone attempted hijacking. Well, time to set off, Shi Yu murmured, standing up and glancing out the window. He touched the relic bead around his neck and took a deep breath. Although he was curious about how a mechanical pilot in the plane would handle bad weather or airborne threats, he wasn't about to jinx the flight. After all, he wasn't some unlucky kid detective whose presence always spelled trouble. The sleek white aircraft soared through the blue sky, cutting through the clouds. Until the landing announcement played, the flight remained smooth and uneventful. Shi Yu emerged from his thoughts and looked out the window to see a new cityscape sprawling before him, buildings growing larger as the plane descended. After arriving at the Gudu airport, Shi Yu quickly maneuvered through the crowded terminal. He wasn't fond of large crowds. Once outside, he pulled out his phone to navigate his way to Gudu University. Gudu University was vast, with its campuses and training sites combined covering an area as large as an entire city district. All 9 major academies of Donghuang were similarly expansive, which was why their open days lasted a month. Otherwise, prospective students wouldn't have a chance to explore the entire campus. Shi Yu didn't plan to explore everything on the first day. He just wanted to get a sense of the layout. As he navigated, he recalled some online gossip. Gudu University's battle department isn't great. The breeding department is so-so, but the archaeology department is pretty impressive. However, This not good enough is only in comparison to other top-tier universities. Each of the 9 elite institutions has its own strengths and unique flagship programs, which is perfectly normal. Even in fields that may seem less popular, their prowess is not to be underestimated. The place is packed with elites. Most students are professional beast tamers in their 20s, and the faculty consists only of master-level experts, whose abilities are beyond doubt. Shi Yu decided to visit the nearby North Campus first, the domain of the battle department. As he walked, he asked the relic orb containing 11 and the silkworm, "Do you guys want to come out for some fresh air?" The answer was a resounding no. 11 was busy eating, exhausted from training. The silkworm was intensely focused on an image of an ice dragon, trying to memorize it. With a shrug of resignation, Shi Yu headed there alone. Before he knew it, he arrived at the grand entrance of the North Campus of ancient capital university. It was an open day, bustling with activity and excitement. The gate stretched over 100 meters, exuding grandeur and elegance. Outside, young beast tamers and their companions gazed up at the ancient capital university sign with anticipation and excitement. These beast tamers looked just like parents bringing their children to visit a university, with their beasts being the children. Shi Yu noted that everyone around him had a beast by their side, while he was all alone, which made him feel a bit left out. It reminded him of past outings with friends. Everyone else had their girlfriends, while he was always the odd one out. Nowadays, instead of showing off girlfriends, the trend was to flaunt rare beasts. Shi Yu wanted to show off his panda too, but unfortunately, this unromantic creature considered strolling around a waste of time and insisted on waiting for a battle to make an appearance. "Then let's find a fight," Shi Yu muttered to himself, guessing that with so many young beast tamers gathered, there must be designated battle arenas on campus. Just as he took a couple of steps, he heard a flamboyantly dressed young man nearby shout with a selfie stick in hand, "Battle arena on campus. Anyone up for a fight? I'm unbeatable. Challenge me if you dare." This bold declaration quickly drew attention and whispers from the crowd. Normally, no one would dare to be so brazen for fear of embarrassment. But when people saw he was holding a live stream device, they understood it was just a streamer. Shi Yu found it amusing, but the next words made him turn away. Requirements: semi-professional, both beasts at extraordinary level, double battle, low levels need not apply. Wow, no thanks. Shi Yu thought to himself, wondering if anyone would actually meet such standards. Surprisingly, a young man who looked about Shi Yu's age soon expressed interest, saying, "I'll do it." Shi Yu was taken aback. Semi-professional referred to beast tamers who had moved beyond the apprentice stage but had not yet passed the professional assessment. Typically, these young visitors were not professional beast tamers, as they were there to apply for next year's admissions. However, non-professional beast tamers generally fell into 2 categories. Those like Shi Yu, with a level 1 beast space and beasts in the awakening stage as apprentices, and those with a level 2 beast space, whose beast had reached the extraordinary level, yet hadn't taken the professional exam. Clearly, among this group of aspiring ancient capital university applicants, some prodigies had already emerged, boasting a level 2 beast space and 2 extraordinary level beasts. For months to go, no rush. By then, 11 and the silkworm should both reach extraordinary too, Shi Yu consoled himself. At that moment, someone else invited Shi Yu to battle. "Hey, wanna spar?" Shi Yu sized up his challenger and asked, "What level are your beasts?" "Extraordinary, just beginning though," the other replied nonchalantly. Shi Yu nodded. "All right, that should be manageable." The other then asked, "And yours? Level 9 awakening?" The young man rolled his eyes and walked away, clearly thinking a battle with Shi Yu would be a waste of time, leaving Shi Yu bewildered. Hey, hey, who are you looking down on? Extraordinary level. Huh? My level 9 awakening Iron Eater might still have a fighting chance." Shi Yu called after him, feeling a bit speechless. He then calmly assessed the situation. Perhaps the Iron Eater could indeed challenge a true extraordinary level creature. Of course, the condition was that the opponent's skill proficiency was low, their species rank wasn't high, and the Beast Tamer didn't possess enhancement talents. Seems a bit risky after all. Shi Yu shook his head. Forget it. Not worth it. I'll just watch. Yawning, he decided to wander around and then head back for some rest. Within the North Campus of ancient capital university, there were indeed numerous battle arenas. Shi Yu strolled through them, beginning his exploration of the campus. During the open day, the school encourages young beast tamers visiting the campus to engage in battles. Seniors volunteering at the school act as judges, and the institution offers a few credits as an incentive, attracting many to take on the role of NPCs. Shi Yu strolled through the campus and unwittingly found himself at a grand battle arena. This venue was even larger than the one for the Evolution Holy Spring competition he had participated in before, and it was bustling with activity. As he approached the edge of the arena, he heard the crowd's exclamations echoing around him. In the center of the arena, 2 young beast tamers were locked in an intense battle. One side featured a massive blackwater crocodile turtle, while the other had a nimble earth rock lizard. Both beasts had reached the extraordinary level, with energy fluctuations far exceeding those of awakened-level beasts. The earth rock lizard let out a roar, instantly summoning a sturdy wall of sand from the swirling dust. Although this was a low-level skill, its speed and structure demonstrated a mastery-level proficiency. Yet, the blackwater crocodile turtle did not back down. The water bullet cannon it formed in its mouth pierced through the sand wall like a sword, striking the earth rock lizard heavily. This mid-level skill, the water stream cannon, though not mastered, still dealt a severe blow to the earth rock lizard due to its attribute advantage. However, battles at the extraordinary level are rarely decided in a single strike. The earth rock lizard was sent flying several meters, but quickly stood up, its eyes wide with fierce determination. The talents of the Beast Tamers played a crucial role in the battle. The owner of the blackwater crocodile turtle was surrounded by water element fluctuations, indicative of a common water flow enhancement talent. Meanwhile, the earth rock lizard's owner possessed an element resistance talent, providing the beast with some resistance to various elemental attacks. Shi Yu silently observed the battle, calculating in his mind. He estimated that 11 could likely contend with these two beasts, but might need to go all out, much like during the battle with the ice dragon, to secure a victory in one decisive strike. However, he also realized that if the opponent's attributes were any stronger, his chances of winning would diminish. As he continued to wander around the arena, Shi Yu noticed that all the participating beasts were, without exception, at the extraordinary level. Considering the upcoming professional assessments, this was to be expected. He also observed that these extraordinary level beasts had at least one mastered skill, with some even capable of executing simple combination techniques. This realization prompted Shi Yu to acknowledge the impressive strength of these young beast tamers, preparing for their professional assessments. He understood that the opponents he would face in 4 months were not the same as those he had encountered during the Evolution Holy Spring competition. Like him, those individuals had not yet reached the standards required to participate in the professional assessments. If he takes the professional assessment at the Ancient Capital Association, he might face a group of exceptionally strong opponents. In his mind, Shi Yu pictured those beast masters whose beast spaces have reached level 2 and who possess 2 extraordinary level pet beasts. Even more astonishing is the fact that, since the professional assessment is held only once a year, some exceptionally gifted second-generation beastmasters might have already contracted 3 pet beasts. As for having a leader-class young beast, that's not uncommon in the assessment. This scene reminded Shi Yu of the Chunin exams from Naruto. Who could consider 2 Jinchuriki and a taijutsu monster capable of opening 5 gates as mere genin? It's common knowledge that genin are the strongest. Similarly, it's quite possible that the professional assessment conceals a group of astonishingly powerful monsters. Lu Qingyi's words suddenly echoed in Shi Yu's mind. The professional assessment at the Ancient Capital Association is truly challenging, and he should hurry up and develop using the relic orb. Shi Yu recalled that the annual professional assessment doesn't have a uniform passing standard. Instead, advancement is based on a proportion. This means that even reaching the professional level and possessing extraordinary level pet beasts doesn't guarantee passing the assessment. The difficulty of professional assessments in big cities is higher, but the rewards are also richer. Passing the assessment greatly increases the chances of being noticed by top universities and elite companies. This reminded Shi Yu of the situation on Earth. Fortune 500 companies don't recruit from ordinary third-year colleges, but graduates from Tsinghua or Peking University are highly sought after by various enterprises. The professional assessment is similarly pragmatic. This model creates a peculiar phenomenon. Some people who could easily pass the assessment in smaller cities find themselves struggling for years in big cities without success. These individuals likely have considerable strength, as the professional assessment has no age or attempt limits, and they have evidently had more time to accumulate experience. It's not surprising to encounter an 80-year-old during the assessment. However, despite the commendable participation of these older individuals, universities and companies might not favor them. Even if they achieve first place that year, their potential is limited. Institutions like the Ancient Capital University have age restrictions for applicants. This shows that while strength is important, demonstrating potential and talent is equally crucial. Although Shi Yu felt a bit of pressure, starting later than others, he quickly adjusted his mindset. It's not a big deal, he thought to himself. I just need to add points. Plus, there's no rush. I don't have to aim for first place this year. Passing the assessment is a victory in itself. The afternoon flew by as Shi Yu focused intently on watching battles, mainly observing the Beast Master's talents. Although he was reluctant to admit it, he was secretly searching for the presence of a beast-eared girl. Unfortunately, the entire afternoon only revealed contestants with enhancement-type talents. He didn't encounter anyone with special combat talents, which left him somewhat disappointed. As evening approached, Shi Yu left the battle arena in the North Campus and headed to the luxurious 10-star hotel he had booked. Although the relic orb could provide accommodation, since he had the money, why not indulge in some luxury? That evening, Shi Yu enjoyed a lavish meal at the hotel, eating to his heart's content before retiring to his room. Lying on the soft bed, he picked up an empty spirit stone and began to meditate. After a day of fun, it was time to put in some effort. A moment later, Shi Yu opened his eyes, a bold idea flashing through his mind. I didn't add points today, and I feel quite cute. One empty spirit stone doesn't seem to be enough for me anymore. With my current level of concentration, I might be able to use 2, no, 3 at the same time. His gaze fell on the dozens of empty spirit stones, and suddenly, inspiration struck him. Wait, 3 might not be enough. If only I could set up a spirit gathering array, like in those cultivation novels. The next morning, Shi Yu woke up feeling refreshed. It was the most restful sleep he had had in a month, and the comfort of his own cultivation far surpassed the effort of enhancing his pet beasts. After washing up, Shi Yu picked up his phone and glanced at the number Lu Qingyi had given him. Since someone was willing to show him around the university, why not take advantage of the opportunity? After all, his experience wandering alone yesterday taught him that without a guide, he might waste an entire day again. Taking a deep breath, Shi Yu dialed the number. The phone rang for a while before a clear and brisk female voice answered. Who is this? Hello, this is the number Senior Lu Qingyi gave me. Shi Yu began to explain, but the other person interrupted immediately. I know, you're here to tour Ancient Capital University, right? I'll meet you outside Arena 18 at the North Campus in an hour. Before Shi Yu could respond, the call was disconnected. He scratched his head and silently agreed, okay. It seemed the other person wasn't interested in idle chat. He'd have to wait until they met to ask questions. As he was about to leave, Shi Yu suddenly remembered something and called into the relic orb. 11, come out and take a break. Before it could refuse, he used his authority as the master of the relic to summon 11 out. 11 looked at Shi Yu in confusion, letting out a soft ing. Shi Yu reassured it. It's okay, today you'll get to relax. Saying this, he summoned the sleeping Qing Mian worm, carefully placing it in his backpack and instructing, don't materialize randomly, just sleep and dream today. The Qing Mian worm responded with a soft zzz. Seeing this, 11 looked uneasy, but Shi Yu had already grabbed it by the scruff of the neck. With its fate controlled, 11 could only reluctantly shrink to a size that fit on Shi Yu's shoulder. Shi Yu placed 11 on his shoulder and began to lecture. Training is important, but broadening your knowledge is equally crucial. Do you realize how many exciting battles you missed yesterday? 11 perked up its ears, listening intently. Shi Yu continued. Know your enemy and know yourself, and you'll be invincible in 100 battles. Starting tomorrow, you'll spend 2 hours of training time with me, memorizing the Pet Beast Encyclopedia. 11 looked puzzled. It thought pet beasts only needed to know how to fight, not study. Isn't that the Beast Master's job? Shi Yu explained. You need to develop comprehensively. The added points have saved you a lot of training time, so it's not too much to ask you to master information on thousands of pet beasts. In combat, if you're able to understand your opponent on your own, isn't that more convenient than waiting for instructions from the Beast Master? Shi Yu felt secretly pleased. This was a nurturing strategy ahead of its time by 80 versions. Who knows, when it came to exams, 11 might even help him with questions he didn't know. Thus, the little panda was perched on Shi Yu's shoulder as they left. It was 11's first appearance in such a manner, but Shi Yu didn't mind. On the way, passers-by showed no reaction. In this big city, rare pet beasts were everywhere. Mutated, differently colored, dressed up, heavily medupe creatures that were rare and pinching were commonplace here. Compared to them, many people simply assumed 11 was a well-developed panda cub. Shi Yu bought 2 ice creams, one for himself and one for 11, then headed to the meeting place. He arrived 20 minutes early. Like yesterday, despite the early hour, many people had already gathered outside the Ancient Capital University's battle arena. How about it? Can you sense that the nearby pet beasts are quite strong? Bored while waiting, Shi Yu asked 11 via telepathy. 11's eyes scanned the surroundings, indeed noticing that many of the pet beasts accompanying the Beast Masters had strong energy fluctuations. While it couldn't precisely gauge their strength, maybe it could test them with its proficiency level intimidation. Don't even think about it, unless you want to get mobbed, Shi Yu warned. Using group intimidation here would be a blatant provocation. Shi Yu took out his phone, attempting to detect the energy fluctuations around him, but found nothing. This indicated that most of the nearby pet beasts were at least extraordinary level, with few at the awakening stage. Does this mean that the Beast Masters in big cities are generally very skilled? Shi Yu shook his head. No, it just meant he needed a new phone. Although he had bought this phone recently, it was clearly insufficient. His next phone would need to come with a more advanced combat power detector. Let's leave this one to Kimian-chong and Shi. They can use it to watch the Ice Dragon movie, or take selfies as they please. While considering whether to get himself a phone worth over 7 figures, Shi Yu's old phone suddenly rang. I'm under the street light. A brief voice came through when he answered. Shi Yu looked around and soon spotted a figure under a nearby street light. It was a petite girl dressed in combat shorts, a t-shirt, and knee pads. Her black short hair highlighted her fair skin, and her toned body showed no excess fat. Is this the person? Shi Yu approached, and she noticed him, her gaze appraising. Are you Shi Yu, the one Senior Lu recommended? The martial artist girl asked. Shi Yu nodded in response. Hello. Hi, I'm Bai Shi, a student in the battle department of Ancient Capital University and a prospective member of Senior Lu's archaeology team. She introduced herself succinctly. Since I agreed to help Senior Lu, I'll be showing you around Ancient Capital University for the next 2 days. As she spoke, her gaze fell on Shi, perched on Shi Yu's shoulder, staring at her with dark-ringed eyes. After a slight pause, she continued. You seem to be an apprentice beast master? Yes, is there a problem? Shi Yu asked. No, Bai Shi replied. Do you have any specific areas you'd like to visit? I can give you a suggestion if you want. Shi Yu nodded in agreement. Follow me, Bai Shi said with a smile. Actually, it's not my suggestion. It's Senior Lu's. Huh. Shi Yu was puzzled. Bai Shi explained. She said if you come to me, I shouldn't take you to the archaeology department right away, but help you improve your skills first. My skills? Shi Yu was even more confused. Bai Shi didn't elaborate further, and quickly led Shi Yu to a training ground adjacent to the battle arena that was not open to the public. She gradually distanced herself from Shi Yu, and a large summoning circle appeared on the ground between them. Yue! A clear cry sounded, and an extraordinary creature resembling a fox emerged from the circle. It stood over a meter tall, covered in snow-white fur, with a pair of blue eyes exuding elegance and nobility. 6 long, sleek tails swayed behind it. Name: Six-tailed white fox. Attribute: light. Species level: High Commander. It's not about your ability to command your pet, but your own ability to handle threats from extraordinary creatures, Bai Shi said, and as soon as she finished, the six-tailed white fox gathered a white beam of light in its mouth. Mid-level skill: Destruction Ray. Under the stunned gaze of Shi Yu and Shi, the beam shot toward Bai Shi. In an instant, Bai Shi was engulfed in light, and the ground where she stood exploded violently, sending dust and strong winds swirling around, forcing Shi Yu to take a step back. Holy crap, Shi Yu exclaimed. Yep. The six-tailed white fox flicked its tails, glancing at Shi Yu and Shi, startling them once more. What just happened? Shi Yu hadn't yet comprehended the situation. Just like this, Bai Shi's voice came from the smoke, and she stood on the shattered ground, completely unharmed. As a beast master, do you have enough strength to protect yourself from attacks by extraordinary creatures? My beast master talent is fusion, so I can merge with my pet to gain physical abilities that surpass both myself and the pet, Bai Shi explained. It's okay if you don't have this kind of talent, but beast masters must at least master a combat skill that ensures their safety while their pet fights. In fact, protecting yourself is just the basic part. To truly be safe, you need the ability to counter extraordinary creatures on your own, like I am now, capable of tearing apart commander-level beings with my bare hands. She continued. Senior Lu mentioned that you plan to apply to the archaeology department. Do you know that during archaeological expeditions, the most crucial thing isn't professional archaeological skills but strength? The various relics are fraught with dangers. Without sufficient strength, an archaeologist can't even step into this field, no matter how many bodyguards they have. This profession demands no less comprehensive strength than that of a traditional beast master. As she finished speaking, Shi Yu was left with his mouth slightly open, his eyes dazed. What shocked him wasn't just that this seemingly delicate girl could withstand a powerful attack from a pet, but also her current appearance. Her originally black short hair had turned fluffy white, her eyes had become blue, and 2 furry protrusions resembling cat ears or tiger ears had appeared on her head. A special fusion beast master talent? Shi Yu thought in awe. Is this what they call a beast-eared girl? Shi Yu's gaze was irresistibly drawn to the scene before him, and he found it difficult to look away. It was his first time witnessing such a unique beast-taming talent, and a sense of novelty surged within him. The recent violent explosion hadn't harmed Bai Shi at all, not even leaving a mark on her clothes. Shi Yu couldn't help but ponder whether there might be some special combat attire that could resist energy attacks, already planning to buy a couple of sets himself. As Shi Yu and his small iron-eating beast were engrossed in their observation, Bai Shi suddenly vanished from where she stood. In the next moment, she appeared behind Shi Yu, tapped him lightly on the shoulder, and effortlessly picked up 11. Her astonishing speed startled Shi Yu, and 11 was caught completely off guard. The little creature instinctively tried to break free, but found her strength was unbelievably great, far surpassing that of Lin Xiuzhu, the big sister. 11 let out a plaintive whimper, reminiscent of the times he was under Lin Xiuzhu's control. Sorry, Shi Yu hurriedly explained. It's my first time encountering such a talent. Don't you need to summon your pet beast to use it? His gaze shifted between the six-tailed white fox grooming itself and the beast-like features on Bai Shi, clearly noting the mismatch. Bai Shi, while examining 11, replied, No need, the fusion talent is quite special. It allows direct fusion with a pet beast from the beast space. Currently, I'm fused with another tiger-type pet beast. As she spoke, she handed 11 back to Shi Yu, while her beastly features gradually faded, reverting to her original appearance. So it's an amplification skill. Shi Yu realized. She continued, now you understand what I mean, right? You've likely been in battles where beast tamers are in relatively safe environments, either in official competitions or under high protection. The professional level is a threshold, and once you step through that door, the comfort and safety decrease significantly. For this reason, most beast tamers have at least one of their first two pets perfectly attuned to them for self-protection. She paused before adding, of course, you might think that having a fusion talent makes it easier for me, but that's not the case. There are countless similar techniques. It just depends on whether the beast tamer can discover them. Turning her head, she called, Sioxio Bai, come here. The six-tailed white fox immediately came to her side. Waltz, she softly commanded. The six tails of the white fox swung into motion, creating dazzling light that swept toward Shi. Shi Yu and 11 were startled once again by the sudden action, thinking that senior sister Bai was a bit too daring, letting her pet attack her like that. However, just as the tails were about to touch Shi, streams of water gathered from thin air, forming a water shield in front of her. The waltz skill struck the shield but couldn't penetrate it. As the water shield dissipated, Shi explained, this is my other pet. A water element creature that has mastered the water shield skill to the point where it can autonomously sense danger and defend me. In battle, I actually prefer transforming and letting it turn into a high-pressure water blade to fight on its own. Shi Yu and 11 couldn't help but feel a bit sheepish at her words. 11 looked down at Shi Yu, silently wondering why his beast tamer always seemed to retreat when possible. The difference between people was truly vast. All right, now it's your turn. Have you thought of anything similar? Shi asked. Shi Yu pondered for a moment, considering that his future insect might be able to manifest into a similar skill or even transform into armor to protect him. However, he knew this idea couldn't be easily explained to the beast-steered senior in front of him. Seeing Shi Yu's hesitation, Shi smiled and said, it seems you don't have any ideas yet. Let me give you a suggestion. I know two master-level beast tamers with iron-eating beasts who do it this way. What? Shi Yu was taken aback. Iron-eating beast? Shi explained. One hallmark of the iron-eating beast's racial skill, transcendent hardening, is application. It can apply hardened material to other objects, including living beings. Eventually, you could have it sit on your shoulder, giving you a layer of hardening so you can withstand attacks and tear apart beasts yourself. Once your beast space upgrades, and your physique undergoes a superhuman transformation, you might want to try it. Of course, the prerequisite is that you can train hardening to a transcendent level, which is no easy feat. After hearing this, Shi Yu and 11 felt as if thousands of caterpillars were crawling through their minds. They had never considered that hardening could be used this way. Shi Yu couldn't help but think, could I actually use armament hardening myself? But he quickly dismissed the thought, as 11 was his ace and couldn't just hang around as a bodyguard on his shoulder. Shi's words sparked a revelation for Shi Yu. The concept of rapid healing wasn't just applicable to healing pets, it was also feasible for beast tamers themselves. This insight opened up a new realm of possibilities for him, making him realize the importance of enhancing his own abilities while nurturing his pets. As Shi Yu was absorbed in this new idea, Shi continued, but these concepts are still a bit advanced for you. Senior Liu has tasked me with teaching you a special skill that you can start using right away. Curious, Shi Yu asked, what skill? Instead of answering directly, Shi gestured to her six-tailed white fox, which performed a tail sweep. To Shi Yu's astonishment, the attack passed straight through Shi's body, as if striking a phantom. This skill is called phasing, Shi explained. A beast tamer can shift their body into another dimension to evade damage. In that brief moment, I wasn't actually in this space. Shi Yu was amazed. Beast tamers can master spatial skills too? Isn't that something only legendary beast tamers can do? Shi pointed to the relic bead around Shi Yu's neck. That's correct. But those who possess relics from legendary beast tamers can also use this ability. There are some limitations, but it's more than enough to protect yourself in lower-level battles. Shi Yu instinctively touched the relic bead, and Shi continued, don't be surprised, Senior Liu told me about it. She mentioned that you uncovered a relic, but might not yet know the best way to utilize this spatial tool. She shook the beads on her bracelet. Interested in learning? Most people only know that relic space enhances the growth of spiritual plants and pets, but it can be used like this too. You're quite fortunate. Shi Yu was taken aback, his gaze fixed on the beads in Shi's hand. He suddenly realized that Shi was also well off, owning a relic bead herself. This made him wonder if Shi might be from a powerful lineage of beast tamers. Thinking about how this skill could help him handle danger with ease, Shi Yu eagerly nodded in agreement. He had assumed the relic bead was just for hiding and avoiding danger, not realizing its convenient applications. Seeing his enthusiasm, Shi said, "Then follow me. There's a place at school specifically designed for training beast tamers in survival skills. Let me show you around first." During the open days, while the campus of Ancient Capital University is accessible to the public, there are only a few training facilities available for visitors to experience. Apart from the fully accessible battle arena, the energy-consuming training facilities are merely introduced to spark interest among visitors. If everything were open, the university would likely incur a significant financial loss within a month. However, privileges exist everywhere. Shi, the beast-eared girl, led Shi Yu to a large high-rise building in the North Campus. She swiped her campus card, allowing Shi Yu and 11 to enter smoothly. "Granny, are you here?" Shi called out toward the counter. An elderly woman with a head full of white hair was engrossed in her work, typing away at the keyboard, oblivious to the newcomers. As they approached, Shi Yu and Shi were momentarily speechless. The computer screen displayed a game interface, with constant sounds of attacks. "Ugh. Let me finish this round first," the granny said, her eyes fixed on the screen, her wrinkles twitching as she spoke. "You're so trendy, Granny," Shi Yu remarked, as they waited quietly by the side until the granny slammed the keyboard in frustration and returned to her amiable demeanor. "Oh, it's little Shi. What brings you here?" she asked. "Granny, could you issue a temporary card and open a preparation room? A junior who hasn't enrolled yet wants to experience the facility," Shi requested. The granny glanced at Shi Yu and the little iron-eating beast, nodding with a smile. "How long do you need it for?" Ancient Capital University has a hidden policy that allows visitors brought by faculty or students to temporarily use some of the campus training facilities, offering them better access than regular visitors. "Half a month," Shi replied. "All right," the granny agreed. "I'll set up the basic level for you now. You can take him to get ready." Shi led Shi Yu to a preparation lounge on the first floor and began teaching him how to use the virtualization ability. She explained in detail how to establish a connection between the beast space and spatial tools, which is crucial for mastering the virtualization ability. Using this ability comes with a cost, Shi added. Every second of virtualization consumes a large amount of stamina. In a sense, this ability can be considered a second life-saving beast mastery talent that only those at the legendary level can awaken. Shi Yu wore a resigned expression. "I understand." He had just been relieved that he didn't have to expend stamina to command during battles, and now there was an ability that drained his stamina, seemingly tempting him to overexert himself. Half an hour later, Shi Yu had a preliminary grasp of the virtualization steps. Although the process was complicated, it was said that with practice, it could be completed in an instant. "Want to give it a try?" Shi asked with a cheerful smile. Shi Yu nodded, focusing his mind. Spatial secret art, virtualization. In an instant, Shi Yu's form vanished like a phantom for a second. 11, resting on his shoulder, was startled awake and tumbled to the ground. "Whoa, what just happened?" 11 exclaimed, not hurt but surprised. Shi Yu excitedly explained the virtualization ability, to which 11 looked on with a puzzled expression. "Great," Shi smiled. "Now let's practice it in real combat." Shi led Shi Yu decisively to the administrator, known as Oppo, to begin their basic level training. The computer screen displayed a virtual environment filled with extraordinary creatures like wind crystal butterflies, terror bears, and gold-eating mice, all randomly distributed. Shi explained that these were energy forms. While their combat modes and skills mirrored those of real creatures, their power was minimized so that even if an ordinary person was hit, they would only feel slight pain. Shi Yu was informed that he needed to survive in the virtual environment for 10 minutes alone, without his companion, the small iron-eating beast, 11. He was a bit surprised but entered the second-level training room nervously, encouraged by Shi. The room was spacious, with 10 extraordinary creatures scattered around. Just as Shi Yu breathed a sigh of relief, all the creatures attacked simultaneously. Wind blades and poison arrows flew, and skeletal soldiers charged with swords. In a critical moment, Shi Yu quickly entered a phase-shifted state, evading the barrage of attacks. Outside, Oppo, Shi, and 11 watched Shi Yu's performance through the monitor. Oppo was amazed by Shi Yu's phase-shifting ability and asked Shi about the young student's background. Shi gave a brief introduction and explained that phase-shifting was not a permanent skill and should be used in crucial moments. However, Shi Yu remained in the phase-shifted state continuously. As 30 seconds, 40 seconds, and then 45 seconds passed, Oppo and Shi's expressions grew more puzzled. Shi muttered in confusion. How can he maintain the phase shift for so long? 11 quietly observed the screen, understanding the situation. It knew that Shi Yu wasn't exceptionally strong physically, but had extensive experience with phase shifting. The small iron-eating beast watched calmly, as if to say, "Don't be surprised, this is just Shi Yu's usual performance." Even after enduring hours of weakness following the use of his powers, Shi Yu remained unfazed. However, this time, He felt discomfort from overexerting himself by staying in his ethereal state for too long. Why she stared intently at the screen, her brow furrowed, murmuring, "This doesn't make sense." In the room, Shi Yu was deep in thought. He felt on the verge of exhaustion, as this ethereal form was more draining than he anticipated. The skeletal soldier's massive bone sword swung wildly before him, constantly interrupting his thoughts and adding to his frustration. As Shi Yu racked his brain for a way to overcome this challenge, a daring idea flashed through his mind. Wait a minute, he pondered. If this level isn't as perilous as it seems, maybe I can take the offensive? The words of his mentor, the beast-eared senior, echoed in his mind. A truly exceptional beast tamer must also have the courage to face extraordinary creatures heaten. This notion startled Shi Yu, awakening a reckless spirit within him that had lain dormant since his archaeological pursuits began. He recalled the catalyst for his interest in archaeology, a cartoon called Jackie Chan Adventures, which depicted an archaeologist and martial artist named Jackie Chan exploring mysterious and suspenseful enigmas around the globe. As a child, Shi Yu was captivated by Jackie's charm, leading him to study archaeology and attempt to replicate those complex moves himself. The outcome was predictable. Shi Yu ended up in an ambulance. This experience taught him that cartoons were purely fictional. Nevertheless, dreams never truly die. As he grew older, Shi Yu studied various forms of martial arts and fighting techniques, gaining a basic understanding of several styles. This experience allowed him to hold his ground a bit longer in dangerous situations. Now, equipped with magical abilities and enhanced physical resilience, Shi Yu's confidence surged. With a determined gaze, he decided to exit his ethereal state. He delivered a powerful kick to the sword-swinging skeletal soldier before him, knocking it to the ground with a clatter as the bone sword fell. Shi Yu quickly picked up the bone sword and nervously swung it, aiming at the remaining 9 fierce beasts. Am I really going to let loose like this? He thought to himself. Do I feel up to it? Maybe this is the first step to becoming a superhuman. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.